astonishingly swift. He has captured the heart of the campus belle so effortlessly. I am in awe. Completely in awe. Luo Tianhao felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, his vision darkening as a wave of blood surged up from his throat. The intense humiliation he felt was 1,000 times more potent than when Su Pingyan had publicly embarrassed him. By what right? He had spared no expense to organize this graduation trip for Su Mingyao, constantly vying for her attention, yet he had not even touched a single finger of hers. And this fellow, whom he regarded as insignificant, could so easily win her favor and even elicit such an intimate response. What the hell? So that was why Lu Yuan had suddenly intervened to teach Su Pingyan a lesson. It was for the sake of the campus belle. One boy realized with clarity. No wonder. No wonder Lu Yuan had been so quick to step in when Su Pingyan attempted to make a move on Su Mingyao. It turns out they had long. A girl's eyes sparkled with gossip. Long what? Her companion pressed eagerly. They must have been together for quite some time. What else could it be? The girl replied with certainty. And don't forget Zhao Xiaoming. Did you all overlook that Zhao Xiaoming sprained her ankle and Lu Yuan carried her back the whole way? I see Lu Yuan is playing both sides here. Lu Feifei interjected, her tone dripping with jealousy. What playing both sides? I believe Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming are good friends, and Lu Yuan is simply being considerate. A devoted admirer of Su Mingyao countered immediately. Chapter 98. The dual approach of kindness and severity to win hearts. However, the expression on Lu Yuan's face remained largely unchanged. He understood that Su Mingyao's current actions were a fulfillment of their previous agreement. Since Su Mingyao had taken the initiative to cooperate, he naturally would not let her down. He smoothly embraced her, wrapping his strong arm around her waist. The firm strength of his embrace caused Su Mingyao's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, as she willingly allowed herself to be held tightly in his arms. Wow, wow, wow. This is simply overwhelming. So incredibly domineering. Li Shuowei trembled with excitement. This was the true essence of a strong man. A power that overshadowed any petty adversaries, with a stunning beauty willingly throwing herself into his arms. This scene was more exhilarating than anything he had ever witnessed on screen. Guan Yaxiong observed his boss, Luo Tianhao, whose expression was contorted with suppressed frustration. He then glanced at Lu Yuan and Su Mingyao, who were oblivious to their surroundings. The desire to express himself in front of his boss surged within him. He knew that if he could stand up for Luo Xiao at this moment, he would certainly earn his favor later. To hell with it, I'm going for broke. Guan Yaxiong gritted his teeth, feigning righteous indignation as he pushed through the crowd. Lu Yuan, since you possess such formidable abilities, why didn't you act sooner? Just now. When Su Pingyan was bullying us, where were you? Were you merely a spectator, relishing in our fear? Did you deliberately wait until we were all terrified before descending like a god, hoping to impress the illustrious Su by making her throw herself at you? As he spoke, he watched for Luo Tianhao's reaction, hoping to see a glimmer of approval. Although Luo Tianhao's face remained ashen, the fury in his brows had slightly diminished. At least Guan Yaxiong had voiced what he dared not say. Lu Yuan released his hold on Su Mingyao and calmly turned his gaze toward the still-performing Guan Yaxiong, his eyes lingering for a moment on Guan's left cheek, which bore the marks of Su Pingyan's earlier assault. He stepped forward, strolling leisurely towards Guan Yaxiong. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Lu Yuan flashed a smile. Slap! Guan Yaxiong's tirade came to an abrupt halt. He barely registered how Lu Yuan's hand had risen before an overwhelming force struck his right cheek, sending his world spinning. Lu Yuan shook his hand, as if he had merely swatted a fly, and coolly remarked, I only strike those who lack awareness. Then, glancing at Guan Yaxiong, who lay on the ground with swollen cheeks, he added nonchalantly, well, now it's symmetrical. Guan Yaxiong clutched his throbbing face, terror etched in his eyes. He could not fathom that Lu Yuan would act so recklessly. Lu Yuan slowly raised his gaze, his calm eyes sweeping over each individual present. In the path of his gaze, the survivors felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid his penetrating stare. Even Luo Tianhao, who had been brimming with fury moments before, found himself averting his gaze, clumsily diverting his attention elsewhere upon encountering Lu Yuan's eyes. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan spoke in a tone that was both indifferent and deliberate. The fool seeks to mold the world to himself, while the wise adapt themselves to the world. A profound silence enveloped the camp as everyone pondered Lu Yuan's words. Indeed, most among them were still ensnared in the remnants of past order and understanding. nurturing fantasies of rescue and the world reverting to its former state. Were they not all yearning for this suddenly alien world to readjust to their existence? At this moment, Li Shuiwei was aflame with fervor and passion. In fact, what Lu Yuan was doing bore an uncanny resemblance to what Su Ping'an had done before. Both were asserting their authority in the face of absolute power, declaring to all that the times had changed, and so had the rules. Lu Yuan, at this moment, still held the campus bell, Su Mingyao. Yet, why did Su Ping'an's display of power evoke feelings of crudeness and revulsion, while Lu Yuan inspired an inexplicable sense of reverence? Even admiration? This was the disparity of realms. Li Shuiwei gazed at Lu Yuan, his eyes shimmering with fervent excitement. Even if Su Ping'an possessed immense strength, he was merely a brutish thug. Lu Gu truly embodied the essence of a formidable hero. Amidst laughter and banter, adversaries turned to ashes. This was the hallmark of a true magnate. Lu Yuan strode over to Su Ping'an, who lay on the sandy ground like a lifeless mass, looking down at him from a position of authority. At this moment, the arrogance and bravado that once shone in Su Ping'an's eyes had completely vanished. Lu Yuan lifted his foot and lightly kicked Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an let out a muffled grunt, curling up slightly, not daring to show any signs of resistance. Yet, Lu Yuan's mind was occupied with a different calculation. This fellow possessed considerable physical resilience, remarkably still clinging to life, his vitality surprisingly tenacious. Having previously absorbed spiritual energy to evolve, might he not do so again? Keeping him around could potentially allow for another opportunity to harness his essence, serving as a living vessel for spiritual gathering. With this thought, the murderous intent in Lu Yuan's eyes diminished. He then raised his head, directing his gaze towards Guan Yaxiong, who was covering his face, and said, "Guan Yaxiong." Guan Yaxiong jolted, fearing that Lu Yuan would seek retribution against him. He hastily lifted his head. "Lu Gu, how may I serve you?" Lu Yuan pointed at the prone Su Ping'an. "From this moment forward, you are responsible for Su Ping'an's sustenance and needs. Should he die or cause any further disturbances, I shall hold you accountable." "What? Me?" Guan Yaxiong was taken aback. Was he to tend to this harbinger of misfortune? Wasn't that akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den? Yet, meeting Lu Yuan's gaze, he dared not utter a single word of dissent. With a grimace, he nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes. Brother Lu, rest assured. I will take care of him diligently and ensure he does not trouble you again." After dealing with these two obstinate individuals, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the other survivors in the camp. The daily management of the camp, including nighttime vigilance, food gathering, and distribution, will be under the complete authority of Captain Yu. I trust Captain Yu's experience and fairness will surpass that of certain individuals from before. Upon hearing this, Captain Yu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a display of gratitude on his face. He understood that Lu Yuan, having established his absolute authority, was delegating a portion of that power to him. He immediately stood tall and declared, "Rest assured, everyone. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety and basic survival." Lu Yuan nodded and continued, "I do not require you to present any resources to me. However, as I mentioned earlier, anyone who can find the type of crystal I described and present it to me will still be able to exchange it for a sufficient amount of roasted meat or other necessary provisions. As per my previous promise." At this announcement, a wave of relieved murmurs swept through the camp. "Wonderful. No need to surrender resources. Indeed, Lu Yuan is far better than Su Ping'an. At least he does not coerce us. We can trade crystals for meat. This condition is quite fair. Compared to Su Ping'an's domineering and atrocious behavior, the conditions Lu Yuan proposed seemed exceedingly lenient to everyone. They no longer had to worry about their hard-earned fruits of labor being confiscated. Instead, they had an avenue to exchange items for precious food. The vivid memory of Guan Yaxiong's beating served as a stark reminder that they must not attempt to morally bind Lu Yuan, lest they suffer a fate worse than Guan Yaxiong's. Just as everything in the camp appeared to be falling into place, a voice exclaimed, "Look, there are people over on the beach." Chapter 99. The unexpected visitors on the beach. In the distance, on the sun-kissed golden sands, a group of figures emerged, albeit sparsely. Their numbers were not insignificant, approximately 20 to 30 individuals, who ambled towards the camp, seemingly probing the surroundings for any signs of activity. Is it really possible? Oh my goodness! Could it be a rescue team? Have they found us so swiftly? A young woman was the first to exclaim in astonishment. A rescue team. It must be a rescue team. How marvelous. We are saved. All weariness, hunger, and fear seemed to dissipate at that moment, buoyed by the hope instilled by the mere mention of the rescue team. I told you, my father would surely send help. Luo Tianhao's face radiated with elation, a sense of relief washing over him. He excitedly waved his arms, declaring to those around him, I knew it. The Xinghe had undoubtedly sent out a distress signal. The rescue team's arrival has been delayed due to the previous tsunami and adverse weather. Captain Yu could hardly conceal his excitement, straining to raise his binoculars. However, due to the considerable distance and the apparent vigilance of the approaching group, he could only discern their numbers and rough outlines. They do not appear to be wearing the uniforms typical of a professional rescue team. Captain Yu lowered his binoculars, his brow furrowing in concern. A few anxious classmates had already begun to wave and call out towards the figures, fearful that they might not be seen. Lu Yuan remained seated, seemingly indifferent to the sudden prospect of rescue, quietly gazing into the distance. As the distance between the two groups diminished, the outlines of the figures became increasingly distinct. Like the survivors on this side, they were tattered and worn, their faces etched with fatigue and hardship. Some bore visible scars, evidently having endured the trials of a maritime disaster. When the distance closed enough to discern each other's faces, the smiles and excitement of the hopeful survivors at the camp froze in an instant. They resemble us. A young woman's voice was filled with despondency. This was no rescue team. They were clearly fellow victims. Alas, the last flicker of hope was extinguished. The exuberance on Luo Tianhao's face vanished without a trace, as he could hardly fathom that the arrival he anticipated consisted of another group of unfortunate souls sharing their plight. It cannot be. This is impossible, he murmured, lost in despair. On the other hand, Captain Yu, despite his profound disappointment upon recognizing the newcomers, steeled himself to engage in dialogue with their leader. Both parties appeared somewhat wary, but after a brief exchange, they lowered their defenses. It turned out that this group comprised tourists and crew members from another fishing vessel that had set off from the Xinghe that day. They, like their companions, encountered misfortune during that catastrophic tsunami, similarly washed ashore onto this desolate island, albeit at different locations. After several days of arduous travel, they managed to trace the coastline to this spot. To their astonishment, they discovered individuals from another vessel. Li Shuowei was equally taken aback. Among this group, a few individuals particularly captured Luo Tianhao's attention. Leading the pack was an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s. Though somewhat disheveled, he exuded vitality, his gaze sharp and penetrating, and his demeanor was marked by a composed grace that starkly contrasted with the panicked ordinary tourists surrounding him. Accompanying him were 3 robust men, dressed in ordinary casual attire yet standing tall, their vigilant eyes betraying that they were no mere civilians, but rather seemed to be trained bodyguards. Master Jiang. Upon recognizing the elderly man's visage, Luo Tianhao's expression transformed into one of astonished delight. He hurried forward, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "Is it truly you, Master Jiang?" The elder, addressed as Master Jiang, paused, his gaze shifting to Luo Tianhao, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You are from the Luo group." Luo Tianhao quickly bowed again, acknowledging his status as a junior, exclaiming how unexpected it was to encounter Master Jiang in such a place. This sudden turn of events left the other survivors in the camp in a state of shock. Could it be that Luo Tianhao recognized the elderly man among the newcomers and addressed him as a master? Master Jiang? Which Master Jiang? Li Shuowei quietly inquired of a nearby classmate. Who else could it be? The renowned Qigong master, Jiang Huairan, from Jiangnan province. It is said that he received guidance from a great master in his youth, mastering extraordinary skills capable of striking from a distance and breaking stone tablets. Many dignitaries revere him and must wait in line for appointments to seek his healing, an informed male classmate explained, his tone imbued with reverence. A Qigong master? How mystical! The other classmates murmured, astonished. Jiang Huairan regarded Luo Tianhao with a wry smile. "I never anticipated we would meet in such a manner in this place. Tianhao, how fares your group? What of the others?" Luo Tianhao promptly recounted the incident involving their fishing vessel and the current state of the camp, instinctively circumventing the topic of Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huairan furrowed his brow, letting out a sigh. "Alas, it appears the situation is even worse than we anticipated. Our own vessel was not in much better condition. Surviving is indeed a stroke of luck." His voice bore a hint of trepidation. The place where we ran aground was densely forested, teeming with fearsome beasts. Last night, we witnessed a massive serpent and a pack of ravenous wolves battling for territory in the woods. The sight terrified us, compelling us to change locations multiple times throughout the night. We hardly dared to close our eyes. This island is far from tranquil. Upon hearing the mention of a massive serpent and ravenous wolves, the faces of the survivors in the camp turned pale, their hearts gripped by a fresh wave of panic. Just then, Jiang Huairan, his bodyguards, and the newly arrived survivors were simultaneously drawn to a pile of objects in the corner of the camp. Before them lay a substantial quantity of freshly butchered bear meat, albeit somewhat desiccated due to improper preservation, yet the robust cuts still emanated an enticing aroma. Nearby, charred bear bones and remnants of fur were scattered about. "Is that bear meat?" exclaimed a young man brought by Jiang Huairan, unable to suppress his gulp, his eyes wide with astonishment. After days of braving the elements, they had scarcely found any decent wild fruits, let alone meat, and their stomachs were already gnawing in hunger. Jiang Huairan's gaze brightened as he turned to Luo Tianhao, casually inquiring, "Tianhao, you managed to hunt a bear? Quite impressive. I wonder if we might be able to share in some of that bear meat?" To be frank, we Haven Tea had a proper meal in several days, and everyone is on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhao's expression shifted to one of awkwardness and discomfort. After all, the fate of the bear meat was not solely his to determine. Chapter 100. A great opportunity knocked at the door. He now harbored a mix of fear and hatred towards Lu Yuan. Who could predict what calamity might befall him if he provoked that formidable figure? Moreover, Lu Yuan had clearly stated that his resources were to be exchanged only with those who could procure crystal stones. Others need not even entertain the thought. Who is Jiang Huairan? Having navigated the complexities of society for decades, his ability to read people was already second nature. Upon observing Luo Tianhao's expression, he immediately discerned that there was likely another authority figure within the camp, someone even Luo Tianhao, the heir of the Luo group, regarded with a degree of trepidation. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Given Luo Tianhao's prestigious background in Jiangzhou, what kind of individual could put him in such a predicament? Could it be that within this modest fishing vessel, there lurked a young master with an even more profound lineage than the Luo family? Jiang Huairan patted Luo Tianhao's shoulder and spoke in a gentle tone. "Tianhao, it seems you have encountered some difficulties here." He paused and inquired, "Is there perhaps a young master or young lady in this camp with a background even more formidable than your own, rendering you, the esteemed Luo Xiao, at a loss for words?" At this question, Luo Tianhao's face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation, the feelings of frustration and indignation swelling within him once more. How could he, the dignified heir of the Luo group, be suppressed by a mere commoner? It was nothing short of a disgrace. Yet, he dared not speak ill of Lu Yuan. That enigmatic individual's formidable prowess instilled a sense of dread that deterred him from provoking a confrontation. "Master Jiang, you misunderstand." Luo Tianhao forced a smile. "In our camp, we are all classmates and crew members, with no significant backgrounds to speak of. Primarily, it is Captain Yu who oversees the management." Upon hearing this, Jiang Huairan clearly did not believe his words. How could an ordinary fishing boat captain wield enough influence to deprive Luo Tianhao of even the distribution rights of a bear's meat? Just as he was about to press further, Captain Yu approached with a wry smile, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Jiang Huairan, and offered an explanation. "Master Jiang, you may not be aware, but this bear was indeed not hunted by us. We lack the capability for such a feat." He gestured towards the other side of the camp, where Lu Yuan remained leisurely reclined against a rock, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings, his eyelids barely lifting. "This massive bear was slain single-handedly by our classmate Lu Yuan. Thus, the rights to the bear's meat naturally lie with him." "Oh." Jiang Huairan followed Captain Yu's gaze and landed upon Lu Yuan. Single-handedly slaying a giant bear? He scrutinized Lu Yuan, who appeared to possess a well-proportioned and slender physique, devoid of any overtly heavy weaponry, presenting no semblance of a fierce warrior capable of taking down a giant bear in direct combat. However, Jiang Huairan, having immersed himself in the art of Qigong for many years, sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Lu Yuan upon closer observation. Lu Yuan's breathing was long and steady, as if it seamlessly blended with the surrounding environment. This state of tranquility was something even Jiang himself had to consciously strive to attain. What remarkable potential! What innate talent! Jiang Huairan silently praised. Having lived over half a century, he had encountered many so-called martial prodigies, yet none had ever evoked such a feeling within him. Ignoring Luo Tianhao and Captain Yu, he approached Lu Yuan. The bodyguards behind him quickly followed suit, vigilant and protective on either side. Other survivors in the camp, witnessing the renowned Master Jiang approach Lu Yuan, were filled with curiosity, wondering what this esteemed master intended to do. Jiang Huairan halted a short distance from Lu Yuan, scrutinizing him once more, his satisfaction growing with each glance, and his admiration for talent deepening. Speaking in a gentle tone, he said, "Young friend, I am Jiang Huairan, the honorary president of the Jiangzhou Martial Arts Association, and I possess some knowledge of breathing and health cultivation methods. I was astounded to hear that you single-handedly slayed a giant bear. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." After a brief pause, he continued, "I observe your extraordinary bone structure and steady breath. You are indeed a rare martial talent. In this era of fluctuating energies, it is the golden age for martial arts. If you dedicate yourself to practice, you may well catch up to those true paragons of excellence." Coincidentally, the martial arts prodigy of the younger generation in Jiangnan province, Yi Lingxiao, happens to be aboard this very Star River. I wonder where he is at this moment and if he is safe. Yi Lingxiao? This name was all too familiar to Lu Yuan. In his previous life, when the cataclysm struck, Yi Lingxiao rapidly emerged as a figure of extraordinary martial prowess, soon leading a team and becoming one of the earliest leaders among the survivor groups on the desolate island. At that time, Lu Yuan was merely an ordinary person struggling to survive at the bottom of the hierarchy, having caught distant glimpses of Yi Lingxiao. He had witnessed he effortlessly break massive trees that several people could barely embrace and engage in hand-to-hand combat with colossal mutated beasts. Like other survivors, Lu Yuan believed that Yi Lingxiao's extraordinary strength was a result of some fortunate encounter after the disaster, granting him exceptional abilities. Little did he know that Yi hailed from a prestigious martial arts family, possessing skills that were deeply rooted in tradition long before the cataclysm, and was already a renowned martial genius. Jiang Huairan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Young Lu, though you may have started later, you have arrived at a fortuitous time amidst these celestial changes. If you can receive my guidance, you may very well stand side by side with Yi Lingxiao in the great era to come." In his mind, there was no reason for a young person, faced with such a reputable master willing to take him as a disciple and offering such a bright future, to refuse. The survivors behind Jiang were utterly astonished by his words. A disciple? Master Jiang wishes to take Lu Yuan as his apprentice? An inner disciple. It requires imparting the most profound skills. This young man is incredibly fortunate to gain the favor of a master of qi. However, Lu Yuan did not display any signs of being surprised. His calm gaze met Jiang Huairan's as he inquired, "The changes in heaven and earth? A great era? What do you mean by this, Master Jiang? I would be grateful for your elaboration." Lu Yuan was indeed somewhat taken aback. This Jiang Huairan was the first, apart from himself, to recognize the notion of changes in heaven and earth. Although the martial talent and the methods of breathing and nurturing he spoke of seemed somewhat ludicrous to Lu Yuan, his insight was not without merit. In Lu Yuan's perspective, Jiang Huairan ultimately practiced martial arts, while he himself pursued the path of immortality. Their differing visions and starting points had already determined a vast chasm between them. Jiang Huairan did not anticipate that Lu Yuan would take an interest in his mention of the changes in heaven and earth. He was momentarily stunned. Then a cryptic smile appeared on his face. "I have cultivated for several decades and possess some understanding of the fluctuations in the energies of heaven and earth. Recently, I have noticed that these energies have become remarkably vibrant, akin to a long-dormant volcano awakening and erupting." These words resounded like thunder in the hearts of all surviving witnesses. Changes in heaven and earth. What were Master Jiang and Lu Yuan discussing? What is this vibrant energy? What is this great era? Why can I not comprehend? Chapter 101. The arrogance of refusing a mentor's grace. A revelation of secrets. The survivors on Lu Yuan's side were stirred into a frenzy. Many among them had witnessed with their own eyes Su Ping'an's miraculous transformation from a dying victim to a formidable being, capable of withstanding bullets. They had also seen Lu Yuan slay the terrifying Beastman and send the evolved Su Ping'an flying with a single blow. When the phrase abnormal changes in the world escaped the lips of the esteemed Master Jiang, it struck them like a lightning bolt, dispelling the fog of their understanding. Heavens! No wonder the news had reported unusual animal migrations across the globe and deep-sea fish washing ashore. It seemed a great calamity was indeed upon them. A young woman recalled the news she had seen aboard the Xingha ship, her voice trembling with trepidation. Lu Yuan listened quietly, yet his heart was clear. It appeared that Master Jiang, through decades of Qigong practice and a vague perception of the cosmic energies, had faintly sensed the world's transformation. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Master Jiang truly possesses extraordinary insight, able to discern the pulse of the times from such subtle changes. It is indeed remarkable. However, he quickly shifted his tone. You cannot teach me. Impudent. You insolent brat. How dare you disrespect Master Jiang in such a manner? Youth should embrace humility. As Lu Yuan's words fell, the group of survivors who had just regarded Jiang Huairan as their savior erupted in outrage. In their eyes, Master Jiang was a renowned Qigong master in Jiangnan province. His willingness to take this seemingly ordinary young man as his disciple was an immense blessing. Yet, this boy not only showed ingratitude but also audaciously confronted Master Jiang, clearly a fool unaware of his own insignificance. Grandfather, why waste your breath on such a person? The crowd turned to see a young girl, around 18 or 19 years old, pushing her way through the throng. Clad in outdoor sports attire with her hair neatly tied back, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with indignation as she glared at Lu Yuan. This girl was evidently Jiang Huairan's granddaughter. This boy is so disrespectful and ungrateful. What status do you hold, yet you eagerly wish to take him as a disciple? If he is unwilling, let him be. There are countless others who wish to study under you. What need have you for him? Her voice rang clear as she hastened to Jiang Huairan's side, tugging at his sleeve in displeasure. The survivors behind Jiang Huairan found her words reasonable, rallying in agreement. Indeed, Miss Jiang is right. Such a person is not worth your time. Master Jiang, we are all eager to learn some self-defense techniques from you. Meanwhile, the survivors at the camp felt a wave of apprehension for Lu Yuan. Li Shuowei thought to himself, who is this girl? Her words are so fierce. Brother Yuan is not someone to be trifled with. Luo Tianhao took delight in the misfortune, wishing for the conflict to escalate further, ideally to a point where Lu Yuan would offend both Jiang Huairan and his granddaughter. He eagerly anticipated the outcome. Liner, do not be disrespectful, Jiang Huairan admonished gently, casting a benevolent gaze upon his granddaughter, Jiang Liner. This young friend Lu, although his words may seem somewhat abrupt, may not necessarily harbor ill intent. It is I who have been presumptuous. He turned to the surrounding survivors who had expressed their discontent, signaling for them to quiet down before he continued. The notions I just articulated regarding the celestial changes and the energies akin to volcanic eruptions may indeed sound preposterous to the average person. It is only natural that you might find it difficult to comprehend, let alone you all, even I. If not for my decades of dedicated cultivation and some insight into the cosmic energies, would find it challenging to perceive the subtle transformations at play. To the ordinary person, such musings may appear as mere myth or the ramblings of a charlatan, and it is understandable that they might think so. Upon his declaration, not only did the survivors he had brought seem taken aback, but even Captain Yu and others on Lu Yuan's side displayed expressions of contemplation. Had they not witnessed the extraordinary powers of Su Ping'an and Lu Yuan firsthand, they would likely have dismissed the idea of celestial changes as nonsensical. Jiang Huairan chuckled softly and continued, perhaps young friend Lu perceives me as an unannounced elder, suddenly speaking of celestial transformations and expressing a desire to take him as my disciple, which indeed resembles the antics of those deceitful wanderers, causing him to be wary and perhaps even disrespectful, a reaction not without merit. He surmised that Lu Yuan might be the type who is oblivious to worldly affairs, engrossed solely in scholarly pursuits. Such individuals often possess remarkable talents and achievements in their respective fields, but may lack understanding of social niceties. Once Lu Yuan grasps these concepts, with his innate abilities and my guidance, his future will be boundless, and he will undoubtedly be grateful for my lack of resentment and my discerning eye. Lu Yuan regarded Jiang Huairan's self-satisfied expression with amusement, finding the old man's self-promotion rather amusing. However, he understood that his granddaughter, Jiang Liner, with her capricious temperament, would not be so easily appeased. Humph, grandfather, you are far too accommodating. Jiang Liner stood beside Jiang Huairan, arms crossed defiantly, her brows furrowed and eyes wide in indignation. Hey, I say you, what are you doing standing there like a wooden post while my grandfather has spoken so clearly? Her frustration grew as she continued. Even if you have never heard of my grandfather's name, is it too much to expect basic courtesy? When an elder speaks to you, you can't even spare a glance. Her tone dripped with disdain. Is hunting down a bear such an impressive feat? Let me tell you, this island is fraught with peril. The giant snakes and wolf packs we've encountered are far more ferocious than that bear. With your meager skills, should you ever face those creatures, you'd be little more than a snack. Jiang Linger's words were delivered with an air of arrogance and a palpable sense of superiority. To her disappointment, Lu Yuan, upon hearing her lengthy and sharp admonition, maintained an expression of serene indifference. He retained his previous posture and, with a calm voice, spoke. Old Master Jiang, there is a matter I find perplexing, and I would appreciate your guidance. Jiang Linger's reprimand abruptly ceased. She had not anticipated that Lu Yuan would choose to disregard her and instead direct his inquiry towards her grandfather. Jiang Huairan was also momentarily taken aback. Suppressing his inner confusion, he replied in a deep voice, Young friend Lu, please feel free to speak. I observe, Old Master Jiang, that while your demeanor is composed, there seems to be an underlying sense of instability, as if your vital energy is somewhat depleted. What? Jiang Huairan's expression changed dramatically. How could this young man discern such a thing? Chapter 102. The perils of ignoring one's ills. Within Jiang Huairan, tumultuous waves of emotion surged forth. He prided himself on possessing a sensitivity to the profound changes in the world, having recently noticed a heightened vitality in the cosmic energies, which rekindled his hopes for the ancestral techniques passed down through generations. Yet, he was acutely aware that over the past several decades, during an extensive period when the celestial energies had not yet revived, he had taken a divergent path by forcibly channeling his own vital essence to propel his techniques. This had undeniably led to a depletion of his physical vitality. Even his closest granddaughter, Jiang Linger, and the few loyal disciples who had accompanied him for years, were only aware that he occasionally entered seclusion for recuperation, unaware of the true state of his health. Now, however, this seemingly youthful man, merely a few steps away, had casually glanced at him and audaciously unveiled his secret. What tightened his chest was the presence of his most esteemed disciples standing behind him. They practiced the same techniques. If he were to admit to any ailment, it would imply to them that the arduous path they devoted themselves to might be a misguided venture, perhaps even a perilous dead end. This would not only undermine his authority as a master, but could also devastate the faith these young disciples held in the martial arts. Jiang Huairan, a seasoned veteran of the tumultuous world, although internally shaken, swiftly regained his composure. Suppressing the turmoil within, he feigned tranquility and offered a slight smile. Haha, young friend Lu, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. Although I am advanced in years, my constitution remains rather robust, and I regularly practice breath control and meditation. How could there be any truth to the notion of depleted vitality? At this moment, his granddaughter Jiang Linger, incensed by such slander against her grandfather, furrowed her brows and exclaimed, Hey, what is wrong with you? Can you not speak properly? My grandfather is in excellent health. How dare you spread such baseless accusations about him? The few disciples and bodyguards of the Jiang family, who had harbored discontent after Jiang Huairan's rejection of Lu Yuan, stepped forward, their gazes sternly fixed upon Lu Yuan. Youngster, one may be reckless with their food, but not with their words. We, the disciples who have long accompanied our master, are well aware of his condition. His profound mastery ensures that we, who cultivate the techniques he bestowed, experience abundant vitality and strength. How dare you, a mere child, attempt to undermine our resolve? The newly arrived survivors behind Jiang Huairan erupted in agreement. Master Jiang, you are far too magnanimous. To be confronted publicly by such a young upstart, yet remain so generous and forgiving, truly exemplifies the demeanor of a great master. They lamented the youth's audacity, noting that to receive guidance from Master Jiang was a rare fortune, and he had the audacity to question the master's health. It was nothing short of absurd. Indeed, Master Jiang, you need not pay heed to this buffoon. We all believe in you. The survivors, having previously faced the terrors of giant serpents and wolf packs, had long regarded the esteemed and skilled Jiang Huairan as their pillar of strength. At this moment, upon witnessing Master Jiang being unjustly maligned by Lu Yuan, it was only natural for one to rise in his defense. Lu Yuan regarded the clamorous crowd with a disdainful smile, though Jiang Huairan maintained a modest smile in response to the supportive words of those behind him. An unsettling sensation gripped his heart and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Casting a furtive glance at Lu Yuan, he noted the latter's enigmatic smile, which, despite its calmness, seemed to penetrate his faade, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. This disconcerting sensation rendered Jiang Huairan restless and anxious. He realized that prolonging this discourse would likely lead to public embarrassment. Hastily, he cleared his throat to divert the topic. Ah, Lu, my young friend, you jest. At my age, I am quite aware of my own physical condition. Turning his gaze towards the pile of bare meat in the center of the camp, he continued. Given our present hunger, it is imperative that we prioritize our sustenance. Young Lu, with such an abundance of bear meat, might you consider sharing some with our companions here? We have journeyed far and are in dire need of replenishing our strength. Although Jiang Linger remained displeased with Lu Yuan's earlier demeanor, she could only pout in silence as her grandfather requested food, her own hunger undeniable. However, Lu Yuan did not acquiesce to his request. The smile upon his face faded. Mr. Jiang, we can discuss the matter of food later. I possess a peculiar aversion to being misinterpreted and abhor the inversion of truth before my very eyes. Jiang Huairan's heart sank, sensing the impending dilemma. This young man was not one to relent easily. I prefer forthrightness in my speech, Lu Yuan continued, his gaze shifting to the indignant survivors behind Jiang Huairan before returning to the latter's facade of composure. What I stated about your vitality being compromised was merely an observation of a fact I have witnessed. Mr. Jiang, you must know better than anyone whether my words hold truth. You, one of Jiang Huairan's disciples, stepped forward, ready to reprimand Lu Yuan, but was halted by Jiang Huairan's raised hand. The elder's countenance had grown increasingly grave, and he forced a semblance of a smile. Young Lu, perhaps we can discuss this matter at a later time? It is crucial that we first address the immediate needs of our companions. He was reluctant to acknowledge his physical ailment in front of so many, especially before his disciples and granddaughter. Yet, Lu Yuan offered no reprieve. Perceiving Jiang Huairan's intent to maintain his lofty demeanor, he felt it necessary to deliver a gentle admonition to bring him back to reality. There is no need to postpone this discussion. It would be best to clarify matters now. Do you believe that by denying the truth and allowing these individuals to continue their tirades against me, you can conceal the fact that your body has long been frail beneath the faade of strength? Lu Yuan stepped closer, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Jiang Huairan. Or do you, in fact, care little for the well-being of your disciples and granddaughter? Will they continue to cultivate that technique which depletes their very essence, ultimately ending up in a fate akin to yours, exhausted and extinguished? What? Depleting one's essence? Grandfather, is what he said truly the case? Master, what on earth is happening? Jiang Linger and her fellow disciples instantly displayed expressions of shock and alarm. Under Lu Yuan's heart-wrenching interrogation, Jiang Huairan could no longer maintain his facade of composure. This was tantamount to publicly stripping away his last vestige of dignity. Master, please, utter a word. At this moment, the disciples were equally astonished and bewildered, unable to fathom that the technique they had diligently practiced could inflict harm upon themselves. Jiang Huairan's tightly clenched fists slackened helplessly, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the resolute gleam had vanished from his gaze. Alas, what Lu Xiaoyu said is indeed the truth. Chapter 103, Breaking Barriers with Words, Facing Peril Together. What? Master Jiang, he actually admitted it? Am I hearing things? Is this young man speaking the truth? How can this be possible? Master Jiang is a master of Qigong. The survivors behind Jiang Huairan, who had been filled with righteous indignation just moments ago, now stood as if struck by lightning. The esteemed Master Jiang was indeed compelled by this young man's mere words to publicly acknowledge his faults. Meanwhile, the survivors on Lu Yuan's side were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped. Luo Tianhao's expression was one of fluctuating emotions. He had initially hoped that Jiang Huairan would temper Lu Yuan's arrogance, but unexpectedly, Jiang Huairan had been subdued by Lu Yuan's few remarks. What kind of prodigy is Lu Yuan? Captain Yu and Su Mingyao exchanged glances, aware of Lu Yuan's exceptional abilities. Yet they had not anticipated that he could compel a long-revered master to publicly confess his errors in such a manner. Grandfather. Jiang Linger was the first to snap out of her shock, unable to believe her ears. Master. The disciples of Jiang Huairan were equally incredulous. The legacy they had always taken pride in was, in fact, a source of harm. Jiang Huairan raised his hand to halt his disciple's inquiries, a sorrowful smile gracing his face. There is no need to say more. It is I who have wronged you. Were it not for young friend Lu's enlightening words today, I would likely remain obstinately ignorant, even watching you follow in my footsteps. He turned once more to Lu Yuan, his gaze now pleading. Young friend Lu, I acknowledge my mistakes. My only request is that you, for the sake of their potential, guide them onto the right path. I am willing to stake my life on it. At this moment, the once mighty elder of the martial arts world in Jiangnan province had tears welling in his eyes. Master Jiang, dry your tears, they hold no value here. I do not engage in unprofitable transactions, nor do I rescue others without cause. Lu Yuan's voice was nearly icy. Jiang Linger looked at her grandfather, now weeping openly. And she had never imagined that the usually formidable Jiang Huairan would display such vulnerability. Lu Yuan, do not take it too far. Jiang Linger, who had always been cherished and adored, had never endured such humiliation. My grandfather is sincerely seeking your guidance. Even if you choose not to assist, there is no need to add insult to injury with such scornful words. Faced with Jiang Linger's tearful and furious questioning, Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He was neither softened by Jiang Huairan's tears nor angered by Jiang Linger's offense. The sorrow and fury of this grandfather-granddaughter duo were to him merely a gentle breeze brushing against the mountains or the bright moon illuminating the great river. He gazed calmly at Jiang Huairan and expressed his keen interest in the earlier mentioned battle between the giant serpent and the pack of wolves. Jiang Huairan paused momentarily, asking, Giant serpent and wolves? Lu Yuan nodded and articulated his desire to learn every detail of that conflict. This intelligence might provide him with insights to address Jiang's physical condition. Jiang Huairan steadied his emotions. Given that Lu Yuan had proposed a condition, he reasoned that if his information held value, it could perhaps secure a glimmer of hope for himself, his grandson, and several disciples. We were originally seeking a water source, but inadvertently ventured into that valley. Shortly after entering, we heard a cacophony of roars and collisions emanating from the forest ahead. Jiang Huairan's complexion paled, emboldened by the cloak of night. We cautiously approached, and then beheld a colossal serpent. It was more robust than any python I have ever encountered, at least a full girth thicker than my own waist. At the mention of such a monstrous creature, the surrounding survivors gasped in horror. Opposing the serpent was a pack of wolves. Not numerous, perhaps only 7 or 8, but each was significantly larger than ordinary wild wolves, their eyes a menacing crimson, exhibiting a remarkable coordination that transcended that of typical beasts. Jiang Huairan continued, the strength of that giant serpent was astounding. With a mere flick of its tail, it could shatter several trees. The wolves, undeterred by death, repeatedly lunged to tear at it. Although some were ensnared or tossed aside by the serpent, they consistently found opportunities to inflict wounds upon its body. He sighed deeply. We were utterly terrified and dared not linger. Seizing the moment while they were embroiled in battle, we stealthily retreated from the valley and fled back to the coastline. What happened thereafter remains a mystery to us, but I would never dare return to that place. It is far too sinister. Upon absorbing Jiang Huairan's account, Lu Yuan fell into contemplation. A location that could incite 2 mutated creatures to risk their lives in conflict likely harbored some extraordinary treasure or a resource beneficial for their evolution. Mr. Jiang, Lu Yuan began, this information is somewhat valuable. Observing Jiang Huairan's hopeful gaze, he continued, however, relying solely on verbal accounts is akin to gazing through a fog. I require you to personally escort me to ascertain the precise location and conditions of that valley. Jiang Huairan's expression shifted dramatically. What? To that valley? Young Master Lu, that is unwise. It is far too perilous. The giant serpent and the wolves are forces beyond human capability to contend with. To venture recklessly would be to court death. His granddaughter Jiang Linger and several disciples behind him also displayed expressions of fear. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Danger? Mr. Jiang, after so many years of cultivation, do you not grasp a fundamental truth? The essence of cultivation is to defy the heavens, to contend with nature, humanity, and indeed, to confront one's own timidity. If one remains hesitant, fearful, and solely seeks comfort, how can one hope for advancement or to glimpse the higher realms? Lu Yuan's voice resonated with a profound intensity. You previously spoke of the upheaval of the heavens and earth, of a grand era approaching. Have you considered that in the face of such monumental tides, mere retreat and evasion will ultimately render you as the waves that crash upon the shore. Stripped of even the privilege to become a mere splash? Jiang Huairan was profoundly stirred by Lu Yuan's words. His spirit ignited. He gazed at the young man before him, feeling a sense of inferiority in the presence of Lu Yuan's unwavering resolve and insatiable thirst for power. It reminded him of his own youth, when in pursuit of martial breakthroughs, he had boldly sought out renowned masters and ventured into perilous terrains to hone his skills. That relentless determination to grow stronger, regardless of the obstacles, surged back into his heart once more. Chapter 104. The mundane martial path comes to an end. Lu Xiaoyu spoke of. Jiang Huairan murmured. A martial artist should indeed face challenges head-on. How could one falter in the face of a mere hint of danger? He clenched his teeth resolutely. I have lived more than half a lifetime. Yet at this juncture, I find myself less perceptive than you, a young one. I shall accompany you to that valley. Grandfather, Jiang Linger exclaimed, both anxious and angry. She could not comprehend why her grandfather was so easily swayed by Lu Yuan's few words, for she had witnessed the valley's terrors with her own eyes. I shall go too. Jiang Linger stamped her foot, making her decision. Jiang Huairan glanced at his granddaughter, knowing he could not dissuade her, and could only sigh in resignation. You, my dear girl, alas, be cautious on the journey, and do not act recklessly. Lu Yuan was quite pleased with Jiang Huairan's resolution. Having Jiang Linger along posed no significant risk to him. Let us set off immediately. The other survivors in the camp erupted into a flurry of commotion. Are they truly going? Is that place not inhabited by colossal serpents and wolf packs? Miss Jiang is going too? What about her, being just a girl? With Lu Yuan gone, and Master Jiang following, what shall we do? What if we encounter further danger? Many faces betrayed concern. For after their experiences on the deserted island, they had come to regard Lu Yuan as their pillar of support. Captain Yu stepped forward. Classmate Lu, Master Jiang. Your journey is fraught with peril, and we need personnel to safeguard the camp as well. If you depart, what if we face another attack? Lu Yuan surveyed the anxious survivors and cast a glance at the half-conscious Su Ping'an, who was being force-fed water by Guan Yaxiong. His heart stirred. He indeed required Jiang Huairan as a guide to the valley, yet he could not entirely neglect the safety of the camp. After all, these ordinary survivors remained vital tools for him to acquire spiritual crystals. He approached Captain Yu and handed over his firearm. This gun, I entrust to you for the time being. You understand its use better than I. Though the ammunition is limited, it can provide some measure of self-defense. A gun. Captain Yu and the surrounding survivors stared wide-eyed at the pistol being offered by Lu Yuan. Although they had seen him wield a gun against Su Ping'an before, they had assumed it was a treasured weapon he would never easily reveal. They were astonished that he would temporarily entrust such a crucial armament to the camp. Li Shuawei was so excited he slapped his thigh. Brother Yuan, you are truly chivalrous. A real hero. Captain Yu accepted the holster with trepidation. Classmate Lu, you also need to protect yourself? What if? Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. I know my own limits. Safeguard the camp and await my return. He cast a glance at Jiang Linger, who seemed poised to speak, but upon meeting his gaze, she swallowed her words. He ceased to speak further and nodded at Jiang Huairan, saying, Mr. Jiang, please lead the way. Jiang Huairan glanced at his granddaughter beside him, and then instructed his disciples, You all remain here to assist Captain Yu in guarding the camp and ensuring everyone's safety. Master, we want to accompany you. The disciples protested, eager to join. That will not be necessary. With me and Ling Er accompanying young friend Lu, it will suffice. Jiang Huairan replied with resolute conviction. He then took the lead, heading toward the northwest direction of the island. Lu Yuan followed leisurely behind him, with Jiang Ling Er closely trailing, and soon, the trio vanished into the dense fringes of the jungle. As they ventured deeper into the thicket, the path beneath their feet grew increasingly rugged. Although Jiang Huairan's steps were steady, he appeared somewhat hindered compared to Lu Yuan, who moved with ease. Jiang Ling Er, on the other hand, kept pace with her grandfather, relying on her youthful vigor and martial training, though her breath quickened slightly. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan maintained a light-footed stride and a measured breath, as if the challenging terrain posed no obstacle to him. After approximately an hour of trekking, Jiang Huairan noted that Lu Yuan's demeanor remained unflustered and his breath steady, which elevated his regard for him even further. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Young friend Lu, I observe your nimble movements and enduring breath. Your internal cultivation must have reached an extraordinary realm, far surpassing this old man's external training. May I ask which school you hail from? To possess such prowess at your age is truly remarkable. In response, Lu Yuan simply replied, I have indeed practiced a bit. Hearing this, Jiang Huairen was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Initially, he had presumed Lu Yuan merely possessed good aptitude, but it was now evident that he was endowed with profound teachings. With a sigh, he lamented, alas, in this age of transformation, it is indeed a realm for the youth. Here we old-timers have toiled for a decade. Yet we likely fall short of what you younger generations achieve in but a year of cultivation in this new era. Lu Yuan smiled non-committally, choosing not to elaborate. For the realms of mundane martial arts and the path of immortality were not to be compared. Jiang Ling Air regarded Lu Yuan's silhouette with curiosity. He always bore an air of tranquility, as if nothing could rattle him. At last, Jiang Huairen could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, Young friend Lu, I find myself perplexed by one matter, and I humbly seek your guidance. You mentioned earlier that my vital energy is depleted. How did you perceive this? I consider myself to possess a restrained breath and a harmonious operation of my techniques, such that ordinary individuals would be unable to discern any hints, even among my fellow practitioners. Without pausing in his stride, Lu Yuan responded, Mr. Jiang, are you aware that all things in the universe operate according to a fundamental principle, the conservation of energy? Conservation of energy? Both Jiang Huairen and Jiang Ling Air were taken aback. They had heard this term before, a concept from physics. What relevance could it have to martial arts? Lu Yuan continued, normal cultivation involves absorbing the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body through specific methods, refining it into personal energy. This process entails a continuous acquisition of energy from the external world to fortify oneself. Lu Yuan turned his gaze toward Jiang Huairen. In times past, when the spiritual energy of the world was scarce, the techniques you cultivated struggled to draw sufficient energy from the external environment. In your pursuit of power, you depleted your own vital essence to compensate for that deficiency. He fixed his eyes on Jiang Huairen and continued, if my estimations are accurate, esteemed Elder Jiang, your current state may appear to possess some internal strength, yet in truth, you are on the verge of exhaustion. If you do not seek a remedy soon, you may not survive beyond 3 years. Jiang Linger stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. 3 years. Grandfather has only 3 years left. Jiang Huairen was equally shaken. The weight of Lu Yuan's words was overwhelming. He had long attributed the changes in the world to fluctuations in vitality, believing it to be a manifestation of a macrocosmic force that ebbed and flowed. Yet now, from Lu Yuan's lips, he heard a more systematic and precise terminology, the spiritual energy of the universe. Moreover, Lu Yuan's descriptions reflected an intimate understanding of the variations in this spiritual energy. This realization made Jiang Huairen feel as if his decades of pride in his own insights were but the trivial arithmetic of a primary school student trying to impress a university professor. Utterly superficial and laughable. Spiritual energy, spiritual energy. Jiang Huairen struggled to assimilate this novel concept, attempting to connect it with his own understanding of vitality. Here he was, in his advanced years, self-proclaimed as a master, yet his comprehension of the world's transformations paled in comparison to the clarity exhibited by this young man. Chapter 105. The emergence of extraordinary abilities at this moment. Jiang Linger interjected, expressing her discontent with Lu Yuan's nonchalant demeanor. That valley is truly perilous. The last time we were merely at the outskirts, yet we encountered terrifying giant serpents and packs of wolves. What if we face danger again? She turned to Lu Yuan. You speak so lightly of it, but should we truly encounter those monsters, do not be the first to flee, leaving my grandfather behind. Lu Yuan cast her a sidelong glance. Provocation holds no sway over me. As long as you remain of value, I shall ensure your survival. Jiang Linger, infuriated by his words, felt her cheeks flush. Jiang Huairen quickly intervened, smiling apologetically at Lu Yuan. Please excuse my granddaughter. She is merely concerned for my safety and means no harm. However, I urge you to take the dangers of that valley seriously. I witnessed firsthand the enormity of that serpent, its scales impervious to ordinary weapons. And the wolves are exceedingly cunning, working in perfect unison. If they remain, we must exercise utmost caution in our approach. Lu Yuan nodded, signaling for Jiang Huairen to lead the way. Such pretense. Zhang Linger thought to herself, resolving to probe Lu Yuan's abilities at the first opportunity. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the light grew dimmer, with towering trees blocking out the sun and vines intertwining. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of birdsong or insect sounds. "Grandfather, look!" Zhang Linger suddenly exclaimed. Before them stood a tree, as thick as a barrel, violently snapped in half, its jagged edges stained with dark brown blood. Surrounding the trunk were enormous claw marks imprinted in the muddy ground. Jiang Huairan marveled. "These marks belong to the wolves. When we were here last, this tree was intact, which means they returned afterward." Lu Yuan approached the claw marks, crouching to examine them closely. The strength behind these marks is formidable. The giant serpent likely sustained significant injuries. The footprints are fresh, indicative of a recent presence. Jiang Huairan, feeling anxious, inquired, "It seems they have not vacated this area. Should we proceed?" Lu Yuan stood, his tone calm and resolute. "We have come this far. Retreating is not an option. Let us continue." As they delved further, the metallic scent of blood intensified. Zhang Linger, observing Lu Yuan's composed confidence, deliberately quickened her pace, aiming to outdistance him on the rugged path and assert her prowess. However, as she accelerated, she noticed a figure glide past her with the grace of the wind. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yuan had effortlessly surpassed her, maintaining a leisurely stride with nary a change in his breathing. Zhang Linger was taken aback, realizing that her once proud agility seemed utterly ineffective before him. She clenched her teeth, eager to follow suit, yet no matter how hard she tried, she remained at a constant distance from Lu Yuan. He always managed to stay in sync with her, his effortless demeanor sending a chill of apprehension down her spine as she pursued him. Jiang Huairan observed his granddaughter's small actions, sighing inwardly. Lu Yuan's fluid movement and enduring inner strength displayed the poise of a master, while Linger's cultivation was evidently insufficient. As they drew closer to the valley Jiang Huairan had mentioned, the sweet, metallic scent in the air intensified, invigorating Lu Yuan's spirit as he sensed they were nearing their target. Finally, they emerged from a dense thicket, revealing a circular valley before them. The valley floor was level, with a crystal-clear stream flowing through it. Steep rock walls flanked both sides, adorned with vines and moss. The most striking feature of the valley was a towering ancient tree, its trunk so wide that it would take more than 10 people to encircle it. Its crown resembled a giant umbrella, with thick branches nearly obscuring the sky, while wisps of white mist curled around its leaves. Jiang Huairan pointed to the ancient tree, exclaiming, "The last time we encountered the giant snake and wolf pack. It was near this tree." Just as they prepared to venture into the valley for exploration, a series of human shouts echoed from deep within. "Is there someone there? How could anyone be here?" Jiang Huairan exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, signaling for silence. The three exchanged a knowing glance and, in tacit agreement, lowered their bodies, stealthily navigating toward the source of the voices, using the dense foliage for cover. "Brother, look. The commotion over there is dwindling. It seems that the foul snake and those wolf cubs are on the verge of a deadly clash. If you hadn't intervened last time with that fiery blast to scare off the old wolf king, we might have been done for. Indeed, those two beasts have been at it for so long, a resolution is inevitable. We shall wait nearby, and once they are exhausted or mutually defeated, we can swoop in and claim the spoils." At these words, Jiang Huairan and Zhang Linger exchanged alarmed glances. The giant snake and wolf pack they had previously encountered were still present, and it seemed the battle was nearing its conclusion. These individuals were intent on reaping the benefits of the conflict. "Your prowess is evidently more than sufficient to deal with these beasts. However, every time you employ that fiery power, it takes a toll on you. This time, if they exhaust themselves in their own battle, it will indeed save you considerable effort. Leader, you truly are the chosen one. Among us, you are the only one who has undergone such a transformation. We thought you were ill, but it turns out you have gained these celestial abilities through adversity." The man referred to as the leader nodded slightly. "I sense something else drawing me. Once those two beasts determine a victor, not only must you handle their remains, but you must also thoroughly search their bodies for anything of value." "Understood, leader." Several men received their orders and immediately dispersed, commencing a meticulous search. 3 of them stealthily parted the foliage before them, revealing a group of ragged men gathered in a clearing. At that moment, a tall figure, referred to as Big Brother by his subordinates, slowly turned to face them. Both Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger felt a chill run down their spines. The man bore a fierce countenance, with a menacing scar that slashed diagonally down from his left temple. The sight of the scarred face startled Jiang Linger, prompting her to instinctively shrink behind Jiang Huairan. Though she often exhibited a somewhat spoiled demeanor, her inexperience in the world led her to silently pray not to be noticed by the stranger. Big Brother, what's wrong? One of the subordinates, noticing the scarred man's unusual expression, quickly approached and inquired in a hushed tone. The scarred man waved his hand dismissively, his voice low and serious. It's nothing. Perhaps I am just being overly cautious. Have the brothers stay alert. Do not merely wait for those two brutes to finish. This forest is treacherous, and one can never be too sure what other dangers may be lurking. Understood, Big Brother. The subordinate replied promptly before turning to alert the others. Only Lu Yuan, upon witnessing the scarred man's turn, allowed himself a faint smile, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. What a narrow path for foes to cross. It was this very scarred man who, aboard the Star River, had attempted to harass Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming with a few accomplices, only to be met with Lu Yuan's retaliatory strike from a wine bottle, subsequently exposed as a smuggler and forced to flee in disgrace. Chapter 106. The Theft of the Treasure and the Wrath of the Giant Serpent. Lu Yuan gestured for Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger to remain calm, whispering, "You two stay here. No matter what happens, do not make a sound or act rashly. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Huairan understood that Lu Yuan had his own plans and nodded in agreement. "We will wait here." Jiang Linger felt somewhat discontent with Lu Yuan's commanding tone. Yet she recognized that this was not the moment for defiance, so she merely pouted in acknowledgement. Without further ado, Lu Yuan meticulously observed the distribution and search patterns of Scarface's men, then swiftly maneuvered towards the ancient tree in silence. At that moment, Scarface's subordinates were scattered around the tree, grumbling in frustration. "Damn it, this wretched tree is so massive. What treasure could possibly be hidden here that has our boss so invested? Who knows? Regardless, the boss has spoken, and we must search diligently. If we find it, there will surely be a reward." Lu Yuan took all this in. Though these individuals had likely endured some trials after the cataclysm, they remained fundamentally ordinary, their senses far less acute than those of an evolved being. He deftly circled to the back of the ancient tree, where the foliage was dense and the light dim. With a gentle push of his toes against the rough bark, he ascended like a nimble monkey, swiftly and silently climbing the stout trunk. Scarface's men, despite their continued search around the tree, remained oblivious to Lu Yuan's ascent. Soon, he reached the treetop, where a panoramic view of the surroundings unveiled itself. A faint energy fluctuation permeated the air. Following the increasingly potent energy waves, Lu Yuan navigated through the lush leaves, parting them to approach the core area. Amidst the crisscrossing branches, a fruit the size of a baby's fist hung quietly. This fruit was a vibrant green, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, pulsating rhythmically like a living heart. With each pulse, it emitted a halo of soft green light, infusing the surrounding air with a vibrant, life-affirming hue. An intense aura of spiritual energy emanated from this heart, intoxicating to the senses. Could this truly be the Tai Qingling fruit? Lu Yuan's heart raced with astonishment. The essence borne by this ancient tree was of an unexpectedly exceptional quality. Ensuring the area remained secure, he noted that Scarface's men continued their fruitless search below. Completely unaware of the extraordinary developments above, he refrained from disturbing the obstructing leaves and inched closer to the pulsating Tai Qingling fruit. The nearer he drew, the more the rich vitality enveloped him, causing every cell in his body to rejoice. He promptly settled cross-legged on the sturdy branch, his figure entirely concealed by the dense foliage. With hands as gentle as if cradling a rare treasure, he carefully plucked the Tai Qingling fruit from its perch, cradling it in his palm. As Lu Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly sank into the energy sea of his dantian, and the wandering furnace sutra began to operate with a resounding force. The pulsation frequency of the emerald green Tai Qingling fruit accelerated dramatically, and its surface aura became even more radiant. Spiritual energy surged forth like a vibrant green rainbow, wildly pouring out and transforming into a massive torrent of energy, which Lu Yuan voraciously inhaled through his mouth and nose. The tumultuous and pure energy roared within him, crashing against his meridians like an army of thousands. 281 meridians. Break. 285 meridians. Break. 300 meridians. The Great Barrier shattered. 301 meridians. A delicate layer of greenish light began to seep from the surface of Lu Yuan's body, enveloping him entirely, as waves of rich vitality emanated from him. The number of his connected spiritual meridians surged at an alarming speed. With each new connection, his strength, speed, and senses were significantly enhanced, and the sensation of a transformative rebirth intoxicated him. He was utterly immersed in the exhilarating rush of his rapidly escalating power. As if he had merged with the ancient tree, feeling the ceaseless flow of life energy circulating within him, elevating him. Everything outside was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, the henchmen of the scar-faced man continued their aimless search beneath the tree. Damn it, this wretched tree has nothing but an abundance of leaves. One henchman impatiently hacked at the obstructing vines with his knife. Has the boss made a mistake? What treasure could possibly be here? Quit your nonsense. The boss said there is, so there is. If you dare to slack off, be careful he skins you alive. Another henchman reprimanded in a low voice. Just as they were complaining, a chilling hiss echoed from the other end of the valley. Hiss. The sound was sharp and filled with agitation. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly, accompanied by a rustling sound, as if something was swiftly moving towards the ancient tree. What is that sound? The henchmen of the scar-faced man were startled and quickly halted their actions, looking warily towards the source of the noise. The scar-faced man's expression changed. He recognized that sound. It was the damned giant serpent. It was still alive. This is bad. The giant snake is coming. Everyone, stay alert. The scar-faced man shouted to his subordinates, tightening his grip on his weapon. No sooner had he spoken than a massive shadow suddenly burst forth from the dense forest at the valley's entrance. It was the giant serpent, scarred yet still menacing. Its enormous body slithered across the ground, flattening grass and sending stones flying. As it flicked its forked tongue, it emitted a heart-stopping hiss. With its slitted eyes fixed on the direction of the ancient tree, brimming with ferocity. Clearly, it had sensed that the Tai Chingling fruit had been taken. This creature guards the unripe, the key to its evolution. Hurry, stop it. Do not allow it to approach. The scar-faced man mistakenly believes that this serpent is seeking vengeance for the intrusion of his gang into its territory. He urgently commands his subordinates to resist. A fierce glint shines in his eyes. Brothers, arm yourselves. This beast is undoubtedly targeting us. Today, it is either its demise or our survival. Slay it, and its gall and flesh shall be ours. His subordinates, filled with a wild frenzy, bravely charged at the colossal serpent. Beast, meet your end, cried a man wielding a sharpened spear as he lunged towards the giant serpent. Clang! The spear collided with the serpent's resilient scales, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, leaving only a faint mark, utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. The giant serpent, enraged by the assault, lashed its tail violently. Bang! The spear-wielding man was sent hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed into a massive tree, collapsing to the ground, his fate appearing grim. Ahu! Beast! Come forth! The scar-faced man, his eyes bulging with rage, glimmering with madness, opened his mouth wide. A torrent of orange flames erupted from his lips. Resembling a fire dragon, surging forth with searing heat towards the advancing giant serpent. Chapter 107. Turmoil in the Valley of Serpents' demise. This was indeed the extraordinary flame ability wielded by Scarface. Although each use drained significant energy, it proved to be unexpectedly effective in the heat of battle. Hiss! The colossal serpent, clearly taken aback by the human's ability to breathe fire, was caught off guard as the flame seared its head, causing its scales to sizzle. The excruciating pain elicited a shriek from the giant serpent, which swiftly recoiled to evade the flames, while its thick, powerful tail swept menacingly towards Scarface and his subordinates. Scatter! Scarface bellowed, realizing that his initial assault had failed to incapacitate the serpent and had instead provoked its ferocity. He quickly rolled to the side to evade the impending strike. Unfortunately, his subordinates were not so fortunate. Thud! Accompanied by a few agonized cries, two of his men, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the serpent's tail, which lashed out like a steel whip. The sickening sound of shattered bones was unmistakable. The remaining subordinates, witnessing this horror, were utterly terrified and fled in disarray. crying out for their mothers as they raced towards the entrance of the valley, desperate to distance themselves from the monstrous creature. Scarface, seeing his men scatter like frightened birds, was infuriated and cursed, "A bunch of useless fools." He, too, dared not advance. The ferocity of the serpent instilled a deep-seated fear in him. He had initially hoped to wear down the serpent with the help of his subordinates before seizing the opportunity for a fatal strike. But it was evident that such hopes were now futile. Meanwhile, hidden within the dense foliage not far away, Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger were rendered pale by the blood-soaked brutality of the battle unfolding before them. As the serpent thrashed wildly, its tail suddenly lashed out, striking precisely where Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger were concealed. "Linger, retreat." In this moment of peril, Jiang Huairan had no time to think. He forcefully pushed Jiang Linger backward while simultaneously bracing himself against the ground. The two of them, propelled by the force of the recoil, slid several meters away, showcasing a semblance of a martial arts master's agility. Boom! Just as they had retreated, the serpent's tail crashed down upon their former hiding spot. The thicket was instantly flattened, with dirt and debris flying in all directions. Once Jiang Linger regained her footing and turned to witness the devastation left by the serpent's tail, she felt a lingering dread. Though they had narrowly escaped this deadly strike, they had inadvertently exposed themselves to Scarface and his men, who were engaged in a fierce struggle with the serpent. There are others. Scarface, locked in a standoff with the serpent, felt a surge of rage as he suddenly spotted two figures emerging from the side, an elder and a youth. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. What a perfect opportunity. He cared not for the identities of these two. To him, this was an exquisite chance to exploit the serpent's momentary distraction. "Beast, die!" With a fierce roar, the scarred-faced man summoned the flames within him once more. The vivid orange flames erupted from his right arm, spreading rapidly as if animated, enveloping the heavy mountain cleaver in an instant. The intense heat distorted the air around him. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, veins bulging as he channeled all his strength into this singular strike. With a fierce hiss, the flame-enshrouded blade pierced through the formidable scales of the colossal serpent, releasing a pungent scent of charred flesh from the creature's wound. The aroma wafted through the air, a testament to the serpent's agony as it emitted a tortured hiss, thrashing its massive body against the ground, colliding wildly with the surrounding rocks and trees. The scarred-faced man, having struck a decisive blow, stepped back, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He had indeed dealt a grievous injury to this terrifying beast. At that moment, his subordinates, who had fled in terror from the valley, lingered at the entrance for quite some time. Hearing the serpent's cries weaken and noticing the absence of further disturbances, they bravely crept back inside. Upon witnessing the once mighty serpent now lying weakly on the ground, and their leader standing triumphantly with his weapon, their faces transformed into expressions of obsequious admiration. "Brother, you are magnificent. Truly unmatched. You have slain such a colossal creature," they exclaimed, their voices filled with flattery. "We knew you could do it. No matter how ferocious this beast, it stood no chance against your blade." One clever individual hastily defended, "We did not flee. We were merely scouting the area for other threats." The scarred-faced man scoffed, casting a disdainful glare at these inept followers. However, buoyed by his victory, he dismissed their incompetence with a wave of his hand. His gaze then shifted to the figures of Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger not far off. "You two have chosen quite the moment to appear," he sneered, licking his lips. "While my brothers and I were risking our lives against this beast, where were you hiding?" Jiang Huairan shielded Jiang Linger protectively, his expression grave. "Esteemed sir, we were merely passing through and meant no offense. Since you have vanquished the creature, we shall take our leave, causing you no further disturbance." The scarred-faced man let out a mocking laugh. "Leave? How naive." His gaze roamed over Jiang Linger with unabashed desire. "Given that this girl is rather pleasing to the eye, I think I shall keep her to serve me. As for you, old man, you are merely a hindrance, and I shall send you on your way to join my fallen brothers." The subordinates, who had just moments ago been groveling, now wore sinister smiles as they advanced toward the Jiang family. "Old man, those who possess wisdom should willingly accept their fate, thus sparing themselves from further torment. Ah, dear beauty, do not be afraid. Your guardian shall treat you with utmost care." The foul language was unbearable to hear, and the crude weapons brandished by a few men were directed towards the grandfather and granddaughter, who found themselves cornered. "You shameless wretch!" Jiang Linger exclaimed. her delicate face flushed with indignation. She had never endured such humiliation. Jiang Huairan, equally enraged, though weakened, still retained his martial prowess. And dealing with these common ruffians posed no challenge. Stepping forward, he shielded his granddaughter, his voice resonating with authority. You, sir, are indeed overstepping your bounds. Do you truly believe this old man to be an easy target? With a flourish of his arms, his sleeves billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. He established a firm stance, raising his hands in a deliberate manner, forming a stance of readiness. The glimmer in Jiang Huairan's eyes radiated with intensity, despite his advanced age. His presence remained formidable. The scarred face of the ruffian and his cohorts, once grinning, now found their expressions frozen in disbelief as they sensed the sudden surge of power emanating from Jiang Huairan. At this pivotal moment, a haunting and prolonged howl echoed from the wooded slopes of the valley. The calls reverberated, as though countless ravenous wolves were encircling from the western horizon. Chapter 108. The furnace of all things, casting the foundation of the Tao. What sound is that? Scarface's expression shifted dramatically. It's wolves. The pack has returned. One of his subordinates exclaimed in terror. On the narrow paths flanking the valley, shadows of wolves began to emerge, gradually tightening their encirclement, trapping the group in the center of the valley. Leading the pack was a massive white wolf, striding gracefully into the fray. Its gaze lacked the usual ferocity of wild beasts, instead revealing a glint of cunning. This was the Wolf King that had previously battled the giant serpent. Now it had returned, exuding an air of calm that suggested it was waiting to reap the benefits of other strife. Scarface and his remaining few subordinates found themselves at the heart of the wolves' encirclement. Wolves, the Wolf King. One of the subordinates trembled in fear. Brother, what should we do? Another subordinate had already turned pale as death. Whoa! The Wolf King stepped forward, unleashing a howl that sounded like the clarion call to attack. The wolves' eyes gleamed with ferocity, and like arrows released from a bow, they lunged simultaneously from both flanks. A chilling scream erupted as one of Scarface's subordinates was the first to be pinned to the ground by two ravenous wolves. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The poor soul had no time to utter more sounds before his body convulsed violently and fell silent. Help! Brother, save me! Another man was caught by a wolf that had clamped down on his thigh, the excruciating pain causing him to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet he was powerless to halt the voracious beast's gnawing. Meanwhile, several other wolves surged toward Scarface from different directions, encircling him completely. Grandfather, be careful! Jiang Ling'er screamed as she witnessed a slate-gray giant wolf stealthily maneuvering to Jiang Huairan's rear, seizing the moment when his focus was drawn to the frontal pack to launch a sudden attack. Dare you, foul creature! Jiang Huairan, having trained in martial arts for decades, though aged and somewhat depleted in vitality, retained a sharp instinct for combat. He suddenly sank his waist and launched a right punch like a battering ram. Bang! Jiang Huairan's furious punch struck true, landing squarely on the vulnerable abdomen of the gray wolf. The wolf emitted a heart-wrenching howl. For the abdomen is one of the most vulnerable points on a wolf's body. This heavy blow sent it crashing away. Though Jiang Huairan had scored a decisive hit, his expression did not reflect triumph. Instead, he gravely instructed Jiang Ling'er, remember, wolves have tough heads and iron bones, but their abdomens are their weakest points. When facing an enemy, strike at their weaknesses and avoid their strengths. No sooner had he spoken than two even fiercer black wolves roared and charged from either side. The grandfather and granddaughter fought while retreating, finding themselves in a dire predicament. Yet, thanks to Jiang Huairan's vast experience and Jiang Ling'er's agility, they managed to hold their ground for the moment. Meanwhile, Scarface found himself embroiled in a fierce battle as well. The pungent scent of blood incited the wolves into a frenzy. The scarred-faced man, drenched in blood, felt his once mighty flame abilities diminish after relentless bursts of energy, rendering the flames coiling around his arm dim and feeble, greatly reducing their potency. The mountain cleaver in his grasp had dulled from continuous hacking, and his body bore numerous claw marks. Had it not been for his evolved vitality, he would have surely succumbed by now. At that moment, the aloof, white wolf king sprang into action, lunging toward Jiang Huairan. Oh no! Jiang Huairan thought to evade, but the exhausting battles had already depleted much of his strength. There was no escaping. He could only raise his arms to defend himself. The Wolf King's massive paw struck down upon his arms. Pain surged through Jiang Huairan as if his bones were about to shatter, sending him hurtling backward. "Grandfather!" Jiang Linger cried out in anguish. The Wolf King, having dispatched what it perceived as the greatest threat, significantly alleviated the pressure on the scarred man. Witnessing this, the scarred man let out a fierce roar, enhancing the power of his flaming blade to repel the two wolves before him, and he turned to make a desperate dash toward the valley's entrance. However, just a few steps into his escape, he was confronted by several agile, hungry wolves emerging from the dense forest on either side, forcing him back into the encirclement. Damn it! The scarred man felt a chill in his heart. These beasts were cunning enough to deploy their forces, leaving him no chance of escape. Seeing her grandfather's life hanging by a thread and herself besieged by the pack, Jiang Linger, in her despair, summoned every ounce of strength to call out, "Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan!" Yet the valley remained silent, with only the sound of the wind and the wolves' howls echoing back. The scarred man, upon hearing Jiang Linger's plea, paused in confusion. Lu Yuan? Which Lu Yuan? He recalled the young man aboard the Star River who had exposed their secrets. That fellow was nearby. Lu Yuan. He was indeed in the vicinity. That bastard. Was he lurking in the shadows, merely spectating? The scarred man had not anticipated that he would be toyed with by that rogue in his final moments. Regret washed over him for not having shot Lu Yuan dead on the ship. Lu Yuan, you coward. If you have any guts, come out and face me. The scarred man bellowed. A melodious and prolonged howl echoed from the treetops. The ravenous wolves, caught in their frenzied attack, suddenly halted, their bloodthirsty eyes betraying a primal unease, their assault instinctively slackening. The White Wolf King lifted its head sharply, directing its gaze toward the source of the howl, its eyes brimming with wariness and agitation. Jiang Huairan, having resigned himself to his fate, felt a jolt at the sound that had stilled the pack. As the howl faded, a figure descended gracefully from the treetops like a feather. Lu Yuan's garments fluttered gently in the breeze, his demeanor poised and elegant. And under the immense life energy emanating from the heart of the ancient tree, all 360 primary spiritual apertures within him had been perfectly aligned. A flawless foundation of spiritual apertures had been established. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, at the very moment he stepped into the spirit vein realm, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. A 361st spirit aperture spontaneously opened within his chest. The moment this aperture emerged, it was akin to the finishing touch on a dragon painting, causing all the spirit apertures within him to resonate in harmony, thereby creating a profound cycle. The operation of the myriad forms furnace scripture became remarkably smoother, allowing him to absorb and refine the celestial energy of the universe with an efficiency that exceeded previous levels by several folds. Lu Yuan. Jiang Linger was the first to recover from her shock. At this moment, Lu Yuan exuded an ethereal presence, reminiscent of an immortal, transcending the mundane world, as if he might ascend at any moment, untouched by the slightest trace of earthly dust. A line from an ancient poem she had read in her youth unconsciously surfaced in her mind. An immortal caresses my crown, bestowing longevity upon my hair. Chapter 109. One punch to vanquish the Wolf King. A snap to extinguish the fiendish flame. The White Wolf King possessed a far more acute sense of danger than humans. The moment Lu Yuan appeared, it felt a chilling pressure emanating from him. This was a deterrent from a higher echelon of existence, sending tremors through the very depths of its soul. This was no entity it could contend with. Flee. It must escape immediately. Fear flickered in the Wolf King's eyes. It dared not linger in battle, letting out a frantic howl to signal the remaining pack to disperse and flee. While it itself turned to dash towards another exit of the valley, it sought to evade this human. Attempting to escape, Lu Yuan raised his right hand, his fingers tracing a casual arc in the air. The spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips. Solidify. Lu Yuan uttered a sharp command. Before his fingertips, the formless spiritual energy coalesced into a pale blue wind blade. Go. Lu Yuan lightly flicked his finger. The wind blade tore through the air in an instant, hurtling towards the Wolf King with astonishing speed. Quick, too swift. Although the White Wolf King sensed the impending threat and exerted all its strength to evade, the velocity of the wind blade far surpassed its expectations. Thud. The Wolf King's fur was pierced by the azure wind blade as if it were mere parchment. Blood erupted forth. The Wolf King's body stiffened midair before crashing heavily to the ground. A deep wound, exposing bone, appeared on its hind leg. Blood gushed forth, staining its fur. The Wolf King realized that if it did not fight with all its might today, it would surely perish here. Awoo! It howled fiercely to the heavens, its once snow-white, fur now shimmering with a layer of blood light. Its already massive form swelled further. A violent aura erupted from its being. Be cautious. It is fighting for its life. Jiang Huairan, despite his own injuries, urgently called out a warning. The scarred-faced man was equally startled. Did the Wolf King possess such a hidden trump card? If it had unleashed this earlier, he feared he wouldn't have lasted even a single round. What a welcome challenge. In this moment, Lu Yuan was a world apart from his previous self. The Wolf King lunged fiercely at Lu Yuan. Its sharp claws glinted menacingly. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a light push of his foot, his figure vanished like a wraith, instantly disappearing from sight. The Wolf King's determined lunge met only empty air. It was momentarily stunned. How could it lose track of its target, which it had clearly locked onto? In that fleeting moment of confusion, Lu Yuan's silhouette had silently materialized behind it. There were no extravagant moves, nor any earth-shattering display. Lu Yuan simply raised his right fist. A wisp of pale blue spiritual energy swirling and radiating a faint glow around it. The Wolf King let out a furious roar, twisting its body in an attempt to withstand the impending blow with its formidable skull. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Boom. The resilient head of the wolf shattered beneath Lu Yuan's punch, exploding like a watermelon. Blood and bone fragments erupted in a chaotic spray. The colossal form of the Wolf King froze mid-motion, life extinguished in an instant. Everyone stood frozen, their minds replaying the astonishing scene. The Wolf King was obliterated by a single strike. Lu Yuan slowly retracted his right fist, the ethereal energy that enveloped it dissipating into the air, before he turned his gaze towards the scarred face. A subtle smile graced his lips. Scarface, how have you been? He approached Scarface with the warmth of an old friend reuniting. I heard you were looking for me. Scarface felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, forehead touching the earth, too terrified to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. Lord Lu, Immortal Lu, I failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you, have mercy and spare my insignificant life. Lu Yuan stood before him, looking down upon the desperate fugitive who lay prostrate at his feet. Ignoring Scarface's pleas for mercy, curiosity piqued, he inquired, by the way, what were the names of your two little brothers? The rat and that hefty Lu. Why are they not with you? Scarface stammered in response. Lord Lu, the rat and hefty Lu, they both perished. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did they die? Scarface's voice trembled further. They drowned aboard the Star River. Star River. Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger lifted their heads, their eyes filled with urgency. What happened to that colossal ship carrying tens of thousands of people? Scarface, sensing the gravity of the situation, divulged their harrowing tale without hesitation. After you exposed us, we were confined by security, trapped in the lowest deck of the ship. We encountered a tsunami, and the water surged into the vessel like a raging beast. He swallowed hard, continuing, the door to the cabin was locked. We banged on it desperately, shouting for help, but no one paid us any mind. The water gradually rose, nearly submerging us. The rat and hefty Lu couldn't swim and were shackled, unable to escape, and they drowned right before my eyes. Just as I was on the verge of suffocation. I don't know how it happened, but flames suddenly erupted from my body. The fire, astonishingly, burned even in the water. I ignited a fire against the door, eventually creating a hole through which I crawled out. When I emerged, the Star River had run aground, and the beach was teeming with people. There were far too many individuals for the supplies aboard the ship to suffice. Not only was food scarce, but even clean water was nowhere to be found. Initially, we managed to scavenge some dead fish and decayed shrimp washed ashore, but soon even those were snatched away. The rats aboard the vessel had been caught and consumed by the desperate survivors. I was not the only one to awaken extraordinary abilities. Several others on the ship had also transformed, becoming more ruthless and formidable than I could contend with. Realizing I could not match them, I discreetly fled with a few trusted companions, hoping to find a different refuge, only to unexpectedly encounter you here. Upon hearing the scarred man's account, Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger felt the color drain from their faces. The Star River had indeed run aground. Moreover, the situation was even more dire than they had anticipated. Rescue would not be forthcoming. Jiang Linger muttered despondently to herself. Lu Yuan listened intently to the scarred man's narrative, his expression betraying no discernible emotions. The fate of the Star River was more catastrophic than he had envisioned, yet it was not entirely unexpected once order disintegrates. The darker facets of human nature are inevitably magnified. Very well, I have one final question. The scarred man's heart raced, for he understood that this might be the ultimate test determining his fate. If I did not possess this power today, how would you deal with me? The scarred man stiffened, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 110. The blood in the valley has yet to cool. New grudges and old hatreds arise. Scarface could sense the latent menace within Lu Yuan's gaze. A single misstep in his response could potentially summon his demise. Memories of his resentment towards Lu Yuan aboard the Star River surged forth, along with recollections of the fierce determination he had when seeking retribution with his subordinates. He envisioned the torment he would inflict upon Lu Yuan if he were to capture him. Master Lu, since you have posed such a question, allow me to speak candidly. Had you not possessed this power today, I would have slain you. Lu Yuan regarded the scarred visage without a flicker of emotion, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Your honesty is commendable, therefore, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Before his words had fully dissipated, Scarface erupted with ferocity. In the moment of true peril, the desperation of the outlaw overtook his reason. With the futility of pleading apparent, he resolved to fight with all his might. Lu Yuan, I shall fight you to the death. Transforming into a blazing inferno, Scarface lunged at Lu Yuan like a frenzied beast. Flames coalesced around his right fist, manifesting as a burning gauntlet, which he hurled towards Lu Yuan's face with searing intensity. Overestimating oneself, Lu Yuan remarked as he subtly sidestepped. The flaming fist grazed his clothing, crashing heavily behind him, sending a plume of dust into the air and leaving a charred pit in its wake. With his initial strike failing, Scarface swept his left hand towards Lu Yuan's ribs, the flames swirling into a blazing elbow blade. Lu Yuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, gliding backward with an elegance that belied the swiftness of his movements, evading the fiery onslaught. Scarface perceived the mockery in Lu Yuan's actions and let out a furious roar, his arms spewing flames anew, resembling two roaring fire dragons as they intertwined and charged at Lu Yuan. Yet, Lu Yuan's figure danced like a specter, effortlessly weaving between the gaps of the twin fire dragons. Scarface's heart sank deeper into despair with each failed attack, no matter his efforts. He could not land a blow upon Lu Yuan. How infuriating! He screamed in frustration, the flames surging once more as he spun like a top, transforming into a fiery tornado that surged toward Lu Yuan. Observing the frenzied Scarface, Lu Yuan finally ceased his evasive maneuvers. He shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "The ant attempts to shake the tree. How laughable and self-deluded." Extending his right hand, he pointed his index finger, a ghostly light swirling about its tip. Scarface, witnessing that spectral glow approaching, sought to evade, yet found himself unable to escape its grasp. Helplessly, he watched as the light drew nearer, becoming increasingly vivid. Ultimately, Lu Yuan's fingertip pressed against Scarface's forehead. The crimson hue and madness in Scarface's eyes rapidly faded, his gaze becoming hollow, while the flames engulfing his body dimmed and eventually extinguished. His body crumpled like a marionette stripped of its strings, slowly collapsing to the ground. Yet, the scarred face did not succumb to death immediately. Instead, he erupted in a frenzied laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Lu Yuan, even if you kill me, do not expect to live for long." He coughed up a spurt of blood and continued, "There is a fierce man named Lu Zheng, a true monster. He is searching for you everywhere. He insists on seeing the living and the dead." The intensity of the scarred man's voice dwindled, yet his malice remained undiminished. "Lu Zheng is not someone of my insignificant stature. He slaughters without a flicker of an eye. Soon, you shall join me. Wait, I shall be below, waiting for you to be torn to shreds by him." Ha ha ha. As he listened to the dying man's desperate curse, visions of a robust figure, akin to a grizzly bear engaged in extreme weight training, flooded Lu Yuan's mind. The infamous butcher of his previous life, Lu Zheng. To see the living and the dead? This Lu Zheng indeed possesses ambition. Unfortunately, he has provoked the wrong adversary. Lu Yuan's gaze regained its tranquility as he addressed the expiring scarred face with indifference. "Oh? Lu Zheng is it? He had better hurry, otherwise, I fear you may be waiting too long down there." The laughter of the scarred man abruptly ceased. His head tilted, and he collapsed at Lu Yuan's feet, lifeless. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the gaping wound on his forehead, meandering downwards. staining the ground a dark red. The few remaining subordinates of the scarred man were already paralyzed with fear from Lu Yuan's overwhelming prowess. They had witnessed their fiery leader, who spewed flames, fail to land even a single blow on his opponent, ultimately being dispatched with a mere finger, no time even to utter a sound. A demon. He is a demon. The remaining subordinates of the scarred man fled in terror, crying out as they scattered towards every exit of the valley. Their singular thought was to escape this place, to flee from the terrifying man who seemed like a god or devil. Lu Yuan raised his right hand once more, his fingers dancing in the air. With each movement, azure blades of wind materialized, sharp and deadly. Swish, 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 swish. The sounds of slicing air echoed continuously. Ah, help! In mere moments, there was not a single standing subordinate left in the valley. Each bore a gaping wound, visible to the bone, in their foreheads or throats. The warm corpses lay quietly in pools of blood. Only then did Lu Yuan lower his arm, the azure light dissipating from his fingertips. His expression remained as serene as ever, a calm indifference that sent shivers down the spines of Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger, who had witnessed the entire scene. The release of internal energy, the concentration of qi into blades. Jiang Huairan gasped at the sight of the corpses strewn about. Recognizing this as the manifestation of someone who had mastered martial arts to the level of a grandmaster, their vital energy permeated, capable of harming even a falling leaf or a floating petal. A tempest surged within Jiang Huairan's heart, unaware that Lu Yuan's realm at this moment transcended the ordinary martial arts. Meanwhile, Jiang Linger, the pampered young lady accustomed to adoration, now bore a pallid visage, devoid of her previous arrogance. She had never confronted death so closely, nor had she witnessed such swift and decisive slaughter. A tumult erupted in her stomach, and unable to contain herself, she bent over and retched, expelling the remnants of wild fruits from her belly, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down her face, rendering her a pitiable sight. After emptying her stomach, Jiang Linger finally lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes questioning Lu Yuan. Why did you kill them? They were utterly defenseless. Do you not recognize the law? Is there no order? The law? Order? Lu Yuan mused lightly over these two terms, then raised his right hand once more, as azure blades of wind coalesced at his fingertips. Ah! Jiang Linger shrieked in terror. Jiang Huairan's countenance shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, shielding his granddaughter. Please show mercy. Linger is young and ignorant, speaking without thought. If she has offended you in any way, I shall apologize on her behalf. Swish. Chapter 111. A sudden change in the valley, the serpent's deceit. The blade of wind shatters the air. The blade grazed past Jiang Linger's ear, severing a loose strand of her hair. The severed hair drifted down, leaving Jiang Linger frozen in fear, unable to move. Lu Yuan then retracted his finger and said, I inquired of Scarface about what he would do to me had I not possessed this power today. He said he would kill me. He looked at Jiang Linger and asked, So tell me, Miss Jiang, where is the law and order when he wishes to take my life? Can it protect me? Jiang Linger trembled, unable to articulate a response. Lu Yuan scoffed, shaking his head. When true crisis descends, when the instinct for survival overwhelms all else, these constructs become utterly fragile. From the moment we were cast upon this desolate island, the world you are familiar with, the rules you rely on, no longer exist. He continued, his voice devoid of warmth. On this island, there are no humans left. What are those people? Merely beasts of burden, tools, mere numbers. Consumables that can be erased at any moment. Here, the only reliance is on one's own strength. That alone determines who is worthy of survival and who shall be discarded. Jiang Linger was left dumbfounded by Lu Yuan's remarks. She could not comprehend how one could regard the lives of others with such indifference. Lu Yuan pointed to the corpses on the ground. You only see that I killed them, but have you considered what would have happened had I spared their lives? They would continue to wreak havoc on this island, oppressing the weak. You have witnessed the nature of Scarface and his ilk. Leaving them alive would only bring more suffering to the innocent. By eliminating these villains, I have prevented them from committing further atrocities. In truth, I have not acted malevolently. Rather, I have saved lives, would you not agree? Jiang Linger found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter this seemingly twisted, yet irrefutable logic. Lu Yuan's callous disregard for others left her feeling powerless. Beside them, Jiang Huairan sighed deeply, his tone tinged with despondency. Young friend Lu. No, Mr. Lu. Today I have truly opened my eyes. He shook his head in admiration. Not only have you achieved the realm of martial mastery at such a young age, wielding the ability to condense energy into lethal blades, but more impressively, your calm demeanor in the face of peril, treating formidable foes as if they were inconsequential, and your decisive actions to eradicate threats. Truly, you embody the spirit of a young hero. Surely, you will carve out a magnificent legacy in this era of tumult. Lu Yuan felt a stir within, recognizing that the old man mistook his cultivation techniques for a profound martial prowess. However, he had no desire to clarify. Let the misunderstanding persist. His current concern lay with the spoils of battle. Lu Yuan strode over to the corpse of the White Wolf King, crouching down to investigate its chest and abdomen. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he produced a diamond-shaped crystal. Indeed, another one. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Following this, under the astonished gaze of Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger, Lu Yuan waved his hand over the massive corpse of the Wolf King. In the next moment, the body of the White Wolf King vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Jiang Huairan was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Having practiced martial arts for decades and witnessed various extraordinary feats, such as scaling walls and splitting stones, he had thought he had seen it all. Yet, the ability to make such a colossal object disappear was utterly unprecedented, a spectacle he had never encountered before. Had he made the Wolf King vanish? Jiang Linger's gaze towards Lu Yuan shifted repeatedly, her curiosity piqued. What other secrets did this man possess? Unfazed by the astonishment of the two, Lu Yuan, now possessing formidable strength, felt no need to conceal the existence of his storage ring as he had previously. He turned his attention to the colossal serpent's corpse on the other side of the valley. This serpent was even larger than the Wolf King, its scales formidable, and the energy contained within its flesh was undoubtedly exceptional. He approached the massive form of the serpent and, employing the same method, reached out to store it within his ring. However, the moment his hand touched the cold scales, Lu Yuan halted abruptly. The storage ring showed no response whatsoever. A sense of foreboding surged within him. In a split second, without hesitation, he propelled himself backward, his toes pressing firmly against the ground for leverage. Boom! Just as he retreated from his position, a serpent's tail, thick as a barrel, lashed out with a fierce gust of wind, striking where he had just stood. The hard rocky ground shattered instantly, debris flying in all directions, dust swirling around. Where the tail struck, a terrifying gash appeared, half a foot deep. Feigning death, Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger stood aghast from a distance. Had Lu Yuan reacted even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been reduced to pulp by that tail. Lu Yuan landed several meters away, his expression devoid of any anger from the ambush. Instead, a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the serpent's head. Notably, two small, fleshy bulges adorned the center of its tongue, faint golden patterns emerging upon them. So that's it. It bore a resemblance to a transformed dragon. The blood of this serpent must contain a trace of dragon essence, which would greatly benefit his cultivation and future endeavors in alchemy and crafting magical artifacts. Hiss! The giant serpent, thwarted in its attack, had its ferocity reignited. Its massive body coiled, resembling a bolt of black lightning, as it lunged once more at Lu Yuan. How splendid! Rather than retreating, Lu Yuan advanced, skillfully dodging the serpent's frontal assault while closing in on its tail. Before the serpent could react, Lu Yuan lunged forward, seizing the tail's end, which was thicker than his waist. Lift! With a thunderous roar, Lu Yuan's arms bulged with veins, and the power of the 361 spiritual apertures within him erupted at that moment. Under the astonished gaze of Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger, he lifted the colossal serpent from the ground with sheer force. Like wielding a massive rope, it arced through the air. Strike! Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and with another surge of strength, he brought the serpent's mighty tail crashing down upon the earth beside him. A resounding boom reverberated through the air. The very ground trembled beneath the impact. A deep pit was formed where the serpent struck, dust swirling into the air as the colossal creature became disoriented, its scales flying and blood frothing from its mouth. But this was not the end. Lu Yuan continued relentlessly, gripping the serpent and mercilessly slamming it against the ground time and again. Each strike left behind a fresh, deep crater. Grotesque. Elongated marks crisscrossed the once relatively smooth valley floor. Finally, after an indeterminate number of heavy blows, The serpent's body lay utterly limp, devoid of sound. Chapter 112. The gun is not a reliance. Strength reigns supreme. Lu Yuan's arm trembled, and the massive corpse of the serpent lay still, its vitality extinguished. He approached the lifeless body, sweeping his hand over the colossal form as he had done with the Wolf King's remains. In an instant, the serpent's body vanished without a trace. After completing his task, Lu Yuan turned to the two companions, stating, "I must return to the camp to consolidate what I have just acquired. You will not be able to match my speed. The distance to the camp is not too far. You can make your way back. Just be cautious along the way." Without waiting for their response, Lu Yuan slightly bent his knees and propelled himself off the ground, shooting towards the mouth of the valley. He gracefully leaped through the forest, his feet barely brushing the sturdy trunks and protruding branches, each gentle push allowing him to soar into the air once more, covering vast distances with each bound. Within mere moments, he had completely vanished from the sight of Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger, leaving only the swaying branches behind. At the valley's entrance, Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Jiang Linger stammered, while Jiang Huairan's astonishment morphed into a rueful smile. "Mr. Lu is beyond our common understanding. To describe his agility as akin to chasing the moon or the wind would not be an exaggeration. Come, Linger, we must return. What we have witnessed today should not be spoken of lightly to outsiders." Jiang Linger nodded in a daze, and the pair turned to depart the valley, their figures disappearing into the dense forest. At that moment, the towering ancient tree seemed to come alive. Its roots, previously buried deep underground, emerged like living tendrils, slithering toward the corpse on the ground. With a swift thrust, the roots pierced into the remains, beginning to extract the residual essence of life. The once warm body visibly shriveled at an astonishing pace. When the last of the corpse had been completely drained, leaving only a skeletal frame, the eerie roots slowly released their grip, retreating back into the ancient tree, merging once again into the shadows as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan exerted his full prowess, feeling utterly invigorated. The sensation of leaping swiftly among the treetops filled him with a sense of liberation and unrestrained joy. The mountains and forests rushed past beneath him, and within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, the camp came into view. Lu Yuan descended gracefully from the final towering tree, landing steadily at the camp's edge. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, it would be unimaginable how he had returned with such remarkable speed. In the center of the camp, a bonfire blazed brightly, several large pieces of bear meat sizzling over the flames, while Jiang Huairan's disciples and other survivors gathered around, feasting heartily. Among them, a particularly burly youth stood out, Jiang Huairan's eldest disciple, Wei Taizhan, who was currently tearing off a hefty chunk of roasted meat, his face glistening with grease. A gust of wind swept through, and for a brief moment, Lu Yuan's gaze lingered upon Wei Taizhan. Recalling the time when he had pointed out Jiang Huairan's depleting vital energy, and Wei had sprung forth to defend his master, vociferously making his presence known. The aroma of bear meat wafted through the air. "Brother Wei, you truly have a knack for this. Otherwise, we would all be left famished," exclaimed a newly arrived survivor, gnawing on a piece of succulent, sizzling bear meat. Wei Taizhan, puffed with pride, let out a satisfied grunt and took a swig from a makeshift container. Speaking in a gruff tone, "My master is kind-hearted, always considerate of others. That fellow Lu has left the meat here. How much can he possibly consume alone? Moreover, we have all toiled hard to get here. With our energy depleted, how can we recover without some meat?" His words drew agreement from several fellow disciples and newcomers alike. Indeed, Brother Wei is right. This meat is meant to be shared amongst us all. That Lu fellow is nothing special. My master has overestimated him. When Master and Sister Linger return, we must show them proper respect. Lu Yuan approached the fire, calmly inquiring, "Who permitted you to consume this meat?" Engrossed in his meal, Wei Taizhan cast a glance at Lu Yuan, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "It's merely bear meat. What is the fuss about? Everyone is hungry, so naturally, we roasted some to eat." Disregarding Wei Tieshan's provocation, Lu Yuan turned to Li Shuowei. "Shuowei, what transpired?" Li Shuowei hurried over, eager to explain. "Brother Yuan, you were gone only a short while, and Wei Taizhan insisted he was starving, demanding the bear meat. He even incited the newcomers to join him, claiming we had all worked hard to find this place and deserved sustenance to regain our strength. Captain Yu initially tried to intervene, but they were numerous and argued that you had left your weapon behind, so you surely wouldn't mind this bit of meat. Understanding the situation, Lu Yuan realized that Wei Taizhan was attempting to leverage Jiang Huairan's reputation and their numbers to claim the bear meat as communal provisions. Without a glance at Wei Taizhan, he strode directly towards Captain Yu. Captain Yu appeared somewhat troubled and, upon seeing Lu Yuan approach, quickly rose to greet him. Lu Yuan, you're back. About the meat. Where's the gun? Lu Yuan interjected. Huh, the gun is with me, Captain Yu replied, reaching for the handgun Lu Yuan had left at his side. I gave you the gun for protection, not as a mere fire poker. Lu Yuan's voice turned icy. Captain Yu, taken aback by Lu Yuan's piercing gaze, stammered. It's not that. Brother Lu, it's just that they are too numerous, and I didn't want to be overly forceful. Before Lu Yuan could respond further, Wei Taizhan, having overheard the commotion, tossed the nearly gnawed bear bone to the ground and stood up. What do you mean by that? Young brother? Where are my master and sister? Lu Yuan did not even lift his eyelids, choosing to ignore him entirely. Wei Tieshan's face flushed with anger at Lu Yuan's attitude. Captain Yu, what harm is there in us consuming a few pieces of bear meat? No matter how large that bear may be, divided among so many of us, how much can we truly partake? My master and junior sister went out with this brat, and yet he returned alone, without a word of explanation. I suspect he has filled his own belly and has no intention of sharing with others. Captain Yu, you too? Since you possess a firearm, why allow certain individuals to act with such impunity? Confronted by someone who presumed to occupy the moral high ground, Lu Yuan could not help but scoff, turning his gaze towards Wei Taizhan. To take without permission is to steal. Must I enlighten you on this principle? You. Wei Tieshan's face flushed crimson. For a martial artist, reputation is paramount, and being publicly accused of theft is an unparalleled disgrace. He retorted angrily, You insolent brat. Do not wield your sharp tongue here. You merely rely on the might of your weapon. Were it not for that, I, Wei Taizhan, would ensure you understand the reason behind the beauty of flowers. Those behind him, including his disciples and a few newly incited individuals, echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Brother Wei speaks the truth. What nonsense about theft? Such harsh words. My master previously remarked on your promising talent, yet I see little beyond a narrow-minded character. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not suppress a chuckle. So, you imply that without my firearm, you would be able to best me? Chapter 113. The boast that shook the arena. What's the matter? Are you frightened? Wei Taizhan observed that Lu Yuan appeared to be stung by his words, which only fueled his arrogance. If you truly possess skill, then refrain from using a firearm. Let us engage in a fair contest, though I may not match my master. Dealing with a brash youth like you is well within my capabilities. Lu Yuan merely smiled faintly and shook his head. A contest? With you? He scrutinized Wei Taizhan with disdain, remarking, You lack the qualifications to compel me to act. At this declaration, an uproar erupted within the camp. Wei Tieshan's disciples were the first to react, their outrage palpable. Had they ever witnessed such unbridled arrogance? How dare he belittle their esteemed senior brother and his prowess? What? Not worthy of him to engage. Has this fellow lost his mind? Who does he think he is? Senior brother, do not waste your breath on him. Just take him down. The new survivors present found Lu Yuan's words utterly outrageous. Wei Tieshan's formidable physique was a clear indication of his martial prowess. Yet Lu Yuan audaciously claimed that his opponent was unworthy of a challenge. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Li Shuawei felt a pang of anxiety. Brother Yuan's words are quite disrespectful, aren't they? Wei Taizhan is the eldest disciple of Master Jiang, and he seems far more formidable than that foolish Su Ping'an. If a confrontation truly ensues. Other classmates who arrived with Lu Yuan were equally vocal in their concerns. Master Jiang's reputation precedes him. His eldest disciple must possess genuine skill, remarked a boy, recalling his home in Jiangnan province and his prior knowledge of Jiang Huairan's esteemed name. Indeed, my father once sought to engage Master Jiang for treatment, and I heard the threshold for such was exceedingly high. His pupils must possess considerable ability. While they had witnessed Lu Yuan's ferocity and strength, the reverence surrounding Wei Tieshan's status as Jiang Huairan's disciple instilled a sense of respect, making them feel that he was indeed overstepping the bounds of propriety with his brazen words. Luo Tianhao nearly applauded in approval. Lu Yuan, O Lu Yuan, you tread where angels fear to go and plunge headlong into hell. I hope Wei Taizhan disables you, so we can see how you maintain your arrogance. Despite his inner turmoil, he dared not voice his thoughts. The images of Lu Yuan incapacitating Su Ping'an with a single punch and slapping Guan Yaxiong into a state of disarray lingered vividly in his mind. He did not wish to invite further trouble. Meanwhile, Wei Taizhan, consumed by rage, trembled at Lu Yuan's nonchalant tone. Having trained under his master since childhood, he had garnered a modicum of fame among the younger generation in Jiangnan province. Never before had he endured such a disgrace. Very well, very well, very well, Wei Taizhan repeated thrice, his fists cracking ominously. You have successfully provoked my ire. Since you claim I am unworthy of your challenge, I shall show you what true martial skill entails. You shall pay dearly for your audacious words. With that, he tore off his outer garment, revealing a bronzed, muscular physique. Master brother, dispose of him. Let him understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Indeed, show this brat what true colors look like. The disciples behind Wei Taizhan clamored, their indignation palpable, as if they themselves had been wronged. The atmosphere crackled with tension, reaching a fever pitch. In the midst of this charged moment, however, Lu Yuan's face broke into an unusual smile. He seemed entirely unfazed by the imposing aura exuded by Wei Taizhan. Turning to his companion Li Shuowei, he spoke with a casual tone, Shuowei, my friend. I'm here, Yuan Go. Li Shuowei responded, startled into alertness. Lu Yuan continued at an unhurried pace. You have sharp eyes and a decent memory. Those who were shouting the loudest just now, clamoring for violence, are disciples of Wei Taizhan, correct? Make sure you remember their faces. Not a single one should escape your notice. Li Shuowei paused, glancing at the furious disciples of Jiang Huairan behind Wei Taizhan, and nodded in confusion. Yuan Go, I've noted them. What next? Lu Yuan's smile broadened. When Jiang Huairan returns, recount everything to him in full detail. Tell him that these individuals have disrespected me, showing no regard for hierarchy or decorum. They shall kneel outside the camp for an entire day. Should anyone dare to kneel for less than a full day, or attempt to rise and slack off, I will personally demand an explanation. The impact of Lu Yuan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, forcing Jiang Huairan's disciples to kneel for a day. This was far more severe than merely striking them. It would bring them unparalleled humiliation. This was tantamount to grinding Jiang Huairan and his entire sect's reputation into the dirt. What did he just say? Forcing Master Zhang's disciples to kneel for an entire day? Am I hearing this correctly? Insanity. This young man is undoubtedly mad. Who does he think he is? How dare he utter such words? The newcomers among the survivors looked at Lu Yuan not as an arrogant junior, but as a complete lunatic, a deranged individual devoid of reason. The disciples behind Wei Taizhan, upon hearing Lu Yuan's proclamation, felt their anger boiling over. This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant humiliation. How dare you? You seek death. Master brother, stop wasting your breath. Teach him a lesson. This brat is far too arrogant. If we don't show him a taste of reality, he'll truly believe he calls the shots here. Wei Taizhan himself was seething with rage at Lu Yuan's words, his veins visibly throbbing. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous arrogant individuals, but never had he come across someone as audacious as Lu Yuan, who would openly declare that he would make him and his brothers kneel. Kid, do you think my master is benevolent and kind, treating juniors with care, allowing you to step all over us and insult our sect at will? He took a step forward, the weight of his seasoned aura manifesting in full force. The issue of martial arts briefly flickered through his mind, a matter deeply intertwined with the future paths of himself and his fellow disciples, even touching upon the heartstrings of his master. At that moment, as Lu Yuan brazenly humiliated him, the dignity of his sect and his personal honor compelled him to cast aside those concerns, if only temporarily. Wei Taizhan spoke with a frigid tone. Though I, Wei Taizhan, do not relish in preying upon the weak, a young man like you, who disregards his elders and displays such audacity, deserves a lesson today. Even if my master were to learn of my actions, he would only admonish me for being too severe, a minor reprimand for a significant lesson. Yet, as for you, this punishment is a consequence of your own making. You have no one else to blame. However, upon hearing Wei Tieshan's resolute declaration, a cold smile of pity crept upon Lu Yuan's face as he gently shook his head. Jiang Huairan, he is not worthy to refer to me as a junior. Chapter 114, Shattering the Mundane Dream of Martial Arts. One begins to believe that beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. This time, the uproar within the camp was significantly subdued. Aside from Wei Taizhan and his few disciples, who remained seething with anger, the majority of the surviving individuals, including the new followers of Jiang Huairan, had transitioned from initial expressions of shock, fury, and disbelief to a state of numbness. Look, the wild proclamations of Lu Yuan had repeatedly redefined their limits of understanding regarding arrogance. He was spouting nonsense once more. This fellow was undoubtedly a madman. Previously, they thought he possessed some skill, but it was now evident that his mind was indeed unhinged. Whatever he said was of no consequence. They had grown accustomed to it, treating it as mere entertainment. Even those survivors who had previously been indignant now regarded Lu Yuan with a gaze that contained less pure anger and more complex implications, as if observing a lunatic. After all, who among the sane would utter such words? Who would dare to speak in such a manner? Finally, the fury of Wei Taizhan could no longer be contained and erupted. You shall pay for this. Wei Taizhan forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself into the air, delivering a ferocious whip-like kick imbued with immense power, aimed directly at Lu Yuan. The force of this kick was overwhelming, the wind howling, clearly indicating that Wei Taizhan was unleashing all his might in a bid to end his adversary in one decisive blow. His disciples behind him erupted in excited shouts. "Eldest brother is mighty. Strike down this madman who speaks such wild words." In the face of this earth-shattering kick, Lu Yuan maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Just as Wei Tieshan's leg was about to connect, Lu Yuan merely lifted his right foot and casually flicked it upward. A howl escaped Wei Tieshan's lips as his body twisted in midair, blood erupting from his mouth and nose. He flew backward, crashing heavily onto the sandy beach, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, Wei Taizhan struggled to rise, but discovered that his right leg had completely lost sensation. And waves of excruciating pain radiated from his chest. He realized his ribs had been shattered. Perhaps not just one. One kick, merely one kick, had rendered him a paragon of the younger generation in Jiangnan province after over 20 years of arduous training, utterly incapacitated. A deathly silence ensued. On the beach, only the sound of Wei Tieshan's pained gasps remained. The previous clamor of discussions, the snickers of onlookers, and the cheers supporting Wei Taizhan all vanished as if extinguished, leaving no trace behind. "Brother Yuan is incredible." Li Shuowei was the first to react. Apart from exclaiming how phenomenal Brother Yuan was, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. "I knew it. I knew Lu Yuan was the strongest. What a farcical notion of being the eldest brother. Before Lu Yuan, he is nothing but a speck of dust." So impressive. That kick from Lu Yuan. The spectacle surpassed even the special effects of the movies. Let the newcomers be arrogant for now. They have finally realized who reigns supreme. The other students aboard with Lu Yuan, at this moment, shook off their astonishment, followed by a wave of cheers and discussions. Having endured a series of events such as shipwrecks, bear encounters, and the trials of Su Ping'an, they had subconsciously regarded Lu Yuan as the strongest pillar of their small group. To them, Wei Taizhan and the others were undoubtedly outsiders, potential contenders for resources. At this moment, witnessing Wei Taizhan being so decisively defeated by Lu Yuan, their sense of belonging to the group and their exclusionary sentiments were instantaneously ignited. "Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan!" Some even began to spontaneously chant his name. I knew it. I knew Lu Yuan would succeed. I was terrified. Just now, seeing Wei Tieshan's imposing demeanor, I thought Lu Yuan would be at a disadvantage. At a disadvantage? I believe it was Wei Taizhan who failed to grasp the situation. How dare he make a move in front of Lu Yuan? Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the newly arrived survivors were more grotesque than if they had swallowed a fly. "This is impossible." A disciple of Wei Taizhan murmured to himself, unable to fathom how his elder brother could so casually be rendered powerless. Many others trembled in fear, finally understanding why Lu Yuan dared to utter such bold words, because he truly possessed the strength and confidence. Luo Tianhao gazed at Lu Yuan, feeling for the first time a deep-seated sense of despair. The transcendent power emanating from Lu Yuan, his indifference to all rules, and the confidence to dominate everything had planted an invincible seed within Luo's heart. Could it be that the experiences on this island would indeed change everything? Luo Tianhao pondered, his eyes filled with bewilderment. This world was undergoing a transformation he could not comprehend, as something far more significant and terrifying than wealth, lineage, or power was quietly rising. and Lu Yuan seemed to stand atop that tide. Lu Yuan surveyed the crowd and calmly proclaimed, "Is there anyone who still believes I am unworthy? Step forward." The disciples of Wei Taizhan, who had previously been so vociferous, now lowered their heads, their faces flushed, yet not a word escaped their lips. They longed to rush forward, to avenge their elder brother, to uphold the dignity of their sect, but they dared not. Meanwhile, Su Ping'an, lying on the sandy ground not far away, touched his jaw where Lu Yuan's punch had struck, and as he witnessed Wei Tieshan's dismal fate, the pain in his injured area began to throb anew. Taizhan, what happened to you?" "Master." It was Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger, who had finally returned from the valley. Hearing their master's voice, the disciples of Wei Taizhan, who had been bowing their heads, surged forward, unable to contain their grievances. "Master, junior sister Ling, you have finally returned. Master, you must stand up for us. That Lu Yuan has gone too far." One disciple exclaimed with indignation. "Indeed, master. Master brother merely consumed some bear meat, and, after a few words from him, he resorted to such severe measures. Master brother's legs and ribs are broken. Just a moment ago, he even declared that, master, you are unworthy of being his current senior. He even made us kneel outside the camp for an entire day. This is utterly lawless." Upon hearing the disciples' chaotic and impassioned lamentations, Jiang Huairan's expression grew extraordinarily complex. He swiftly approached Wei Taizhan, crouched down to examine his eldest disciple's injuries closely, and gestured to silence the still wailing disciples. Then, he bowed deeply to Lu Yuan's retreating figure. "Mr. Lu, I am profoundly grateful for your mercy." Chapter 115. The martial arts master takes precedence if the earlier incident in which Lu Yuan incapacitated Wei Taizhan with a single kick was a mere display of raw power. Then the sight of Master Jiang Huairan, a venerable figure in the martial arts community of Jiangnan province, bowing in gratitude to a young man who appeared scarcely older than his own granddaughter, utterly shattered their preconceived notions of hierarchy and respect in this world. What? An apology? Why would he express remorse to that young man? Could it be that this young man possesses some extraordinary background? The disciples of Wei Taizhan, who had just been lamenting to their master and hoping for justice for their senior brother, were now left in a state of utter bewilderment. "Master, what are you doing?" The second disciple, Wei Beichun, was the first to lose his composure. He stepped forward hastily. Supporting Jiang Huairan's arm, "Senior brother has been grievously injured by this young man. How can you still?" Jiang Huairan, in a fit of anger, pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Beichun. "Wei Beichun, the disciple is present." Wei Beichun felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly bowed in deference. Jiang Huairan's tone was severe. "Explain to me, in front of everyone, the entire sequence of events that led to the conflict between your senior brother and Mr. Lu. You are to disclose every detail without any embellishments or omissions. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, I shall cleanse the ranks today." Wei Beichun, feeling desperate, could not comprehend why his master was so protective of Lu Yuan. Yet, duty bound him, and he could only muster the courage to recount the events as they transpired. He began with how Wei Taizhan and others incited the crowd to unlawfully seize Lu Yuan's bear meat, then recounted how Lu Yuan returned to question them, how Wei Taizhan responded, and ultimately how he was provoked by Lu Yuan to the point of aggression, only to be defeated with a single kick. Lu Yuan accused his senior brother of theft, declaring that a martial artist's integrity was paramount and could not be sullied by such accusations. He countered that had Wei Taizhan not relied on the advantage of firearms, he would not dare to compete fairly with him. To his astonishment, Lu Yuan dismissively asserted that his senior brother did not even possess the qualification to engage him. As Wei Beichun concluded his narrative, he faltered slightly, that Lu Yuan had previously boasted that you were not even worthy of being his elder. Such arrogance, why must you treat him with such civility? The newly arrived survivors chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Did you hear that? This fellow is utterly insufferable. Master Jiang, you cannot let him off so easily. Indeed, such a disrespectful and audacious individual deserves a sound lesson to understand that there are always greater forces beyond him. In the midst of the uproar, Jiang Huairan raised his hand to silence the crowd, then turned to his disciples. You impertinent fools, Jiang Huairan thundered. Where is the martial virtue I have instilled in you? What has become of our principles? Exercise humility and restraint, and refrain from reckless bravado. Have these admonitions merely fallen on deaf ears? Jiang Huairan exclaimed, stamping his foot. That bear meat belongs to Mr. Liu. He has not declared it to be shared with all, yet you dare to take advantage of his absence to appropriate it, even inciting others to pilfer. Is this not akin to the actions of bandits? Do you believe that being marooned on this desolate island grants you license to disregard my teachings? Master, please quell your anger. I acknowledge my mistakes. Wei Beichen stammered, his voice quaking. We, your disciples, have been bewitched, acting with folly and betraying your teachings. Please, Master, punish us. The other disciples, too, bowed in acknowledgement of their errors. Jiang Huairan then slowly revealed the crux of the matter. You, alas, you only perceive Mr. Liu's words as brash. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that his martial prowess far exceeds your imagination. Do you realize that at a young age, Mr. Liu has already achieved the masterful realm of inner strength manifesting outwardly, condensing energy into a blade? What? The master realm? Wei Taizhan, lying on the ground, momentarily forgot his pain, lifting his neck to gaze at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had devoted over 2 decades to arduous training and understood the profound significance of the phrases inner strength manifesting outwardly and condensing energy into a blade. This was the pinnacle of martial arts he had long sought, a legendary domain his own master, Jiang Huairan, had yet to reach. This youth had already attained the master realm. Master, this cannot be true. Wei Beichen and several other disciples of Jiang Huairan were utterly stunned. As if struck by a thunderbolt, they were acutely aware of the weight that the title of master carried. Lu Yuan appeared younger than their youngest disciple. How could he possibly reach such a realm? The other survivors, though not well versed in the concept of the master realm, could infer from Jiang Huairan's tone and the ghostly reactions of his disciples that this was undoubtedly an extraordinary martial achievement. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's classmates, such as Li Shuowei and Zhao Xiaoming, though they had witnessed numerous astounding feats from him, were nonetheless awestruck to hear the term master uttered by the esteemed Jiang Huairan, once again elevating their understanding of Lu Yuan's capabilities. The title of master, typically heard only in martial arts novels and films, now manifested vividly before them. Luo Tianhao's face turned ashen, his body swayed as he struggled to maintain his balance. Su Mingyao's eyes sparkled with wonder. This man continually shattered her perceptions, delivering one shock after another. A master? Perhaps this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true potential. Jiang Huairan, observing the expressions of those around him, felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Yet, he understood that certain truths must be articulated clearly, otherwise his disciples would persist in their misconceptions, potentially inviting dire repercussions. He continued solemnly, in the path of martial arts, the accomplished precede all. Mr. Liu has attained such a transformative state at this tender age. His talent and fortune are beyond ordinary comprehension. Before him, my meager skills pale in comparison. To state that I am unworthy to be called his predecessor is the unvarnished truth. Where then lies the notion of arrogance? He gazed sorrowfully at Wei Taizhan, exclaiming, "And you, without discerning right from wrong, rashly provoked a martial arts master over mere words. Had it not been for Mr. Liu's mercy, considering the arduous path of your training, you would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. Do you not comprehend the gravity of a master's authority? If not for Mr. Liu recognizing your remaining vestiges of courage, would he have deigned to lower himself to your level?" This statement fell upon Wei Taizhan and his disciples like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the final flicker of resentment within them. Just as their astonishment at Lu Yuan had yet to fully subside, Jiang Huairan spoke in a somber tone, "Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you of another unfortunate piece of news." Chapter 116. The final hope shattered. A profound silence enveloped the camp as Jiang Huairan solemnly declared, "The Star River, the vessel we previously boarded, has likely met with disaster and is now stranded on the opposite side of this desolate island." What? The word struck like a bolt from the blue. No, this cannot be true. Master Jiang, you must be mistaken. The Star River is such a large ship. How could it possibly be stranded? A female classmate screamed, unable to fathom this grim reality. Indeed, the Star River is equipped with the most advanced navigation systems and is built to withstand tempests. It cannot be in peril, another male student retorted. Li Shuowei and Zhao Xiaoming exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The Star River too has met its end? Did this mean they were truly trapped on this isolated island? Luo Tianhao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. All his confidence and resolve stemmed from his unwavering belief that his father would mobilize every resource to rescue him, and that the Star River would safely return him to civilization. But now, Jiang Huairan had explicitly told him that the Star River was lost. No, my father will come for me. The Star River cannot be. Luo Tianhao crumpled to the ground, disheartened. Captain Yu and the crew members of the Star River turned pale upon hearing this news. They understood far better than the students what it meant for a colossal ship like the Star River to be stranded. Jiang Huairan continued. The situation on the Star River may be even more chaotic than we imagine. The hull has sustained severe damage, and the onboard supplies are likely compromised. With so many survivors, the struggle for limited resources could lead to. He trailed off, but everyone grasped the implications of his unfinished sentence. That place might have already descended into a hellish nightmare. No, I refuse to believe this. You are all deceiving me. Luo Tianhao suddenly leaped to his feet, his voice frantic as he shouted at the others. Even if the Star River is stranded, there are other ships. Even if all the vessels in this sea face troubles, my father can summon rescue ships from other continents, from different ports. It merely requires a bit more time. Just a few more days. Rescue will come. It will come. Yes, absolutely. We only need to wait a little longer. There are so many nearby ports, Jiaoport, Xinjiaope, even from Australia. Surely, a rescue ship will arrive. It just requires more time. We cannot abandon hope. We must not. Yet, the camp remained shrouded in silence, with no one uttering a word or echoing his sentiments. Those who once hung on his every word, like Su Jiaoliang and Guan Yaxiong, now bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. The other students wore expressions of numbness and fatigue, having endured countless hopes crushed, disappointments repeated, and heavy blows dealt. They had borne more than enough. From the occurrence of the tsunami to the ensuing communication blackout, followed by the ferocious assault of the man-bear, Su Pingyan's transformation and brutality. Alongside Lu Yuan's overwhelming power that defied comprehension, their nerves had long since frayed under the relentless strain. To them, Luo Tianhao's words sounded akin to a drowning man's desperate grasp at a final straw, pale, powerless, and steeped in unrealistic fantasies. His roar gradually diminished, ultimately morphing into a low, mournful whimper. Observing the silent, numbed gazes around him, he felt for the first time the true essence of isolation and helplessness. His legs buckled, and he sank once more to the beach, covering his face with his hands, unable to suppress his sobs. The once prominent prodigy had finally shattered in the face of harsh reality. No one stepped forward to comfort Luo Tianhao, perhaps out of numbness, perhaps sympathy, or perhaps a newfound clarity regarding the fragility concealed beneath his glamorous facade. Amid this stifling atmosphere, Jiang Huairan emerged, resolutely approaching Lu Yuan and, with utmost gravity, bowed deeply before him. In my ignorance, I have previously offended, and your words have unveiled the flaws in our sect's practices. Truly, you are a sage. It seems that our very survival now rests upon your guidance, Mr. Lu. At this moment, Wei Tieshan's disciples, including Wei Beichen, appeared ashen-faced. Yet, Lu Yuan did not extend a hand to assist the bowing Jiang Huairan. Instead, his gaze fell upon the pallid Wei Taizhan and his visibly anxious disciples. Matters of cultivation cannot be rushed. The rules I have established must be adhered to. Wei Taizhan shall kneel and reflect for a day. Those who remain unconvinced will face similar consequences. With these words, the atmosphere within the camp was instantly frozen once more. What sheer dominance! What audacity! Lu Yuan was declaring to all present that regardless of one's identity or status, they must abide by the rules he set forth. No exceptions would be entertained. Jiang Huairan trembled slightly at this pronouncement, and his disciples were likewise taken aback. They had not anticipated Lu Yuan's utter disregard for face. Insisting on punishing their severely injured eldest brother, the most fiery of his disciples, Wei Beichen, could no longer contain his indignation upon witnessing his master's humiliation and his brother's grave injuries. Ignoring Jiang Huairan's earlier admonishing gaze, he confronted Lu Yuan with a fierce voice. Mr. Lu, my elder brother has already suffered a broken leg and ribs, gravely wounded. Are you demanding his life by forcing him to kneel for another day? While our sect may have erred, such punishment is excessively cruel and heartless. Upon hearing Wei Beichen's challenge, Jiang Huairan's complexion turned an ashen hue. Before anyone could react, a resounding slap echoed as he struck Wei Beichen across the face. You insolent fool! How dare you question Mr. Lu's decisions? He has already shown mercy. Were it not for that, do you think you would still be standing here to speak? The resounding slap not only left Wei Beichen stunned, but also caused those around to collectively gasp in astonishment. No one anticipated that Jiang Huairan would resort to such severe measures against his own disciple in defense of Lu Yuan. With a stinging cheek, Wei Beichen covered his face, his eyes brimming with grievance. Master, I. Yet, Jiang Huairan turned away from him, addressing the other disciples behind him. My incompetence has brought trouble upon you all. Now that Mr. Lu has granted us a chance for survival, it is a tremendous grace. Henceforth, Mr. Lu's words shall be my commands. Should anyone dare to utter a word of disrespect, I shall be the first to show no mercy. In stark contrast, the emotions of the members at Lu Yuan's camp were vastly different from those of the Jiang family. Li Shuowei quietly approached Zhao Xiaoming and a few familiar classmates, whispering, "Did you see that? This is what true power looks like. This is the demeanor of a genuine heavyweight." With just a word from Brother Yuan, even those so-called masters of martial arts must bow their heads. Although Zhao Xiaoming found the scene before her somewhat brutal, she could not deny that Lu Yuan's display of dominance alleviated much of her fear of the unknown, at least on this chaotic, deserted island. Being alongside such a formidable individual provided a glimmer of hope for survival. The gazes of her classmates towards Lu Yuan were filled with reverence. They had come to realize that on this island, only someone like Lu Yuan, possessing absolute power, could truly command everything. Chapter 117. The frightened bird and the outlaw. Several junior disciples hurried forward, attempting to assist Wei Taizhan to his feet. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he steadied himself with their support and turned to Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu, I acknowledge my oversight and am willing to accept punishment. However, I have sustained a broken leg and several fractured ribs. May I tend to my wounds briefly before receiving your reprimand? Otherwise, I fear that not only will I be unable to kneel for a day, but I may become incapacitated before nightfall." Upon hearing his plea, the surrounding survivors directed their gazes towards Lu Yuan. Wei Tieshan's injuries were indeed severe. Compelling him to endure such agony for an entire day would likely lead to his demise or permanent disability. Lu Yuan glanced at his deformed leg and nodded gently. "You may proceed." Relieved by Lu Yuan's acquiescence, Wei Taizhan let out a sigh of relief. At least Lu Yuan did not intend to drive him to his limits. Jiang Huairan and Jiang Linger also felt a sense of relief. The Jiang family disciples quickly rummaged through their supplies, finding some usable bandages and a few branches to serve as makeshift splints, hastily securing and dressing Wei Tieshan's leg and ribs. Throughout the process, Wei Taizhan gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of pain, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead and soaking the sandy ground beneath him. After the rudimentary treatment, he pushed away the assisting disciples. Although his face remained pale, he limped awkwardly to a patch of sand. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all present, Wei Taizhan suddenly knelt down with a thud. Jiang Huairan observed his eldest disciple's silhouette, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. He understood that Lu Yuan's actions were meant to awaken them, urging them to relinquish their past pride and reserve. For those accustomed to the lofty heights of the martial world, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Only through such trials and tribulations could they truly adapt to a world where the rules had irrevocably changed. This is the essence of power. Li Shuowei regarded Lu Yuan's profile with silent reflection, recognizing that regardless of status or lineage, all must bow before him. In this realm, it is indeed the strength of one's fists that dictates the rules. "Indeed," echoed a boy who was closely acquainted with Luo Tianhao. "I used to think that commanding power like young Master Luo was impressive, but now, in comparison to Lu Yuan, it pales in insignificance. In a place like this, the ability to fight is the only truth." After attending to Wei Taizhan, Lu Yuan surveyed the camp and inquired, "Guan Yaxiong, where's Su Ping'an?" Everyone paused, suddenly realizing that Su Ping'an, who had been lying on the ground like a defeated dog after being struck down by Lu Yuan, had mysteriously vanished. Aside from a human-shaped imprint in the sand and a few dark splotches of blood, there was no trace of him left. Su Ping'an, where could he have gone? He was just there a moment ago. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Upon being named by Lu Yuan, Guan Yaxiong's complexion instantly turned ashen. Previously, he had been dealt a staggering blow by Lu Yuan, leaving him dazed, and later assigned to attend to Su Ping'an. When the conflict between Lu Yuan and Wei Taizhan erupted, all attention was drawn away. leaving Guan Yasheng little concern for the half-conscious Su Pinggan. When questioned by Lu Yuan, he fell to his knees with a thud, more decisive and agile than Wei Taizhan had been moments before, scrambling to cling to Lu Yuan's leg. Tears and snot streaming down his face. Brother Lu, he was just there, lying right there. I thought he was so gravely injured he couldn't escape. I don't know how he vanished. Terrified and incoherent, he feared that Lu Yuan would unleash his fury regarding Su Pinggan's disappearance upon him. The other survivors in the camp were abuzz with anxious speculation. How could Su Pinggan have escaped? He was so severely wounded that he shouldn't have been able to move. Could he have mutated again? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Su Pinggan's recovery capability was indeed astonishing. After sustaining such severe injuries from his own hands, he managed to recuperate swiftly enough to flee amidst the chaos. It appeared this individual harbored unresolved grievances, and keeping him around would only spell disaster. Wildfires may burn out, but spring winds always bring new growth, Lu Yuan murmured. In that case, I shall eradicate him completely to prevent future calamities. Without waiting for the reactions of those behind him, he lowered his stance slightly and suddenly propelled himself off the sandy beach. The sand flew into the air. Utilizing this recoil, his body shot forward with such speed that he left only an afterimage in the eyes of the onlookers. Within a few breaths, Lu Yuan's figure had vanished into the dense jungle, leaving behind only a scattering of disturbed leaves and a group of stunned survivors in the camp. My heavens! Is that lightness skill? Li Shuowei stammered, feeling as though he were witnessing a martial arts epic. In the depths of the thick jungle, Su Pinggan was desperately fleeing, dragging his battered body along. Yet he dared not stop or slow his pace. The image of Lu Yuan left an indelible shadow in his mind, transforming into the very impetus that drove him to escape. He had witnessed how effortlessly Lu Yuan had incapacitated Wei Taizhan with a mere kick, sending chills through his core. It dawned upon him that Lu Yuan disregarded all notions of rules, morality, or human life. In his eyes, anyone who opposed him could become a target for elimination. His earlier brazen provocation of Lu Yuan, attempting to encroach upon Su Mingyao, had likely sealed his fate in Lu Yuan's perspective. That madman, he truly dares to kill. I must flee. Immediately, the sole thought that remained in Su Pinggan's mind was escape. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and each stride sent jolts of excruciating pain through his fractured bones, causing him to stagger. Just when he believed he was on the brink of exhaustion, a wave of warmth surged from the depths of his being once more. The wounds inflicted by Lu Yuan, previously grievous, were now visibly mending with astonishing rapidity. An exquisite tingling coursing through him, as if countless ants were traversing his skin. That familiar sensation gradually returned to his body. Although it paled in comparison to the state he had achieved during his metamorphosis within the cocoon, it was sufficient to propel him onward in his flight for survival. I am still alive. I am still alive. Ha ha ha. I, Su Pinggan, am indomitable. I am the chosen one. He laughed maniacally within, though his visage contorted in pain. Lu Yuan's power had indeed surpassed his expectations, plunging him into despair for a time. Yet now, experiencing the miraculous regenerative capabilities of his own body, he felt an even deeper conviction that he was destined to rise as a formidable force amidst this cataclysm. Chapter 118. A frantic flight towards despair. Su Pinggan gently caressed the scabs forming on his wounds. The formidable resilience he possessed reinforced his belief that he was favored by the heavens. Leaning against a tree trunk, he gasped for breath, reflecting on the events that had transpired. Su Pinggan, teetering on the brink of life and death, had acquired strength, destined to emerge as the chosen one amidst this grand catastrophe. Yet, he had fled before Lu Yuan like a defeated hound. He could not fathom it. He refused to accept it. Lu Yuan's power was certainly not his own. Indeed, it must have been that stone. Su Pinggan recalled the blue crystal that Lu Yuan had exchanged for bear meat from that foolish boy. When that crystal appeared, he felt an overwhelming yearning within him, as if it held immense benefits for him. Yet, he had foolishly relinquished the pursuit, having been saved by Lu Yuan once before. Lu Yuan must have absorbed the power within it, which had rendered him so formidable. Fool! I am such a fool! Su Pinggan struck his head fiercely, his heart brimming with regret. What foolish compassion! What nonsense about gratitude at a time like this! Had he seized that crystal then, perhaps now. Thus, Lu Yuan's prior act of bartering meat for the stone was merely a ploy to gather more such treasures. Su Pinggan's thoughts clarified. He believed he had grasped the crux of the matter. Lu Yuan's firearms and martial prowess were mere facades to conceal the true source of his strength. That mysterious crystal was undoubtedly the most precious item on this island. It contained secrets that could bestow extraordinary power upon its possessor. He vowed never to repeat such a mistake. Anything that could enhance his strength must be acquired by any means necessary. As long as I can obtain more crystals than he does, I will surely surpass him in strength. At that time, Lu Yuan shall perish, and Su Mingyao will kneel before me, begging for mercy. All those who once looked down upon me, mocked, and humiliated me will kneel at my feet, pleading for my compassion. The lush foliage of the primordial jungle enveloped Su Ping'an as he trudged through it, each step a struggle against the terrain. A wave of hunger surged within him, igniting a primal instinct akin to that of a ravenous beast as he scoured the forest for sustenance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he discovered a nest within a thicket. A drab mother bird perched within, evidently incubating her eggs. The round, fearful eyes of the mother bird were filled with terror, emitting a soft, mournful cry, as if in supplication. Su Ping'an sneered, "I care not what you are. I am ravenous." The frightened mother bird let out a sharp cry, attempting to peck at Su Ping'an, but her struggle was futile. He swiftly grasped the flailing mother bird with one hand, while his other hand plunged into the nest, seizing an egg. Without hesitation, he crushed it whole, devouring it with fervor. The mother bird emitted a heart-wrenching wail, struggling desperately against her fate. Su Ping'an found the incessant noise unbearable. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he exerted a sudden force, and with a sharp crack, the neck of the mother bird was easily twisted off. He swiftly plucked several coarse feathers and began to gnaw at the raw flesh, the corners of his mouth stained with dark crimson blood and remnants of feathers. He then consumed the remaining bird eggs from the nest, feeling a warm surge within him, as if his strength had been partially restored. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the dense forest behind him, as flocks of birds took flight, screeching and flapping their wings, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. What was that commotion? Alarm bells rang in Su Ping'an's mind. Was it Lu Yuan? Had Lu Yuan caught up with him? He immediately discarded the remnants of the bird and, crawling and scrambling, sought refuge in a large tree with dense foliage. Ignoring the pain in his body, he climbed with both hands and feet, concealing himself among the thick leaves, stifling his breath to avoid detection. From his perch atop the tree, Su Ping'an peered through the gaps in the foliage below. The forest was eerily silent, save for the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. Had the disturbance passed? As time trickled by, doubts crept into his mind. Was the flight of the startled birds merely a coincidence? Perhaps other wild beasts or predators had disturbed them. Had Lu Yuan truly pursued him? Or was he merely scaring himself? Straining to listen, he remained alert, yet the silence persisted. Just as he hesitated over whether to risk a descent to investigate, a figure emerged. It was Lu Yuan. He was leaping between the branches, utilizing their strength, ultimately landing near the very tree where Su Ping'an was hidden. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Su Ping'an's body went rigid with fear. He held his breath, pressing himself tightly against the trunk, not daring to blink, terrified of making any sound that might betray his presence. After landing, Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings. The jungle here was more primordial, with various plants creating a canopy that obscured the sun. Vines coiled around towering ancient trees like colossal serpents, the ground blanketed with thick moss and fallen leaves, rendering the area dim and shadowy. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly advancing, seemingly wandering casually beneath the trees, occasionally pausing to listen for any signs of movement in the forest. Su Ping'an, concealed in the branches, felt his heart racing, each breath weighing heavily upon him. Lu Yuan was directly below. Would he discover him? Did he already know he was there? Lu Yuan circled the ancient tree a few times, then glanced upward toward the dense canopy. Su Ping'an felt his blood run cold. It was as if Lu Yuan's gaze pierced through the layers of leaves, locking eyes with him for a fleeting moment. However, Lu Yuan's gaze lingered only momentarily on the treetops, as if he had detected nothing amiss. He shook his head, a hint of disappointment crossing his face, muttering a few words to himself before continuing onward, his figure gradually disappearing deeper into the thicket. Su Ping'an's heart raced to his throat. At the moment Lu Yuan raised his gaze, he nearly believed he had been discovered. However, Lu Yuan's subsequent actions allowed him to exhale in relief. He watched as Lu Yuan's figure gradually receded into the distance until it vanished completely. and the ecstatic thrill of having narrowly escaped surged within him once more. Ha ha ha. Fool. I am hiding right beneath your nose, and yet you remain oblivious. You still wish to capture me. He remained concealed in the tree for a full quarter of an hour, meticulously observing the surroundings. Confirming that Lu Yuan had entirely disappeared without any signs of return. Only then did his taut heart finally relax. He let out a long sigh, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Just as he prepared to descend from the tree, a chilling voice whispered close to Su Pingin's ear. I've been searching for you for so long. Won't you come down and say hello? Chapter 119. The desperate struggle for survival in that fleeting moment. Every hair on Su Pingin's body stood on end. He had no time to ponder how Lu Yuan had appeared behind him. His body instinctively reacted before his mind could catch up. He immediately crouched and sprang up. Yet, Lu Yuan offered him no time to respond, delivering a powerful kick to Su Pingin's waist. Su Pingin felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending his body tumbling down from the treetop, over 10 meters high. Crack! Bang! His body shattered several sturdy branches as he fell, a flurry of withered leaves swirling around him, before crashing heavily onto the ground blanketed with fallen foliage. The tremendous impact left him seeing stars. It felt as though his very organs had been displaced, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the leaves before him crimson. Su Pingin was engulfed in pain, every inch of him aching, his mind a complete void. Escape. This singular thought raced through his mind. He scrambled and crawled frantically into the depths of the dense forest. At that moment, thoughts of being the chosen one or seeking revenge were cast aside, leaving only the most primal instinct for survival. However, he had barely covered 10 meters when a figure emerged ahead, blocking his path. It was Lu Yuan. Trying to run? Lu Yuan stood leisurely a few meters away. You. Su Pingin stammered, fully grasping the reason behind Lu Yuan's astonishing speed. He abruptly turned and fled in another direction. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind surged forth. Lu Yuan made no effort to chase him. Instead, he simply kicked, sending a stone the size of a fist crashing precisely into the hollow of Su Pingin's supporting knee. Bang! The stone shattered on impact, dispersing into a fine powder. Su Pingin let out a blood-curdling scream. A wave of numbness surged through his knee, as if that leg no longer belonged to him. This was swiftly followed by a surge of excruciating pain that erupted from the numbness, causing him to collapse heavily once again, tasting the earth and decaying leaves. Su Pingin was on the brink of madness. As he lay on the ground, he watched Lu Yuan approach him step by step, the ease with which he moved igniting a fire of rage within him. In a fit of hysteria, he bellowed, Lu Yuan, your strength is not your own. It comes from that blue stone. You have stolen the power that rightfully belongs to me. You despicable thief. Lu Yuan remained indifferent to Su Pingin's outburst, though he was somewhat taken aback by Su Pingin's revelation of the spirit crystal secret. Seeing that Lu Yuan was unfazed, Su Pingin's eyes glinted with madness. Seizing the moment while Lu Yuan was lost in thought, he sprang up from the ground once more, attempting to flee. Thinking of escaping again, Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy. It seems you still do not understand that the gap between us cannot be bridged by mere stones. In an instant, Lu Yuan closed the distance, moving with fluid grace to seize Su Pingin at various critical joints. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of Su Pingin, he lay upon the cold, damp decay of fallen leaves, feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his joints. From initial fury and resentment, he had descended into utter despair. Stone! Give me a stone! Su Pingin murmured as if in a dream. His gaze shifted from madness to emptiness, recognizing that he was utterly defeated, completely finished. Lon Lon. Mosquito. Blood. Crown Fee. Joy. Desecration. He possessed neither the strength nor the courage to resist any longer. All that remained was an overwhelming fear of death and an insatiable desire for life. Struggling to turn his eyes, he beheld Lu Yuan approaching him, a man who wielded dominion over his fate like a deity or a demon. He could no longer regard the dignity of a chosen one or entertain thoughts of vengeance. He merely wished to survive. Lord Lu, I was wrong, truly wrong. I implore you, I beg you spare me. I shall never again covet what belongs to you. He longed to bow before Lu Yuan, yet his shattered legs rendered him incapable of such an act, forcing him to writhe upon the ground like a maggot, his face smeared with a grotesque mixture of mucus, tears, sweat, and blood. Lu Yuan observed Su Pingin, who lay prostrate at his feet, as if reduced to mere sludge, and a smile crept across his face. It seems you finally comprehend who truly wields the rules. Su Pingyan nodded fervently, like a pestle against garlic. I understand. I understand. You are the true master of the rules. The lowly one was blind to the greatness before him. I was wrong. I beseech you, grant me a chance for redemption. Lu Yuan revealed an enigmatic smile as he replied. Then, as a reward, he retrieved a crystal from his storage ring. A gem acquired from the corpse of a white wolf king, radiating a mesmerizing blue-purple light, pulsating with formidable energy. The moment the wolf king's spirit crystal appeared, Su Pingyan's body trembled violently. He struggled to lift his head. Upon seeing the crystal in Lu Yuan's hand, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated upon Lu Yuan's grasp, momentarily forgetting the searing pain that racked his body. Lu Yuan chuckled at Su Pingyan's drooling expression. Did you not desire this? It is far superior to the one you encountered before. If you consume it, who knows, you might become even stronger than I. Su Pingyan's gaze became transfixed. Stronger than Lu Yuan? He looked at the crystal in Lu Yuan's hand, and then at Lu Yuan's inscrutable expression, torn between conflicting thoughts and engulfed in turmoil. Could Lu Yuan truly be so benevolent? Would he truly bestow such a precious treasure upon him? Would using this crystal subject him to even greater torment than he currently endured? Yet what if? What if this was indeed true? What if this was his sole opportunity for a reversal of fate? As long as I can obtain this crystal, as long as I can possess it. Su Pingyan's breath grew increasingly labored. I must. He struggled to move, using his only remaining arm to prop himself up, inching painfully toward Lu Yuan's direction. Reaching Lu Yuan's feet, he tilted his head upward, his eyes filled with a humble plea and a deeply concealed resentment as he spoke. Master Lu, I beseech you to grant it to me. I am willing. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you allow me to regain my strength. Lu Yuan regarded his pitiable demeanor with a slight smirk, remaining silent as he flicked his finger. The Wolf King's spirit crystal arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely before Su Pingyan, mere inches from his mouth. Mine. This is mine. Su Pingyan lunged like a ravenous wild dog spotting a bone, awkwardly and urgently grasping the crystal with his mouth. At that moment, however, Lu Yuan's right foot came crashing down mercilessly, driving Su Pingyan's entire head into the ground, littered with dry twigs and decaying leaves. Ack! Su Pingyan felt darkness engulf him, a suffocating sensation overwhelming him. The earth and rotting foliage choked his mouth and nose. Yet he clung to the spirit crystal with unwavering determination. He did not pause to consider why Lu Yuan acted thus. His sole thought was to consume it, to swallow it immediately. He gulped down the spirit crystal along with the soil and decayed leaves that mingled in his mouth. Glug! Glug! As long as I can swallow it, as long as I absorb its energy, I shall evolve once more. I shall grow stronger. I shall live to exact my revenge. Chapter 120. The Abyss of Despair and the Seeds of Malevolence. With a resounding gulp, Su Pingyan forcefully swallowed the Wolf King's spirit crystal. Remember this moment, Su Pingyan. Lu Yuan's foot remained firmly planted on the back of Su Pingyan's head, exerting unyielding pressure, compelling him to press his cheek against the ground. Like a dog, no? Even less than a dog. He squirmed on the earth like a maggot, pleading for a chance at survival. A tremor coursed through Su Pingyan's body. Lu Yuan's words pierced him with humiliation, as if his dignity and pride were being ruthlessly shredded and trampled underfoot. Are you pondering that once you absorb the power of this crystal, you might turn the tables? That you could repay me in kind for all that I have inflicted upon you? Are you contemplating how, once your strength is restored, you will torment me? How you will humiliate me? How you will force me to kneel before you and beg for mercy? With every utterance, Su Pingyan's heart sank further, the fear of being utterly exposed eclipsing even the physical agony. Etch these thoughts deeply into your mind, Su Pingyan. Engrave them into your very bones. Infuse them into your blood. Because, before he could finish, the Wolf King's spirit crystal, now nestled within Su Pingyan's belly, finally erupted. A torrent of heat surged from his stomach, exploding within him like molten iron. It rampaged through his limbs and bones with unparalleled ferocity. And Su Pingyan could not suppress a wretched howl. He felt as though his body had been cast into a furnace, each sinew and bone being torn asunder and reforged by the raging energy. The excruciating pain made him wish for immediate death. Yet Lu Yuan's previous words, meant to pierce the heart, resonated painfully in his mind. No, I cannot die. I will not succumb to such disgraceful demise. Su Pingyan raised his head from the dirt, his eyes aflame with crimson, veins bulging as he unleashed a primal roar. He felt as if his very being were on the verge of being ripped apart. A tremor from the depths of his soul harmonized with the ferocious energy of the Wolf King's spirit crystal he had just consumed, creating an extraordinary resonance at that moment. Lu Yuan released his foot from Su Ping'an's head. Observing the transformation, the two forces began to merge. The energy of the Wolf King's spirit crystal was reshaping Su Ping'an's form. His bones creaked ominously, muscles swelled violently, and dark veins spread across his skin's surface. Another force, born from intense emotion, was also mending and fortifying Su Ping'an's battered body. Two distinct powers clashed within him, as if two ferocious beasts were locked in a deadly struggle deep within his flesh. Ah! 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 Su Ping'an emitted a more anguished cry, his body alternating between curling up and convulsing violently, feeling as if he were on the brink of being utterly torn apart by these two overwhelming forces. His consciousness wavered between clarity and haze, as countless images flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. The life of crew members aboard the Star River, the despair and resentment beneath the claws of the bear, the sensation of being feared and flattered following his first evolution, the terror of being wantonly trampled by Lu Yuan, and the humiliation of being scorned and abandoned by the camp's denizens. This extreme torment, both physical and spiritual, nearly caused him to faint, urging him to relinquish all resistance. Just as Su Ping'an felt his consciousness slipping into darkness, Lu Yuan's voice resounded as if echoing from the horizon. Su Ping'an, do you wish to succumb and become a nameless skeleton upon this desolate island? Or will you endure this agonizing metamorphosis to acquire the true power to master your own fate? In this grand era ahead, will you leave behind a name that belongs solely to you, even if it is stained with blood and sin? Lu Yuan's words kindled every ounce of his dissatisfaction. I cannot faint. I cannot surrender. I must grow stronger. I must seek vengeance. I will make all who look down on me pay the price. Su Ping'an gritted his teeth with all his might, blood seeping from between them. As Su Ping'an's will forcibly intervened, the two terrifying forces within him finally found equilibrium. They ceased to repel each other and began to merge and transform. Su Ping'an's nails became sharp and glimmered with a chilling light. Sparse dark gray hairs sprouted from his exposed skin, and his muscles twisted into more rugged contours. In that moment, Su Ping'an had undeniably evolved into a living werewolf. A fierce wolf tail sprouted from his coccyx, thrashing behind him, each movement accompanied by a howling gust of wind. How? He succeeded. He truly succeeded. Not only had he survived, but he had also acquired a strength far beyond what he had before. Su Ping'an's gaze fixed on Lu Yuan, only to discover that Lu Yuan regarded him with the eyes of an art connoisseur, which Su Ping'an perceived as the greatest mockery. Did he think himself a creator? Did he believe that his successful evolution was a benevolent gift from Lu Yuan? He failed to notice that Lu Yuan's seemingly casual hands had been deftly manipulating a series of intricate hand seals all along. The strands of spiritual energy in the air, like streams being drawn together, silently converged toward Lu Yuan's fingertips. Before Su Ping'an could react, a seal inscribed with the character slave, emanating a faint glow, had quietly taken shape in Lu Yuan's palm, poised to strike. Now it is my turn. I shall return to you all the pain and humiliation you have inflicted upon me, 1,000-fold. I will make you understand who the true chosen one is. Who is the sole sovereign of this island? The werewolf, Su Ping'an, let out a ferocious roar, his powerful hind legs striking the ground with force. At that very moment, Lu Yuan issued a sharp reprimand, and the emblem of the word slave in his palm gleamed, hurtling directly towards Su Ping'an's brow. No, Su Ping'an was unaware of the nature of that ethereal light, yet instinctively sensed that should it imprint upon him, he would be forever subjugated to Lu Yuan's will. Alas, it was far too late. The speed of the seal far surpassed his expectations, and just as he began to form thoughts of resistance, it had already marked his forehead. Su Ping'an felt as though his head were being torn asunder. The torment emanating from the depths of his soul was 1,000 times more terrifying than any previous physical agony he had endured. Dark crimson blood seeped from his 7 orifices, his body quaking violently, and his blood-red wolf eyes brimmed with indomitable madness. No, I shall not submit. Su Ping'an, do you dare defy me? Lu Yuan bellowed. Memories of Lu Yuan surged within Su Ping'an's mind, like a stray dog fleeing in terror. The humiliation of being kicked from a tree, the excruciating pain of a knee shattered by a flying stone, the degradation of being treated like a mere plaything, the grotesque sight of begging like a maggot upon the ground. The profound fear and despair that penetrated his very soul marked the true inception of enslavement. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yuan once again channeled his spiritual energy, and the seal, which had been fiercely clashing with Su Ping'an's will, met no further resistance, embedding itself deep within Su Ping'an's soul. The mark of subjugation was complete. Su Ping'an's violent struggles ceased instantaneously. He knelt before Lu Yuan with utmost reverence, proclaiming, "Master." Chapter 121, Shadows of the Dense Forest. The emergence of the black blade, Lu Yuan issued his first command. "Return to your original form." "Yes, master." The werewolf, Su Ping'an, knelt on the ground, his wolf-like eyes devoid of hesitation or struggle, exhibiting only absolute obedience. In the next moment, the gray-black fur that covered his body slowly receded, retreating beneath his skin. The sharp claws smoothly retracted into his fingertips, reverting to human nails. The robust wolf tail vanished with a sound of shifting bones, disappearing entirely. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious werewolf had vanished, replaced by a muscular Su Ping'an, bare-chested, yet his features had reverted to that of a human. He remained in a kneeling position, head bowed, awaiting Lu Yuan's next command. Indeed, Lu Yuan mused, observing the scene before him with satisfaction. This was the epitome of perfect beast transformation. Only such a flawless metamorphosis, forged from an indomitable will, could seamlessly oscillate between savagery and humanity. The transformation of Su Ping'an was a perilous endeavor. Each step tread the edge of a razor, where a single misstep could yield entirely different outcomes. The first step was to catalyze his evolution, necessitating an extreme emotional trigger. The second was to achieve perfect beast transformation, which required a formidable willpower that remained unbroken even under the onslaught of feral energy, preventing one from losing their mind in the throes of transformation, and thus achieving this flawless state. The most crucial and paradoxical step was to implant the slave mark. This mark was overwhelmingly dominant, yet it could only be imprinted upon a soul whose defenses had been utterly shattered and will completely collapsed. A being of unyielding spirit cannot be easily enslaved. This was the core contradiction of the entire plan. Su Ping'an needed the indomitable will to realize perfect beast transformation, yet at the pinnacle of his resolve, he had to be thoroughly broken to receive the slave mark. Lu Yuan succeeded in this intricate interplay. The three elements were inextricably linked, each indispensable. The precise calibration of timing and psychological maneuvering was crucial. Any miscalculation could lead to total failure. Reflected in Lu Yuan's gaze was the image of Su Ping'an in submission. Even if the plan faltered, it would merely necessitate an alternative approach to managing resources. His actions were never a gamble. Rather, he ensured that each piece on the chessboard could fulfill its intended value. His path required no embellishments of chance. "Rise." Lu Yuan's voice returned to its calm demeanor. "Yes, master," Su Ping'an respectfully replied, preparing to stand. "Wait." Lu Yuan raised his hand to halt him. After a moment of contemplation, he felt something amiss. The term master was too conspicuous. "In public, you shall refer to me as young Master Lu." "Yes, young Master Lu." Su Ping'an's voice bore no trace of emotion. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, intending to convey a few more instructions when his gaze suddenly sharpened, shifting toward a large tree in the distance. "Su Ping'an, here, young Master Lu. Behind that tree, bring me the person who is hiding." Lu Yuan's tone was casual. Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. He followed the direction of Lu Yuan's finger and saw nothing but emptiness behind the large tree. There was not a single shadow in sight. However, he did not dare to voice any doubts, for the shackles of the slave seal had long since etched loyalty into the depths of his soul. "Yes, young Master Lu." With a prompt response, Su Ping'an's figure surged from his position, racing towards the great tree. With each step he took, his muscles visibly expanded, dark gray fur erupted forth, and his stature grew taller. His limbs became robust and powerful, claws protruding, and in mere seconds, he transformed once again into the ferocious form of a werewolf. As he charged towards the tree, he did not slow down. Instead, he collided with the great tree using his formidable werewolf physique. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the tree splintered under his impact, sending wood chips flying and branches scattering. In that instant, as the trunk shattered, a slender black figure gracefully emerged from the swirling debris. performing an elegant twist in the air before landing steadily a few meters away. It was a young girl clad in tight black attire, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, contrasting sharply with her snow-white skin. However, her exquisitely delicate face bore no expression, and her phoenix-like eyes were as cold as ice, quietly observing Lu Yuan. It was Chu Xiaoyue, a woman he certainly remembered. On the day of resupply at the Star River ship, during the confrontation with Fei Song's cousin, Su Jiao, it was this icy, black-clad woman who silenced the arrogant Su Jiao with just a single sentence. Her frosty gaze settled on Lu Yuan, and she inquired with curiosity, "When did you discover my presence?" Lu Yuan regarded her and retorted, "And when did you arrive?" Yet, internally, he was not as calm as he appeared. During the formation of the slave seal, the drain on his mental energy had dulled his vigilance, allowing her to approach so closely before he noticed. This was a significant oversight. "I offer you an opportunity to explain. Killing is not inherently wrong. Perhaps those you have slain were deserving of their fate. Yet, transforming individuals into such grotesque abominations, and acting so treacherously, is far from virtuous." At her words, Lu Yuan could not help but chuckle softly. "Explain? I have nothing to clarify. I, Lu Yuan, act solely according to my thoughts, pursuing my desires freely. Why should I justify my actions to anyone?" Chu Xiaoyue uttered not a single word more. "In that case." With a swift motion, she drew the tang knife from her back. The blade shimmered like a reflection of autumn waters, emanating a chilling aura as it locked onto Lu Yuan with deadly intent. "Then I shall subdue you first and interrogate you slowly." Intriguing. Lu Yuan observed Chu Xiaoyue's formidable presence, a spark of interest igniting in his eyes. He wished to ascertain the true extent of the prowess possessed by this phantom of the Black Blade from his previous life. Nonchalantly, he gestured to Su Pingyan beside him. "Stand aside and watch. Do not intervene without my command." "Yes, young Master Lu." Su Pingyan respectfully acknowledged and retreated to the periphery of the battlefield, his wolf-like eyes vigilantly observing the arena, ever ready to heed Lu Yuan's command. Chu Xiaoyue made her move. With a delicate push of her toes against the ground, the Tang Dao in her hand traced a graceful arc, aiming directly at Lu Yuan. Before the blade reached him, the fierce gust of wind it generated already stung the skin like a sharp chill. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the 361 spiritual points within him resonated in unison. His figure glided backward like a specter, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Clang! The blade missed its target, striking a nearby rock instead, cleaving it with such precision that the cut was as smooth and reflective as a mirror. What a remarkably sharp blade! Lu Yuan felt a flicker of astonishment within. Though Chu Xiaoyue's initial strike had failed, her assault showed no signs of abating. The glimmer of her blade danced fiercely, her every move ruthless and unyielding, each strike aimed directly at Lu Yuan's vital points. Yet, Lu Yuan refrained from confronting her head-on. Instead, he relied on his extraordinary speed and reflexes, navigating effortlessly through the dense flurry of blades and shadows. As they exchanged blows, Lu Yuan discerned that Chu Xiaoyue's prowess was indeed formidable, yet he also detected a similar depletion of vital energy within her, akin to the signs he had observed in Zhang Huairan. It seemed that, prior to the Great Calamity, these so-called martial practitioners had, to varying degrees, strayed down the path of self-consumption. Lu Yuan understood this all too well. The only aspect that posed a genuine challenge for him was the Tang Dao wielded by Chu Xiaoyue. It emanated a menacing aura and was exceptionally sharp. Even with his current formidable physique, boasting the connectivity of 361 spiritual points, he could not guarantee he could withstand its edge. "Without that blade, I could subdue her in less than 10 strikes." Given his present strength, dealing with the likes of Su Pingyan or Wei Taizhan had not even been a contest. They lacked the qualification to warrant his serious attention. Yet this woman before him had compelled him to conclude that he would require 10 strikes to prevail, which was indeed a high commendation. Lu Yuan pondered, but with that blade in hand, she certainly posed a formidable challenge. Su Pingyan, engage. Chapter 122, A Match of Equals. The golden cicada escapes its shell with a single command. The werewolf Su Pingyan erupted from the sidelines, charging ferociously towards Chu Xiaoyue. He disregarded the glint of the sharp blade, using his formidable physique as a shield, recklessly creating openings for Lu Yuan to strike. Chu Xiaoyue was taken aback by Lu Yuan's sudden decision to involve this beast in the fray, disrupting the rhythm of their one-on-one confrontation. Yet, she reacted swiftly, her toes barely grazing the ground as she elegantly sidestepped Su Pingyan's savage onslaught. In the midst of her evasion, she deftly turned her wrist, her tang knife slicing through the air with a brilliant sheen, delivering a fierce blow to Su Pingyan's shoulder. The blade sank into flesh, effortlessly parting the resilient fur, and a wound appeared, blood gushing forth. Remarkably, despite sustaining such a grievous injury, Su Pingyan let out not a single groan, his assault unabated. It was as if he felt no pain. Upon landing, he gathered his strength once more, twisting his body with a sickening rush, lunging at her again. What manner of creature is this? Chu Xiaoyue was both astonished and furious. Su Pingyan's reckless, death-defying tactics completely unraveled her methodical approach. Her once proud, exquisite swordsmanship faltered against this unorthodox, frenzied assault. She thrived in duels, adept at countering her opponent's techniques and exploiting weaknesses. Yet, Su Pingyan displayed no discernible technique. Each of his strikes was a brutal exchange of injury, a gamble of life and death. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Amidst the flickering blades in the jungle, Chu Xiaoyue, leveraging her superior agility, incessantly inflicted wounds of varying depths upon Su Pingyan. To her growing dismay, she observed the grotesque injuries on him healing at a visible pace. Blood would barely escape before coagulating, torn muscle fibers rapidly regenerating. In mere breaths, what were once deep lacerations had transformed into shallow scars. This exceeded Chu Xiaoyue's understanding of the human body. Her stamina waned swiftly, while her opponent seemed inexhaustible, his injuries only fueling the madness and ferocity in his gaze. This cannot continue. Chu Xiaoyue steeled herself, seizing an opportunity when Su Pingyan lunged and missed. She surged forward, her tang knife no longer cleaving but transforming into a flash of cold light, piercing accurately towards his left forearm. With a thrust, she employed finesse, circumventing the hard bone, successfully penetrating Su Pingyan's arm. However, before she could withdraw her blade, a cruel grin spread across his face. He paid no heed to his pierced arm. The muscles tightened around her blade, trapping it firmly, rendering her unable to extract it. Simultaneously, his right claw lunged viciously towards Chu Xiaoyue's face. This tactic of exchanging injury for life is utterly ruthless. It compelled Chu Xiaoyue to abandon her weapon, her hand relinquishing the grip on her blade as she swiftly retreated, her toes pressing heavily against the ground to escape the deadly claw aimed at her. One Su Pingyan was already formidable enough, and with the enigmatic presence of Lu Yuan beside him, Chu Xiaoyue understood that she was destined for defeat today. If she continued to fight, not only would she fail to reclaim her treasured blade, but she might also lose her own life in the process. With a heart full of indignation, she cast a glance at the tang knife firmly clamped by Su Pingyan's muscular arm. Despicable! What kind of heroism is it to gang up on someone? She exclaimed coldly, her eyes filled with a chilling fury. In response, Lu Yuan merely smiled and countered, "Hero? Who told you I was a hero?" He stepped closer, meticulously extracting the sharp tang knife from Su Pingyan's bleeding arm, inch by inch. Fresh blood flowed from the blade, staining its gleaming edge in a sinister hue. Throughout this process, Lu Yuan's gaze remained indifferent, while Su Pingyan, the unwilling sheath for the blade, endured the excruciating pain without flinching, not a single groan escaping his lips. Once the blade was fully withdrawn, a grotesque wound on Su Pingyan's arm began to writhe, slowly healing itself. Lu Yuan casually twirled the knife, shaking off the remaining droplets of blood. After completing this act, he finally turned his attention to the now ashen-faced Chu Xiaoyue and said, "It seems you have a misunderstanding of the term hero. Kind-hearted weaklings are merely ridiculed. It is the benevolent strong who are heralded as heroes. If you cannot even protect your own blade, how do you intend to uphold any justice? I am indeed powerful, but regrettably, I possess no kindness whatsoever." Before his words had fully resonated, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he offered Chu Xiaoyue no chance to respond. Uncertain of how much she had witnessed regarding his enslavement of Su Pingyan, he deemed it prudent to eliminate this potential threat entirely. With his left hand, he formed a sword-like gesture, a surge of spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips, transforming into an unparalleled energy blade that cleaved through the air towards Chu Xiaoyue. A flicker of surprise crossed her icy gaze. Transformation technique? Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuan's heart raced, and the wind blade hesitated momentarily in the air. He recalled how Jiang Huairan had also exclaimed master upon witnessing his prowess. Yet, master felt vague, while Chu Xiaoyue's precise identification of the transformation technique struck him more profoundly. Capture her. Extract all the martial arts intelligence she possesses. Lu Yuan shifted his offensive, transforming the thrust into a grasp, intent on seizing Chu Xiaoyue. In that fleeting moment of his change in tactics, it seemed Chu Xiaoyue had anticipated his move. Seizing the brief opportunity, she produced a small projectile from her bosom and forcefully struck it against the ground. Bang! A muffled explosion erupted, enveloping the area in a dense cloud of smoke instantaneously. Lu Yuan's gaze was abruptly shrouded by the dense, dark smoke. With a cold snort, he extended his consciousness, seeking to pinpoint the silhouette of Chu Xiaoyue within the haze. As his awareness brushed against the smoke, a sharp sting surged from the depths of his soul, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced earlier on the supply deck of the Star River when attempting to probe her Tang Dao. An intriguing tactic indeed. Lu Yuan realized that capturing her today would be a formidable challenge. He refrained from pursuing her aggressively, allowing the smoke to gradually dissipate. As the fog cleared, the ground revealed nothing more than a shattered spherical shell. Chu Xiaoyue had completely vanished into the vast expanse of the dense forest, leaving no trace behind. She certainly had a remarkable speed. Lu Yuan weighed the Tang Dao in his hand. The blade sang softly. Its murderous aura rained in, truly a fine weapon. He gazed in the direction where Chu Xiaoyue had disappeared and suddenly let out a hearty laugh, his voice echoing throughout the mountain woods. I harbor no deep-seated grievances against you. Today's events are merely a reflection of our differing styles of conduct. I shall temporarily safeguard your blade. Should you wish to reclaim it, you may come find me at the southeastern coast at any time. His voice resonated through the expansive valley, yet no reply came from the depths of the forest. Chapter 123. The Record of Beast Refinement. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze to the Tang Dao in his hand. The blade, slightly cool to the touch, emanated a sharp aura. He could discern that this was not a magical artifact of a cultivator. It bore no inscribed runes or formations, resembling instead a product forged from unique materials through a martial arts system. An intriguing legacy of martial arts. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Yuan sheathed the Tang Dao into his storage ring. He then turned his attention to the respectfully standing Su Pingyan. You shall remain here to guard me, allowing no one to approach. Yes, young Master Lu. Su Pingyan replied, bowing in acknowledgement, his vigilance directed towards the west. Lu Yuan once again employed his spiritual sense to meticulously probe the surroundings, ensuring no prying eyes lingered before he finally felt at ease. He sought a flat rock, sat cross-legged, and with a thought, the massive corpse of the serpent thundered into existence before him. Thanks to the preservation effect of the storage ring, the serpent's body appeared lifelike, as if it had just perished, the blood on its scales still fresh, exuding a strong metallic scent. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as the outline of a body-refining magical technique emerged in his mind. Refine the essence of 100 beasts. Forge the unparalleled divine body. Emulate the myriad phenomena. Enact the celestial principles. The record of beast refinement. This method does not cultivate the primordial spirit, nor does it practice spiritual power. It focuses solely on the physical body. The training method is primitive and savage, refining the toughest and most essential external organs of various extraordinary beasts, such as scales, shells, skins, feathers, and bones, extracting their essence and integrating it into the practitioner's flesh and bones. Through this practice, the cultivator can amalgamate the strengths of 100 beasts, achieving an unparalleled physical form, even manifesting a unique combat shape based on the characteristics of the beasts refined. The serpent before him contained a trace of rare dragon blood, its scales far exceeding those of ordinary wild beasts in resilience, making it an exceptional material for cultivating the first level of the record of beast refinement. Lu Yuan extended his hand, concentrating spiritual energy at his fingertip, and gently sliced across the serpent's body, peeling away a scale the size of a palm. He sat cross-legged, placing the cold scale in his palm, slightly closing his eyes as he activated the technique. Intricate patterns began to emerge on the surface of the scale, and a vast, ethereal aura spread forth. It was indeed the essence of the dragon. Refined for me, guided by the record of beast refinement. The dragon essence was forcefully extracted from the scale, transforming into a slender azure thread that coiled around Lu Yuan's arm. But what followed was not merely energy. A fierce will of slaughter and desire surged through his meridians, charging towards his consciousness. A thunderous roar of a dragon echoed in Lu Yuan's mind, overwhelming him with a crimson haze, and he felt himself becoming that colossal serpent, coiled within the valley, gazing down upon all weaker beings. Consumed by an insatiable desire for devouring and destruction, Lu Yuan's spirit was shaken. This record of beast refinement was indeed a demonic technique. Refining the essence of the beast requires one to endure the onslaught of its lingering will. A moment's carelessness could result in being assimilated by this primal instinct, leading to a loss of one's true self and a descent into a mindless creature driven solely by bloodlust. How dare this mere beast disrupt my path? Be subdued. With the indomitable will forged through 2 lifetimes, he crushed the violent will, extracting the pure energy and integrating it into himself. That hint of dragon essence was finally tamed, merging with Lu Yuan's skin, leaving behind a dragon scale pattern on his arm. As the last vestige of energy was drawn out, the hardened snake scale in Lu Yuan's palm seemed to weather away, losing all its luster and transforming into a handful of fine sand that trickled through his fingers. At that moment, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at the faint dragon scale tattoo on his skin, his heart swelling with joy. He reached out once more, peeling another scale from the serpent's remains. 1 scale, 2 scales, 10 scales, one after another, the snake scales turned to flowing sand in his palm, and the tattoo on his body began to rapidly spread from its initial small patch, enveloping his entire form. Arms, chest, back, legs, as the great serpent was completely stripped of its scales, reduced to a bare, fleshy mass. Lu Yuan's body became adorned with the same dark green dragon scale tattoos. These tattoos covered every inch of his skin, merging to create a magnificent totem of the dragon, exuding a raw and powerful beauty. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure light flashing within. Manifestation of the. With a mere thought, the dragon scale tattoos that adorned his body radiated with brilliance. Layers of dark green dragon scales erupted from beneath his skin, cascading over him in a magnificent display. Gleaming with a metallic sheen, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan appeared clad in a suit of form-fitting battle armor. His face was also enveloped in scales, and his eyes, reflecting the armor, glimmered with a cold light, transforming him into a formidable dragon warrior. Such formidable defense. Lu Yuan clenched his fist, relishing the sense of security this armor bestowed. With another thought, he retracted his power. The fearsome dragon scales receded like a tide, reverting to intricate tattoos that gradually sank back beneath his skin, leaving no trace of abnormality. As if the dragon warrior form had never materialized, Lu Yuan lowered his gaze, a surge of powerful confidence swelling within him. With another mental command, he activated his abilities once more, and the dark green dragon scale tattoo on his left arm reappeared, rapidly solidifying into dense and resilient dragon scales, enveloping his entire arm securely. At that moment, Lu Yuan retrieved Chu Xiaoyue's tang knife from his storage ring. Grasping this razor-sharp blade, he forcefully drew it across his dragon scale-covered left arm. A piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. Sparks flew. The tang knife merely grazed Lu Yuan's dragon scale armor, leaving behind a shallow white scratch, failing to penetrate even a single scale. Yet, Lu Yuan's arm remained utterly still, unscathed in the slightest. As he gazed upon the faint white mark, he was filled with astonishment. Such colossal serpent scales, after undergoing refinement through the beast refinement record, had condensed into a minuscule fragment affixed to the human form, its density and strength having undergone a monumental transformation. Previously, when confronted by the scarred face's flaming blade in the valley, the resilient serpent scales had still succumbed to a breach. However, at this moment, his purified and exalted dragon scales could withstand Chu Xiaoyue's sharp weapon without a scratch. The disparity between the two was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. The beast refinement record was, without a doubt, an extraordinary and miraculous art. Yet, he soon furrowed his brows slightly, sensing a hint of unease. The bloodline potency of this colossal serpent was far greater than he had anticipated, had it not been for the recent upheaval in the world, which had just begun, preventing it from absorbing sufficient spiritual energy to achieve its true metamorphosis. Even if it could prevail, it would not have been so effortless. On this expansive desolate island, amidst the seldom trodden deep mountains, marshes, and caverns, how many more beings like this giant serpent, or even those with more terrifying potential, lay hidden? They too were greedily absorbing the nascent spiritual energy of the cosmos, evolving and transforming at an astonishing pace. It was imperative to elevate his strength swiftly. Before these aberrations could truly mature, he must extinguish them in their cradle, transforming them all into nourishment for his cultivation of the beast refinement record. Chapter 124. The Gathering at the Starry River sparks controversy. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze to the sky, realizing that 2 days and nights had passed in the blink of an eye. He cast a glance at the massive serpent-esque corpse on the ground, its scales completely stripped away, leaving behind a gruesome sight. With a thought, he stored it within his storage ring. The serpent-esque flesh was imbued with spiritual energy. Its bones could be used for medicinal purposes, and its gallbladder was a potent tonic, resources that were indeed rare and invaluable. We should return, Lu Yuan instructed his protector, Su Pingyan, who stood by his side. Yes, young Master Lu. Su Pingyan replied with utmost respect. Lu Yuan stretched his limbs and, looking at the deferential Su Pingyan, said, "Let us proceed." With a powerful push, Su Pingyan sprinted towards the camp, leaving a trail of footprints in his wake. His body barreled through any obstacles, forcefully carving a path through the dense forest. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's form was even more ethereal and agile. He lightly tapped the sturdy trunk of a tree, and like a specter, he ascended into the air. In a few flashes, he leapt over 10 meters into the treetop canopy. This beast refining record is truly wondrous, Lu Yuan mused as he swiftly traversed the terrain, feeling the transformation within his body. He discovered that this magical technique not only endowed him with formidable defense, but also infused the speed and explosive power contained within the dragon bloodline into every fiber of his being. In less than a quarter of an hour, the outline of the camp came into view. Compared to when Lu Yuan had left, the camp had undergone significant changes. The previously chaotic beach now bore the early semblance of a rudimentary encampment. Several makeshift shelters, framed by branches and covered with leaves, were haphazardly arranged on the sandy ground, providing meager protection from the elements. The perimeter of the camp was encircled by a rudimentary wooden fence made of stakes and vines. Standing half a person's height, its defensive capability limited, yet it offered a semblance of psychological security. Within the camp, survivors gathered in small clusters. Some reinforced the shelters. Others wove baskets from vines, while a few anxiously huddled around a fire, waiting for food distribution. Exhaustion was etched on every face, yet compared to 2 days prior, the despair had lessened somewhat, replaced by a resilient determination to survive. Suddenly, footsteps approached, accompanied by the sound of trees snapping under pressure, startling the entire camp. What is that noise? Is it a beast? A beast is coming. The survivors erupted into chaos, grabbing whatever crude weapons they could find, their eyes filled with trepidation as they looked toward the source of the sound. In the next moment, a shadow burst forth from the woods. Crashing onto the clearing before the camp, it was Su Pingyan, transformed into a werewolf. Werewolf? Good heavens! What manner of creature is that? The camp's inhabitants recoiled in fear, their faces a canvas of terror. As the sun rose, another figure gracefully descended from the treetops, landing lightly beside the werewolf, Su Pingyan. Clad in impeccably neat attire and exuding a calm demeanor, it was none other than Lu Yuan, who had vanished for 2 days. The man and the beast stood quietly together, one like an unfathomable abyss, deep and inscrutable, the other, a ferocious beast, exuding unmatched savagery. Their juxtaposition created a striking visual tableau that captivated all present. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the nascent shelter, and he nodded quietly to himself. This indeed resembled something worthwhile. A group of ants capable of self-preservation held far more value than a horde of helpless beings awaiting demise. Do not be anxious. Lu Yuan's voice was tranquil as he addressed the werewolf with a calm directive, transform back. Yes, young Master Lu, a respectful voice emerged from the werewolf's lips. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the werewolf's thick, gray-black fur receded beneath his skin, his sharp claws smoothly retracted into his fingertips, and the robust tail vanished into the base of his spine. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious werewolf had transformed into a muscular man, bare-chested, standing before them. When the crowd recognized the man's visage, a wave of gasps erupted within the camp. Su Pingyan! It is Su Pingyan! Did he not flee? My heavens! That werewolf was Su Pingyan transformed. They could hardly fathom that the resentful and unwilling Su Pingyan, who had been filled with bitterness just 2 days prior, now appeared in such a manner, standing behind Lu Yuan. What on earth had transpired in those brief days? Brother Yuan, what is happening? Li Shuowei stammered, feeling utterly perplexed. Nothing much, merely that Su Pingyan has experienced a profound awakening amidst his wandering. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. A profound awakening? What sort of enlightenment could elicit such deference towards Lu Yuan? The crowd was filled with uncertainty, hesitant to voice further inquiries. At that moment, Captain Yu emerged from the throng, his expression troubled. He first glanced at Su Pingyan, then turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, your return is timely. A new situation has arisen within the camp, and we may need to make a significant decision. Oh, Lu Yuan raised his gaze towards him. Captain Yu sighed. It pertains to the Star River. While exploring towards the west, we discovered traces left by a large group of people. Judging by the direction and scale, it appears to be the survivors from the Star River. Many within the camp are debating whether we should rendezvous with the main force of the Star River. Captain Yu's face bore the weight of indecision. Rendezvous? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Before Captain Yu could elaborate, Luo Tianhao eagerly squeezed through the crowd. Despite having faced considerable setbacks over the past 2 days, he had managed to regain some vigor through reflection. Luo Tianhao spoke with a spirited tone. Consider this. The Star River is home to tens of thousands of tourists. There is strength in numbers. The ship undoubtedly retains a wealth of tools, equipment, and a cadre of skilled engineers, chefs, and doctors. Only by uniting with them can we swiftly establish a truly sustainable base for long-term survival. Su Jiaoyang immediately concurred. Indeed, how many of us are here? We subsist on wild fruits and drink cool water, lacking even a proper shelter. The Star River must be far superior to our current situation. This proposal quickly garnered the support of numerous survivors, particularly among the newcomers, who harbored a strong desire for solidarity. Absolutely. More people inherently means greater safety. There are doctors aboard the Star River. Perhaps Brother Wei's injury could even be healed. However, Jiang Huairan shook his head gravely. I cannot endorse this notion. While numbers do confer strength, they also signify greater consumption and increased conflict. Jiang Huairan continued slowly. We are entirely ignorant of the specific circumstances on the Star River. Their vast numbers will undoubtedly lead to astronomical consumption of food and water, and competition will be even more fierce and brutal than here. Are we heading there in search of refuge, or to become exploited laborers? In an instant, the camp divided into 2 distinct factions, embroiled in fervent debate. Chapter 125. Each seeks their own path amidst floating and sinking. Lu Yuan quietly listened to their heated debate, a cold smile unconsciously surfacing within him. How naive and laughable their notions were, believing that the collective strength of many could solve their dilemmas. Memories of the infamous butcher Lu Zheng, who had seized control of the Star River in his past life, flooded his mind. Lu Zheng and Su Pingyan, whom he had now subdued, embodied entirely different types of ambition. Lu Zheng shunned the company of women, eschewed indulgence, and seemed disinterested in the material desires that power could bring. His singular obsession lay in an almost fanatical pursuit of evolution. In the previous life, among the various survivor groups, the camp under Lu Zheng's command was notoriously recognized as a hell on earth due to its abominable living conditions. It was not merely a sanctuary for survivors, but rather Lu Zheng's private laboratory. He captured mutated creatures for vivisection, desperately seeking the secrets of power. Lu Zheng would use survivors as bait or force the newly awakened, weaker ability users to engage in life and death struggles with more formidable, mutated beings, all for the cold, detached purpose of observation and documentation. Countless souls perished in his cruel experiments, their anguished cries echoing day and night, thus earning him the moniker of Butcher. In his previous life, Lu Zheng was also the first to discover the spirit crystal and unravel its preliminary functions. Through numerous gruesome experiments, he ultimately identified the peculiar crystal capable of providing energy and facilitating evolution from the remains of those mutated creatures and ability users. Lu Yuan's ability to catalyze and subjugate Su Pingyan stemmed from the research findings passed down from Lu Zheng, combined with the more systematic cultivation knowledge he acquired in the Kanglan realm. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards the bickering crowd. Have you all finished? Upon his utterance, the entire camp fell into silence. The path is one that each must choose for themselves. Since opinions diverge, forcibly binding ourselves together would yield no benefits for anyone. The Star River is abundant, populated with those doctors and engineers you envision, equipped with superior facilities. If any of you believe that sheer numbers can restore order, or if you are unaccustomed to the law of the jungle here, you may leave at once. At this declaration, Luo Tianhao's eyes instantly lit up. This was a golden opportunity for him to justify his departure with a following, establishing his own stronghold free from Lu Yuan's control. Lu Yuan pointed at the ground beneath him. Those who choose to remain must accept the survival methods here. You will be responsible for exploring the outside world, seeking out all valuable resources, particularly the type of crystal I require. In exchange, I shall provide basic safety and sustenance, on the condition that you have sufficient goods to barter. I offer you but a single opportunity to decide. Those wishing to leave may do so now. Do not linger here and become a hindrance. Those intending to stay must adhere to my rules. After Lu Yuan spoke, he fell silent, as though everything that followed was of no concern to him. An eerie stillness enveloped the camp. Let's go? To the Star River. Luo Tianhao was the first to shatter the silence, eagerly stepping forward to address the hesitant classmates and survivors. There are tens of thousands aboard the Star River. Can it possibly be worse than our current predicament? That is where hope lies. I, Luo Tianhao, am willing to lead everyone in search of the Star River. Su Jiaoyang immediately stood behind Luo Tianhao, vocally supporting him. Indeed, Luo is absolutely right. I will follow him. Lu Feifei, with hardly a moment's hesitation, confidently joined Luo Tianhao's faction. With their leadership, others who had already been close to Luo Tianhao gradually stepped forward as well. On the other side, Captain Yu and several crew members, after a brief discussion, ultimately chose to remain. They placed their faith in the camp they had built with their own hands and held a profound respect for Lu Yuan's unfathomable power. Jiang Huairan glanced at the group and made his decision, resolutely standing his ground with his disciples. Zhao Xiaoming and Li Shuowei wasted no time in positioning themselves near Lu Yuan, clearly indicating their allegiance through their actions. Chen Manqi, a close friend of Su Mengyao, also made her choice at that moment. She hurried to Luo Tianhao's side and anxiously turned back to pull Su Mengyao. Mengyao, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and join Luo. Su Mengyao simply withdrew her hand gently, a hint of disappointment evident in her eyes. She glanced at Luo Tianhao, who awaited her response, and then at Lu Yuan, who appeared oblivious to the unfolding events. In the gaze of all, Su Mengyao shook her head and stepped behind Lu Yuan, standing quietly in place. This unexpected move caused Luo Tianhao's face to darken, despite having somewhat prepared for such a possibility. To everyone's astonishment, Guan Yaxiong, who was thought to be Luo Tianhao's loyal follower, ultimately did not follow suit at the last moment. His expression shifted as he looked at the spirited Luo Tianhao preparing to lead, then cast a furtive glance at the indifferent Lu Yuan. Vivid images flashed in his mind of Su Ping and being struck down and Wei Taizhan incapacitated. Guan Yaxiong, what about you? Luo Tianhao's voice brimmed with anger. Damn it, Guan Yaxiong swallowed hard, ultimately lacking the courage to take that step. He forced a smile towards Luo Tianhao. Luo Tianhao, upon witnessing this, was incensed, his fury reaching a boiling point. What was Guan Yaxiong? Merely a dog that Luo Tianhao had nurtured. A sycophant who could only stand tall among the crowd thanks to Luo's generosity. How could this dog dare turn its back on its master in his moment of despair, wagging its tail for another? In that moment, Luo Tianhao's hatred for Guan Yaxiong surpassed even that for Lu Yuan. Regarding Lu Yuan, his animosity seemed pale and absurd in the face of their power disparity. The repeated blows had rendered him unable to harbor hatred any longer, leaving only reverence. But for Guan Yaxiong, it was the seething anger and disgust of betrayal from one of his own. This humiliation felt far more profound than being crushed by Lu Yuan. Ultimately, Luo Tianhao could no longer maintain his composure. He cast a venomous glance at the cowering Guan Yaxiong behind him and snorted disdainfully. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you have chosen to remain here, we shall not impose. I hope you do not come to regret your decision today. With gritted teeth, Luo Tianhao gestured emphatically. Let us depart. Luo Tianhao, hold on a moment. His footsteps faltered as he turned to face Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, meeting his gaze, replied, I do not wish for anyone from the Star River to learn of our camp's location. After your departure, it would be prudent to keep your lips sealed. Luo Tianhao felt a pang of unease under Lu Yuan's penetrating stare. Rest assured, since we have chosen to part ways, we shall maintain our own boundaries. Your affairs do not pique our interest for public discourse. Lu Yuan offered a faint smile, remaining silent. He held no illusions that someone like Luo Tianhao would honor his word. His statement served merely to establish grounds. Should Luo Tianhao dare to renege on his promise, Lu Yuan would have just cause to administer punishment. Thus, Luo Tianhao led his hastily assembled band, directionless and disjointed, towards the main force of the Star River, departing without a backward glance. Chapter 126. A transformation. Observing the retreating figures of Luo Tianhao and his companions, Li Shuowei leaned closer to Lu Yuan, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. Brother Yuan, it's finally peaceful now. With those burdens gone, we have to deal with their incessant trouble in the camp. In response, Lu Yuan merely smiled faintly. He turned to face the group that had ultimately decided to remain, most of whom wore expressions of bewilderment. Without uttering a word, he calmly raised his right hand and waved it. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated through the air as a colossal object materialized in the center of the camp on the sandy beach. It was a fully enclosed modern lifeboat. With a sturdy roof and sealed portholes, it stood like a miniature fortress upon the shore, delivering an astonishing visual impact. What is this? A lifeboat. It's the lifeboat from the Star River. Captain Yu was the first to recognize it, his voice rising in astonishment. How did it end up here? My goodness. How could such a large object have been conjured? Li Shuowei's jaw dropped in disbelief, feeling as though it might dislocate. Jiang Huairan was equally dumbfounded. Previously, Lu Yuan had astounded them by making the Wolf King's corpse vanish, and now he had produced an enormous lifeboat. As the crowd remained entranced by the lifeboat's grandeur, Lu Yuan waved his hand once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a magician, neatly packaged survival tents, vacuum-sealed, began to appear in orderly stacks beside the lifeboat, numbering more than a dozen. These are tents. Clearly, they are professional survival gear. How could he possess such items? If the emergence of the lifeboat had filled them with a sense of miraculous wonder, then the sight of these tangible tents offered them the most profound sense of security. With these, they would no longer have to endure the biting sea winds and the chill of the night. Gazing at the crowd below, who were overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Yuan's eyes remained as calm as a still pond. To him, these tents held less value than the most inferior spirit stone. Yet, in the eyes of the survivors, they were nothing short of priceless treasures, akin to a lifeline. Pure intimidation can only incite fear, never loyalty. Conversely, indiscriminate benevolence breeds insatiable ingrates. His experiences in the first lifetime served as a bloody lesson. Only by wielding both kindness and authority, one hand delivering thunder and the other offering rain, can one truly master the hearts of the people. Lu Yuan's voice resonated steadily. These tents are a reward for your choice to remain. Captain Yu, Master Jiang, you are responsible for organizing the manpower to set these tents up. From now on, the defense and daily management of the camp will be entrusted to you. I, Lu Yuan, do not harbor idlers. If you wish to continue receiving sustenance, you must demonstrate your worth. Seek out the crystalline stones, reinforce the camp, and undertake all endeavors that ensure your survival. Indeed, all survivors, whether students or crew members, martial disciples or ordinary tourists, echoed in unison. Gazing at the sturdy lifeboat and a cluster of pristine tents, and recalling Luo Tianhao's desolate figure as he departed, an overwhelming sense of relief surged within those who chose to remain. They understood they had made the wisest decision. Lu Yuan was quite pleased with the response from the crowd. He turned to Su Pinggan behind him and instructed, Su Pinggan, go procure some timber to help secure the tents. Yes, young Master Lu. Su Pinggan replied respectfully, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he strode purposefully toward the nearby woods without seeking any tools. Upon reaching a hardwood tree, as thick as a bowl, his body erupted with a cacophony of cracking bones. Muscles bulged, and gray-black fur burst forth, instantly transforming him into the fierce and menacing form of a werewolf. With a low growl, his claws became efficient logging tools. He swung his claws, and with a series of sharp cracks, the sturdy trunk was effortlessly severed, as if it were mere tofu. He swiftly stripped away the branches and fashioned the logs into appropriately sized stakes. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and soon enough, he had processed sufficient timber for all the tents, neatly stacking it at the campsite. This spectacle left everyone in the camp utterly astonished. Jiang Huairan's disciples, witnessing Su Pinggan's efficiency akin to chopping vegetables, wore expressions of bitter disbelief. After decades of rigorous training, They found themselves outperformed by this creature's single claw? How convenient was this? Li Shuiwei's eyes nearly bulged out in amazement. He was practically a human logging machine combined with a bulldozer. Other survivors were equally astounded. With Su Ping'an as their human logging machine, their enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. Under the guidance of Captain Yu and Zhang Huiran, everyone sprang into action. They drove the sharpened stakes into the sandy ground to secure each corner of the tents and tightly bound the tent frames to the stakes, ensuring they could withstand the night as coastal winds. Men and women, young and old, momentarily forgot their fatigue as they united in constructing their new home. With the robust timber provided by Su Ping'an, the assembly proceeded remarkably smoothly. Tent after tent rose from the beach, arranged in a harmonious formation, creating a substantial semblance of a camp. When the final tent was erected, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon this new encampment. It was not merely a row of tents, but their first true home on this desolate island, a sanctuary that could shield them from the elements. The group began to enthusiastically comment. Who knew Su Ping'an could perform this task after transforming? This is far quicker than using an axe. If only we possessed such abilities. A boy exclaimed with envy. This statement instantly resonated with everyone present. Their gazes towards Su Ping'an were imbued with not only awe, but also a profound longing. Who does not yearn for such cataclysmic power? Li Shuiwei could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Su Ping'an, how have you transformed back into a werewolf? Weren't you reverted to your original form by Brother Yuan before? Su Ping'an turned his head, and the ferocity that once characterized his gaze was replaced by a fervent glimmer. All of my powers, be it evolution, transformation, or recovery from grave injuries, are the gracious gifts bestowed upon me by Lord Lu. This declaration struck like a bolt of lightning through the minds of all present, instantly overturning their understanding of this new world. They had previously believed that Lu Yuan's might was a result of his personal fortunes and that Su Ping'an's evolution was merely a stroke of luck. Yet now, Su Ping'an had revealed that such miraculous powers could indeed be conferred, and the source of this bestowal was none other than Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan truly had the ability to impart strength to others, could it not imply that they too might have the opportunity to undergo a transformation akin to Su Ping'an, emerging as formidable beings in this new era? Chapter 127. The golden opportunity to acquire strength and embark on the path of evolution. A boy with glasses gazed with fervent intensity. My heavens! If I possessed the same power as Su Ping'an, what fear would I have of beasts? Do we too have a chance? The murmurs swiftly spread among the crowd, all eyes converging on Lu Yuan. They regarded him as travelers in a desert beholden to an oasis, or lost lambs in darkness discovering a beacon of light. As thoughts surged within the crowd, yet none dared to approach him directly, the sports committee member Zhao Guaning, known for his forthright nature, mustered his courage and stepped forward. Lu Yuan, may I inquire if we too can acquire such strength as Su Ping'an? An immediate silence enveloped the camp, everyone awaiting Lu Yuan's response. He slowly surveyed the eager faces surrounding him and smiled gently. Yes, you can. Is it truly possible? My goodness, we can become stronger? This is incredible. Surely, I am not dreaming. The crowd erupted with uncontainable excitement, envisioning a future where they could tear apart ferocious beasts with their bare hands. Commanding the island with their newfound prowess, Lu Yuan raised his hand, and the clamor subsided instantly. He regarded them with a calm demeanor, extending 2 fingers. However, to attain this power, a price must be paid. 2 of the crystal stones you have been searching for shall grant you the opportunity to receive my bestowal of extraordinary abilities. Just 2. Is this real? To the gathered crowd, this seemed an attainable threshold, igniting hope within each of them. Yet, the boy who had previously exchanged his crystal stones for bear meat felt his smile freeze, regret gnawing at him. While others sought 2 crystal stones, he had unwittingly traded a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for mere grilled meat. Lu Yuan understood better than anyone that to trigger evolution, 1 crystal was required as a catalyst. His request for just 1 as a processing fee was indeed quite reasonable. By endowing them with even a rudimentary sensitivity to spiritual energy, they could become more effective detectors of crystal stones, trading a small investment for the promise of greater rewards, a truly profitable venture. Yet, Lu Yuan pondered how best to grant them power without cultivating a band of ingrates who would turn against him once they acquired strength. The example of Su Ping'an was not replicable, as the conditions for employing the slave seal were excessively stringent and not applicable to everyone. A plan swiftly formed in his mind to impart a flawed martial art. He could select the most fundamental and straightforward physical cultivation technique from the many he had mastered, one that consisted only of the initial stages. This technique enables them to more effectively absorb the energy of the spiritual crystals, thereby fortifying their physical forms. However, the subsequent advancement methods are firmly within my grasp. As Lu Yuan pondered, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Guan Yaxiong. Trembling, he raised a hand. Brother Lu, is what you said true? Is it really sufficient to have just 2 crystals? Lu Yuan, intrigued, nodded in affirmation. Guan Yaxiong hastily continued. I have one here. I found it beneath the roots of an ancient tree, but I didn't dare to bring it back for fear of being robbed. I secretly hid it under a crooked tree outside the camp. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that among these survivors, it would be Guan Yaxiong, the most perceptive and cunning, who recognized the true value of the crystals and understood the necessity of concealment. No wonder he had not discovered any traces of the crystals within the camp. Bring it to me for inspection, Lu Yuan instructed, his voice remaining calm. Ah, all right. Please wait, Guan Yaxiong exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, and dashed toward the woods outside the camp. In less than 10 minutes, he reappeared, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. He collapsed before Lu Yuan, presenting his palm, which was caked in dirt. Nestled within was a crystal, quietly resting in his hand. Brother Lu, is this the one? Lu Yuan extended a finger, delicately plucking the crystal from his palm. A surge of pure energy emanated from it. Though it did not rival the Wolf King's spiritual crystal, it was genuine nonetheless. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the authenticity of the crystal. Indeed, it is real. He accepted the crystal, then regarded the eagerly anticipating Guan Yaxiong. You are still one short. Find another and return to me. Yes. Thank you, Brother Lu. I will go find one immediately. I promise to bring you another. Guan Yaxiong's eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy. He recalled the intimidation he had faced from Luo Tianhao when departing, feeling the chasm between Luo Tianhao and Lu Yuan was insurmountable. Previously, he had worried that after provoking Lu Yuan multiple times and even receiving 2 slaps, Lu Yuan would harbor resentment. He feared that even if he brought a crystal, he would be met with various obstacles. But now, Lu Yuan treated him with equal regard. As long as he adhered to the rules, he could receive the promised rewards. Yet Lu Yuan did not expend even a fraction of thought on Guan Yaxiong. In his eyes, whether it was Guan Yaxiong, Zhao Guaning, or any other individual in the camp, they were merely tools to be utilized on this desolate island. Among tools, there exists no hierarchy. The only distinction lies in their utility and the benefits they can provide. His magnanimity towards Guan Yaxiong today was a performance for all in the camp. He aimed to convey this fundamental message to each individual, regardless of who you were in the past, regardless of any grievances between us. As long as you can procure crystals from me, as long as you can generate value, you will attain everything you desire from me. This is akin to spending a fortune to acquire mere bones. As for Guan Yaxiong's ulterior motives, Lu Yuan remains utterly indifferent. Upon witnessing that Guan Yaxiong has indeed discovered a crystal and secured a promise from Lu Yuan, the other survivors in the camp could no longer contain themselves. Observing their eager and restless demeanor, Lu Yuan realized that he had successfully achieved his objective. However, to completely extinguish any potential misguided ambitions harbored by some individuals, he resolved to articulate his message with greater clarity. Seeing your expressions, it seems some of you have already deduced the truth. Indeed, the crystal is the key to obtaining extraordinary powers. Just as I suspected, a young man whispered to his companion. I had a feeling that stone was extraordinary. Perhaps even a rare treasure. Absolutely. I was pondering the same thing, wondering if I were to find one, could I perform a blood oath as described in novels? Or perhaps smash it open to see what lies within? Who knows? I might even grow stronger like Su Ping'an. I was thinking along similar lines, believing it was akin to playing a game where finding treasures grants instant use. Lu Yuan absorbed their chatter, then continued. I am certain that some of you may entertain the notion of acquiring the crystal and circumventing me, secretly harnessing its power to gain strength like Su Ping'an. I urge you to dismiss such foolish thoughts. For the energy within the crystal is utterly volatile, without proper guidance and refinement. Any reckless attempt to utilize it will result in a singular fate, exploding into a mere puddle of flesh and blood. Chapter 128. The stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade at that moment, a figure stirred. It was Wei Taizhan, the foremost disciple of Jiang Huairan. No longer could he concern himself with the honor of being a senior brother or the dignity of his sect. He gazed upon those survivors who had succumbed to fervor at Lu Yuan's mere words, bestowing them with extraordinary abilities. He murmured to himself, his eyes wide with astonishment. The martial path his sect had tirelessly pursued seemed trivial in the face of such celestial powers. Realizing this, all of Wei Tieshan's pride was shattered in an instant. Dragging his injured leg, he limped forward with the support of two junior brothers until he stood before Lu Yuan. Under the incredulous gazes of onlookers, Wei Taizhan pushed aside one of his brothers and, with his good leg, steadied himself before suddenly kneeling down with a resounding thud. This time, his submission was genuine and heartfelt. He bowed deeply to the ground. "Mr. Lu, it is I, Wei Taizhan, who has been blind to your brilliance. Since you can bestow others with extraordinary powers, I am certain you possess a remedy for the shortcomings in our sect's techniques. I beseech you, for the sake of my master and my fellow disciples who have labored diligently, to enlighten us and impart a method to rectify our martial deficiencies. I am willing to serve you tirelessly, without hesitation." Behind him, several disciples of the Jiang family, including Wei Beiqin, cast aside their previous arrogance and indignation. They exchanged glances and, one by one, knelt in unison, pleading, "We implore Mr. Lu to guide us." This scene left the other survivors in the camp in awe. Even the renowned Jiang family was honoring Lu Yuan with such reverence. However, Lu Yuan turned to Li Shuowei beside him and inquired, "Shuowei, did he fulfill my earlier request?" Li Shuowei was taken aback, but quickly realized that Lu Yuan referred to the matter of Wei Taizhan as punishment. He straightened up and respectfully replied, "In response to your query, he has indeed complied. After you departed, Wei Taizhan knelt there, exposed to the wind and sun, for an entire day. When you did not return, he knelt for half a day longer, until he could no longer endure, and his master had to assist him to rest. He certainly did not slack off." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan turned his gaze back to the kneeling Wei Taizhan and nodded slightly. There is some spirit in you." He then leisurely spoke. "As for the issue with your techniques, did I not already provide you with the answer?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Had he already told them? When? Even Li Shuowei, Su Mingyao, and others were bewildered. When had Lu Yuan ever guided them? They racked their brains, trying to recall every utterance from Lu Yuan, seeking any hint of guidance. "He had already told us?" Jiang Huairan muttered to himself. Lu Yuan observed their perplexed expressions and shook his head. "The reason your cultivation methods deplete your vital energy lies in the scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm. Your techniques are unable to draw sufficient energy from the surroundings, resulting in the inevitable consumption of your own essence. This is the so-called deficit. However, everything has changed now. Do you not sense it? The aura of this world is unlike anything before. The spiritual energy is reviving, now ample enough to sustain the fundamental operation of your techniques. Thus, the shortcomings of your methods have ceased to be an issue since the moment the world transformed. The answer lies plainly before you." Jiang Huairan stood in a daze, astounded that the shackles which had confined his sect for generations could be resolved so simply. Indeed, how had they not realized this sooner? Every word from Lu Yuan was laden with profound meaning. It was not that their methods were flawed, but that the era had changed. The environment had evolved. They had attempted to navigate a river devoid of water, relying solely on their own strength to paddle, exhausting themselves in the process. But now, the water had arrived. Thus it was. Jiang Huairan sighed deeply, bowing once more towards Lu Yuan. "Your words surpass decades of my arduous cultivation. This revelation that clears the path from confusion, I shall never forget." Lu Yuan accepted his bow with a tranquil demeanor and, with keen interest, inquired, "Master Jiang, now that you comprehend the issue, would you be so kind as to allow me a glimpse of your cultivation method?" At these words, the atmosphere in the room became tense. The cultivation techniques were the very foundation of their sect's legacy, not easily shared with outsiders. Jiang Huairan's smile faltered, revealing a look of difficulty. In that moment of hesitation, he felt the air around him grow suddenly cold. He found himself gazing into Lu Yuan's eyes, which held a semblance of a smile, yet were eerily calm, instantly reminding him of how this seemingly unassuming youth had effortlessly eradicated those with scarred faces. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Huairan's brow as he chastised himself for his folly. He was not facing a humble gentleman, but a ruthless king of slaughter. How could he dare to hesitate before him? Truly, It was akin to an old man hanging from a noose, seeking to prolong his life. Mr. Liu, you misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. Jiang Huairan quickly bowed and explained. It is simply that the method is not on my person. If you do not mind, I can recite it for you. Oh, the chill in Lu Yuan's gaze dissipated as he urged, do go on. Jiang Huairan, not daring to delay, stepped closer and lowered his voice, swiftly reciting the core principles of his technique, fearful that the ordinary onlookers might overhear. Guide the energy with intention, breach the threshold, and connect the extraordinary meridians. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, listening intently. The more he heard, the brighter the light in his eyes became. While this martial system may not match the power level of cultivation, it offered an entirely new perspective. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Lu Yuan remarked. Though your methods may be rudimentary, the conceptual framework is quite innovative. Indeed, one can draw inspiration from the stones of other mountains to polish one's own jade. Jiang Huairan found himself utterly bewildered, only managing a forced smile and replying, You flatter me, esteemed sir. Lu Yuan, however, was deep in contemplation. He realized that both spiritual energy and internal force are fundamentally products of the transformation of earthly spiritual essence, differing only in their methods of conversion, which in turn results in vastly different characteristics and strengths. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. What if one were to use spiritual energy to impact these so-called extraordinary meridians? With this thought, he turned to Jiang Huairan and inquired once more, Master Jiang, do you understand the meaning of transformation of force? Jiang Huairan paused, a look of contemplation crossing his face. I have merely heard the term master of transformation of force before, which seems to describe a certain profound realm of mastery. However, the specifics elude me. Then how do you currently categorize the realms of martial arts? Lu Yuan pressed on. Chapter 129. The integration of immortal techniques into martial arts. Upon hearing the question, Jiang Huairan's face contorted with a bittersweet expression, and he sighed. Mr. Liu, you may not be aware that in this era of advanced technology and flourishing firearms, practitioners of martial arts like us have long lost our place. The art of martial combat is, regrettably, in a state of gradual decline. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Many sects have seen their legacies scattered and severed. Each faction tends to its own affairs, cherishing their own meager accomplishments, which has led to a considerable disarray in the terminology related to martial realms. The unified nomenclature has long since vanished. Take, for instance, the most fundamental realm. Some sects refer to it as Mingjin, while others call it Weijin, yet they essentially signify the same concept. Following that is the realm of Neijin, which some sects designate as Anjin. As for what lies beyond Neijin, that would be the realm of the Grandmaster. Lu Yuan, absorbing this information, murmured to himself, so, the specific designation for the Grandmaster's realm is what is commonly referred to as Huajin. Lu Yuan then inquired further. When you recounted the technique involving the breakthrough of the Xian Pass and the connection to the 8 extraordinary meridians, were there any key points to consider? Jiang Huairan felt compelled to speak candidly. What you ask, sir, is indeed the essence of our techniques. The 8 extraordinary meridians exist within everyone, yet to connect them all is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. This endeavor requires not only exceptional talent, but also a vast reservoir of vitality and inner strength to support it. He cast a glance at Lu Yuan and continued. Even among grandmasters, there exists a hierarchy. The distinction is not merely based on the timing of their breakthroughs, but also the quality and quantity of the meridians they have opened. Some may only manage to connect 1 or 2 primary meridians throughout their lives, while those of remarkable talent might connect 3 or 4, thus becoming formidable figures. As for the complete connection of all 8 meridians, I must admit, having perused my ancestors' manuscripts, I have only encountered the account of a grandmaster from several centuries ago who achieved such a state. That realm has now become a legend. Lu Yuan nodded, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. The concept of the 8 meridians bore a striking resemblance to the spiritual veins within the cultivation system he was familiar with. It appears that regardless of the world, the foundational logic of cultivation remains interconnected. The more solid the foundation, the greater the potential for future accomplishments. He turned to the respectfully standing Su Ping'an and commanded, Guard me. No one shall approach within 3 feet of me. Understood, young Master Liu. Su Ping'an, who had been standing quietly aside, immediately stepped forward, positioning himself before Lu Yuan and scanning the crowd with vigilance. The onlookers felt a chill run through them. Uncertain of Lu Yuan's intentions, Lu Yuan settled into a cross-legged position, producing the crystal stone presented by Guan Yaxiong, holding it firmly in his palm. Upon recognizing the hand seal Lu Yuan was forming and his seated posture, Jiang Huairan's complexion shifted dramatically. The stance was unmistakably that of the technique he had just described to Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu, you mustn't," Jiang Huairan exclaimed in alarm, hastening forward in an attempt to intervene. "You absolutely mustn't, sir." Jiang Huairan urgently advised that although the various martial arts share a common origin, the pathways and methods of internal energy circulation differ significantly, often leading to conflicts that render them incompatible. Forcing a transition could easily result in chaotic internal energy, leading one astray. The consequences could range from the complete depletion of power to the severing of meridians. Seeing Lu Yuan remain unmoved, Zhang's anxiety intensified. Moreover, you have not studied the insights and annotations left by the ancestors of my sect. You are unaware of the numerous nuances and dangers involved. Even if you possess the mastery of a grandmaster, switching martial arts is no trivial matter. It requires prolonged contemplation and introspection. How can one act so rashly? However, Lu Yuan appeared to be oblivious to his counsel. With his eyes slightly closed, the palm holding the spiritual crystal began to emit a soft radiance. He did not consume it. At the spiritual pulse realm, he was already capable of harnessing the energy contained within his grasp. The people in the camp felt as though the air around them had grown significantly fresher, invigorating their spirits. "Sir, please stop," Jiang Huairan exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Had he known this would occur, he would not have spoken the martial arts incantation. Su Ping'an's cold gaze swept over, and he extended his arm to block Jiang Huairan. "While Lu is cultivating, no one is to disturb him. Step back." The spiritual energy within Lu Yuan surged violently. If Jiang Huairan and the others practiced like using coal as fuel, gentle yet enduring, then at this moment, Lu Yuan was akin to stuffing bundles of high explosives into a furnace. The peril of this process was beyond description, yet the efficiency was equally astonishing. Even with Lu Yuan's formidable physique, he was jolted by the tumultuous energy, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. "Brother Yuan, Lu Yuan," Li Shuowei and Zhao Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. It was the first time they had seen the seemingly invincible Lu Yuan in such a state. At this tense moment, rather than halting, Lu Yuan intensified his cultivation. He directed the ferocious spiritual power forcefully into the meridians of his body. A pop. It was as if something had shattered a barrier. Jiang Huairan, Wei Taizhan, and the others recognized the sound. It was the noise made when internal energy broke through the meridian threshold. Had he succeeded in breaking through the meridians? Jiang Huairan could hardly believe his ears. Yet, he observed Lu Yuan merely steadying his breath before continuing his cultivation, forcibly suppressing the newly unleashed feral energy and beginning to refine it meticulously. Jiang Huairan swallowed back the words that had risen to his lips, gesturing for all disciples and nearby survivors to remain silent, his expression grave as he stood watch. He understood that disturbing Lu Yuan now would be akin to signing his own death warrant. In the following days, Lu Yuan remained seated in quiet meditation at that vacant space. Although the camp survivors were curious, none dared approach to disturb him under Su Ping'an's fearsome guardianship. They watched from a distance, occasionally witnessing Lu Yuan's body tremble slightly or blood trickling from his lips before swiftly regaining tranquility. This process continued for a full 3 days. In these 3 days, the members of the camp continued to venture out in search of supplies and crystals. Upon their return, they respectfully placed the scattered crystals they found beside Lu Yuan. It was as if Lu Yuan sensed their arrival, as he preemptively pushed the food cans towards them, offering rewards in exchange. As dusk fell on the 3rd day, Lu Yuan, who had remained in silent meditation for 3 days, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound and luminous, and the pallor that had previously marred his features due to the forceful unblocking of his meridians had now regained its rosy hue. A surge of potent energy flickered momentarily from his being. He succeeded. Wei Tieshan's voice trembled with disbelief. Jiang Huairan was utterly astounded. Merely 3 days. In such a brief span, he had comprehensively opened the western main meridian, which had eluded their sect for centuries. Was he even human? He could hardly fathom it. Impossible. This was unequivocally inconceivable. A master's meridians were already fixed, akin to a river that had changed its course, an endeavor as arduous as ascending to the heavens. How could he possibly have opened an entirely new meridian in such a fleeting moment? Lu Yuan gazed at the dumbfounded Jiang Huairan and Wei Taizhan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. When did I ever claim to be a master? Chapter 130. The Qi Refiners and the Aberrants. Not a master? Jiang Huairan's expression froze, his mind engulfed in confusion. If such astonishing techniques, capable of manifesting blades of qi with a mere gesture and slaying in silence, do not qualify one as a martial arts master, then what could? In a flash, a long-buried memory from decades past resurfaced in Jiang Huairan's mind. The Tianshi Dao of the contemporary Tianshi, an encounter he was fortunate enough to have with his master. That Tianshi, exuding an ethereal aura, appeared frail yet could summon winds and thunder with ease, inscribing talismans and forming arrays in the courtyard. The intricacies of his methods transcended the bounds of martial arts entirely. Jiang Huairan had once inquired of his master why such extraordinary practices existed in the world. His master simply replied that the paths of cultivation are myriad, yet they all lead to the same destination. Warriors refine their bodies, validating their path through strength, whereas sects like the Tianshi Dao cultivate qi, refining their spirit and essence, attuning to the heavens and utilizing a different, more profound force. Jiang Huairan's gaze towards Lu Yuan shifted entirely, and he could not suppress a startled exclamation. A qi refiner. You are a qi refiner. This revelation seemed to illuminate all his previous confusions. Yet, something felt amiss. The Tianshi he had encountered possessed an inherent authority in his demeanor, but in terms of the vitality and vigor associated with close combat, he likely could not match Jiang Huairan's master. In contrast, the Lu Yuan before him not only wielded the marvelous abilities of a qi refiner, but also exhibited an extraordinary physical prowess and a robust vitality, each punch and kick resonating with the force to shatter stone. It was as if he had perfectly amalgamated the strengths of both systems, truly unfathomable. A qi refiner? Lu Yuan pondered, sensing a subtle shift within. Realizing that the depths of this world were far more profound than he had anticipated, he quietly attuned to the transformations within his body. A hint of satisfaction gracing his features. The extraordinary meridians of Earth's martial practitioners proved to be a commendable path. By channeling his spiritual energy, he forcefully infused it into this physical form, successfully opening new meridians. These newly established meridians starkly contrasted with the 12 primary meridians documented in the Changlan realm. He could feel the significant enhancement brought forth by these new pathways, comparable to the results of opening 2 primary meridians in the Changlan realm. This was a remarkable improvement. A completely new channel of power had been established beyond his original cultivation system. With this realization, Lu Yuan turned to Jiang Huairan and inquired. I attempted to penetrate another meridian, yet encountered considerable resistance, with my internal energy flow obstructed. What could be the reason? Jiang Huairan, upon hearing Lu Yuan's intention to challenge another meridian, felt his face flush crimson with embarrassment, bowing in humility. I am deeply ashamed. He explained, to speak candidly. The complete cultivation methods concerning the extraordinary meridians of the Jiang family have long been lost, with much of the knowledge dissipating over centuries. Nowadays, the only complete method of the former Western vein that has been passed down is the impact technique. As for the latter Western vein, Jiang Huairan's face flushed. Those are merely practices deduced by successive ancestors based on their own experiences, along with fragmented and incomplete texts. No one has ever truly succeeded. Lu Yuan observed him with a smile that held a hint of mockery, implying that you possess a theoretical system that even you have not comprehended fully, yet you hold it in high regard? My apologies, sir. Jiang Huairan attempted to bow in humility. However, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. You have indeed awakened my awareness. This conversation has piqued his interest in the local cultivation system of Blue Star more deeply. At that moment, a cacophony interrupted their exchange. Quick, someone come help. The crowd turned at the sound, witnessing 2 students supporting another, who stumbled back towards the camp. The individual being assisted was one of the group members who had eagerly sought the crystal stones earlier. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, his face contorted in agony, his hands clutching his abdomen tightly, and cold sweat pouring from his forehead as he emitted continuous cries of distress. What has happened? Did he consume something tainted? Captain Yu and several classmates rushed forward, as they noticed a green glow seeping through the gaps of the fingers that clutched his abdomen and beneath his skin. Something seemed to writhe ominously. Zhang Huairan placed his fingers on Wang Tao's wrist to probe his pulse, but felt only a chaotic energy surging violently within him, entirely unlike any ordinary ailment. Medicine. Quickly, fetch the medicine. A girl screamed, painkillers. Antibiotics. Do we have any left? Before she could finish her plea, Lu Yuan had already approached with measured steps. He merely cast a cursory glance at the writhing student on the ground, his expression remaining utterly unperturbed. No need to waste medication. What does this mean? The girl was taken aback. He is not ill. Ordinary medicine will be of no use to him. Captain Yu, frowning, stepped forward to inquire gravely, Lu Yuan, is there any other way? We cannot simply stand by and watch him. Lu Yuan turned away. Instructing Su Ping'an with a calm demeanor, Su Ping'an, drag him away and toss him on a beach far from the camp. Do not let him die here. Upon hearing this, the camp fell into silence. It was one thing to not offer assistance. They had grown accustomed to Lu Yuan's unconventional methods. Yet why must they treat a dying companion as if he were refuse? Su Ping'an, however, showed no sign of dissent. He grinned, revealing his stark white teeth, and approached the writhing student. With a single hand, he seized the collar of the suffering individual, disregarding his cries of pain, and unceremoniously dragged him from the crowd towards the beach, away from the camp. Let me go? Help. My stomach. It feels like it's going to explode. The anguished cries of that classmate reverberated upon the sands. Yet Su Ping'an remained oblivious, unceremoniously discarding him as one would refuse, casting him several meters away onto the beach. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the transformation within him erupted into chaos. He emitted a piercing wail as the fabric of his abdomen tore apart violently. Before their eyes, roots began to sprout from his belly, rapidly growing, spreading, and burrowing into his very being. One half of his form still retained a semblance of humanity, while the other rapidly succumbed to a wooden metamorphosis. Pain lingered upon his visage, yet his eyes gradually became hollow. The survivors, who had previously felt discomfort at Lu Yuan's coldness, were now paralyzed with terror, their faces pale and their legs trembling. This bizarre spectacle was far more chilling than a scene of flesh and blood. At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice echoed, declaring, "This is the consequence of recklessly absorbing spirit crystals without the proper guidance for refinement." Chapter 131. Do not waste time. The crowd gazed at the distant treant, their faces etched with fear. One boy, who had previously entertained the thought of hoarding crystal stones, now appeared pallid and his legs trembled beneath him. I had once considered secretly hiding a piece for myself, another classmate lamented, clutching his chest in trepidation. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? This was entirely dissimilar to Su Ping'an's evolution. Amidst their discussions, the aberrant treant on the beach completely lost its last vestiges of human awareness. Its already wooden head lifted, emitting a chilling, inhuman roar. From its chest, several vine-like tendrils, adorned with wooden thorns, erupted like frenzied whips, wildly striking the ground around it. The sand was carved with deep furrows, and a few diminutive crabs, no larger than a fingernail, were startled into a panic, scuttling aimlessly to the west. These tiny creatures, with hard shells and scant flesh, were scarcely worth capturing, and the survivors had long abandoned the notion of hunting them. Yet, at that moment, they became targets for the treant's frenzied rampage. One tendril struck a crab, reducing it to a pulp, its juices mingling with shattered shell fragments that flew westward. Su Ping'an, arms crossed over his chest, observed the rampaging treant with a flicker of eager desire in his eyes. To him, this half-human, half-tree monstrosity, though bizarre, presented an ideal opportunity to test his strength. However, without Lu Yuan's command, he dared not act independently, forcing himself to suppress the impulse and remain quietly at the side. The mutated treant sensed the formidable and threatening aura emanating from Su Ping'an. With a deafening roar, two stout tendrils surged forward, propelled by a fierce wind, aimed directly at Su Ping'an's face. "Be careful," a classmate in the camp cried out in alarm. Yet Su Ping'an merely scoffed disdainfully, executing a simple sidestep that allowed the powerful tendrils to graze his clothing, crashing heavily into the sand behind him. With its initial attempt thwarted, the treant became even more agitated. More tendrils erupted from its form, creating a vast, formidable web woven from thorns and wooden spikes. The surrounding survivors recoiled in terror at this horrifying spectacle. The evolutions and martial arts they had previously witnessed, be it Su Pingyan's werewolf form or Jiang Huairan and his disciples' martial prowess, still retained a semblance of humanity, remaining within the bounds of their understanding. Although Su Pingyan's werewolf form was fearsome, he could revert to human form, which alleviated their fright. However, the treant before them shattered their psychological defenses entirely. This grotesque amalgamation of human and plant left them feeling profoundly unsettled, both physically and psychologically. Unexpectedly, in this desolate place devoid of life, I stumbled upon such intriguing material. Ah, what a fortunate discovery! A sharp, eerie cry abruptly pierced the air, startling everyone as they turned in unison towards the source of the sound. Emerging slowly from the forest was a tall, slender man clad in a white lab coat, which was stained with dark red splotches, giving it a disheveled appearance. Trailing behind him were three men with fierce expressions, vigilantly guarding the figure in white, clearly recognizing him as their leader. The man in the lab coat retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, swiftly jotting down notes while muttering to himself. Preliminary observation indicates a transformation initiated by human contact. Integrating plant characteristics. The form is unstable, exhibiting intense aggression and indiscriminate destructive tendencies. Ah, this holds immense research value. The tree creature, perceiving this unexpected intruder as a threat, dispatched half of its vine-like tendrils, striking towards the lab-coated man with the ferocity of a serpent. Disobedient material is certainly not valuable material. The man adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming ominously. He raised his left hand, palm facing forward. A visible blast of frigid white energy surged forth from his palm. The aggressively striking tendrils, upon contact with this cold aura, dramatically slowed. Their surfaces rapidly encased in a layer of crystalline ice, rendering them rigid and brittle. The icy energy from the man's palm intensified once more. Those tendrils, now frozen solid, began to shatter like brittle twigs, crashing to the ground in fragments. The tree creature, taken aback by the dissolution of its attack, retracted its vines aimed at Su Pingyan and redirected all its fury towards this new adversary. The man in the lab coat smirked coldly, clasping his hands together. A torrent of extreme cold, magnitudes more powerful than before, erupted from him. The tree creature's half-human, half-wooden form was caught in this frigid wave, with ice rapidly creeping up from its rooted feet, encasing its lower half in an instant. It struggled desperately against the encroaching cold, but all efforts were in vain. The ice continued its relentless ascent, ultimately encasing its entire form, along with the agonized expression frozen on its wooden face, within a colossal ice sculpture. The man in the lab coat, satisfied with his work, finally turned his attention to the group of survivors in the camp. He adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Well then, the experiment is concluded. Now, tell me, who among you is Lu Yuan? Step forward." He paused and added, "Our leader has specifically requested to find him." All eyes instinctively converged on Lu Yuan, as the presence of the lab-coated man and his fierce subordinates clearly signaled ill intentions. The mere mention of their leader evoked a sense of foreboding, hinting at a formidable adversary. Facing the gaze of the man in the white coat, Lu Yuan calmly inquired, "Is your leader Lu Zheng?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted to one of surprise as he scrutinized Lu Yuan from head to toe. "Oh, it seems that the news from your little camp is not as insular as I thought. Indeed, it is Lu Zheng." After confirming Lu Yuan's identity, he gestured towards him with a finger. "Since you are aware that the leader is looking for you, there is no need to dawdle. Come with us at once. Time is of the essence." In response, Lu Yuan merely smiled, a serene expression that sent a shiver down the spine of the man in the white coat. Maintaining his earlier demeanor, Lu Yuan casually waved his hand and spoke in a measured tone to the individual beside him, Su Pingyan. "Yes, young Master Lu. Let us not squander any more time." Chapter 132, Shattered Frost. The Wolf's Claw approaches. Su Pingyan had long been awaiting this moment. The instant he received the command, a bloodthirsty gleam ignited in his eyes. His skeletal frame erupted in a cacophony, his mane bursting forth as his stature surged, limbs becoming robust and powerful, claws extending menacingly. Without a moment's pause, the transformed Su Pingyan, now a towering werewolf, surged forth with a foul wind, lunging ferociously at the white-coated man, who remained momentarily dazed. The events unfolded with such swiftness that others had no time to react. So rapid was the assault that the shock on the white-coated man's face had yet to fade when Su Pingyan's glimmering claws were already upon him. Damn it! The white-coated man finally reacted, a mixture of shock and fury escaping him in a shrill scream. He could never have imagined that upon realizing his employer was Lu Zhang, the other party would not exhibit an ounce of reverence, but instead remain silent and strike first. Yet, at this moment, the peril of life and death left him no time for further contemplation. Ice wall. The white-coated man crossed his arms defensively before him. A surge of frigid air erupted from within his being. A wall of ice materialized, erecting itself between him and Su Pingyan. Boom. The claws of the werewolf, Su Pingyan, struck the ice wall with tremendous force. Ice shards erupted, and though his claws, capable of easily rending steel, left deep gashes of half a foot in the ice wall, they failed to pierce through. Yet, a wave of chilling energy surged along Su Pingyan's claws, racing towards his arms. A layer of frost rapidly formed upon his claws and the mane on his arms, momentarily stalling his assault. Undeterred by this setback, Su Pingyan's eyes blazed with greater ferocity. Enhanced by both the Wolf King's spirit crystal and his own evolution, he possessed formidable brute strength and regenerative abilities. With a roar that left no room for the white-coated man to breathe, his claws became a flurry of dark shadows, unleashing a tempest of strikes upon the ice wall before him. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless sound of claws striking melded into a symphony, and under Su Pingyan's frenzied assault, the surface of the thick ice wall began to splinter, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Such overwhelming brute force, such resilient flesh. The white-coated man, witnessing the horrifying claw marks on the ice wall, felt a morbid light flicker in his eyes. A glint of cold light flashed in his gaze as he intensified his output. The cracked surface of the ice wall began to emanate waves of cold air, advancing towards Su Pingyan. Unprepared, Su Pingyan found his hands ensnared by the ice wall, the mane on his arms instantly crystallizing into frost, dulling his reactions. Got you now? Little pup. The white-coated man chuckled ominously. Just when he believed he had Su Pingyan under control, the bound werewolf emitted a low, guttural growl. The veins in his ice-encased arms bulged ominously. Crack, crack. The ice crystals entwined around his arms were effortlessly shattered in an instant by sheer brute force. The fragmented crystals danced through the air like shards of glass. What? The smile on the doctor's face instantly froze. Before he could recover from his shock, Su Pingyan, having freed himself, directed a relentless barrage of claw strikes at the icy wall before him. The already cracked wall, under the onslaught of these close-range strikes, could no longer maintain its form, and with a resounding crash, it exploded into a flurry of icy dust. Quickly, protect the doctor. At this moment, the doctor's subordinates finally reacted, rushing forward to assist, but Su Pingyan had completely interposed himself between them and the doctor. The ferocity emanating from the werewolf left them weak-kneed, and for a moment, they hesitated to advance. Li Shuowei exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. Su Pingyan's combat prowess is off the charts. Is this the power bestowed by Brother Yuan?" Jiang Huiran and the others closely observed Su Pingyan's movements, recognizing that his fighting style lacked any semblance of strategy, relying purely on primal instinct and sheer physical strength to overpower his adversaries. With the barrier of ice gone, Su Pingyan surged forward with menacing force, closing the distance to the doctor in an instant. The reflection of the doctor's horrified face mirrored in Su Pingyan's eyes. It's over. A chill ran through the doctor's heart. He realized he had underestimated this werewolf. At such close quarters, he could hardly muster an effective defense. Not a chance. Desperately, he channeled all the cold energy within him into his hands, preparing for one final stand. But Su Pingyan's claws were swifter, fiercer, and more ruthless. Before the doctor could unleash his icy strike, Su Pingyan's claws, like iron pincers, seized his arm, preventing him from summoning any ice. A clear sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. The doctor let out a scream that was anything but human. He felt every inch of bone from his wrist to his elbow crushed beneath that terrifying grip. The cold energy gathered in his palms dissipated in an instant. Excruciating pain clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Su Pingyan paid no heed to the doctor's limp arms, lifting his foot to deliver a brutal kick to the doctor's abdomen. The doctor was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, shattering the ice-encased treeman into fragments. He struggled a few times before collapsing, blood mixed with ice shards oozing from his mouth, utterly unable to move. Su Pingyan approached him, extending his massive claw to seize the doctor's head. Like a ragged doll, he lifted the doctor off the ground, dragging him across the sand, leaving a long trail behind, step by step bringing him before Lu Yuan. With a thud, Su Pingyan casually tossed the doctor at Lu Yuan's feet. Su Pingyan withdrew behind Lu Yuan, shedding his werewolf form and reverting to his human guise. He bowed deeply, his voice laced with reverence. "Young Master Lu, the person has been brought here." Li Shuiwei's eyes gleamed with fervor. In his view, this was the true essence of a formidable warrior. Enemies ought to be suppressed with thunderous might, devoid of mercy. The subordinates in white coats stood frozen, caught in a dilemma. They watched in disbelief as their own doctor, capable of wielding frost, was effortlessly incapacitated, dragged like a lifeless dog to Lu Yuan's feet. Should they advance or retreat? Flee or remain? Their hands trembled uncontrollably, and for a moment, they dared not even breathe. The eyes of all survivors in the camp darted nervously between Su Pingyan and Lu Yuan. The half-human, half-tree monstrosity had transcended their understanding. This creature, easily encased in ice by a frost-wielding esper, had been vanquished by Su Pingyan with overwhelming force. Su Pingyan's strength seemed to have surged significantly. A trembling voice from a boy echoed, "This is no longer human. It is utterly a monstrous beast." Another classmate could not contain his astonishment. Yet, this seemingly invincible beast obeyed Lu Yuan's commands like the most docile of pets. If Su Pingyan's might instilled fear in all, what terror must Lu Yuan possess to compel such a powerful being to submit? Chapter 133, Awakening Mastery. Domain. Lu Yuan cast his gaze down upon the white coat beneath his feet, its arms utterly severed, devoid of any compassion. He lifted his foot and pressed it upon the shattered remnants of the coat's arm. The white coat emitted a wretched wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, a sound so heart-wrenching that it was unbearable to hear. The survivors within the camp watched this brutal spectacle, their hearts chilled. Many students, particularly the female ones, instinctively turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Jiang Huairan's disciples fell into a profound silence, realizing at this moment that Lu Yuan's earlier kick directed at their senior brother, Wei Taizhan, had indeed been an act of restraint. Lu Yuan reveled in the white coat's agonized cries, maintaining the pressure beneath his foot as he gazed down with an indifferent tone. "Just now, your people seem to call you doctor. What sort of doctor are you?" He pressed down again with the tip of his foot. The white coat screamed more pitifully, "No, I am not a doctor. They were just shouting nonsense. It was the boss. Lu Zheng saw that I understood a bit, and had them call me that to save face." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes falling upon the disheveled white coat. "Is this outfit yours?" "No." The white coat's gaze flickered. Lu Yuan noted the hesitation, increasing the pressure once more. "Ah, it's the ship's doctoress." The white coat finally broke down, crying out in desperation, "I thought this outfit suited my researcher's style, so I took it. I never intended to impersonate a doctor." "Suited your style?" Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, yet he did not ease his foot's pressure immediately, instead maintaining it for several seconds until the white coat was reduced to tears and snot before he finally lifted his foot, as if chastising a disobedient child. A hint of curiosity crossed his face. "And what of the original ship's doctor?" The white coat gasped weakly, responding in a faint voice. "He.s. dead." "How did he die?" Lu Yuan pressed. Fear flickered in the white coat's eyes, as if recalling some horrific event. "Boss Lu ordered us to capture many people, wanting to study the changes in their bodies. The ship's doctor refused to cooperate with us, unwilling to use others for experiments. In a fit of rage, Boss Lu treated him as experimental material." All survivors widened their eyes, their faces etched with horror. To use living humans for experiments? What a cruelty! What a heinous act against humanity! Previously, they had found Lu Yuan's methods of tormenting the white coat somewhat severe. But upon hearing of Lu Zheng and his subordinates' actions, they finally understood what a true devil was. In an instant, any discomfort regarding Lu Yuan's methods dissipated, and instead, they began to feel grateful that their leader was Lu Yuan and not the madman Lu Zheng. After listening to the white-coated man's account, Lu Yuan gained a clearer understanding of Lu Zheng's modus operandi. It appeared that the Star River had become even more bustling than he remembered. Lu Yuan lifted his foot, shifting away from the shapeless arm of the white-coated man, and inquired, "So, tell me, how well have you mapped this island? Who has survived?" The white-coated man, desperate for his life, hurriedly responded, We have established a base at the Star River and sent several groups to explore outward, but we have only managed to cover a few dozen kilometers. The area is filled with unknown flora and frenzied beasts. Lu Yuan raised his hand to interrupt him. Within these few dozen kilometers, aside from Lu Zheng's faction, are there any other formidable forces? He needed to ascertain whether the dynamics of this world had shifted due to his rebirth. The white-coated man quickly replied, "There are a few that are quite troublesome. One of them is the security chief from the ship, named Ma Guoyang. That fellow is quite cunning. During the chaos, he leveraged his firearms to abscond with a substantial amount of ammunition and crucial supplies, and he has long since vanished with a group of followers. Besides those wielding guns, are there any who rely on brute strength?" Lu Yuan reminded him. Yes. The white-coated man nodded eagerly. "How did you know?" "There's a young man named Yi Lingxiao, incredibly formidable. When Chief Lu first evolved, he attempted to recruit him, but they ended up in a fight. Upon returning, Lu's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. We all suspect he must have suffered a hidden loss." Yi Lingxiao, Jiang Huiran, who had been listening quietly, suddenly brightened at the mention of this name. "Are you referring to a young man in his 20s, exceptionally skilled and adept in hand-to-hand combat?" Jiang Huiran pressed eagerly. "Yes, that's him." The white-coated man nodded repeatedly. Later, that Yi fellow gathered a group of his own and found a place to develop independently, keeping his distance from Chief Lu. A knowing expression crossed Jiang Huiran's face. The martial arts prodigy Yi Lingxiao was indeed on this island, and had already begun to make his mark. Observing Jiang Huiran's reaction, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired further, "What about a woman clad in black wielding a long knife?" The white-coated man furrowed his brows in thought and shook his head. "I haven't heard much about a woman like that. There are certainly formidable women over there, but I haven't heard of anyone using a knife. Most are either swift or possess unusual abilities. However, with so many people and such chaos, it's possible there is someone like that. We just haven't encountered them." Finally, Lu Yuan posed the question he was most concerned about. To what extent has Lu Zheng advanced in his research on these evolutions? Upon mentioning research, the white-coated man's eyes instantly gleamed with fervor. Chief Lu is a true genius. He has long discovered the correlation between crystal stones and evolution. He has collectively named those like me, who have undergone their first evolution, as awakeners, and those like this werewolf, who can initially control their own powers and alter their forms, are referred to as controllers. The white-coated man cautiously glanced at Su Ping'an. Lu Yuan nodded, finding this nomenclature quite apparent. "What stage is Lu Zheng at now?" Lu Yuan inquired. The man in the white coat, with a hint of trepidation, replied, "Boss has already reached the pinnacle of the controller. It is said that he has deduced the direction of the third evolution through the vast amount of experimental data he has collected. He is currently preparing for his own third evolution." He gazed at Lu Yuan, his voice trembling as he continued. "Boss has named this third realm domain master." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement, silently praising Lu Zheng. Indeed, Lu Zheng was quite remarkable. This brash individual, lacking any traditional cultivation heritage, had managed to explore a path of evolution that bore significant similarities to the practice of cultivation, all through bloody experiments and analytical data. Awakening, mastery, domain. Lu Zheng truly was a noteworthy figure. Chapter 134. The heart of man is like a ghost. A promise for life. Lu Yuan gazed at the man in the white coat with a hint of amusement. "How did you manage to locate our camp?" The man hesitated for a moment, but the icy intensity of Lu Yuan's gaze compelled him to abandon his loyalty to Lu Zheng. "It was a group that escaped from your camp a couple of days ago who informed us. They found our main base, and the leader, a certain Luo Tianhao, claimed they were originally with you. He mentioned that there was someone named Lu Yuan among you, who must possess a considerable amount of valuable items. He even disclosed the approximate location of your camp. Lu Laodao intended merely to send someone to scout the situation. Yet he truly found you. Luo Tianhao." As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of uproar swept through the camp. "What? It was Luo Tianhao who betrayed us. How shameless. How could he do this? We still have so many of his classmates here." He informed Lu Zheng, "That ruthless fiend, of our whereabouts. Is he wishing for our demise?" The students who had previously harbored a shred of sympathy for Luo Tianhao now felt only a surge of anger as they recalled their hesitation to follow him when he departed. Li Shuowei trembled with rage. "That scoundrel. We were blind to have chosen him as our class leader. the one who constantly professed to care for the collective, for the sake of us all, has shamelessly sold out our information to the cold-blooded murderer Lu Zhang, merely to secure his own survival. Captain Yu and Jiang Huiran wore grim expressions. They too were astonished by Luo Tianhao's treachery. However, Lu Yuan's face betrayed no surprise. It was entirely consistent with Luo Tianhao's character. He inquired further, "Is there someone named Ning Yuanheng among you? What has become of him?" The image of Ning Yuanheng surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind, recalling their initial altercation at the VIP restaurant, the subsequent intimidation with Manhwa Yishu, and ultimately, his extravagant offer at the Neptune banquet, all in pursuit of Lu Yuan's promise to avert a calamity. The man in the white coat, enduring waves of pain, recounted, "Yes, there was such a person, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. He initially attempted to bribe others, under the impression that this world still operated as it once did. However, his bodyguards quickly turned on him. That Bao is quite astute. Upon recognizing the strength of Lu Laoda's faction, he understood that money had become worthless. Without hesitation, he broke Ning Yuanheng's leg, offering it as a token of allegiance to Lu Laoda. Because of this incident, Bao has risen to a minor leadership position within the boss's camp. Upon hearing this, there was another stir within the camp. The betrayal of a bodyguard against his former master had occurred in reality. The man in the white coat continued, "Thus, Ning Yuanheng has fallen into dire straits. Lu Laoda, aware of his connection to you, has refrained from immediately acting against him. He was merely confined, yet he endured considerable suffering. In order to demonstrate loyalty to Lu, Bao resorted to various means of tormenting him, treating him like a mere dog. The boss had decreed that if you were to remain absent or could not be found, Ning Yuanheng would serve as a backup experimental subject." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan glanced at the disheveled figure of the white coat beneath him and suddenly inquired, "I recall you previously had a penchant for interjecting He Yu into your speech. Why have you ceased to do so now?" The white coat, with a mournful expression, replied, "I am, in truth, rather timid and fear being bullied. Thus, I deliberately feign a neurotic demeanor, speaking in an odd intonation, so that others cannot discern my true depth and hesitate to mistreat me." Lu Yuan could not help but shake his head. This white coat possessed a modicum of cleverness, yet regrettably, such cleverness appeared utterly futile in the face of genuine disparity in strength. Understanding this, Lu Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold as he delivered a sharp kick, sending the white coat tumbling away. Caught off guard, the white coat rolled a considerable distance before colliding with the feet of his subordinates, eliciting a groan from him. "Scram! Go back and inform Lu Zhang that I spared Ning Yuanheng's life today, and I also grant you a reprieve. Furthermore, convey my message. I shall personally seek him out." Upon hearing this, the subordinates felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They dared not linger any longer and hastily hoisted the injured white coat, scrambling away into the depths of the dense forest. In the distance, the white coat could be heard cursing his subordinates. "Be careful. Are you blind? You've touched my wound. Useless bunch." With the hasty departure of these uninvited guests, the atmosphere within the camp began to ease slightly. Just then, Jiang Huiran approached Lu Yuan and said, "Mr. Lu, there is a matter that perplexes me. You are certainly not a man of mercy. Why did you choose to let him go? Rooting out the problem entirely should be evident to you as well as to me. Keeping him alive will only provide Lu Zhang with further intelligence about us, leading to endless troubles." At this, everyone in the camp perked up their ears, casting uncertain glances between Jiang Huiran and Lu Yuan. "Kill him? Root out the problem?" The calm manner in which these words were articulated by the ethereal master Jiang took them by surprise. Since arriving on this desolate island, they had faced life and death. Yet under Lu Yuan's protection, they had not truly encountered the most brutal laws of survival among their kind. Even the mutated classmates met their end, obliterated in monstrous forms by ice, a scene that, while grotesque, lacked the visceral thrill of bloodshed. Now, Jiang Huiran was questioning Lu Yuan about why he chose not to kill. Had this world indeed transformed into a place where one could so casually strip another of life? Lu Yuan regarded the uncertain expressions of the gathered individuals and smiled. "Master Jiang, do you truly believe that my decision to let him go is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Eliminating the man in the white coat is a trivial task, even if I were to let his subordinates escape. Do you truly believe they would dare to return and face Lu Zhang? They would likely be cowering in some corner, paralyzed by fear. If they do not return, How can I ascertain the precise location of the stranded Star River? How can I fathom the strengths and weaknesses of Lu Zheng's camp? A reminiscent expression crossed Lu Yuan's face. Should Lu Zheng assume I am not on the island, believing that Ning Yuanheng has lost any leverage over me, he would undoubtedly resort to drastic measures. I had previously promised Ning Yuanheng to spare his life. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Yuan gestured with a wave of his hand. Su Pinggan, who had been standing silently behind him, immediately bowed in acknowledgement, flashing a bloodthirsty grin, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He then swiftly vanished into the dense forest, stealthily pursuing the direction in which the white coat and his companions had disappeared. This sequence of actions made Jiang Huairan instantly comprehend Lu Yuan's profound intentions. He intended to keep a living witness as a guide, while dispatching his subordinate to follow discreetly, ensuring that everything remained under control. The meticulousness of this plan sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Li Shuowei and Su Mingyao, upon hearing Ning Yuanheng's name, were immediately transported back to the Grand Neptune banquet, where the arrogant Ning Yuanheng had recklessly squandered millions, ultimately relinquishing the warm jade of Lu Yun to Lu Yuan. So that was it. They finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. Su Mingyao regarded Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, unable to resist comparing him to Luo Tianhao in her mind. Luo Tianhao could unhesitatingly betray all his classmates. He proclaimed unity and hope, yet at his core, he was the epitome of selfishness, merely a laughable facade in the face of genuine peril. In her eyes, Lu Yuan embodied both righteousness and wickedness, a man unbound by conventions. Though his methods were ruthless and he regarded human life as inconsequential, he remained committed to fulfilling a promise made to himself, willing to invest thought and effort even in such dire circumstances. One pushes those who trust him into the abyss, while the other rescues those with whom he has transacted from the brink of death. The comparison is starkly clear. Yet, unbeknownst to her, for Lu Yuan, fulfilling his promise to Ning Yuanheng was merely a trivial endeavor, executed with ease. Were it to require significant sacrifice or pose great risk, he would undoubtedly disregard Ning Yuanheng's fate. At most, one day in the future, he would personally slay Lu Zheng, sending him down to accompany Ning Yuanheng, a different form of promise fulfilled. Chapter 135. The lone boat of the dark night as the white-coated figures departed in disarray. The tempestuous situation momentarily subsided. Lu Yuan surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Return to your respective tents and rest. Today has been eventful, and you all should take the time to process it. From tomorrow onward, life will not be as leisurely as before." The crowd responded affirmatively and dispersed. Lu Yuan then approached the lifeboat stationed at the center of the camp. He retrieved a key from his storage ring, inserted it into the lock, and slowly pulled open the heavy hatch. The previously orderly survival seats had been ingeniously modified by Master Wang according to his specifications, transforming into foldable beds that maximized the interior space. The walls were equipped with storage compartments that contained basic first aid supplies and tools. Li Shuowei, Su Mingyao, Zhao Xiaoming. "Please come here," Lu Yuan called out calmly from the entrance of the cabin. Upon hearing his name, Li Shuowei immediately rushed over with excitement. Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming exchanged glances. Although uncertain of Lu Yuan's intentions, they followed suit. "Brother Yuan, what can I do for you?" Li Shuowei inquired with a fawning expression. Lu Yuan stepped aside to clear the passageway. "You three may enter." Li Shuowei peeked inside, and the tidy and comfortable environment instantly captivated him. However, as his eyes darted, a mischievous smile spread across his face, and he waved his hands dismissively. "Brother Yuan, I shall remain outside. I must assist Captain Yu and the others in patrolling the camp. You and the beautiful Su and Xiaoming can enjoy your conversation at your leisure." Hee. With that, he swiftly made his exit, tactfully leaving space for Lu Yuan and the two young women. Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming observed Li Shuowei's lewd expression, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. They understood the implications, leaving them momentarily at a loss as they stood at the hatch, uncertain of Lu Yuan's intentions in inviting them inside. The surrounding survivors watched this scene with envy. It was evident that this sturdy lifeboat was the most comfortable place in the entire camp. However, after enduring a series of trials, they had become wholly convinced by Lu Yuan, feeling nothing but admiration, devoid of jealousy or discontent. To them, Lu Yuan, though stern, was principled and kept his promises. Following such a leader, While it required hard work to seek out crystal stones, at least afforded them a life of dignity and hope. Scoundrel. Not far off, Jiang Linger watched as Lu Yuan took the two beautiful women into the lifeboat. Although she had tempered her behavior considerably under Lu Yuan's intimidation, she could not help but mutter softly at his retreating figure, "Scoundrel. Linger, silence." Jiang Huairan immediately reprimanded her in a hushed tone. Jiang Linger felt her face flush at her grandfather's words, begrudgingly sticking out her tongue and diverting her gaze elsewhere. At the entrance of the lifeboat, Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming, flushed with embarrassment, finally stepped in one after the other under Lu Yuan's calm gaze. Lu Yuan scrutinized the interior modifications, and he couldn't help but feel a greater appreciation for Master Wang, the repairman. The meticulously cut seat frames and the securely welded storage compartments showcased an attention to detail that was commendable. It was evident that Master Wang had invested considerable effort and sacrifice to accomplish such a substantial project discreetly. However, the transaction between Lu Yuan and Master Wang was already settled. His promises had been fulfilled, and Master Wang's fate now rested solely on his own merit. Should their paths cross on this island in the future, and if Master Wang found himself in need, Lu Yuan would not hesitate to lend a hand. Yet, it was not within his character to deliberately remind the white-coated individuals to spare Master Wang any trouble. As Su Mingyao observed the conspicuous signs of the modifications, her heart brimmed with astonishment. Initially, she had assumed that Lu Yuan possessed some extraordinary spatial ability, bringing the lifeboat and its contents from the Star River. It was now clear that he had been well prepared. He had anticipated such events long before the calamity at sea and had taken measures accordingly. How many secrets did Lu Yuan still harbor? Nevertheless, he remained silent, and she, understanding his disposition, refrained from asking. Lu Yuan walked to the rear of the boat and switched on the generator. With a faint rumble, the lighting system illuminated instantly, bathing the entire space in a soft glow akin to daylight. The ventilation system also sprang to life, ushering in refreshing air. A simple temperature control panel on the wall lit up, displaying the current temperature. There's even electricity. Zhao Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yuan proceeded to the back of the vessel, where a former restroom had been retrofitted by Master Wang with an electric water heater. "You can rest here. I'll take a shower," he declared before stepping into the restroom and shutting the door. At this moment, he could easily use his spiritual energy to cleanse himself thoroughly, achieving a level of cleanliness beyond any conventional bathing. Yet, he felt a certain authenticity was lacking. Only when warm water cascaded from the showerhead, washing over his skin, could he truly feel the tangible sensation of being alive in this corporeal world. Seated on the folding bed, Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming were momentarily stunned by the sound of rushing water from the restroom. Hot water. On this deserted island. It was a luxury more precious than gold. The days and nights spent here had been filled with harsh winds and relentless sun, where even clean drinking water was a rarity, let alone a hot shower. The sticky discomfort clung to them, a silent torment for those who cherished cleanliness. And now, just a door away, was the warm stream that could wash away all traces of dust. Before long, the restroom door opened, and Lu Yuan emerged, clad in a fresh black casual outfit. His hair was slightly damp, glistening with moisture, rendering him refreshingly invigorated. Su Mingyao, however, found herself ensnared in an inner conflict, fearing that if she were to suggest bathing, it might convey an erroneous implication to Lu Yuan. Zhao Xiaoming, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The mere sight of Lu Yuan evoked memories of the moment he had tended to her ankle injury. It seemed as though Lu Yuan could see through their thoughts. As he calmly remarked, "There is still hot water available. You may go wash. If you lack clean clothes, I have some fresh shirts you can borrow temporarily." Instantly, Su Mingyao's face flushed crimson. She glanced at the lingering steam in the bathroom, feeling somewhat hesitant. Yet, she soon found clarity. From the day Su Pingyan had brazenly threatened her in the camp, vowing to turn raw intentions into reality, she had come to fully comprehend the survival rules of this island. Principles of purity and restraint were rendered utterly inconsequential in the face of absolute power and raw desire. If submission was an inescapable fate, then at the very least, she would choose a person whom she did not despise. With this resolution, Su Mingyao took Zhao Xiaoming, who was still wavering, by the hand, and together they stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 136. The iron wall casts a heart without indifference as the warm water cascaded from the showerhead onto Su Mingyao and her companions' faces. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. These were not tears of sorrow, but rather tears of joy, born from the warmth of civilization that they had felt once again. Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. Su Mingyao's voice trembled with emotion. Zhao Xiaoming buried her head in Su Mingyao's shoulder and nodded. It was the first time since their ordeal on the deserted island that they felt such safety and relaxation. After a brief moment, their emotions gradually settled. They meticulously washed themselves, a luxury they had not experienced since the shipwreck. Once the foam was rinsed away, they reluctantly turned off the shower. The steam enveloped their cheeks in a rosy hue, and their eyes shimmered under the light. Dressed in Li Yuan's white shirts, their long hair cascaded over their shoulders, droplets trickling down the ends and gliding along their fair necks. This scene was undoubtedly a visual feast, one that any man would find difficult to resist. Upon exiting the bathroom, they noticed Li Yuan sitting cross-legged on the folding bed, his eyes gently closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. Zhao Xiaoming, feeling shy, tugged at her clothing and, unsure of what to do, hid behind Su Mingyao. Though Su Mingyao's cheeks were also tinged with color, she had made her decision. To thrive on this island, one must make choices and seize the most dependable support. Yet, witnessing Li Yuan's indifference stirred a hint of reluctance and competitiveness within her. She glanced at Li Yuan, engrossed in his practice, then turned her gaze to Zhao Xiaoming. Recalling Li Yuan's earlier action of turning on the light, she approached the control panel and, with a decisive snap, switched off the lights in the lifeboat. Instantly, the illumination faded, plunging the entire space into darkness. Ah! Zhao Xiaoming gasped in surprise. Outside, the campfire flickered. This interplay of light and shadow did not escape the notice of the other survivors, who were ever watchful of the lifeboat's activity. The lights are out, Li Shuewei exclaimed, his eyes widening as he nudged Zhao Guaning and others with a conspiratorial grin. Lu Yuan is truly remarkable. A masterstroke. No, it's a double whammy. Tonight is a genuine blessing for all. Laughter erupted among the night watchmen, their expressions brimming with envy. Some boys who had harbored fantasies about Su Mingyao now felt their dreams crushed. Ah, the disparity is truly disheartening. Here we are, enduring the cold wind, while they are inside. Be grateful. If it weren't for Li Yuan, we wouldn't even have this campfire to warm ourselves. One girl remarked. Honestly, being Li Yuan's woman doesn't seem so bad, does it? At least there's safety. Just look at Su and Zhao Xiaoming. They are the most secure of us all. Indeed. How did we not notice Li Yuan's charm back in school? On the other side, Jiang Huairan gazed at the lifeboat, engulfed in darkness under the night sky, stroking his beard and letting out a long sigh. Even heroes find it difficult to navigate the trials of love. Mr. Liu, a man of such stature, is ultimately still a young man, full of youthful vigor. It is quite natural. Meanwhile, Jiang Linger, already seething with anger at Lu Yuan's domineering demeanor, found her fury escalating upon witnessing this scene. She picked up a stone at her feet and hurled it fiercely into the dark sea, inwardly cursing, scoundrel, filth, to shamelessly possess two at once, utterly disgraceful. As the lights on the boat extinguished, it plunged into an impenetrable darkness. Zhao Xiaoming, her heart racing almost to the point of bursting, clutched Su Mingyao's hand tightly. After a brief moment of adjustment, Su Mingyao, aided by the moonlight filtering through the porthole, discerned the silhouette of Lu Yuan sitting cross-legged. She released Zhao Xiaoming's hand and, gathering her courage, stepped closer to the bed, gently embracing Lu Yuan from behind. In the darkness, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze still luminous amidst the shadows, savoring the soft touch and the fragrant scent that enveloped him. Lu Yuan. Su Mingyao's voice trembled, echoing in the quiet cabin. Zhao Xiaoming stood nearby, at a loss, uncertain of what to do. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, his hands instinctively moving, one encircling her waist, drawing her closer, while the other gently lifted her chin, feeling the delicacy of her skin. Their proximity intensified, breaths mingling. I must admit, Su, you are both beautiful and intelligent, adept at leveraging your advantages for protection, Lu Yuan spoke in a low tone. This frivolous gesture made Su Mingyao's body shudder, but in the next moment, the hand around her waist gradually loosened. But I am not Su Pingyan. Lu Yuan's voice resonated in the darkness. I do not need to conquer women to validate my strength, nor do I seek warmth through such transactions. Su Mingyao froze, sensing her cheeks flush in the obscurity. Had she been rejected? The weight of her suspended heart fell, only to be replaced by a tumult of emotions, shame, relief, or an unacknowledged sense of loss. Lu Yuan shook his head in the dark, yet he pondered deeper questions within. Having returned from rebirth, if one cannot indulge in vengeance and freely embrace life, what significance does a second existence hold? Both Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming were extraordinary beauties, one as serene as the moon, the other as gentle as water. Any normal man would find it impossible to remain unmoved. Yet, the time was not ripe. His own cultivation was still shallow, though he appeared formidable in the grand tapestry of true cultivation. He was merely a child taking his first steps. To indulge in pleasure now, entangling himself too deeply with them, would inevitably hinder his progress and resolve. More crucially, the specter of his past failure during tribulations due to inner demons loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, a constant reminder. He wished to shed any vulnerabilities, any potential shackles that could become inner demons. In the event that they were to find themselves in peril in the future, would he choose to rescue them or not? If the price of salvation was steep, could he maintain the same nonchalance as he did today? If he were to remain an observer for some reason, would that cursed inner turmoil not resurface one day, leading to another tragic repetition of the past? The tragedies of his former life must not be replayed. Lu Yuan resolved within himself. Once I have attained mastery and truly possess control over my own fate, it will not be too late to indulge in the pleasures of this world. At that time, he would have the strength to protect those he cherished and pursue his desires without the fear that any ties would become his weakness. It was merely a matter of sequence. With this thought, Lu Yuan's heart found tranquility. He closed his eyes once more in the darkness and said to Su Mingyao behind him, "Rest early. There is much to be done tomorrow. You may take this bed." Su Mingyao stood in the shadows, rendered speechless for a while. Suddenly, she recalled that before Lu Yuan had invited them in, he had called for Li Shuawei. This meant that had Li Shuawei not discreetly slipped away, they would have had an additional person in this lifeboat. This realization made Su Mingyao's cheeks flush even more. It turned out that from the very beginning, Lu Yuan harbored no sordid intentions. It was she who had overthought and, in her own cleverness, turned off the lights. Chapter 137. The Island's Revelation. Zhao Xiaoming felt her heart racing with anxiety. She grasped Su Mingyao's hand, and they both lay on the folding bed, somewhat awkwardly. The space was not particularly spacious, and lying on their sides, their shoulders brushed against one another. Su Mingyao tossed and turned, her mind replaying the earlier scenes repeatedly. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoming's thoughts were considerably simpler. She felt a sense of joy that Lu Yuan had rejected Su Mingyao. This was not born of jealousy, but rather a deep-seated desire to preserve Lu Yuan's heroic image in her heart, preventing him from becoming a man driven by desire like Su Pingyan or Luo Tianhao. Lu Yuan's refusal safeguarded the purity she cherished in her perception of him. Within the cabin, only the sound of their breathing remained. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes closed in a semblance of meditation. He had not truly fallen asleep. Instead, he was quietly practicing the myriad furnace sutras, for every bit of accumulation was invaluable to him. Thus, the night on the deserted island passed in a subtle tranquility. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating the lifeboat, and Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming were already awake, the atmosphere in the cramped space tinged with an awkwardness, as all three tacitly avoided mentioning the events of the previous night. Lu Yuan said little, rising to open the cabin door. Stepping out of the lifeboat, he was greeted by a bustling scene in the camp. The bloodstains, ice, and remnants of monsters from the previous night's battle had been cleaned up, as if the fierce conflict had never transpired. Several crew members and male classmates were working together to push a rudimentary wooden raft towards the shore, preparing to catch some small fish. In the center of the camp, Captain Yu was directing a few individuals as they reinforced the fence. Jiang Huiran, accompanied by his disciples, was practicing martial arts in another clearing, each move powerful and vigorous, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Near a fire pit, several girls gathered around a battered iron pot, cooking small fish, shrimp, and wild vegetables. "Hey, Yuan Gu, did you rest well last night?" Li Shuawei sidled up to Lu Yuan, winking at him with a lewd grin that any man would understand. Lu Yuan cast him a glance, uninterested in his nonsense. Noticing Lu Yuan's indifference, Li Shuawei immediately dropped the joking demeanor and presented a crystal he had found early that morning, as if offering a treasure. Yuan, go. Look what I found. Is this it? Soon after, several classmates rushed over excitedly. Lu Yuan, we found some here too. I have too. They were in a pool beneath a waterfall. In no time, 5 individuals had gathered 2 crystals, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they looked at Lu Yuan. Indeed, the driving force for transformation was the most potent motivation. In just one night, they had evolved from a flock of sheep into a band of proactive treasure hunters. Lu Yuan understood that the time for the grand performance of spending a fortune for the sake of a mere bone had come to an end. It was now time to fulfill promises and reveal genuine hope. He glanced at Li Shuowei, who was anxiously tugging at his hair due to the absence of a single crystal stone, and said, Shuei, I can advance you that crystal stone and impart the method of evolution. However, remember, the next one you find must be given to me first. Really, Brother Yuan, that's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Li Shuowei exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Rest assured, I will definitely retrieve it for you. No, I will bring back 10 for you. The other survivors in the camp watched this scene with envy yet refrained from speaking. They understood that Li Shuowei had been one of the earliest to openly follow Lu Yuan since the Star River. Thus, it was only fitting that Lu Yuan bestowed upon him certain privileges. Li Shuowei's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, filled with gratitude. He recalled that his initial approach to Lu Yuan had somewhat selfish intentions. Starting from the casino aboard the Star River, Lu Yuan had led him to win hundreds of thousands. At that time, he merely felt fortunate to be aligned with someone who could provide for him. However, as events unfolded, this mindset underwent a profound transformation. Now, only one voice echoed in his heart: to follow Brother Yuan wholeheartedly for life. He would brave any peril without hesitation. Just then, a disheveled figure stumbled out from the woods, rolling and scrambling. Even before he arrived, his voice rang out, I found it. I found it. Brother Lu, I have gathered 2 stones too. Everyone turned to see that it was Guan Yaxiong. He was panting heavily, his face marked with scratches from thorns, and he held a crystal stone high above his head, nearly dropping to his knees before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan regarded him, then glanced at the others behind him who had also gathered their stones. Li Shuowei, Guan Yaxiong, and the 3 of you, come with me. All right. Li Shuowei was the first to respond eagerly. Those who had been called felt a surge of elation. They knew that the moment to change their destinies had finally arrived. Lu Yuan led these 5 individuals to a secluded area on the side of the camp, where they could avoid the gaze of the majority. He surveyed the 5 faces before him. Before we begin, there are a few things I must clarify, Lu Yuan spoke calmly. The 5 individuals immediately held their breath, focusing intently on his words. There is no free lunch in this world. If you wish to gain this power, you must accept my rules. Lu Yuan extended a finger. First, from the moment you acquire this power, you will no longer be ordinary survivors. The safety of the camp will be closely tied to you. When the camp faces external threats or disturbances, you are obligated to use your strength to fight. His gaze swept over them. I can offer you protection, but I also need you to become my sword and shield. Is that understood? No problem. Brother Yuan. Li Shuowei was the first to express his agreement, thumping his chest resolutely as he declared, Rest assured, Brother Lu. I shall be the first to oppose anyone who dares to cause trouble at the camp. The other 3 nodded in unison, eager to shoulder this responsibility. Lu Yuan extended his second finger, emphasizing that this was not only a second point, but also the most crucial one. My orders must be obeyed unconditionally. Regardless of the command, irrespective of the time or place, whether you comprehend it or are willing to comply, you must execute it without fail. I do not wish to hear any voices of doubt or negotiation. He observed the grave expressions on their faces. Should anyone dare to defy my orders or harbor malevolent intentions after gaining power, Lu Yuan's gaze swept over each of their faces. I will personally end their life. Do not doubt my capability, nor my resolve. Chapter 138. The Flesh and Blood Grinding Technique. Now, those willing to accept this rule, step forward. Those unwilling may turn away at this moment. I shall not make things difficult for you. The 5 chosen individuals felt a chill sweep over them. Fully aware that if they were to betray their oath, Lu Yuan would undoubtedly show no mercy in erasing them from existence. Yet, this realization did not diminish their fervent desire for power. I am willing. Li Shuowei did not hesitate, stepping forward first. He looked at Lu Yuan and declared, Brother Yuan, rest assured, my life belongs to you. Should you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west. Understood. We understand, they echoed, pledging to follow Brother Lu to the death, without a trace of doubt. After witnessing Lu Yuan's capabilities, they had come to realize that the cost and risk involved paled in comparison to the extraordinary power they were about to attain. Li Shuowei even vowed silently that if anyone dared to betray Lu Yuan in the future, he would not let them off the hook. Without requiring Brother Yuan to take action himself, Lu Yuan surveyed the 5 eager faces before him but did not immediately impart the training methods. He approached Li Shuowei and posed a question. Before I share with you the techniques, have you ever wondered why, despite undergoing similar physical transformations, Su Pingyan retained his intellect and control, while the student who consumed the crystal ultimately morphed into a tree-like monster? Li Shuowei scratched his head. Brother Yuan, could it be due to talent? Or perhaps luck? Su Pingyan was fortunate to evolve in a favorable direction, whereas that student was unfortunate and became a monster. Exactly. I also believe it is talent. Guan Yaxiong quickly chimed in. After all, people are inherently different. Lu Yuan smiled enigmatically at their responses, aiming to guide them toward deeper contemplation and the establishment of a new worldview. Talent and opportunity are indeed part of the equation. Lu Yuan took on the demeanor of a teacher imparting wisdom. The path of evolution in this world, or the journey to becoming what you refer to as superhumans, can be broadly categorized into 2 types. The group leaned in, attentive. The first is autonomous evolution. This requires exceptional talent and an extraordinary stroke of luck. Much like Su Pingyan, whose will to survive resonated with the spiritual energy of the universe in a life-or-death situation, thereby unlocking the potential within his body. This form of evolution is the most stable and holds the greatest potential. However, it is a rare occurrence, and I dare say none among you possess such conditions. Li Shuowei could not contain his astonishment. Brother Yuan, did you just mention spiritual energy? Isn't that something found only in martial arts novels or fantasy stories? Could it be that there truly exists spiritual energy in this world, allowing for cultivation? Cultivation. Guan Yaxiong's expression shifted as well. Lu Yuan did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question, cultivation? What do you think the practices of Master Jiang and the others are called then? That is martial arts. It is kung fu. Li Shuowei replied almost instinctively, pondering if that too could be considered a form of cultivation. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze sweeping over them. Then what about the doctor in the white coat, who could manipulate frost? How does that fit in? The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The martial arts of Jiang Huairan, the abilities of the doctor, the beast transformation of Su Pingyan, along with the various means exhibited by Lu Yuan. The manifestations of these powers were distinctly different. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Lu Yuan began to elucidate. Regardless of whether you refer to it as martial arts, abilities, cultivation, or magic, all these are merely different expressions of a life form utilizing energy. The essence remains the same, merely the methods differ. The spiritual energy I speak of can be understood as a form of energy that can be refined into internal strength, catalyze abilities, or indeed, evolve into the celestial arts you envision. This revelation instantly liberated the minds of those present. So, Brother Yuan, are you suggesting that martial arts, abilities, and cultivation are all merely different vistas on the same path? Li Shuowei asked, half comprehending. That is one way to interpret it. Lu Yuan nodded, somewhat pleased with Li Shuowei's analogy. He continued, what you need to focus on now is not the nomenclature, but rather learning how to master and utilize it. Li Shuowei, invigorated by this insight, eagerly pressed on. Brother Yuan, you mentioned the first type of self-evolution. What about the second? What is the second mode of evolution? His inquiry echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Since self-evolution is serendipitous, their only opportunity evidently lay in this second approach. Lu Yuan then raised a second finger. The second mode is postnatal evolution. This involves leveraging external forces, such as the spirit crystals you have discovered, to forcibly catalyze a metamorphosis within your body. His tone turned stern. However, postnatal evolution similarly yields 2 starkly different outcomes. The first is possessing an extraordinary willpower, capable of suppressing the chaotic, beastly instincts during the onslaught of crystal energy, maintaining one's essence. But this path is fraught with peril. A moment's lapse in will can result in being assimilated by the energy, devolving into a mindless creature of slaughter, akin to the tree monster. The second involves mastering the correct transformation methods. By employing specific techniques to guide and refine the energy within the crystal, it can be harnessed to augment one's power. He concluded, What I am about to impart to you today is this path of evolution. Li Shuowei was left in awe, realizing the multitude of intricacies involved in evolution. Guan Yaxiong and the others also wore expressions of enlightened understanding, finally grasping why Lu Yuan had previously cautioned them against using the crystals recklessly. It was a matter of profound significance. To Lu Yuan, these concepts seemed mere fundamental knowledge. His relentless efforts in popularizing science stem from two primary motivations. Firstly, to firmly establish his absolute authority in this domain, and secondly, to cultivate the first cohort of teaching assistants. Once a sufficient number of individuals gather the necessary crystals, these foundational concepts will no longer require his reiteration. The initial graduates, such as Li Shuowei, will be tasked with elucidating them to future learners, thereby conserving both time and effort. This is the reason behind Lu Yuan's unprecedented willingness to articulate so much. Observing that the group had fully absorbed the information, Lu Yuan's mind began to race with calculations. What type of cultivation method should he select for them? The myriad of techniques available in the Kanglan realm is overwhelming. While orthodox practices are solid, they often yield slow results, relying on painstaking effort and gradual progress. On this desolate island, there is simply no time for leisurely cultivation. To develop combat readiness in the shortest span possible, the methods of the demonic sect focused on body refinement are most suitable. Instantly, a particular technique surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind, the blood and flesh grinding technique. This technique is regarded as a fundamental demonic body refinement method within the Kanglan realm. Its cultivation approach is straightforward and aggressive, involving the forcible infusion of spiritual crystal energy into the body, utilizing one's own flesh as a grinding wheel to undergo a brutal process of refinement. Although the experience is excruciating, the results manifest with remarkable speed. For these individuals, it represents the optimal choice for swiftly forging a formidable physique. With his decision made, Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the 5 individuals before him. The technique I am about to impart to you is called the blood and flesh grinding technique. Chapter 139. The blood and flesh millstone. The mere mention of this name sent a shiver down Guan Yaxiong's spine. Li Shuowei and the others also felt a tightening in their chests. The name itself did not evoke the impression of a legitimate martial technique. Lu Yuan paid no heed to their reactions and continued to elucidate. This technique does not follow conventional paths. It employs an exceedingly domineering method to convert external energy for personal use. Thus, the practice will inevitably entail some suffering. The 5 exchanged resolute glances, each discerning determination reflected in the other's eyes. Yuan Gu, we are unafraid. Li Shuowei was the first to declare. Lu Gu, we are prepared. Excellent, Lu Yuan replied. Commencing the transmission of the first layer of the blood and flesh millstone technique, articulating each word meticulously to the 5. The incantations were obscure and difficult to comprehend. The 5 lacked the ability to memorize them effortlessly, leaving them in a haze of confusion. Yet, Lu Yuan exhibited remarkable patience, repeatedly clarifying the meaning of each phrase and the necessary flow of vital energy during practice. Finally, Lu Yuan warned, what I impart today must remain confidential. Should anyone dare to reveal these incantations without my consent, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Understood. The 5 responded in unison, their hearts heavy with solemnity. Now, consume your spirit crystals and commence. At Lu Yuan's command, the 5 swallowed the crystals in one swift motion. Almost instantaneously, Li Shuowei curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Following suit, Guan Yaxiong and the other 3 emitted agonized shrieks one after another. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the writhing figures of the 5. This was the path they had chosen. To attain extraordinary power, one must endure extraordinary suffering. There are no shortcuts on the road to strength. The torment the 5 were experiencing at this moment, compared to the harrowing struggles Su Pingyan had faced on the brink of death, was already the gentlest path that Lu Yuan had deemed acceptable. However, the 5, rolling on the ground, were evidently unable to perceive this distinction. They felt as though they were ensnared in the depths of hell, enduring agonies akin to thousands of ants gnawing at their hearts and blades slicing through their bones. The commotion inevitably drew the attention of others within the camp. Heavens, what are they doing? How terrifying. They appear to be in such pain. Is this the price of gaining power? This is too horrifying. On the opposite side of the camp, Zhang Huiran and several of his disciples had already been captivated by the disturbance. He wished to approach and investigate, yet hesitated. Wary of Lu Yuan's methods, fearful of being misconstrued as attempting to steal knowledge, a serious taboo in the martial world. Thus, he remained at a distance of several dozen meters, relying on his extraordinary vision to observe from afar, his heart filled with bewilderment. What kind of practice is this? So domineering, never before heard of. He pondered, his heart quaking as he witnessed the five in torment. Although they had endured the rigors of physical training, the experience was but a trifling ordeal compared to the scene before them, which resembled a form of torture. At that moment, Guan Yaxiong could no longer bear the anguish. He cried out in despair, repeatedly striking his head against the ground, seeking to alleviate his suffering. Brother Lu, I can't take it anymore. Get this thing out of my body. Tears and mucus streamed down his face, leaving no trace of his earlier cleverness. Lu Yuan regarded his pitiful state with a frigid gaze, devoid of any sympathy. He stepped forward and mercilessly kicked Guan Yaxiong in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. Silence. Lu Yuan's voice swiftly drowned out all the cries of agony. If you wish to live, sit up, cultivate. Follow the method I taught you and guide that force. Otherwise, prepare to be overwhelmed. The kick nearly knocked the breath out of Guan Yaxiong, yet it cleared some of the confusion from his mind. Lu Yuan moved swiftly among the five, each kick forcing a writhing figure upright, compelling them to enter a state of cultivation. Remember the incantations I taught you. Feel that energy. Guide it. Control it. Let it wash over every inch of your flesh. He commanded. You will either be crushed into powder or be reborn. I understand. Brother Yuan. Li Shuowei was the first to grit his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as he struggled to sit cross-legged in the posture Lu Yuan had instructed. His lips were already bloodied from biting them. Yet driven by absolute trust in Lu Yuan, he began to attempt the obscure cultivation incantations. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, each struggling to adopt the meditative position on the ground. Jiang Huairan watched intently as he sensed that, with the five beginning to awkwardly cultivate, the rampant energy seemed to be gradually tamed and absorbed. Time passed in agonizing increments for the five. Li Shuowei let out a low growl as layers of black, viscous substance began to seep from his pores, quickly enveloping his body, resembling someone just pulled from an ink pool. Is this the process of purging the marrow? Jiang Huairan exclaimed in astonishment. This phenomenon typically occurred during significant breakthroughs in martial arts training, signifying that the body was expelling impurities and undergoing transformation. He had not anticipated such miraculous efficacy from Lu Yuan's teachings. Soon after, Guan Yaxiong and the other three experienced similar changes. Their bodies radiated heat and foul, dirty substances continuously expelled from within, pooling beneath them. Huff! Li Shuowei exhaled a breath of stagnant air, gradually opening his eyes to feel the abundant power coursing through him, excitement igniting in his gaze. I did it, Brother Yuan. I succeeded, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. The remaining Westerners gradually concluded their exercises, reveling in the profound transformation of their physiques. Each individual was immersed in the euphoria of their newfound strength. The previous agony rendered insignificant in the face of such power. Lu Yuan observed them, his expression devoid of approval, as he calmly inquired, How does it feel? It feels incredible, Brother Yuan. Li Shuowei exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. He felt as though he could fell a bull with a single blow. Then proceed to the seaside and cleanse yourselves, Lu Yuan instructed, his tone remaining indifferent. Yes, Brother Yuan. Li Shuowei and his companions responded with renewed vigor as they set off. At that moment, a howl echoed from the forest, drawing nearer with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a lithe shadow burst forth from the thicket, creating a gust of wind. With a resounding thud, it landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the group recognized the figure. It was Su Pingyan, dispatched by Lu Yuan to track down the individuals in white coats. At that moment, Su Pingyan knelt on one knee, surveying Li Shuowei and the others before addressing Lu Yuan. Congratulations, young Master Lu, on welcoming 5 new valiant warriors to your ranks. I am fortunate to have fulfilled my mission and have ascertained the true nature of Lu Zheng's encampment. Chapter 140. The butcher Lu Zheng. Lu Yuan regarded Su Pingyan with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Why have you been gone for so long? Su Pingyan knelt on one knee, respectfully explaining, in response to your inquiry, Lu Xiao, it is my inadequacy. The encampment of Lu Zheng is far more fortified than I had anticipated. While approaching the periphery of the Star River's grounding zone, I encountered no less than 3 waves of scouts. Scouts? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Su Ping'an replied solemnly. They are individuals awakened with extraordinary abilities. Although I could have dealt with them, I feared that engaging them would immediately alert others. To avoid disturbing the hornet's nest, I had no choice but to take a longer route, thus consuming additional time. Quite intriguing, Lu Yuan mused, his mind racing as he quickly grasped the underlying implications. The thousands of survivors aboard the Star River, grappling with the scarcity of food and water, resembled a vast nest of sorcery, where despair and fear engendered a brutal struggle for survival, giving rise to ever more twisted strongmen. It was no wonder that Lu Zheng could swiftly establish order among them and identify those of worth. Such acumen and insight were indeed formidable. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's account, the crowd around the camp turned pale. What? Lu Zheng has already amassed such power. A squad of awakened beings, with our meager numbers. Wouldn't that spell our doom? Perhaps we should relocate? This place is far too perilous. Enough with the noise. A bunch of cowardly fools. Su Ping'an suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with ferocity, and a single roar silenced all dissent. He rose abruptly, the aura of menace surrounding him causing the nearby survivors to retreat in fear. With Lu Xiao here, let alone Lu Zheng, no matter how many come, they are merely courting death. A pack of insignificant wretches, unworthy of Lu Xiao's concern. This proclamation from Su Ping'an steadied the frayed nerves of many. Indeed, what were they afraid of? They had Lu Yuan, who could subdue even Su Ping'an. If Su Ping'an feared not Lu Zheng, what cause had they for trepidation? Lu Yuan glanced at Su Ping'an, withholding his judgment. His gaze then swept over Li Shuowei, Guan Yaxiong, and the other 3. Su Ping'an was correct, yet there was a chasm between words and action. You few possess strength, yet lack the wisdom to wield it. Lu Yuan continued. Like a toddler swinging a massive hammer, you will harm yourself before you can inflict harm upon others. Thus, your training is merely commencing. His eyes narrowed with intensity. I shall personally impart to you a martial art, the 100 Forgings Body Fist. This technique will aid you in honing your vigor, refining your sinews, and truly mastering this newfound power within. The immense Star River lay sprawled upon the beach, akin to a stranded steel leviathan. The hull, marred by tremendous impacts and gaping wounds, had been hastily patched with steel plates and debris, leaving only a few entrances guarded by designated personnel. The survivors, their eyes devoid of hope, patrolled the vessel with an assortment of rudimentary weapons, akin to worker ants maintaining the operation of this maritime fortress. The captain's quarters of the Starry River had been transformed into Lu Zheng's private domain. At its center lay a vast sand table, where various stones and branches delineated the terrain of the island that had been explored, revealing the ambitions of its master. Lu Zheng sat cross-legged before the sand table, a black piece held between his fingers, contemplating the game ahead. He was not engaged in a match with another, but rather in a solitary contest of intellect. A commotion arose from the entrance. It was the doctor in a white coat along with several subordinates returning. They pushed aside the obstructing survivors, tumbling forward to Lu Zheng's feet. Boss. The doctor fell to his knees with a thud, his arm, rendered useless by Su Ping'an, hanging limply at his side, his face etched with fear. I have failed. We located Lu Yuan, but Lu Zheng did not lift his gaze, placing the black piece on the board, and inquired coolly. He is formidable? Indeed. Too powerful. He is not human. The doctor's voice trembled as he recalled Su Ping'an's figure. He has a monstrous companion who can transform into a werewolf. Incredibly strong, seemingly impervious to pain, and with astonishing recuperative abilities. I couldn't even defeat one of his subordinates before being rendered helpless. He hastily recounted his observations from Lu Yuan's camp, embellishing the accounts of the transformed treant, the formidable werewolf Su Ping'an, and Lu Yuan's own demeanor. Finally, he raised his head to relay Lu Yuan's exact words. He asked me to tell you that he will personally come to find you. Lu Zheng listened in silence, his expression unchanging. Once the doctor finished speaking, he slowly raised his gaze, instilling a chill in the doctor's heart. He dispatched but one subordinate and easily incapacitated you? Yes. Boss. Enough. Lu Zheng rose and approached the trembling doctor, looking down upon him, stating, a general may face defeat, but there is no place for excuses. The doctor shuddered violently. You may be defeated, even perish in the course of your mission. This merely signifies the enemy's strength and my error in judgment, unrelated to you. Lu Zheng's tone grew colder. Look at yourself now. Not only have you returned battered, but also filled with dread. Your description of his might serves not to inform me, but to propagate your despair. Your fear will spread like a plague within my camp. Such a sentiment is far more terrifying than any enemy. As the doctor absorbed this, the color drained from his face, and he finally comprehended. Boss, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. Before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The doctor's eyes widened in shock as Lu Zheng snapped his neck with a swift motion. The subordinates behind the white-coated figure, upon witnessing this scene, felt their legs weaken in terror and collectively knelt upon the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Lu Zheng returned to the chessboard, picked up a white piece, and covered the previous black piece. A single misstep could lead to complete defeat. On my chessboard, a piece that has made a wrong move holds no value. His gaze swept over the trembling subordinates as he coldly commanded, "Bring his corpse with us." The group paused, bewildered by Lu Zheng's intent. "Take him back to the camp." Lu Zheng's voice bore no warmth, conveying to Lu Yuan that having sent a message, he too must reciprocate. May this token of gratitude be to his liking. Chapter 141. The abandoned child. Like dust on the training ground of the camp, dust swirled as shouts echoed. Li Shuowei and his 4 companions were drenched in sweat, panting heavily as they repeatedly practiced the starting stance of the 100 refinements body-forging fist under Lu Yuan's watchful gaze. Remember this. This technique does not seek intricate moves, but aims to mobilize every shred of power newly acquired within you. Feel it. Master it. Li Shuowei, strike. Use all your strength against that rock. Lu Yuan commanded, pointing at a boulder. Yes, Brother Yuan. Li Shuowei gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength, and his right fist smashed down onto the rock. A thunderous sound erupted. Chunks of stone flew as cracks splintered across the surface of the boulder from his strike. Am I really that strong? Li Shuowei stared at his fist in disbelief, then at the fractured rock. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a numbing sensation shot through his hand, causing him to wince and shake it. Lu Yuan scolded mercilessly. That is not how you utilize your strength. Learn to dissipate the recoil through the motion of your body, not by bracing with your bones. Like a stern instructor, Lu Yuan meticulously corrected each individual's movements. Unify your waist and hips. Draw power from the ground, from your feet to your legs, from your legs to your hips, and then through your spine to your shoulders and fists. Breathe. Inhale and exhale. Coordinate with your punches. The other survivors in the camp watched the fervent training with their hearts racing, filled with envy. They could sense that Li Shuowei and his group were astonishingly transforming into competent warriors at an incredible pace. Just as the onlookers were captivated, several figures approached, carrying a heavy, elongated wooden box, their steps heavy and expressions anxious, heading straight towards the camp. It's Lu Zheng's men. Su Pinggan frowned, instantly shifting into his werewolf form, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Yuan. Li Shuowei and his companions halted their training, instinctively forming a defensive line to shield Lu Yuan and the other survivors behind them, their nerves taut with excitement, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Upon seeing the camp braced for confrontation, particularly the fierce and menacing Su Pinggan, the bearers of the wooden box were struck with fear. Their legs weakened, and one man dropped the box to the ground with a resounding crash. The leader of the group scrambled forward a few steps, trembling as he called out through the fence, "Don't attack. We're not here to fight. We come on the orders of our boss Lu, to present a gift to Mr. Lu." A gift? The campus occupants were taken aback. Lu Zheng sent someone to deliver a gift? What was the ulterior motive behind this? The leader, not daring to delay, quickly directed his trembling subordinates to approach the wooden box. With a crowbar in hand, they cautiously pried open the nailed-down lid of the box. Creak. As the box lid was lifted, a wave of metallic scent surged forth. The scene within was laid bare before the onlookers. There, lying within, was the grotesque corpse of the doctor in the white coat. This brutal spectacle instantaneously shattered the psychological defenses of most present. Gagging and shrieks echoed throughout the air. Zhao Xiaoming and Su Mingyao turned pale, quickly averting their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Even Li Shuowei and his companions felt their stomachs churn, the proximity to the tragic demise of one of their kind delivering an unprecedented shock. Lu Yuan stepped forward, unperturbed by the trembling subordinates of Lu Zheng, nor did he acknowledge the reactions of those behind him. He calmly scrutinized the body within the box and, after a brief moment, slowly raised his head, his voice devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Pray tell, what transpired?" The lead messenger trembled, mustering the courage to respond. Boss Lu expressed that the doctor was under his purview, and due to lax oversight, he inadvertently offended you, Mr. Lu. He deeply apologizes. Thus, he instructed us to deliver the doctor's body as a form of atonement. He further stated that should you have any grievances, do not hesitate to voice them. He will ensure your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs erupted within the camp. What? This is Lu Zheng's form of apology? Li Shuowei could not help but scoff. Goodness. Even that monster Lu Zheng must bow to Brother Yuan. He even sent a subordinate to apologize. Indeed, it sounds terrifying, yet he is nothing but a coward. Guan Yaxiong and others nodded vigorously, their gazes towards Lu Yuan filled with newfound reverence. Jiang Huiran and Captain Yu exchanged astonished glances, their minds reeling. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet it commenced in such an unexpected manner. The survivors in the camp, who had previously trembled in fear of Lu Zheng's influence, now realized that even Lu Zheng had to yield to Lu Yuan, which flooded them with a sense of security. However, Lu Yuan slowly shook his head. While he was not entirely familiar with Lu Zheng's modus operandi, he had pieced together a rough outline from various rumors. Lu Zheng was a cold-blooded opportunist who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. An apology? That was certainly not in Lu Zheng's character. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the quaking messenger, coldly stating, Lu Zheng is not one to apologize. The forced smile on the messenger's face froze instantly. Lu Yuan gradually lifted his right hand towards the messenger from several meters away, fingers curling as if grasping at the air. The messenger's body stiffened, as though an iron vice had seized his neck, his feet leaving the ground and flailing wildly in the air. What is this? Gasps of astonishment reverberated through the camp. They witnessed Lu Yuan standing resolutely in place, yet an unseen hand seemed to be choking the messenger by the throat, lifting him into the air. The subordinates of Lu Zheng, who had arrived with the messenger, were utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground in a collective display of desperation, fervently kowtowing in the direction of Lu Yuan, incoherently pleading for mercy. Spare us, immortal. Spare us. It is not our doing. It was all him. He instructed us to speak this way. Lu Yuan relaxed his grip slightly, causing the messenger, suspended in midair, to fall to the ground, gasping for breath. I shall grant you one final opportunity. What was it that Lu Zheng instructed you to convey? At that moment, the messenger dared not conceal the truth any longer. He crawled before Lu Yuan, recounting all that had transpired aboard the Star River, faithfully relaying Lu Zheng's exact words. Our leader stated that a commander, whether victorious or defeated, must not utter defeatist sentiments. He claimed that the words the doctor brought back were meant to undermine the morale of the troops. That is why he was slain. Our leader also mentioned that the doctor's corpse was to be brought to you. He expressed great anticipation for your visit. Upon finishing, the messenger dared not lift his gaze. As his words echoed in the air, the expressions of triumph on the faces of those in the camp vanished without a trace. To kill his own subordinate to intimidate the enemy? Truly a madman. Fool. Lu Yuan's voice was chillingly cold. Do you believe that your cunning fabrication of a lie, claiming he bowed to me, will lead me to let my guard down and spare you? Even if you had indeed deceived me and returned unscathed to the Star River, would Lu Zheng, a man of his stature, remain oblivious to the fact that you did not relay his original words? In that case, how much better would your fate be than it is now? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the messenger felt as though all strength had been sapped from his body. Collapsing to the ground, he finally comprehended the grim reality. From the moment Lu Zheng had ordered him to carry that wooden box, he had become a mere pawn. Regardless of what he said or did, only a dead end awaited him. Caught between Lu Yuan and Lu Zheng, both of whom regarded human life as inconsequential. Every choice he faced was a misstep. He was but an ant, crushed indiscriminately beneath the feet of two battling lions. This world, he murmured to himself, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Chapter 142. The ants find a path to survival. Lu Yuan cast a cold glance over Lu Zheng's subordinates, who were kowtowing fervently on the ground. His voice was frigid as he inquired, what do you know about the situation at Lu Zheng's camp? Speak clearly and in detail. The messenger, fearing a delay, replied hastily, what would you like to know? I shall share all that I know without reservation. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Let us begin with the periphery then. How many hidden sentries are established near Lu Zheng's camp, which relies on the wreckage of the Star River? Are they fixed or mobile? What are their locations? Are there any specific alert mechanisms in place, such as traps or alarms? The messenger quickly recalled, indeed, Boss Lu places great emphasis on defense. Along the coastline and at several major entrances near the forest, they have dug deep pits disguised with dried grass, topped with sharpened stakes. Several unfortunate fools and wild beasts have fallen into them. He swallowed hard and continued. As for the hidden sentries, I know of 3 fixed positions, each manned in rotation by capable awakeners. One is behind the rocky outcrops to the east. Another is on the edge of the dense forest near the foothills to the west, and the last is atop the highest observation platform of the Star River's hull, providing a commanding view of the entire camp's perimeter. As for the mobile patrols, there are many, composed mainly of ordinary survivors with little combat capability, tasked primarily with warning and miscellaneous duties. Lu Yuan listened quietly, occasionally nodding to indicate for him to proceed. Not sensing any impatience from Lu Yuan, the messenger continued. They have hung makeshift alarms made from tin cans at several entrances. Any disturbance will trigger a sound. The sentries stationed high on the hull are also equipped with powerful flashlights and binoculars, keeping watch day and night. Lu Yuan's tone remained even. What is the core strength of Lu Zheng's forces? Apart from himself, which other notable awakeners or controllers should I be aware of? The messenger's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he hastily replied. The most trusted confidant of Boss Lu is a person named Night Owl. This individual operates covertly and is responsible for gathering the most critical intelligence. However, the Night Owl is elusive. We, the lower ranks, have only heard of his reputation and have never seen him in person, nor do we know his specific abilities. Night Owl. Lu Yuan's expression sharpened at the mention of this name. In his previous life, Night Owl had been a solitary figure, but shortly after the onset of the Great Calamity, he seemingly perished during a reckless venture, never to become Lu Zheng's trusted aide. It appears that my rebirth has indeed stirred the wings of fate, altering the trajectories of numerous events. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan maintained an impassive facade, yet the emergence of Night Owl instilled a new layer of vigilance within him. Memories of his past life could no longer serve as the sole criterion for predicting the future. He suppressed his thoughts and gestured for the messenger to continue. Chapter: The Other Awakeners. The messenger pondered. There are indeed numerous individuals awakening daily for various reasons. However, most possess trivial abilities of little consequence. All of these are managed by Big Lu, either conscripted into patrol teams as expendable assets or relegated to menial labor, tasked with gathering resources and handling corpses. Lu Yuan nodded, then turned to Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an, does what he has stated align with your previous findings? Are there any discrepancies? Upon hearing this, the messenger's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing, in response to Lu Xiao. The information provided by this individual is largely consistent with my investigations. However, my knowledge of the specific rotation patterns of the lookout points and the details of the controller's abilities remains limited. Su Ping'an expressed a hint of confusion. As for the Night Owl, I did not encounter any such figure while infiltrating the Star River. The messenger stared in shock at Su Ping'an before casting a terrified glance at Lu Yuan. It became evident that Lu Yuan was already well versed in the conditions of the Star River camp. His seemingly casual inquiry was clearly a test of whether he dared to deceive him. Had he uttered even a single falsehood, the consequences. The messenger dared not contemplate further. His legs weakened, and had he not already collapsed to the ground, he might have found it difficult to stand. Lu Yuan smiled. As the saying goes, the Great Way encompasses 50, heaven unfolds in the west, and humanity eludes one. The messenger, upon hearing this, looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend why Lu Yuan had suddenly delved into such profound and obscure discourse. Lu Yuan continued. Lu Zheng indeed sent you here to meet your demise. The messenger's face drained of color upon hearing this. Lu Yuan's tone shifted. However, through your honesty, you have earned yourself a slender chance of survival. From the moment you chose to speak freely with me rather than resorting to clever trickery, you have secured your life. You may leave. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for sparing my life. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for sparing my life. The messenger hastily bowed several times to Lu Yuan, then beckoned to his terrified companions. Fleeing into the depths of the forest in a state of panic, neglecting even the wooden box containing the corpse in a lab coat. fearing Lu Yuan might change his mind at any moment. Lu Yuan paid no heed to their reaction. In that case, Su Pingan, lead the way. We shall pay a visit to Big Lu. Yes, Lu shall. Su Pingan's eyes sparked with a bloodthirsty gleam. The influence of the Wolf King's spirit crystal igniting his desire for battle. Upon hearing this, Li Shuowei grew anxious and stepped forward. Brother Yuan, are you truly going? The Star River is teeming with people, and surely there are many skilled fighters. Lu Zheng sounds formidable. You should only take Su Pingan with you. Lu Yuan smiled at these words, glancing into the distance. Shuowei, times have changed. Too many people? Huh. In this era, numbers have long lost their original significance. A multitude of sheep remains merely a flock awaiting slaughter. A fierce tiger, even when solitary, is capable of reigning supreme over the mountains and forests. Lu Zheng and his multitude of followers, the awakened ones, are merely a band of uncivilized savages in my eyes. Li Shuowei, stirred by fervor yet increasingly anxious, interjected. But Brother Yuan. Lu Yuan interrupted him. Enough. Your task, the 5 of you, is to safeguard this camp diligently. Continue to practice according to the methods I have taught you. I expect no disturbances here before my return. He cast a glance at Li Shuowei and the others, adding, should I return to find any negligence or disorder among you, the consequences will be yours to bear. Yes, Brother Yuan, Brother Lu. We shall defend the camp and train rigorously, not to disappoint your expectations. Li Shuowei and the others bowed earnestly in agreement. Once his instructions were conveyed, Lu Yuan did not linger. He exchanged a brief nod with Su Pingan, and like 2 arrows released from their bows, they sped toward the direction where the Star River lay stranded, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Watching their figures disappear, Li Shuowei exhaled heavily, then abruptly turned to Guanyiaxing and the others, shouting, don't just stand there. Brother Yuan has entrusted us with this vital task. We cannot falter. From this moment on, our training shall double. Anyone who dares to slack off will face my wrath. Chapter 143. The Bloodied Watchman and the startled insect bird Su Pingan transformed into a wolfman. Forged ahead, vigilantly scanning the surroundings of the Western Zhou. His keen olfactory and auditory senses enabled him to perceive the situation ahead. Lu Yuan followed closely behind, his steps light and soundless. The two moved with remarkable speed. In just over an hour, the outline of the Xinghe ship became faintly visible. Lu. Approximately 300 meters ahead lies our first watch position, concealed behind a pile of rocks, Su Pingan reported in a hushed tone. Indeed, behind the rocky outcrop stood 2 figures, languidly leaning against the stones. One held a fire axe, while the other clutched a wooden stick, occasionally stifling yawns. Damn it. This cursed weather is both damp and cold, and we have to endure the sea breeze here. When will this end? Grumbled the man with the fire axe, spitting onto the ground in frustration. Enough. Wei Air, let us keep the complaints to a minimum. Being assigned to this watch duty is at least better than being crammed in the ship's cabin like sardines. I've heard there's been another outbreak of plague. Several have been dragged out again today. Who knows if they truly succumbed to illness or were taken for experiments? The young man with the stick shuddered slightly. Wei Air chuckled darkly. Plague? I reckon it's more likely they starved or were dealt with for insubordination. Our leader, Lu, is quite the oddball. It's one thing to avoid women, but to eat like a hermit, subsisting on nothing but compressed biscuits and vegetable mush every day? The Xinghe has so many delicacies: Australian beef, Alaskan king crab, bottles of wine worth thousands, all supposedly locked away for the researchers, claimed to be for the cause of evolution. We, the brothers risking our lives, can't even enjoy a warm soup. The young man sighed, dissatisfaction etched on his face. Who can argue with that? The boss said these are extraordinary times, and everything must serve the cause of evolution. Look at him. Every meal is plain and simple, not even a woman in sight. Constantly pondering how to grow stronger. He hardly seems like someone of his age. Hey, if you ask me, our leader is a natural-born tyrant. Wei Air spoke with a tone of reverence, but then shifted closer to the young man, a lewd grin creeping onto his face. Just because the boss shuns women doesn't mean we brothers have to live like ascetics. Remember that day off we had, when we picked out that female passenger from the batch of experimental subjects? What a delight. The young man's eyes sparkled at the recollection. Of course I remember. You certainly know how to handle things. That girl was fierce at first, but in the end, didn't she submit to us completely? Tears streaming down her cheeks. That figure, that skin mid-sentence. The young man suddenly gestured for silence. casting a wary glance towards the western Zhou. Once he confirmed there was no one around, he lowered his voice. Let us keep this quiet. If the boss finds out, we'll be in serious trouble. Although the leader harbored no interest in women, he detested disobedience among his subordinates, particularly when they misappropriated his materials. Wei Lao chuckled nonchalantly, assuring, "Are you not confident in my abilities? I have taken care of everything." The contents reported above were deemed contaminated and treated as ordinary waste material. With so many unanticipated deaths among the experimental subjects, who would notice the absence of a defiant woman? The two exchanged knowing smiles, but before their laughter could fade, a sudden, jarring sound of a blade piercing flesh interrupted the moment. Wei Lao's laughter ceased abruptly as he glanced down in shock, witnessing a glimmering knife tip protruding from his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the rocks before him. The young man nearby was paralyzed with fear at this unforeseen turn of events, ready to scream. However, a furry claw from behind covered his mouth, stifling his cries before they could escape his throat. Almost immediately, an immense force seized him, dragging him backward, leaving trails in the sand, until he vanished into the darkness behind the rocks. Two figures emerged silently from behind the boulders. Lu Yuan wielded the tang knife he had acquired from Chu Zhaoyu, its blade devoid of any bloodstains, as if the heart-piercing strike had not originated from him. Su Pingyan had transformed into a werewolf, effortlessly carrying the two bodies, ensuring they remained untainted. "Do not let these corpses tarnish my ring," Lu Yuan instructed with a calm demeanor. "Understood, young master," Su Pingyan replied, grinning to reveal his gleaming wolf fangs, as he dragged the bodies towards the surging waves nearby. Before long, Su Pingyan returned to Lu Yuan, his bloodstained form cleansed by the ocean's embrace. "Young master, all is in order. There will be no traces left." At that moment, a faint rustling sound reached their ears, nearly imperceptible unless one possessed heightened senses like Lu Yuan. Concurrently, several small insects that had been crawling through the crevices of the rocks suddenly shifted direction, hastily gathering towards a specific spot, seemingly startled. Nearby seabirds perched on low trees flapped their wings, emitting a few short calls. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he paused momentarily. Su Pingyan immediately became alert, a fierce glint flashing in his wolfish eyes. "Ah, quite the responsive ones," a raspy voice echoed. A man, appearing to be in his 30s and clad in drab clothing, blended seamlessly with his surroundings. Various small birds perched on his shoulders and head, while colorful beetles crawled up his sleeves, yet he remained entirely unconcerned, as if those creatures were extensions of his own being. Wei Lao and his foolish companions, with their minds occupied solely by women and grievances, have met their deserved fate. The man leisurely leaped down from the rocky outcrop, his gaze settling upon Lu Yuan and Su Pingyan. That said, the cross sentries set by Boss Lu proved to be quite effective. They were responsible for the overt vigilance, while I kept a watchful eye from the shadows. Should anything go awry on their part, I would be instantly alerted. My two friends exhibit commendable skills, having silently dispatched their foes. As he spoke, he scrutinized Lu Yuan and Su Pingyan, who had transformed into a werewolf. A werewolf? How rare. If the doctor were still alive, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. As for you, the man's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan. Your strikes are swift and precise, a true martial artist. Alas, you should not have ventured here. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but scoff. Lu indeed possesses considerable acumen, his thoughts sufficiently intricate to arrange such a dual-layered surveillance. Regrettably, however, the individuals beneath his command are exceedingly foolish. Chapter 144. The blade cuts through the insect's cry. What did you say? The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. Lu Yuan slowly replied, "I find it regrettable." Regrettable about what? The man controlling the birds furrowed his brow. Lu Yuan sneered, "Naturally. It is regrettable that you have missed the only opportunity to save your life. From the moment I appeared, you chose to lurk in the shadows, observing, rather than fleeing and sounding the alarm. Did you believe that, despite having dispatched those two fools, you still held the upper hand?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted from suspicion to disdain. "Ha! Escape? Why would I run? You pitiful creature from the outer camp have no idea of the sacrifices we have made in our quest for evolution. You cannot fathom how far we have journeyed on this path." His tone was laced with superiority. "To me, you and that werewolf are merely slightly more robust specimens for experimentation. I had intended to capture you alive to present to Boss Lu, but now it appears The man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. You no longer possess the privilege of living. Go. Tear them apart. From beneath the earth, countless tiny black dots erupted, coalescing into a surging wave of darkness. They were thousands of venomous ants and bloodthirsty beetles. They emitted a chilling rustle as they surged madly toward Lu Yuan and Su Ping'an. Simultaneously, seabirds in the sky dove like fighter jets, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, targeting Lu Yuan. Their beaks glinted with a metallic sheen, clearly transformed by some mutation. Lu Xiao, be careful. Su Ping'an swiftly positioned himself in front of Lu Yuan. He swung his claws, generating powerful gusts that shredded the diving seabirds into pieces. Yet, more of the insect swarm had already flooded to his feet, beginning to crawl up his legs, biting ferociously. Humph, futile struggles. The man scoffed. In his eyes, it was merely a matter of time before these two were overwhelmed by the sea of insects. In the next moment, Lu Yuan moved. He disregarded the swarm and launched himself directly at the man. The Tang Dao gripped in his hand traced a chilling arc through the air. The man's pupils constricted. He never imagined Lu Yuan's speed could reach such heights. All he perceived was a flash of cold light before him. Quick. Too fast. The blade's velocity had surpassed his limits. There was no way to evade this strike. Yet, the shadow of death did not instill fear in the man's eyes. Instead, it ignited a more frenzied gleam. Even in death, he vowed to take Lu Yuan down with him. He abandoned all thoughts of evasion. The best defense was an attack. The man detonated the connection within himself to those core poisonous insects. Boom. The venomous ants and beetles, which had been relentlessly tearing at Su Ping'an, suddenly swelled violently, and then erupted in a thunderous explosion. The cacophony of explosions melded into a singular, deafening roar. The venom intertwined with shattered exoskeletons, instantaneously coalescing into an expansive wall of toxic mist that completely engulfed Lu Yuan's figure. The venom hissed ominously, warping the very air around it. The man stood resolutely in place, not retreating an inch, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his technique. This was no ordinary poison. It had been tested on newly awakened superhumans. Those unfortunate souls faced his toxic mist as if they were wax figures doused in molten iron. Their heart-wrenching screams echoing as they were corroded to nothingness, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of pus, with nary a bone fragment remaining. A look of anticipation graced his face as he awaited the piercing scream of the young man from within the mist. He had already begun to envision the scene. A figure, grotesquely decayed and oozing, would emerge from the venomous fog, collapsing weakly before him. However, what he was met with was an eerie silence. Within the toxic mist, there were no screams, no struggles, not even the slightest groan of anguish. The man's brow furrowed. Had he truly perished from the poison? So easily? How disappointing. At that moment, a faint glow flickered within the mist, illuminating without warning. Initially dim, like a will-o'-the-wisp, it rapidly brightened, as if a lantern had been ignited amidst the toxic haze. Lu Yuan emerged from the miasma, his attire immaculate, his demeanor poised, enveloped in a faint luminescence. This ethereal glow acted as an imperceptible shield, repelling all toxins, leaving him untouched. He traversed the ground littered with insect carcasses as if treading upon solid earth, resembling a celestial being descending from the moon, untainted by any dust. What is this? For the first time, astonishment marred the man's countenance. This radiance signifies a supernatural ability. How could this be? A person skilled in martial arts and possessing awakened powers? What greeted his bewilderment was Lu Yuan's calm voice. I told you, you missed your only opportunity. At that instant, Lu Yuan's figure vanished once more. This time, the blade met no obstruction. With a swift thrust, the man had no time to mount any defensive action before he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. In shock, he clutched his throat as warm blood gushed through his fingers, yet he could utter not a single coherent word. Struggling to support his neck, he turned to face Lu Yuan, who stood with his blade sheathed, regarding him with an expression of indifference. As life ebbed from the man, the mental link he shared with the insects and birds was severed in an instant. Those creatures, previously engaged in attack, were now thrown into disarray. The beetles on his body scurried in panic, tumbling to the ground, while the birds perched upon his shoulders flapped their wings frantically, screeching as they fled in various directions. The brilliance in the man's eyes swiftly dimmed. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness entirely, he beheld Lu Yuan extending a finger. gently pointing towards a few seabirds suspended in the void. Whoosh, whoosh. Blades of wind sliced through the air, and the seabirds let out a mournful cry as if their wings had been severed, plummeting lifelessly to the ground. The man's defiant gaze ultimately turned hollow and lifeless. His body swayed before he collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of sound. A heavy footfall resonated through the toxic mist. It was Su Ping'an. He emerged from that area, albeit in a far more disheveled state than Lu Yuan. His werewolf form bore the marks of countless wounds. Dark crimson corrosive injuries marred his chest, arms, and legs, with a large patch of flesh on his face reduced to a gruesome sight, exposing the bone beneath. Evoking a sense of horror, any ordinary evolver would have surely succumbed to such fierce venom and explosive impacts. But Su Ping'an advanced towards Lu Yuan with the nonchalance of one unscathed. The terrifying wounds upon his body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Fresh granulation tissue sprouted like living vines, intertwining and swiftly filling the gaping voids left by the corrosion. With each step he took, those ghastly injuries, within mere seconds, fully mended as if they had never existed. He approached Lu Yuan's side and respectfully knelt on one knee, bowing his head, and declared, "Young Master Lu, my shortcomings are evident." Although he spoke of his inadequacy, his gaze towards Lu Yuan brimmed with adoration. He had personally experienced the terror of that toxic mist and understood that had it not been for his robust physique, enhanced by Lu Yuan, he would have long since been reduced to a mere puddle of pus. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Yuan had emerged from such a harrowing assault unscathed. In his heart, Lu Yuan's image had transcended to that of a deity. Chapter 145. The Crimson Operating Table. Deep within the hull of the Star River, a room that once served as a medical facility has now been transformed into a laboratory. The air is thick with the scent of disinfectant, and under the bright lights, a hodgepodge of medical instruments is arrayed. The screen of the electrocardiogram displays a steady life curve, emitting soft beeping sounds. On the operating table lie bone spurs crafted from skeletal remains, while active tissues within petri dishes exhibit slight movements. Several researchers clad in protective gear operate the instruments beside the table, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads as their fingers tremble slightly. These individuals include doctors, biology professors, and engineers, once esteemed elites in the old world. Yet on this island, their knowledge initially held little value. It was Lu Zheng who sifted them from the chaotic survivors. Lu Zheng provided them with the finest sustenance and the safest accommodations. As they feasted on dwindling stocks of steak and lobster, ordinary survivors fought over mere crumbs. However, this preferential treatment came at a steep price. Lu Zheng's demands were shockingly high. He offered every possible advantage with a singular objective: to advance evolutionary research. Measuring value in a brutally simplistic manner, each critical experiment allowed merely 3 attempts before failure. They had witnessed a doctor responsible for the active tissue grafting project perish after 3 consecutive failures. Lu Zheng smilingly patting his shoulder before his body was dragged away by his guards, becoming fodder for the next experiment. Initially trembling with fear, they transitioned to sleepless nights before each surgery, ultimately witnessing the gruesome demise of their peers. The immense pressure had long since crushed their initial humanity. Under the relentless strain and Lu Zheng's indoctrination of his new epic theory, their fear began to morph. They became fervently engrossed in their research, no longer merely to save their lives, but to validate their worth, to witness the birth of a new species through their own hands. The euphoria of playing creator transformed them from reluctant participants into the most fervent of believers. Beyond a thick pane of one-way observation glass, Lu Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the proceedings within. How was he faring? Lu Zheng did not turn around. A figure appeared beside him. Wearing a silver mask, it was Night Owl. Night Owl glanced at Lu Zheng's silhouette before lowering his gaze. To him, Lu Zheng was not merely a leader, but also his savior. He would never forget the moment when, due to the awakening of his feeble powers, he was regarded as a monster by other survivors, on the verge of being beaten to death. It was then that Lu Zheng descended like a deity, effortlessly subduing all the assailants, and uttered his first words: "Your ability is intriguing. Come with me." From that day forth, he became Lu Zheng's most loyal shadow. Throughout the process of researching the evolvers, it was Lu Zheng who repeatedly proposed seemingly fanciful ideas that illuminated the path for the entire experiment. "Return, boss," Although we lack professional antibiotics, the spirit crystal itself possesses remarkable self-healing properties, significantly reducing the risks of surgery and the environmental demands, he stated. Currently, the vital signs of the material are relatively stable. His physique is somewhat better than we anticipated, showing minimal rejection to the spirit crystal energy. The new catalytic plan is progressing smoothly. Night Owl added, if we succeed this time, we will truly achieve the mass production of controllers. We can transform an ordinary person into a controller with specific abilities in a remarkably short time. Lu Zhang's gaze warmed slightly as he remarked, so, if this technology matures, then my breakthrough from the pinnacle of the controllers to the next realm of domain master will no longer be an unattainable dream. Boss, we still need to wait for the final experimental results to validate this, Night Owl cautioned. According to previous data, the success rate of the transformation is significantly related to the state of the material itself. This particular subject is exceptionally unique. His mental will is on the brink of collapse while simultaneously harboring an intense desire for power. It can be said that he is already standing at the threshold of natural evolution. Our surgery is merely a nudge forward. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang nodded, his gaze once again directed towards the glass. At this moment, within the operating room, firmly secured to the surgical table, was none other than Luo Tianhao. His upper body was exposed, connected to various instruments, and although only partially anesthetized, his consciousness remained remarkably clear. There was no trace of fear on his face. Rather, it was filled with anticipation. The sights and experiences he had encountered in Lu Zhang's camp had utterly overturned all his previous perceptions. He had witnessed warriors wielding flames, seen titans of immense strength, and encountered healers capable of mending wounds. Many here possessed powers that once existed only in the realm of fantasy. This was the true world. This was the visage of a new era. His mind was awash with the evolutionary achievements Lu Zhang had showcased and the promising future he had promised him. As long as you are willing to become a part of our grand evolutionary endeavor, I can offer you an opportunity to surpass Lu Yuan with your own hands and reclaim all the humiliation you have endured. This temptation was utterly irresistible to him. He finally comprehended. The camp he had previously inhabited, when compared to Lu Zhang's, was merely a laughable novice village. No matter how powerful Lu Yuan was, he was merely a stagnant village bully. He comprehends not the essence of true power, nor the significance of genuine evolution. It is here that the staircase to divinity lies. Images of Lu Yuan and Su Mingyao standing side by side replay incessantly in his mind, alongside the humiliation he endured at the hands of Su Ping'an and the treacherous visage of Guan Yaxiu. All that he once held dear has been effortlessly shattered by Lu Yuan. Yet now, he stands on the precipice of rebirth. A fervent roar echoes within his soul. Lu Yuan, await my ascent. When I attain power. Chapter 146, Lu Xingjian's Ascendance. Preparation of biological active gel, sample number 03. The lead surgeon commanded, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. A researcher promptly retrieved a fist-sized petri dish from a temperature-controlled chamber fashioned from a refrigerator. Within the dish lay a murky mass of biological gel. This was no high-tech creation. Rather, it was a half-finished product painstakingly cultivated by their team using a mutated algae found on the island, combined with medical polymers sourced from the ship's medical center. After countless trials and failures, its sole function was to gradually dissolve the spirit crystal encased within, releasing its volatile energy in a relatively gentle manner. At the center of this gel, a pale blue spirit crystal floated serenely, emanating a soft glow. Prepare for implantation beside the aorta, the lead surgeon instructed in a grave tone. On the operating table, Luo Tianhao lay bare-chested, secured firmly with coarse straps, the local anesthesia allowing him to distinctly feel the cold blades slicing through his skin. The assistant swiftly used forceps to pry open the incision, exposing the pulsating heart and large blood vessels beneath. The lead surgeon delicately grasped the gel encasing the spirit crystal with tweezers, cautiously placing it into Luo Tianhao's chest cavity, snug against the artery that delivered life. Vital signs stable. Energy readings beginning to rise slowly. Rejection response within controllable limits. The researcher by the monitor intently observed the fluctuating data on the screen, his voice filled with excitement. Behind the monitor, a tangle of rough cables extended beyond the room. The entire power system of the wrecked Star River had long since collapsed. Now, All electricity stemmed from an awakened individual with electrical abilities, whose hands pressed against a modified constant pressure device, supplying stable current to the laboratory. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhao, lying on the operating table, emitted a groan that was indistinguishable from pain or relief. He sensed warm currents surging from his chest to the farthest reaches of his limbs as the cold gel was implanted within him. Akin to a parched riverbed finally receiving the nourishing rains, every desiccated cell rejoiced. He felt an unprecedented power surging forth from the depths of his flesh. Faster, even faster. He roared internally, yearning to grow stronger. He wanted everyone to pay the price. Prepare for the implantation of samples 2 and 3, the lead surgeon commanded once more. The operation proceeded methodically, and as the lead surgeon sewed the final stitch for Luo Tianhao, he exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Report. All spirit crystal samples have been successfully implanted. Vital signs have markedly improved, and preliminary assessments indicate that the surgery has been successful. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted in the laboratory. Click. Lu Jing entered with his hands clasped behind his back, the night owl shadowing him closely. He strode directly to the operating table, casting a glance at the soaring data displayed on the instruments before turning his gaze to Luo Tianhao. A look of satisfaction gracing his features. Lu Jing nodded. Excellent. Prepare for the next surgery. The lead surgeon paused momentarily at this proclamation, quickly responding, Boss. The next subject is already prepared and can commence at any time. No, Lu Jing shook his head. The next subject is me. What? The lead surgeon, poised to document the data, dropped his pen with a clatter. Boss, this is absolutely unacceptable, he urged, his voice trembling. Although our crystal infusion technique has achieved preliminary success with Luo Tianhao as a subject, it remains in the experimental phase. The risks involved. Lu Jing impatiently interrupted him. Risks? Dr. Tao, my pursuit of evolutionary advancement is not for the sake of comfort and stability. I have always sought the pinnacle of evolution. He glanced at the researchers, who were rendered silent. If I do not dare to be a first-hand participant in this grand endeavor, how can I expect any of you to believe that the path we tread is the right one? But, Dr. Tao attempted to plead further. The night owl stepped forward from behind Lu Jing, shaking his head. A simple gesture that conveyed to Dr. Tao that Lu Jing's decision was unalterable. Prepare, Lu Jing commanded. Approaching the operating table, still faintly tinged with the scent of blood, and began to remove his shirt, as his torso was unveiled under the harsh lights. Every researcher present involuntarily gasped in shock. From Lu Jing's left shoulder to his right abdomen, 9 vividly rendered black dragons were tattooed. Each dragon appeared fierce and majestic, scales distinctly visible. However, a massive deep crimson X marked the center of these dragons, rendering it both eerie and striking. Yes, boss. Doctor. Tao could only respond with trembling lips, gesturing to his assistants, who were already in a state of shock. Hurry. Prepare the highest standard surgical protocol. Recalibrate all instruments. A few assistants, as if waking from a dream, began frantically preparing, disinfecting, replacing instruments, adjusting monitoring equipment. The atmosphere in the laboratory became infinitely tenser than during the surgery for Luo Tianhao. With everything in place, Dr. Tao shakily picked up a large vial of anesthetic, ready to administer it to Lu Jing. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he explained, Boss, your physical condition far exceeds that of an average person. Thus the dosage of anesthesia required will be significantly higher. Who said you were to prepare the anesthetic? Lu Jing interrupted him nonchalantly. I do not require anesthesia. No anesthesia? Dr. Tao could not help but exclaim, Boss, this is a major surgery involving thoracotomy and laparotomy. Without anesthesia, the pain could utterly devastate your nervous system. Pain is the finest whetstone for the will. Lu Jing's gaze was terrifyingly calm. I have never been accustomed to entrusting my life entirely into the hands of others. Even if you are my most trusted subordinates, who can assure me that when I lose consciousness, the scalpel in your hands will not harbor ulterior motives? Upon hearing these words, Dr. Tao and all the researchers behind him instantly knelt to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Boss, we dare not. We are unwaveringly loyal to you. May the boss see our sincerity. Lu Jing disregarded their frantic supplications, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You merely need to remember that if any error occurs on the operating table due to your negligence, the night owl will transform you all into fodder for mutated creatures. Let us begin. Do not disappoint me. Dr. Tao's face turned ashen. He knew that the operation he was about to undertake might be the most terrifying of his life. Summoning all his strength, he managed to rise once more. Injecting catalyst number 1. Energy monitoring initiated. The cold blade sliced through the skin marked with the totem of the 9 dragons. Chapter 147. The dawn returns within a cave beside the starry river. The crackling of a campfire resonated, casting flickering flames that illuminated a shadow lying prone. It was a stranger, bound upon the ground, a sentry of Lu Zheng's camp. Lu Yuan stood nearby, his expression impassive as he heated his tang knife until it glowed red, then slowly approached the sentinel. Before the searing blade made contact with the skin, the intense heat had already warped the air around it, causing blisters to form instantly on the sentinel's cheek, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh. The sentinel let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing in agony. "I shall inquire once more." Lu Yuan's voice was calm. "Regarding the internal situation of the Starry River, aside from what you have already divulged, is there anything else of interest? Speak, and I may alleviate some of your suffering." "I have told you everything." The sentinel, his mental defenses shattered, cried out incoherently through tears and snot, "Please, no more burning. I will tell you, I know where the spirit crystals are stored." At these words, Lu Yuan paused, moving the glowing blade away from the sentinel's face. "Speak." "It is in the central cold storage of the Starry River." The sentinel began to spill forth all he knew, as if a bamboo tube pouring out beans. "Boss Lu has consolidated all the spirit crystals there. He said the cold environment would slow the energy dissipation of the crystals, making it the best storage facility. It is guarded by his most trusted 20 elite guards. Additionally, the night owls often patrol near the cold storage. I heard that the security there is overseen by the night owls themselves. No one can approach without being detected by their eyes. Excellent. Your information holds great value. Lu Yuan nodded, sheathing his tang knife. Seeing the knife being sheathed, the sentinel's face lit up with a joy born of survival. He believed he had exchanged information for his life. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Lu Yuan. "Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life. I swear that every word I have spoken today will remain confidential. I will serve you faithfully." Lu Yuan regarded him with a gentle smile. Interrupting, "I merely inquired if you possessed anything of interest to me. I never promised your release for your disclosures." The smile on the sentinel's face froze, despair filling his eyes. "But you said." "I mentioned that I would lessen your physical torment. However, I never guaranteed your survival." Before the words fully left his lips, the glint of the knife flashed in Lu Yuan's hand. With a swift motion, a line of crimson appeared at the sentinel's throat. In shock, he grasped at his neck, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. Lu Yuan gazed into the firelight, casually flicking the droplets of blood from his knife, his gaze profound. In his previous life within the Kanglan realm, he had witnessed numerous self-proclaimed powerful cultivators ultimately falter, succumbing to those they once regarded as insignificant. This experience imparted upon him the wisdom that even when confronting a mere hare, a lion must exert its full strength. Now reborn in this life, faced with the emerging tyrant Lu Zheng, Lu Yuan maintained a strategic disdain, firmly believing in his eventual triumph. However, on a tactical level, he accorded his adversary the respect warranted. Knowledge of oneself and one's enemy is essential for invincibility in battle. Xu Pingyan, transformed into his werewolf form, stood like a silent statue, arms crossed over his chest, unable to suppress a sense of introspection. Since departing from the camp and the watchful eyes of his peers, Lu Yuan's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. While at the camp, he had been decisive and domineering yet adhered to a semblance of civilized conduct, employing a mixture of benevolence and intimidation to command respect. However, once liberated from the confines of the camp, he seemed to shed all restraints, revealing the latent ferocity that had been concealed within. Perhaps this was his true nature. "Let us proceed to meet Lu Zheng," Lu Xiao commanded. At the periphery of Lu Zheng's encampment lay a checkpoint manned by 3 ordinary individuals wielding signal guns, languidly guarding the area. Clad in tattered garments, they bore expressions of unwarranted satisfaction. "Ah, this place is quite comfortable," remarked one lanky figure, leaning against a tree and idly picking his teeth. "Though we're merely guarding the gate, it's peaceful here." And seeing those former affluent individuals from the ship, now bending over backwards for mere scraps of food, is immensely gratifying. The shorter, stockier companion chuckled. "Indeed. Just the other day, I borrowed a Swiss watch from a formerly arrogant rich heir, though it has lost its value. Witnessing his impotent fury is more satisfying than anything. As they reveled in their boastful banter, two figures emerged from the woods, Lu Yuan and Su Pingyan. Stop. The lanky guard was the first to react, raising his signal gun with a wary shout. Lu Yuan did not halt his advance, merely casting a glance at them without responding. Seeing this, the lanky guard shouted again, "The long night is nearing its end. Respond to the command." At that very moment, a gleam ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. His form vanished in an instant. With a swift thrust, the guard's expression froze as he looked down in shock, witnessing the glinting Tang sword protruding from his chest before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining two guards, paralyzed by terror, instinctively raised their signal guns. Yet Su Pingyan was already upon them. His speed was astonishing. With just 2 precise strikes, he severed their necks with ease. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and the two individuals rolled their eyes before collapsing softly to the ground, utterly devoid of life. The entire process transpired within mere breaths, executed with precision and silence. Devoid of any superfluous noise, Lu Yuan approached the 3 lifeless bodies, sweeping his hand, and they were promptly absorbed into his storage ring. Without casting a glance at the side of Su Pingyan, he strode towards the next checkpoint. At the second checkpoint, 2 guards leaned against the rocks, indulging in inferior tobacco. Suddenly, they spotted 2 figures emerging from the shadows and immediately stood alert. "Who goes there?" one of them barked. This time, before the other could continue questioning, Lu Yuan preemptively retorted coldly, "The long night wanes. Respond." The guard, taken aback by Lu Yuan's abrupt counter-query, instinctively replied, "Dawn shall return." Chapter 148. The neon of yesteryears, the companions of today. As the words left his lips, the guard abruptly realized something was amiss. Why was he issuing commands? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Su Pingyan had already stepped forward. With a surge of gray-black fur erupting from his form, a formidable werewolf materialized before the 2 guards in an instant. With a resounding clap, Lu Yuan appeared before the startled guard, delivering a sharp slap that spun him around, leaving 5 distinct finger marks etched upon his face. Lu Yuan sneered. "Does an awakened one need to explain themselves to you?" The guard, clutching his face, was both shocked and enraged. A glance at the imposing werewolf, Su Pingyan, followed by a look at Lu Yuan's indifferent demeanor, rendered him utterly intimidated. He recognized the command. It was evident they were not outsiders. In Lu Zheng's camp, those with abilities held a position of superiority, especially someone like Su Pingyan, who could transform into a beast, someone far beyond the reach of a mere ordinary guard. The other guard, witnessing the scene, felt his legs weaken in fear. "We dare not. Please, esteemed sirs. It is our ignorance that has led to this oversight." He quickly bowed and stepped aside. The one who was struck could only swallow his indignation and lower his head. Lu Yuan let out a cold snort, leading Su Pingyan as they strode past the 2 guards with an air of confidence. The main body of the Star River had long lost its former opulence. The hull was now marred by rust and dark green seaweed. This passage was the only way into the ship's interior, and the guards here were far more vigilant, with awakened ones of notable prowess stationed at their posts. As night approached, the lead awakened guard called out, "State your command." Lu Yuan replied with calm assurance, "Dawn returns." Upon hearing the password, the lead guard's expression softened slightly. He scrutinized Lu Yuan and Su Pingyan, neither of whom he recognized, and couldn't he help but inquire, "Which division do you belong to? You seem unfamiliar." At this moment, Su Pingyan transformed once again into his werewolf form, radiating a fierce aura that instilled a palpable pressure upon the guards at the entrance. The lead guard's expression shifted dramatically. He could recognize that this was a being of at least a controller's caliber. Lu Yuan spoke leisurely. "Does the Night Owl require us to report to you as well?" At the mention of the Night Owl, the guards' expressions turned serious, their wariness instantly giving way to reverence. They hastily bowed. "We are unworthy. We did not recognize the esteemed subordinates of the Night Owl. Please, esteemed sirs." Without casting them another glance, Lu Yuan, alongside the now human Su Pingyan, entered the depths of the Star River with composure. Once their figures had completely vanished from the guard's view, Su Pingyan could no longer contain himself, remarking, "Had it been our subordinates, they would have likely charged through without hesitation. Although the rabble outside poses little threat to me, the sheer number of ants can be quite bothersome. If I were to deal with them one by one, it would undoubtedly deplete considerable energy. Lu Yuan's footsteps did not falter as he spoke calmly. Your thoughts are not unfounded, yet they mirror a butcher's perspective. To a butcher, everything is merely meat awaiting slaughter, requiring only a swift stroke of the knife. In contrast, a hunter, before locking onto the true prey, utilizes the most efficient means to deliver a decisive blow. Your strength is a gift I have bestowed upon you, yet you must learn to engage in battle with your intellect, rather than relying solely on your claws. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan appeared to grasp the essence of the lesson, following closely behind Lu Yuan. The two, one in front of the other, officially entered the interior of the Star River. Before them lay the once spacious and resplendent central hall. The crystal chandelier that adorned the dome had long extinguished, now shrouded in a thick layer of dust, with only a few dim emergency lights flickering in the corners. The marble floor, once gleaming, was now marred by muddy footprints, and the opulent carpets lay tattered and strewn about. What were once luxury boutiques now stood with shattered display windows, their glass shards hastily swept aside. These shops had been transformed into cramped living quarters, partitioned with various debris, resembling the cages of a slum. Dozens of survivors huddled in the corners of the hall, most clad in rags, gaunt and emaciated, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. Upon the entrance of the unfamiliar faces of Lu Yuan and Su Pingyan, their eyes briefly flickered with a momentary vigilance before returning to a state of desolation. A figure emerged from behind a makeshift partition, a woman clad in what remained of a once vibrant bunny outfit, her rabbit ears askew. The rough eyeliner on her face and the overpowering scent of cheap perfume hit them as she approached. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, her gaze momentarily faltered, and a flicker of thought crossed her vacant eyes, as if she were struggling to recall something. Tentatively, she spoke, "My lord, you seem somewhat familiar." It appeared she was on the verge of a memory, but the recollections of the civilized world felt too distant, akin to an unreal dream. Ultimately, she abandoned her attempt to remember and, upon observing Lu Yuan's clean and proper attire, deduced that he held a position of authority within the camp. "My lord, do you require assistance? I can do anything. I only need a pack of biscuits." Habitually, she attempted to tug down the ragged garment she wore, seeking to reveal her dulled skin, her movements awkward and pitiful. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. He recognized her as the bunny girl from the casino exchange, who had looked down on him for only producing a few hundred coins. His expression remained unperturbed, devoid of pity or disdain, merely observing her as one would a lifeless object. Su Pingyan, witnessing this, let out a low growl. "Leave." The bunny girl trembled in fear from the aura surrounding Su Pingyan, her smile vanishing in an instant. She scurried back into the dark corner, no longer daring to show her face. Lu Yuan, accompanied by Su Pingyan, continued deeper into the establishment. Following the flow of people, they soon arrived at a large cafeteria, transformed from what was once the largest self-service restaurant. The vast hall was teeming with people. Hundreds of survivors stood in a long queue, fixated on several massive iron barrels ahead. The contents within could scarcely be described as food. It resembled more of a viscous paste essential for survival. Several burly men wielded iron spoons, ladling out the thick, dark green substance from the barrels. Lu Yuan could detect not only the sour aroma of leaves, but also a hint of briny sea air. This was a concoction made from shells and seaweed scraped from the hull of a ship, crushed with stones, and boiled together with the leaves into a paste. "Next." "Hurry up. Do you want to starve?" barked the man in charge of distributing the food impatiently. A frail woman, unable to steady her hands, spilled half of her portion onto the ground. In a moment of desperation, she threw herself down, clawing at the mixture of dirt and shells, shoving it into her mouth. Chapter 149. Inviting guests, establishing authority, accepting the role of a dog. The disheveled manner of eating did not attract the attention of those around. Their gazes were filled with a sense of numbness. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the cafeteria. A few individuals clad in white lab coats entered, escorted by two awakened ones, their demeanor exuding arrogance. They disregarded the ordinary survivors queuing nearby and proceeded directly to a designated area. The man responsible for serving food, upon seeing them, instantly shed his previous impatience, replacing it with a sycophantic smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests," he exclaimed, bowing profusely. The researchers merely acknowledged him with indifferent nods, lacking the inclination to spare him a second glance. Shortly thereafter, a chef emerged from the kitchen through a small door, carrying several trays. The trays held neatly arranged compressed biscuits, a small piece of beef, and half of a vividly colored apple, a stark contrast to the fare available outside. The serving man also ladled a steaming bowl of thick soup from a nearby pot. "Gentlemen, please enjoy. This fish was freshly caught from the sea today and simmered with spices." Under the protection of their guards, the researchers accepted the special meals and made their way to a secluded area to dine. Hundreds of eyes in the cafeteria were fixated on the exclusive offerings, brimming with envy. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed throughout the room. Su Pingyan observed this scene with a flicker of disdain. He lowered his voice to speak to Lu Yuan. Lu Zheng truly knows how to win people over, adeptly using privileges to buy the loyalty of those who serve him. Yet, his approach is rather uncouth. It is said that the issue lies not in scarcity, but in inequality. Such blatant disparity will inevitably lead to discontent. This camp is destined for turmoil. Clearly, this man is no true hero. In response, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Hero? Lu Zheng has never aspired to be one. What he seeks is to be a creator. You only perceive the surface, failing to grasp the depths beneath. Su Pingyan, let me ask you, are the emotions of these people not the crucial catalyst for your own evolution? Su Pingyan felt a jolt. Memories flashing through his mind of the harrowing moments under the claws of a bear and the despair he felt when trampled by Lu Yuan. Suddenly, the reason became clear. Lu Yuan continued in a calm tone. Lu Zheng is fully aware of the principle that the problem lies in inequality, perhaps better than anyone else. To him, these survivors are merely crops awaiting harvest. He nurtures them with injustice and despair, cultivating seeds that will yield the fruits he desires: more evolved beings, greater power, and additional experimental subjects. Su Pingyan shuddered at the revelation. He had never imagined that beneath the seemingly simple act of food distribution lay such dark and malicious schemes. However, Lu Xiao, even if these individuals awaken in their resentment, filled with discontent towards Lu Zheng, how could they possibly acquiesce to his will? Surely, they would rise in rebellion at the first opportunity, would they not? This is rather simple to comprehend. Lu Yuan regarded Su Pingyan as one might a student yet to grasp the lesson, patiently elucidating, that hinges upon the methods of subjugation. Lu Zheng is a master manipulator of human emotions. He possesses numerous strategies to ensure these newly formed forces, born of resentment, remain obedient. Extending a finger, Lu Yuan continued. When an individual first acquires power, their heart is both confused and inflated. Lu Zheng will appear, bestowing upon them the coveted privileges they have long desired: a clean dwelling, superior sustenance, creating a stark contrast that allows them to swiftly savor the sweetness of their newfound strength. He then raised a second finger. Once this individual is immersed in their privileges and begins to feel exalted, Lu Zheng will, with overwhelming force, crush them utterly, making it clear that their recently acquired power is utterly insignificant in the presence of true strength. They must understand that everything they possess can be reclaimed at any moment. And what of the third step? Su Pingyan instinctively inquired, feeling that Lu Yuan's words resonated with his own experiences. Lu Yuan extended a third finger, after thoroughly subduing them. He will once again offer a taste of benefit, promising a bright future, assuring them that loyalty will elevate them to greater heights. Thus, through a combination of grace and severity, even the most obstinate wolf can be transformed into the most loyal hound. Lu Yuan's discourse plunged Su Pingyan into profound silence. He replayed in his mind the entirety of his journey from evolution to arrogance, defeat, and ultimately, subjugation, each phase aligning perfectly with the 3 steps Lu Yuan had articulated. A more terrifying thought arose within him. Lu Xiao, what if someone disobeys? What if, after evolving, someone chooses death over submission? Su Pingyan's voice trembled as he posed the question. Lu Yuan cast him a glance, his expression one of casual inevitability, disobedience, that naturally makes for the finest experimental subjects. Su Pingyan fell silent once more, recalling his own actions in that small encampment. After gaining power, what did he do? The first thought that came to mind was to exact revenge on those who once looked down upon him, followed by indulging in his most primal desires: food and women. He had sought to establish a small kingdom solely for himself, compelling all to bow at his feet. Yet, he was merely a fortunate frog that had escaped from the depths of a well, mistakenly believing he had glimpsed the vast sky. Unconsciously, Su Pingyan turned his gaze towards Lu Yuan. If he, Su Pingyan, was a slave to desire, and Lu Zheng a fanatic of power, Then Lu Yuan resembled a lofty chess player, a strategist surveying the entire board. He realized that, in essence, he and Lu Zheng were of the same ilk. The distinction lies in Lu, who, through his own exploration, has become the king of wolves in that vast jungle. Meanwhile I, a mere fledgling wolf just beginning to bear my fangs, have encountered a true hunter from the very outset. The hunter cares not for the ferocity of the wolf. Rather, he focuses on the integrity of its pelt and the sharpness of its claws. From the beginning, Lu Yuan never regarded himself on the same plane. It turns out, it is thus. He has lost. From the very start, he was destined to lose. A defeat so complete and unquestionable that it left no room for doubt. In this moment, the last vestige of resentment lingering in Su Ping'an's heart, born of his enslavement, dissipated entirely. Lu Yuan keenly sensed the transformation deep within Su Ping'an's soul, and his smile widened further. In the ancient texts of the Kanglan realm, the supreme realm of the slave mark is referred to as the heart demon seed path. Even if someone were to intervene now and forcibly erase the slave mark from the depths of Su Ping'an's soul, he would still unhesitatingly choose to die for Lu Yuan. For his path has become irrevocably intertwined with Lu Yuan's. Chapter 150. A bold breach into the cold storage. The two individuals ceased their lingering and turned away from the cafeteria, stepping into the corridor. As they ventured deeper into the passage, the stench of mildew became increasingly nauseating. The once glossy decorations on the walls had long since peeled away, and an incessant dripping sound echoed through the desolate corridor. As they rounded a corner, Lu Yuan's footsteps faltered for a moment. His gaze fell upon a door marked C786. The door was ajar, revealing an interior that had been thoroughly ransacked, leaving only an empty bed frame. It was here that the gambler, Fate Song, had ultimately sealed his own fate. Foolish individuals are often eager to pave the way for their own demise, Lu Yuan mused quietly before continuing deeper alongside Su Ping'an. Ahead, a cacophony of shouts and cries reached their ears. At the end of the corridor, two towering awakened beings were shoving 5 or 6 ragged ordinary individuals towards a descending staircase. The survivors, a mix of men and women, appeared ashen, their eyes filled with despair. One woman had collapsed entirely, only to be forcibly dragged along by one of the awakened. "What are you dawdling for?" The awakened snapped impatiently. "Hurry up. The lab is waiting for this batch of new materials. If the research is delayed, you'll be the ones to suffer the consequences." "Indeed. Behave yourselves." Another awakened chuckled darkly. "Once you reach the bottom, you'll truly understand what hell is like. Now, move a little faster. It's better than being carried in later." Lu Yuan merely cast a glance at the dark staircase entrance, and Ning Yuanhing's face flashed through his mind. It seemed he was likely down there, Lu Yuan contemplated. Withdrawing his gaze, he chose not to intervene at this moment, and continued toward the core area of the vessel. The pair moved unobstructed until they finally arrived at the section housing the central cold storage. The corridor here was impeccably clean, the air tinged with a chill. A heavy metal door stood firmly shut, adorned with a layer of frost. This was the entrance to the central cold storage. 8 formidable awakened beings flanked the door in 2 rows, each displaying distinct aberrations resulting from their raw power. The foremost man had skin resembling rock. Beside him stood a figure as slender as a reed. Another had an oily sheen to his skin. Upon noticing Lu Yuan and Su Ping'an approaching, the rock-skinned man's eyes glimmered with intensity. He stepped forward, blocking their path, and intoned in a deep voice, "The moon sets, and the crow caws. Return the command." Su Ping'an's expression shifted instantaneously upon hearing this. The command was entirely different from what they had previously learned. However, a knowing smile graced Lu Yuan's face as he remarked lightly, "It appears there are indeed 2 sets of commands." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Su Ping'an, witnessing this, hesitated not a moment longer. He let out a ferocious roar, his entire skeletal structure cracking as he instantaneously transformed into a werewolf, lunging towards the 8 awakened individuals who were still in a state of confusion. In that fleeting moment, a palpable aura of death enveloped the corridor. An enemy assault. The leader's pupils constricted sharply. He barely had time to emit a furious shout before Lu Yuan's figure appeared before him like a ghost. "A mere controller dares to breach the defenses of our 8 brothers." The slender man, resembling a bamboo stick, shrieked with fervor. Though controllers possess formidable power, the combined abilities of their 8 diverse awakened ones might still prove to be a match. The rocky-skinned man shared this sentiment within his heart. He could sense the terrifying power contained within Lu Yuan's fingertips. Yet, he held unwavering confidence in the defensive prowess of his rocky exterior. At this critical juncture, he held nothing back. He crossed his arms fiercely before him, his muscles quivering in anticipation. Petrification. Layer upon layer of gray-brown keratin swiftly erupted from beneath his skin, enveloping him in an instant, forming a thick and rugged rock armor. This was his ability, petrified skin. It granted him an extraordinary level of defense. Clang. Lu Yuan's fingersword struck against the rocky barrier shielding the man's brow, producing a resounding clash of metal. Sparks flew. The frenzied spiritual energy spiraled and eroded at the point of contact, yet it only left a deep, white hole the size of a knuckle upon the unyielding rock armor. The man's body swayed slightly but quickly regained its balance, remaining steadfast in place, his arms held firm in a defensive posture, utterly motionless. Ha! Blocked it. Strong brother is formidable. Fool. Daring to clash head-on with strong brother's defenses? Simpleton is courting death. The other 7 awakened ones, poised to charge, witnessed this scene and their tension transformed into disdainful grins. Well done, strong brother. A slender man, akin to a bamboo stick, cheered loudly. Unexpectedly reeling in 2 big catches today. A werewolf and a speed-type ability user? Haha, brothers, the boss has fresh experimental material. Capture them. Lu Yuan withdrew momentarily. Even he felt a flicker of astonishment within. Such formidable defensive capabilities. He could perceive that the strength of the opponent's petrification exceeded that of the previous giant serpent and wolf king. Lu Zheng's elite guard certainly possessed some prowess. Just as the bamboo-like man prepared to command the others to rush forward, he noticed their leader still standing unmoving, silent as the grave. Leader? He tentatively called out. The response was a cacophony of shattering ceramics. The rocky armor enveloping the leader began to develop spiderweb-like fissures emanating from the white hole struck by Lu Yuan's fingertip. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the rocky armor shattered into a storm of debris, scattering in all directions. It revealed the man still maintaining his defensive stance, albeit now with a subtle blood hole appearing at his brow. In his wide, terrified eyes, it seemed as though he had witnessed the most horrifying spectacle imaginable just before his demise. All vitality had long since evaporated. His body could no longer bear the weight and collapsed weakly to the ground, ultimately falling forward, silenced forever. The expressions on the faces of the remaining 7 awakened ones froze in that instant, morphing into sheer terror, as if they had encountered a specter. One strike, merely one strike, without even fully breaching their defenses, and Brother Chong lay dead. How could this be possible? Impossible. The lanky man began to scream again. This was utterly inconceivable. Even if the peak controller, Old Lu, were present, it would be unfathomable for him to eliminate Brother Chong in a single blow. Who are you? Truly, they had initially believed that while a controller would pose a challenge, their collective synergy, honed through teamwork, along with the complementary nature of their abilities, would allow them to either overcome or at least ensnare their opponent while awaiting reinforcements. Yet the scene unfolding before them shattered all remnants of their confidence. Just as the 7 awakened ones were engulfed in shock, a menacing shadow circled behind the dazed lanky man. The lanky man felt a chilling wind surge from behind. Before he could turn, a massive, furry claw pierced through his chest from behind. He glanced down, incredulously staring at the wolf's claw protruding from his torso, its palm clutching a still-beating heart. Gradually, the light in his eyes faded, leaving them hollow and devoid of spirit. Chapter 151. The spoils. Amidst the alarm at this moment, the remaining 6 awakened individuals finally snapped out of their astonishment. 2. There are 2 controllers. The awakened one with gleaming skin let out a roar. He had anticipated that 8 awakened would face 1 controller, but in an instant, it had turned into 6 against 2. Sound the alarm. Quickly, the awakened closest to the wall exerted all his strength and slammed a red emergency button on the wall. A piercing siren instantly echoed throughout the interior of the Star River. Red warning lights flashed wildly along the corridor, casting a blood-red glow on everyone's faces. Hurry! Eliminate them. We cannot allow them to escape. The remaining 6 awakened, filled with shock and fury, realized there was no retreat left. They activated their respective powers and charged towards Su Pingyan and Lu Yuan. Amidst the cacophony of the alarm, Lu Yuan's voice reached Su Pingyan's ears, urging for a swift resolution. Understood, young Master Lu. Su Pingyan roared, casually discarding the corpse of the bamboo pole man, and met the oncoming six with a thunderous bellow. Lu Yuan, not glancing at the battle behind him, crouched beside the body of Brother Chong. He grasped the hand of the deceased and pressed it against the fingerprint lock beside the heavy metal door of the cold storage. The installation of this fingerprint lock was quite rudimentary, with tangled wires exposed, clearly a makeshift alteration following the catastrophe. Certification approved. An electronic voice chimed, and the heavy metal door emitted a dull, unlocking sound, slowly sliding open a gap. Lu Yuan released the hand, stood up, and a satisfied expression crossed his face. This certainly saved him a great deal of effort. He then stepped forward, entering the cold storage door that emanated a chilling aura amidst the blaring alarm and the distant sounds of battle. The space within the cold storage was even more expansive than he had imagined. The refrigeration system continued to hum, white frost cascading from the pipes on the ceiling, while the ground and walls were coated in thick layers of frost that crunched beneath his feet. The towering piles of supplies caused Lu Yuan to raise his eyebrows. Expanses of meticulously butchered beef, the snowflake patterns still clearly visible beneath the frost, entire lambs flash frozen and stacked like small mountains, and massive vacuum-sealed bags containing Alaskan king crab legs, appearing irresistibly enticing even in the low temperatures. These ingredients, once worth a fortune in the old world, now lay quietly here, starkly contrasting with the survivors outside who were battling over mere bowls of seaweed porridge. However, Lu Yuan's gaze did not linger on the food for long. He proceeded towards the innermost depths of the cold storage. There lay a safe crafted from a specialized alloy, its door adorned with intricate electronic locks and a mechanical combination dial, evidently the repository for Lu Zhang's most prized possessions. Lu Yuan did not linger to decipher the complex locking mechanism, for he lacked the requisite patience. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his Tang Dao, the blade glinting coldly under the stark illumination of the cold storage. His gaze sharpened. He eschewed any ostentatious maneuvers, instead channeling his internal spiritual energy fervently into the blade. A faint azure luminescence enveloped the edge of the Tang Dao, accompanied by a resonant hum. "Break!" Lu Yuan commanded, gripping the sword firmly, his strength surging through him as he struck down upon the formidable door of the safe with the force of a mountain-cleaving stone. A deafening roar erupted within the confines of the cold storage, the sound echoing relentlessly. The seemingly indestructible alloy door was cleaved open, a gaping breach of nearly half a meter appearing, glinting with metallic coldness. Following this earth-shattering blow, the azure glow on Lu Yuan's blade began to fade. He gazed down, noting several minute chips on the blade's edge, testament to the fierce clash it had endured. "What a pity," Lu Yuan lamented softly, tracing the imperfections on the blade. Although it was razor-sharp, it remained mere mortal steel, unable to fully withstand the infusion of his spiritual energy and such violent application. Nevertheless, achieving such a feat was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Following the gaping hole, Lu Yuan reached inside and, after a moment of exploration, located the internal locking mechanism. With a slight exertion, he forcibly wrenched the entire door free. Inside were two boxes. He casually opened one sample box, and a rich wave of spiritual energy surged forth. The box was lined with thick, dry ice, upon which rested over 20 crystals of varying sizes and hues. He swiftly collected these spiritual crystals into his ring, relishing the burgeoning energy fluctuations within his storage space. With this cache of crystals, he would easily be able to channel the remaining spiritual veins within himself, possibly even attempt to break through to the next realm, the Spirit Sea realm. Turning his attention to the other box, he similarly cleaved it open, revealing a substantial stack of research notes. As he leafed through the pages, he was met with dense experimental data, peculiar anatomical diagrams, and text concerning evolutionary hypotheses. Material number 073, awakened flammability, energy output unstable, mental state prone to volatility. Conclusion: emotional fluctuations are critical factors influencing the stability of extraordinary abilities. Material number 112. After implanting the mutated wolf spider venom gland, acute rejection response occurred, resulting in the liquefaction of bodily tissues. Experiment failed. Preliminary deduction suggests that above the controller lies a domain, where the individual energy field undergoes a qualitative change, capable of interfering with the surrounding area. Outside in the corridor, the battle had long since concluded. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. As the bodies of the remaining awakened lay scattered amidst the crimson pools, each in a distinct state of demise, Su Pingyan stood at the center of the carnage, his bare torso heaving dramatically, adorned with fresh wounds, yet his gaze shimmered with a fervent bloodlust. Upon spotting Lu Yuan emerging from the cold storage, he instantly suppressed all traces of his violent demeanor, stepping forward to kneel on one knee. "Young Master Lu, I have not failed in my duty." Suddenly, a series of heavy, urgent footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The alarm had sounded near the cold storage. "Quick, surround that area. No one is to enter or exit. Let us see who dares to create chaos on our territory." Chapter 152. A single man guards while thousands advance, meditating to break through heavy barriers. Su Pingyan, fantasizing about Gung Xin. Drunk all. My subordinate is here. Lu Yuan addressed the cold storage door, commanding, "Guard this place. No one is allowed to step through this door before I emerge." "Understood, young Master Lu." Su Pingyan solemnly nodded. He listened to the increasingly approaching footsteps in the corridor, swiftly dashed to the door, and slammed the massive metal door shut with a resounding clang. Immediately, he found a metal box beside the door frame, the power supply box controlling the entire electronic locking system. Su Pingyan grinned, raising his fist. Bang! Ziz! With a single punch, the circuit box instantly caved in and deformed. Electric sparks jumped wildly, emitting a thunderous roar, before it was completely extinguished. The once humming current abruptly ceased at that moment. From this point forth, the door could only be opened with brute force. There was no possibility of external access. Su Pingyan's muscles tensed, his arms bracing firmly against the door. His body served as the final bolt of this door. He sensed the footsteps drawing closer outside, a fierce determination glimmering in his wolf-like eyes. He spoke resolutely towards Lu Yuan. "Unless I perish in battle, no one shall disturb you." Lu Yuan had already moved deep into the cold storage, sitting cross-legged on the ground, arranging over 20 spirit crystals in front of him. He formed hand seals, closed his eyes, and concentrated, initiating the operation of the 10,000 Forms Refining Sutra. Buzz! All the spirit crystals seemed to respond to some summons, resonating in unison, their surfaces glowing brilliantly. The dense spiritual energy thickened the air around them. A torrent of immense energy surged forth, transforming into colorful streams of light, which Lu Yuan voraciously absorbed into his body. Any ordinary cultivator attempting to refine such a multitude of spirit crystals simultaneously would have likely been overwhelmed by the violent energy, meeting a catastrophic end. Yet Lu Yuan was different. With 361 spirit apertures interconnected, and having undergone initial refinement via the beast refining record, he now resembled an unfathomable black hole. Devouring this energy, the furnace in his dantian purified and refined all the incoming energy. The pure spiritual power surged like an endless river, cleansing every inch of his meridians. His 361 spirit apertures, under the immense pull of spiritual force, began to connect like stars in the night sky. Brilliant pathways formed within him, linked by the spirit apertures. These were the spiritual veins. Not enough. Lu Yuan roared internally, accelerating his technique even further. More spirit crystals transformed into torrents of energy, merging into his body. His aura soared, as he frantically consumed all the energy around him. Meanwhile, at the forefront outside the cold storage door, a dark-faced man took the lead, raising his hand to swipe his access card against the fingerprint lock, only to find the device unresponsive. Damn it, he destroyed the wiring. The dark-faced man's expression darkened further. Crash. Use all your strength to break it down. A group of towering awakened individuals immediately joined forces to lift a robust metal pipe, striking the cold storage door repeatedly like a battering ram. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes filled the air as the metal door began to cave inward. Behind the door, Su Pingyan felt immense force surging towards him, causing his blood to surge, yet he gritted his teeth, bracing his arms firmly against the door. Despite the overwhelming impact, his body remained motionless, while the metallic floor beneath him cracked under the tremendous pressure. Something inside was pushing back with great strength. One of the awakened responsible for the door battering gasped, cursing, "Just ramming one T suffice." "Step aside," a red-skinned awakened shouted, stepping forward. With a fierce determination, he slammed both hands against the metal door. Zzz. Intense heat erupted from his palms, causing the thick metal door to glow red at a visible rate, emanating scorching waves of heat. The frost on the door evaporated instantaneously. Su Pingyan felt as though a hot iron was pressed against his palms. The hair on his hands singed instantly, releasing a foul odor of burning flesh. The excruciating pain compelled a muffled roar from him, yet he did not retreat an inch. Another female awakened waved her hands in the air, and several emerald vines shot forth from her sleeves, plunging into the deformed gap of the door, desperately attempting to ensnare Su Pingyan. Get away! Su Pingyan's arms were pinned against the door, immobile. He opened his mouth wide, his fangs glinting with a cold light as he bit onto the encroaching vines, forcefully shaking his head. The vines were ruthlessly torn apart by his teeth. Green sap splattered across his face, bringing a numbing sensation, but it posed no significant threat to his robust physique. The assailants outside were both astonished and enraged. Damn it! This monster is too troublesome. The black-faced man barked. Stop holding back. Let us work together to break down the door. The group outside unleashed all their abilities. The metal door, subjected to a relentless barrage of flames and acidic substances, glowed red-hot, while several areas began to soften and deform. Now, everyone together. Seizing the moment, the black-faced man shouted, as he and several awakened lifted the battering ram once more, pouring every ounce of strength into a final charge against the door that could hardly withstand the pressure. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated. The door finally succumbed to the onslaught. The entire structure, along with the twisted frame, flew inward like a lid being forcefully removed from a pot, sending debris and ice shards swirling into the air. Amidst the chaos, a dark figure burst forth from the billowing dust, not allowing the onlookers outside to comprehend the scene inside before he plunged into the crowd. It was none other than Su Pingyan, drenched in blood, with his palms charred and mangled. Here you are? The black-faced man's eyes glinted with malice. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His stature surged, transforming him into a giant nearly 3 meters tall, bearing down upon Su Pingyan with the weight of a mountain. The crimson-skinned awakener behind him simultaneously launched an attack, thrusting both palms forward, unleashing 2 searing fire serpents that flanked Su Pingyan, effectively blocking all avenues for evasion. The female awakener's vines surged once more from the earth, ensnaring Su Pingyan's feet. In the face of this triadic assault, Su Pingyan, however, revealed a bloodthirsty grin. He did not flinch or retreat. He allowed the vines at his feet to constrict around him, disregarding the scorching fire serpents, and instead, he met the descending fist with his own claws. He was willing to exchange injury for life, confronting force with force. The fire serpents swiftly engulfed Su Pingyan's form, leaving 2 charred imprints upon his skin. Simultaneously, the black-faced man's fist struck Su Pingyan's shoulder with resounding force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. Su Pingyan's left shoulder collapsed instantaneously, and he let out a thunderous roar. In that very moment, his claws viciously tore through the black-faced man's chest. Chapter 153, A strong body is easily obtained, but a battle soul is difficult to forge at this moment. Su Pingyan was scorched by flames, his left shoulder drooping, and the blood staining his mane a dark crimson, presenting a disheveled appearance. Devil! He is a madman. Kill him. He is already at the end of his strength. Avenge the captain, the remaining awakened ones. Witnessing the demise of the dark-faced man, had no choice but to fight to the death. Thus, a chaotic battle erupted. Though severely injured and limited in movement, Su Pingyan relied on his formidable physique and astonishing regenerative ability, charging through the crowd like a tiger amidst sheep, unleashing a whirlwind of carnage. Each swipe of his claws was accompanied by the splattering of blood and flesh. The corridor was already narrow. The awakened ones found their powers severely restricted, rendering them at a disadvantage. However, Su Pingyan's close combat fighting style thrived in this confined space. The battle swiftly approached its conclusion. When the last awakened one fell beneath Su Pingyan's relentless assault, the corridor had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Leaning against the bloodstained wall, Su Pingyan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, even maintaining his werewolf form becoming increasingly challenging. Suddenly, a series of crisp applause echoed from the far end of the corridor, starkly contrasting with the crimson scene. Su Pingyan turned warily to observe. A tall, imposing figure slowly emerged from the shadows around the corner. Upon recognizing the individual, Su Pingyan's pupils constricted sharply. It was Luo Tianhao. At this moment, Luo Tianhao was no longer the mere boisterous scion of a wealthy family. His upper body was bare, towering at 2.5 meters tall. His muscles were sharply defined, his skin a pallid gray adorned with deep blue patterns that shimmered as if energy coursed through them. Sinister bone spurs protruded from either side of his neck, and his hair had transformed into a silvery hue, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Luo Tianhao gazed calmly at the scene before him, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. Hee, I hadn't had the chance to settle the score with you, mad dog. Yet you've come to me willingly, Luo Tianhao's voice resounded, now deep and foreboding. Su Pingyan, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, managed a grim smile, revealing bloodied fangs as he taunted, "What's this?" Luo, the squad leader, witnessing this scene and not wetting his pants? How surprising. Wetting my pants? Luo Tianhao's smile widened, though a flicker of revulsion shimmered beneath his mirth. He recalled the brutal games conducted for material selection, the anguished cries of the failures dragged away as fodder. You, a wild dog that relies on luck to evolve, cannot fathom the trials I have endured to attain the true qualifications of a master. Upon recalling those vivid images, Luo Tianhao's complexion involuntarily paled, yet he promptly suppressed the unsettling emotions surging within him. He extended his hand, slowly clenching his fingers, savoring the torrent of power coursing through his body, a look of rapture gracing his features. Nevertheless, all of this was worthwhile. Luo Tianhao's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the cold storage behind Su Pingyan. It must be Lu Yuan inside, right? He rolled his neck, producing a crisp crack, and a smile of anticipation emerged on his face. Excellent. This saves me the trouble of searching for him. Today, I shall drag him out before your very eyes and personally shatter his bones. Su Pingyan, taken aback momentarily, soon erupted into a hoarse, raucous laughter. As though he had heard an absurd jest, his laughter exacerbating the wounds on his body, causing him to cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with disdain, and addressed Luo Tianhao with deliberate enunciation. You think someone like you is worthy of having young Master Lu take action himself? Luo Tianhao's smile instantly froze. Seeking death. In that case, I shall first dismantle the bones of this gatekeeper one by one before going in to find him. Su Pingyan's form blocked the entrance to the cold storage as he coldly declared, Wish to pass? You must first step over my corpse. As you wish. Luo Tianhao's voice was chilling, evoking a sense of dread. He stomped fiercely, causing the unyielding metal floor to yield beneath his foot, creating a shallow pit. With a whoosh, he leapt over a distance of several meters, appearing before Su Pingyan in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Pingyan roared and swung his right claw fiercely towards him. However, a fist larger than his claw struck first. The grayish-white fist collided solidly with Su Pingyan's sharp claws. Boom! A dull thud reverberated. Su Pingyan felt an immense force surging through his arm, and he was violently propelled backward. After tumbling several times in the air, he crashed heavily against the metal wall behind him, creating a massive human-shaped dent upon impact. The surrounding steel plates warped under the force. Su Pingyan's body slid down the inclined wall, landing with a heavy thud. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. He sensed fractures forming in the bones of his right arm. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhao, who had endured the blow, merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance. Yet there was no joy in victory, only a flicker of irritation. He raised his right fist, revealing 3 deep claw marks, exposing the bone beneath. As the torn grayish skin throbbed with pain, continually irritating his nerves. He actually managed to injure me? Su Pingyan, coughing blood, caught a fleeting glimpse of the agony etched on Luo Tianhao's face. He can feel pain. He fears pain. This thought flashed through Su Pingyan's mind like a bolt of lightning. Luo Tianhao, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, despite possessing formidable power, had never endured the true trials of life and death. This was his most fatal weakness. Having survived near death beneath the claws of a bear, endured torment at the hands of Lu Yuan, and faced countless bloody battles, he had long since become accustomed to pain. For him, pain was merely fuel that ignited his ferocity. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Su Pingyan suddenly burst into loud laughter, using his hands to support himself as he struggled to rise once more. Luo Tianhao was momentarily taken aback by his laughter, and his anger flared even more. On the brink of death, and yet you still laugh? I laugh at you. Su Pingyan lifted his head to look at Luo Tianhao, and continued, I laugh at your immense power. yet you remain a mere infant still attached to the breast. You seek death. Luo Tianhao could no longer endure such humiliation and launched another attack on Su Ping'an. Chapter 154. Defeat means death. In the fleeting moment when Luo Tianhao's fist approached, Su Ping'an deftly sidestepped and braced himself with his left shoulder, absorbing the full force of the blow. Bang! Su Ping'an's left shoulder was once again severely injured, the newly formed flesh bursting apart. The sheer power sent him staggering backward, half of his body almost losing all sensation. Simultaneously, his right claw lunged towards Luo Tianhao's eyes. A tit-for-tat exchange of wounds. A devastating blow for a critical strike. Luo Tianhao was taken aback by Su Ping'an's reckless ferocity. His misplaced confidence blinded him to the possibility that Su Ping'an would abandon all defense and adopt such a self-destructive strategy. He attempted to change tactics and retract his fist. But it was far too late. Splat! Su Ping'an's right claw simultaneously raked across Luo Tianhao's face. Ah! You mad dog! Luo Tianhao let out a heart-wrenching scream. Stumbling backward, he instinctively covered his face with his hands. Blood surged through his fingers. One of his eyes was brutally clawed out by Su Ping'an. This was merely the beginning. Su Ping'an roared, disregarding his incapacitated left arm, charging forward like a wounded lone wolf, unafraid of death. He forsook all defense. Each attack was a brutal exchange of injury. His leg was deformed by a kick from Luo Tianhao, yet he bore the excruciating pain, sinking his teeth into Luo Tianhao's arm in the moment of his fall, tearing away a chunk of flesh. His back was sliced open by Luo Tianhao's bone spur, but he retaliated, leaving 3 bloody gashes on Luo Tianhao's face. Luo Tianhao was utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such a frenzied opponent. Each time he broke Su Ping'an's bones, he too faced unbearable agony. Fear began to creep in. He started to evade. His psyche, unaccustomed to the brutality of battle, began to crumble under Su Ping'an's self-destructive onslaught. The once imposing Luo Tianhao was now left floundering against Su Ping'an's reckless assaults, rendered helpless. Thud! Su Ping'an once again absorbed an elbow strike with his ribs, his chest caving in, yet he managed to inflict a wound on Luo Tianhao's thigh. However, Su Ping'an's recuperative abilities were not infinite. The relentless bloodshed, coupled with this life-draining combat style, slowed the healing of his fresh wounds. He could feel his strength rapidly depleting, his vision beginning to darken. Am I unable to hold on? A flicker of unwillingness crossed Su Ping'an's mind as the tide of battle shifted once more. Luo Tianhao also sensed Su Ping'an's change. He noticed the slowing of Su Ping'an's movements and the way his wounds no longer healed as swiftly as before, reigniting a flame of hope in his eyes. Your recovery has reached its limit. Luo Tianhao erupted into a maniacal laugh, no longer evading. Seizing an opportune moment when Su Ping'an was exhausted. With clenched fists, he unleashed a tempest of blows upon Su Ping'an's body. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of impact echoed incessantly. Su Ping'an's body resembled a battered sandbag, retreating under the relentless assault of Luo Tianhao's heavy punches. The sound of shattering bones filled the air, yet he steadfastly remained at the entrance of the cold storage, refusing to yield an inch. Ultimately, after enduring dozens of crushing blows, Su Ping'an's form could withstand no more. His mane slowly receded, his body reverted to its human shape, marred by horrific wounds, and he collapsed amidst a pool of blood. Luo Tianhao finally ceased his onslaught, standing amidst the carnage, his body drenched in blood, adorned with numerous claw marks of varying severity, one eye blinded, with his chest and abdomen a grotesque mess of flesh. He let out a triumphant yet agonized laugh. Ha ha ha. I have won. I have finally triumphed. Leaning against the wall, he staggered step by step towards the ajar cold storage door. Dense white mist surged forth from the crevice of the door, and a sudden gust of wind swept out from the depths of the cold storage. Wherever it passed, the chilling atmosphere was instantly dispelled. The white fog drifted to either side of the cold storage, revealing the figure that stood behind. Lu Yuan, clad in a black casual outfit, appeared immaculate, calmly gazing at Luo Tianhao outside the door. His gaze made Luo Tianhao feel like prey under the watchful eye of a ferocious beast. A chill coursed through his limbs. Flee! This thought detonated in Luo Tianhao's mind. All the fears previously dominated by Lu Yuan resurfaced in an instant. Instinctively, he attempted to turn and escape. But as he lifted his foot, it abruptly halted. No, I cannot run. Another voice in Luo Tianhao's mind roared wildly. I have just defeated Su Ping'an. I can inflict harm on Lu Yuan too. He is not invincible. Lu Zheng is still in surgery. He will soon succeed. As long as I can hold on. If I can just delay until Lu Zheng emerges, I will have a chance. Ro Tianhao understood that if he fled today, he would forever lack the courage to stand before Lu Yuan and speak. Lu Yuan would become an eternal nightmare he could never conquer. I cannot retreat. Ro Tianhao straightened his spine defiantly. Lu Yuan paid no heed to Ro Tianhao's inner turmoil. His gaze transcended Ro Tianhao, landing upon the barely breathing Su Pingyan in the distance. At this moment, Su Pingyan had reverted to human form, his bones fractured in multiple places, struggling to breathe. Yet upon seeing Lu Yuan's arrival, a smile unexpectedly graced his bloodied face. With great effort, he spoke in a stammering manner. "Young Master Lu, I did not bring you disgrace." Lu Yuan shifted his gaze away from him and returned to Luo Tianhao, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "Next, change the combatant." Luo Tianhao let out a dry laugh. "Change the combatant? You certainly know when to pick your moments." He gasped for breath and continued, "Only after your opponent has exhausted their strength do you dare to step forward and seize the opportunity?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan too chuckled, shaking his head as if observing a petulant child. "Luo Tianhao, do you still not comprehend? Do you think this is merely a contest on the arena?" He took a step forward. "You cannot even fathom the chasm that exists between us." He halted a few meters away from Luo Tianhao. "Moreover, in a battle of life and death, where lies the notion of fairness? To lose is to perish. To lose is to perish." These 5 words echoed like thunder in Luo Tianhao's ears, and in an instant, cold sweat poured down his back uncontrollably. Chapter 155. At the pinnacle of the Star River, it was at this moment that Luo Tianhao, having just acquired the formidable power bestowed upon him by Lu Zheng, found himself in a life-or-death struggle. How could he perish here? Retreat was not an option. Death was not an option. Rather than await his demise, he resolved to fight with all his might. A frenzied crimson gleamed in his lone eye as he let out a roar, transforming into a gray-white shadow that surged towards Lu Yuan. "Die, Lu Yuan!" He aimed to take the initiative, to seize this opportunity and carve out a sliver of hope with a single, decisive strike. Yet, as he unleashed his full power, Lu Yuan merely smiled faintly, standing his ground and allowing the fist, wrapped in a fierce wind, to descend upon him. Just as Luo Tianhao's fist was about to make contact with Lu Yuan's face, a pale blue shield materialized before him, delicate as a gossamer yet as steadfast as a mountain. Bang! Luo Tianhao's fist struck the ethereal barrier with tremendous force. Yet that seemingly fragile shield remained unyielding. A backlash surged through his arm, leaving it numb as he stumbled back half a step. "No, I refuse to believe this." In defiance of the odds, Luo Tianhao launched another frantic assault. Clang, clang, clang. His fists hammered against the shield like raindrops, each impact resonating with thunderous echoes that sent tremors through the entire cold storage. Yet, the azure barrier stood firm, an insurmountable chasm between him and Lu Yuan, preventing him from advancing even an inch. What began as fervent madness within Luo Tianhao slowly morphed into sheer horror, ultimately culminating in utter despair. His pride, his unwillingness to accept defeat, all his dreams for the future were shattered against that fragile barrier. How could this be? How was this possible? He stared blankly at his bloodied and battered fists. At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice floated through the air, calm and measured. "Have you had your fill of chaos?" With a sigh, Lu Yuan regarded the deranged Luo Tianhao and continued, "Out of respect for our shared past as classmates, I shall allow you to comprehend the true gulf that lies between us before I send you on your way." The last vestige of Luo Tianhao's resolve crumbled under those words. "Flee. I must escape." Was there truly a need for such enlightenment regarding the disparity? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. But Lu Yuan simply shook his head and, with a distant gesture, unleashed a palm strike. A concentrated imprint of spiritual energy shot forth, striking Luo Tianhao squarely in the back. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as if a mountain had collided with him. His back caved in as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, arcing through the air before crashing down several meters away. Struggling to rise and continue his flight, he felt the invasive spiritual energy wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. Lu Yuan approached leisurely, placing his foot firmly upon Luo Tianhao's back, pinning him to the ground. Immobile. Clang. The gleaming tang knife reappeared in Lu Yuan's hand. No, please. No, Luo Tianhao's voice trembled with despair. Lu Yuan paid no heed to his pleas. With a swift motion, he grasped the tang knife, its blade glinting ominously, and without hesitation plunged it into Luo Tianhao's body. A scream of agony escaped Luo Tianhao's lips as Lu Yuan deftly manipulated the blade, expertly extracting several spirit crystals encased in biological gel. Su Pingyan. Without a glance at the bloodied crystal, Lu Yuan tossed it towards Su Pingyan, who lay struggling in a pool of blood. Su Pingyan managed to lift his head and caught the crystal in his mouth, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. A surge of pure energy began to rapidly mend his broken form. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhao, deprived of his source of power, felt his vitality swiftly draining away, as if he had been cast into icy waters. Struggling to raise his head, he glared at Lu Yuan with his one eye, filled with venom. And with his last remnants of strength, he bellowed, "Why? I was born into wealth, my lineage illustrious. You are but an ordinary student. By what right? By what right? How cruelly unfair is heaven." Tears of blood streamed from his lone eye. He could not comprehend why. Having been the favored child of destiny all his life, he found himself in such a wretched state on this island. Lu Yuan withdrew his foot from Luo Tianhao's chest, his gaze indifferent, offering no response. With a swift twist of the blade, he decisively pierced through Luo Tianhao's heart. The latter's body convulsed violently before finally slumping to one side, utterly lifeless. Along the way, they encountered several groups of awakened individuals rushing in response to the commotion. "Halt! You think you can leave after killing so many of us?" Lu Yuan did not even cast a glance at them. He merely waved his hand casually. The assailants were sent flying as if caught in a tempest, crashing violently against the walls, bones shattering and consciousness fading. After repeating this twice, none dared to advance a step further. As he neared the exit of the area, Lu Yuan briefly paused, lifting his gaze. Not far away, a surveillance camera flickered with red light, turning to follow his movements. Lu Yuan offered a slight smile to the lens, then flicked his fingertip. A blade of wind sliced through the air. Crack! The surveillance camera shattered into a shower of fragments. Having completed this, Lu Yuan carried Su Pingyan and burst forth from the interior of the Star River, re-emerging onto the deck. Yet, he did not choose to flee. Instead, he gazed up at the highest point of the tilting vessel, where an open viewing platform once allowed guests to overlook the sea. Slightly bending his legs, he unleashed a thunderous roar as the deck beneath him cracked and splintered. With the force of the recoil, he soared into the sky, and while airborne, he lightly tapped his toes on the protruding structures of the ship, each push granting him renewed height. In a matter of breaths, he effortlessly leaped to the top platform. With a thud, Lu Yuan cast Su Pingyan aside, standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the platform, surveying the scene below. The shrill sound of the alarm reverberated within the Star River. Red warning lights flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows upon every face. "Quick! Everyone, move at once! All personnel, immediately to the deck! No one is permitted to linger in the cabin. Those who defy this order shall face dire consequences." Lu Zheng's awakened subordinates, armed with an array of modified weaponry, barked commands and herded the ordinary survivors with ruthless efficiency. Panic spread through the crowd like a contagion. Those who had been huddled in cramped compartments were now driven into a frenzy by this sudden display of violence. "What is happening? What has occurred? Why must we go outside?" A middle-aged man, merely a moment too slow in his response, was swiftly knocked to the ground by a brutish, awakened individual. "Damn it! Are you deaf?" The awakened spat derisively, brandishing his iron rod towards the man on the floor. "Did you not hear the boss's orders? If you dare to hesitate again, I will end you right here." Terrified, the middle-aged man scrambled to his feet, joining the chaotic throng surging toward the deck. A similar scene unfolded in every corner of the cabin. Chapter 156. A single person becomes an army. The central hall of the Star River had descended into chaos, a cacophony of cries, screams, and shouts intertwining in a tumultuous uproar. The once charming bunny girl, who had flattered Lu Yuan, now exuded none of her former allure. Her rabbit ears had mysteriously vanished. She and several other similarly disheveled women were jostled together, pushed forward by the throng behind them, unable to fathom what awaited them. In the dining area, a few men tasked with guarding the food were surreptitiously engaged in some dubious activity until they were discovered by a passing awakener. "Hey, trying to hide something?" The awakener sneered as he stepped forward and kicked over a metal barrel filled with a viscous seaweed paste. The thick liquid spilled across the floor. The boss said everyone must go to the deck, you lot included. As for this food, the awakener cast a disdainful glance at the mess on the ground and scoffed, let it be for the rats. With that, he disregarded the speechless man and turned to urge others from different areas along. What on earth is happening outside? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even those guarding the food had been forced out. Was some terrifying creature attacking? Simultaneously, in another corridor, several awakeners were escorting a group of individuals toward the ship's exit. Among them, the shackled Ning Yuanheng stood out, his body marred by injuries, hair disheveled like wild grass. An erstwhile wealthy heir now reduced to a state lower than that of a beggar. His leg, broken by his bodyguard, a bow, had yet to heal, forcing him to walk with a pronounced limp. Damn it! Move faster, you worthless scum. One of the guards impatiently kicked him. Ning Yuanheng let out a muffled grunt, but did not plead for mercy. He recalled Lu Yuan's words on the Star River. Do everything you can to survive, even if it means living like a dog. Hope often appears in the direst moments. He had once doubted whether that was merely Lu Yuan's cryptic nonsense. Yet as he was dragged toward what might be the end of his life, he found himself silently repeating those words in his mind. I cannot die. I must wait for him to arrive. This became his sole belief that sustained him. Thus, driven by violence and fear, hundreds of survivors surged from the shadowy depths of the Star River's hold, like livestock herded from their cages, rushing toward the open expanse of the beach. The crowd flowed like murky tides, spilling forth from the dim corridors and cabins. They appeared gaunt and emaciated, their clothing tattered, eyes vacant, resembling mere shells of humanity. Fear had become a luxury they could no longer afford. Mechanically, they were pushed onward, and when someone fell to the ground, they were trampled by those behind. Unable to even emit a cry of despair, Lu Yuan stood at the pinnacle of the Star River, his black attire billowing in the sea breeze. Behind him, Su Ping'an, whose injuries were gradually healing, gazed downward. From this height, the beach below was densely packed with a throng of people. Observing the chaotic scene, Su Ping'an could not help but inquire, what is Lu Zheng trying to accomplish, driving these defenseless commoners to the beach? They are neither combatants, nor do they serve any purpose, only creating confusion. Lu Yuan replied with a calm demeanor, Su Ping'an, what do you see below? Taken aback, Su Ping'an instinctively responded, it's people, countless people. Lu Yuan shook his head with a slight smile, look again. Su Ping'an focused once more. Observing the crowd being herded like livestock, their faces filled with confusion. A sudden realization flickered in his mind, yet he could not grasp its essence. He turned to Lu Yuan in bewilderment. Lu Yuan then spoke leisurely. Do you not perceive that this beach resembles a vast chessboard? A chessboard? Su Ping'an's heart jolted as he followed Lu Yuan's gaze, still puzzled. Lu Yuan offered no further explanation but softly remarked, Lu Zheng understands the principle of considering defeat before victory. It is a pity he is already defeated, yet remains oblivious. Upon hearing these words, Su Ping'an felt even more perplexed, but recognizing Lu Yuan's demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. Just then, the situation on the beach shifted once again. After driving away the last batch of survivors, the awakened ones did not disperse. Instead, they began to swiftly reorganize into formation under the command of several small leaders. Squads of awakened ones rapidly took shape on the beach. Their abilities varied. Some had skin as hard as rock, others had arms engulfed in flames, while some moved with the swiftness of the wind. Several formations coordinated with one another, forming a battle array before the ordinary populace in mere minutes. A palpable aura of hostility surged upward, with all their fighting spirit directed toward Lu Yuan atop the Star River. The ordinary people, now pushed to the rear, sensed this unusual atmosphere. They raised their heads, following the solemn gazes of the awakened ones. Look, there are people on the ship's roof. A keen-eyed survivor was the first to spot Lu Yuan and his companion, pointing toward the towering observation platform with a gasp. Are there two individuals? Who are they? Standing at such a height, my heavens, look at those awakened ones. Such an impressive display, forming such an orderly line. Is it all to confront those two above? Who are those individuals worthy of Lu Zheng mobilizing nearly all his core forces against? Thousands of curious and astonished gazes converged upon Lu Yuan, unable to comprehend what kind of person could command such a grand display of force. Among the throng of nearly 100 awakened individuals, a colossal figure at the forefront suddenly drew forth a massive blade forged from ship hull steel, pointing it menacingly towards the summit of the Star River. With a voice hoarse from intensity, he bellowed a war cry. Kill, kill, kill. The collective roar of the awakened surged forth, creating a cyclone of sound that swept across the sandy beach, igniting an indomitable spirit of battle. The formation was set in motion. The giant, flanked by a dozen power-oriented awakened, charged forward like a moving fortress. Each step they took sent tremors through the sand beneath them. First assault team, charge with me. The giant thundered, intent on using his formidable strength and defense to reduce to pulp the audacious individual who dared to challenge the authority of the formidable Lu. In the face of this tank-like advance, Lu Yuan, perched atop the high platform, merely chuckled disdainfully. Now that is somewhat impressive. Lu Jing's methods, though brutal, reveal a certain tyrannical nature. He glanced at the poised Su Ping'an beside him and cautioned, "This is hardly a challenge you need to concern yourself with." As the last syllable of his words faded, Lu Yuan sprang into action. Under the gaze of thousands, he leaped from the edge of the observation platform, soaring from a height of several dozen meters. Chapter 157. The tiger descends the mountain. He has jumped down, seeking death. The giant roared. Lu Yuan made no flamboyant movements. He descended with the wildest posture, plummeting towards the awakened warriors who had already formed a battle array below. Ning Yuanheng, who was herding the crowd from behind, abruptly lifted his head. He gazed at the figure falling from the sky, and for the first time, a familiar sensation flickered in his withered eyes. That silhouette, that stance, despite the distance, why did it seem so familiar? Boom. An earth-shattering roar. Lu Yuan's form crashed to the ground. He landed precisely in the path of the giant's charge. A violent shockwave erupted from his point of impact, creating a massive crater beneath his feet. The first few strength-type awakeners were caught off guard, their blood surging as they staggered back from the overwhelming force. Amidst the swirling dust, Lu Yuan slowly rose to his feet. It was him. Ning Yuanheng's eyes widened. Although his attire had changed and his demeanor had become more formidable, that figure was unmistakable. It was the one he had longed for day and night, the one he prayed for each night. It was Master Lu, who had whispered in his ear that even if he had to live like a dog, he must survive. He had come. He had truly come. How could it be? To leap from such a height and emerge unscathed. The giant's charge abruptly faltered. Don't just stand there. Attack. Crush him, he bellowed, swinging his massive blade down towards Lu Yuan. The strength-type awakeners behind him reacted as well, roaring as they encircled from all directions, their bone blades and heavy fists slicing through the air, sealing off all of Lu Yuan's escape routes. No. Ning Yuanheng's heart leaped into his throat. He watched as the giant blade descended, surrounded by fierce awakeners. Fear gripped him, shaking his entire being. He was terrified. He had never felt such fear before. He feared that Lu Yuan would perish just like that. All the humiliation he had endured, the belief that he had lived like a dog, would be shattered with this blow, dissolving into mere illusions. Yet a glimmer of interest ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. Stepping forward, he seemed to merge with the earth beneath him, an imposing aura erupting like a mountain. He leaned to the side, twisted his waist, and threw a punch. A strike so simple, devoid of any superfluous motion. The force of his fist collided fiercely with the descending giant blade. Clang! A thunderous sound reverberated, causing the ears of those nearby to ring. The enormous blade, forged from ship-grade steel, cracked with a sharp sound, instantly covered in fissures, before shattering into a storm of metallic fragments. The giant felt an overwhelming force surge back through the handle of his weapon. The grip shattered in an instant, blood streaming from his palms, as he skidded backward across the sandy ground for nearly 18 meters before barely managing to steady himself. In that moment, all the awakened individuals surrounding the scene were momentarily rendered speechless, their gazes frozen in disbelief. Ning Yuanheng, too, was utterly stunned, experiencing an indescribable shock of the highest order. Yet, Lu Yuan showed no inclination to grant them even a fleeting moment to react. With a swift motion, he plunged into the crowd. At that instant, the onslaught commenced. He eschewed any flamboyant techniques, refraining even from employing spiritual energy. Instead, he relied solely on the simplest forms of combat, his fists, feet, elbows, and knees. A burly man roared as he swung a massive iron rod toward Lu Yuan, who neither flinched nor dodged, but merely leaned slightly to the side, delivering a precise elbow strike that landed squarely beneath the man's ribcage. With a sickening crack, the man's ribs shattered, and his body flew through the air like a kite severed from its string. Another awakened individual, empowered by strength, attempted a sneak attack from behind. Yet Lu Yuan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he executed a backward kick that struck the assailant's face with the ferocity of a steel whip. Teeth, mingled with blood, soared through the air in an arc. Each of Lu Yuan's strikes was executed with ruthless efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movement. With each punch and each kick, another awakened warrior fell. The strength they once boasted appeared pathetically fragile before Lu Yuan. Their attacks could not even graze the hem of his garments. The entire beach transformed into Lu Yuan's solitary stage of performance. Ning Yuanheng observed as Lu Yuan navigated the enemy ranks as if traversing an unoccupied realm, effortlessly dispatching one after another of the awakened warriors who had once instilled fear in him. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he collapsed onto the sand, allowing tears to stream down his face, mingling with the dirt, producing a stifled sob. In that sob, fear and despair had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of grievance and a euphoric relief akin to surviving a calamity. His days of suffering were finally drawing to a close. Master Lu He truly came to rescue him. In the blink of an eye, not a single strength-awakened warrior remained standing upon the beach. The more than 10 elite strength warriors lay sprawled on the ground, their bones broken and bodies racked with pain, completely devoid of combat capability. Lu Yuan stood, fists withdrawn, his form pristine and unblemished, his breathing steady and undisturbed. This scene plunged the awakened formation behind him into a profound silence. What is there to panic about? He is merely a martial artist. His physical prowess is commendable. A grim-faced leader from the rear of the formation barked, clearly the commander of this unit. No matter how formidable he may be, he is still flesh and blood. I refuse to believe he can withstand our supernatural bombardment. All units, heed my command. Reduce him to dust. With a single command, the awakened formation erupted into a riot of colors. Whoosh! A dozen blazing fireballs, trailing long tails, hurtled toward him like meteors. Sizzle! Thick ice spikes, imbued with a piercing chill, tore through the air. Several awakened beings unleashed corrosive liquid, leaving behind wisps of green smoke upon the sandy ground. Ice, fire, acid, wind. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, confronting the impending torrent of destruction, and for the first time, a serious expression graced his face. Ordinary cultivators, even after breaking through their realms, often found themselves devoid of knowledge regarding techniques and spells, necessitating a considerable investment of time to learn incantations and divine abilities, all of which required relentless practice and profound insights accumulated over time. However, Lu Yuan was different. His mind was a repository of numerous techniques and divine abilities, ranging from righteous paths to demonic arts, and everything in between. For him, the question of ability was never a concern. The only limitation lay in the capacity of his current body to harness and mobilize spiritual energy, sufficient to sustain the release of the spells stored within his mind. Slowly, Lu Yuan raised his hands. Chapter 158, The Unforgiving Fall. The might of thunder. Lu Yuan stood with his feet slightly apart, his hands raised from below, adopting an ancient stance. In that instant, he seemed to merge with the very earth beneath him, solid and immovable like a mountain. He did not evade. The commander in the rear formation gasped in disbelief. To him, Lu Yuan's posture appeared to be a reckless act of self-destruction. Ning Yuanheng's heart sank as he fixated on Lu Yuan, fearing any unexpected turn of events. Just as the multitude of vibrant attacks was about to reach Lu Yuan's body, his raised hands traced a circle before his chest. With this movement, the air before him thickened, forming a transparent vortex, reminiscent of a slowly flowing Taiji diagram, exuding a captivating force. The first of the scorching fireballs collided with the vortex. Following closely, several glistening ice spikes pierced into the swirling air. In the blink of an eye, what was meant to be a torrent of elemental chaos, capable of engulfing the entire battlefield, was devoured entirely by that small vortex. After absorbing all the attacks, the vortex did not dissipate. Instead, it became denser and more ferocious. The fiery crimson, the frosty azure, the eerie green of acid, and the sharp azure of wind blades. All these disparate energies merged frantically within, ultimately coalescing into a sphere of gray energy that radiated a sense of impending doom, slowly rotating in Lu Yuan's palm, emitting a haunting hum. This is impossible. The pride on the commander's face vanished. The proud assault of his elementalists had been effortlessly countered by Lu Yuan in this manner. The thousands of survivors behind fell into stunned silence, their minds blank. They watched as Lu Yuan raised his right hand, cradling the gray chaotic energy sphere, extending his arm forward, tracing an arc reminiscent of Tai Chi. The motion appeared gentle and unassuming, yet carried an immense weight as he pushed towards the now utterly dazed awakened ones. The energy sphere in Lu Yuan's palm erupted with a thunderous force, transforming into an even more violent surge. It surged towards the awakened ones at several times the previous speed. No, quickly evade. This is bad. Scatter quickly. The commander was paralyzed with fear, desperately shouting orders for everyone to flee. But it was all too late. The speed of that devastating beam was unparalleled. Almost at the very moment Lu Yuan launched his hand, it had already crossed dozens of meters, striking precisely at the heart of the awakened formation. A chilling scream echoed across the entire beach. The awakened at the forefront barely had time to utter a cry before being torn apart and melted away in that terrifying torrent of energy, ultimately reduced to the most primitive particles, dissolving into the air. Those who were positioned at a distance were also violently thrust away by the ferocious shockwave, consumed mid-air by the ensuing flames, ice shards, and acid rain, ultimately meeting a fate where not a trace of their remains could be found. This gray torrent of death carved a path of annihilation through the ranks of the awakened, leaving no living soul standing in its wake. The sheer power of a single strike was astonishing. As the energy dissipated, a long trench, emitting black smoke, marred the beach, accompanied by dozens of bodies in various states of demise. Nearly half of the nearly 100 awakened warriors had perished from this one blow. At that moment, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Thousands of ordinary survivors remained utterly speechless, their bodies trembling in fear as they beheld the horrific scene before them. Many were so overcome that their legs buckled, collapsing onto the ground, a foul odor emanating from their trousers. Lu Yuan slowly raised his hand once more, energy beginning to coalesce within his palm. This seemingly simple gesture loomed like the scythe of death above all the awakened warriors of the Star River. No, the weight of fear obliterated their last vestiges of fighting spirit. One of the closest awakened warriors discarded his weapon, his knees buckling as he fell heavily to the ground. Desperately bowing towards Lu Yuan, incoherently crying out, "I surrender. I surrender." His breakdown triggered a domino effect. "We surrender too. Spare us. We beseech you. We are willing to submit." The remaining dozens of awakened warriors hastily cast aside their weapons, collapsing in unison, fervently bowing towards Lu Yuan, their voices echoing pleas for mercy, creating a striking scene. Observing this spectacle, Lu Yuan's hand lingered in midair. He gazed beyond the prostrate figures, his voice resonating calmly. "Lu Zhang, having watched this performance for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." At the moment his words fell, all the kneeling awakened trembled, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Is Boss Lu truly here? Before they could process this revelation, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The previously clear sky had taken on a somber hue, as if heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, a lightning bolt appeared without warning, striking fiercely among the surrendering awakened. The lightning exploded within the crowd, instantaneously transforming into a vast electric net, engulfing all those kneeling on the ground. The chilling screams reverberated through the air. "It's the boss's lightning." One awakened warrior ensnared by the electric net recognized the immense power and shouted, "Boss, spare us. We did not truly surrender. It was a ruse. Quick, defend." Another awakened warrior roared, raising a rock shield in a desperate attempt to ward off the descending lightning. However, the net of electric light merely pressed down lightly. Crack! The shield shattered like a fragile eggshell, instantly riddled with cracks. "No, I shall fight you to the end." Another flame awakener let out an unwilling roar, thrusting his palms forward to unleash a searing column of fire that soared skyward, colliding with the thunderous net. Yet, that fiery surge vanished into the electric web without so much as a ripple, utterly obliterated by the ferocious power of lightning. Other awakeners displayed their unique abilities: ice walls, earth shields, wind barriers. All manner of defensive measures were employed in this moment, desperately seeking a sliver of hope. However, their resistance appeared utterly laughable in the face of such overwhelming might. The net of lightning began to constrict, arcs of electricity slithering like countless venomous serpents, penetrating their bodies. The awakeners convulsed violently in the storm, their skin charred black, as their cries morphed from pleas for mercy into curses. Lu Zhong, we have sacrificed our lives for you. And yet you, Lu Zhong, you monster, may you suffer a fate worse than death. I curse you. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. In response, there came an even more furious thunder. Under the gaze of thousands, those awakeners were completely engulfed by the lightning, their bodies gradually carbonized, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of ash, which, carried by the sea breeze, vanished entirely from existence, leaving no trace behind. The ordinary people, already terrified to the core, stared blankly at the desolate sand, a chilling sensation rising from their feet to the crown of their heads. Truly, it is Lu the Great, someone trembled, saying, on the Star River, only two individuals can wield electrical power. One is the provider of energy to the vessel, and the other is none other than Lu the Great himself. Chapter 159. The Might of the Realm, fist against thunder from the shadows of the Star River. A formidable figure emerged, step by deliberate step. Bare-chested, he bore the intricate tattoos of 9 black dragons, their heads interlinked and tails entwined. An awe-inspiring sight further accentuated by a colossal cross that pierced through the dragon motif. He continued his slow advance onto the beach, an aura of sovereign authority enveloping the entire shore. Lu Zhong halted before the scorched earth, leveled by thunder, his gaze locking with Lu Yuan, who stood several meters away. My pieces are not for you to decide their fate. The infamous Lu Zhong had finally made his entrance. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The sea breeze ceased, and human voices faded into silence. The world appeared to dwindle to just these two figures. While the thousands of ordinary people became mere dust on the chessboard, Lu Yuan, however, chuckled, shaking his head. Lu Zhong, you have misunderstood a crucial matter. Oh. Lu Zhong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd before returning to Lu Zhong. These are not your pieces. And you are not the one in control. He extended a finger, pointing at Lu Zhong in the air. You, along with all of them, are merely pawns in this game. I am the one who will overturn the chessboard. Laughter erupted from Lu Zhong, resonant and thunderous, causing the air to vibrate. He regarded Lu Yuan with admiration. Well said. A true chessboard overturner. As his laughter subsided, his expression sharpened. If that is the case, let me witness your true worth. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning coiled around Lu Zhang's right arm. With fingers curled, he forcefully struck towards Lu Yuan. Zzzzz. A ferocious bolt of lightning, akin to a spear of divine retribution, tore through the air, aiming directly at Lu Yuan. Quick, too quick. To the onlookers, it appeared as a flash of blue light, and in the next heartbeat, it had traversed the distance, standing before Lu Yuan. Yet, Lu Yuan remained rooted, unflinching. Just as the lightning spear was about to graze his face, he merely tilted his head slightly to the right. The blue thunderbolt whizzed past his ear, crashing with a thunderous roar into the ocean behind him. Boom! The sea surged skyward, creating waves towering over 10 meters. Countless fish and shrimp were electrocuted, flipping onto their backs and floating to the surface, a spectacle to behold. Haraha! Witnessing Lu Yuan evade effortlessly, Lu Zhong was not angered but rather amused. His eyes igniting for the first time with genuine battle fervor, the thrill of meeting a worthy opponent. Very well. If you cannot withstand even a casual strike from me, it would be quite disappointing. It seems you indeed possess the merit to compel me to exert greater effort. His voice deepened with a solemn resonance, akin to the heralding of a new epic. Lu Yuan, today I shall reveal to you the essence of a realm beyond that of the dominators. As the words fell from his lips, Lu Zhong abruptly spread his arms wide, unleashing a thunderous roar toward the heavens. The dragon tattoo adorning his torso erupted in a dazzling azure radiance. Centered upon him, the earth began to hum, and the atmosphere grew increasingly restless. Realm, thunderhell, crackle. Countless arcs of electricity surged madly from beneath his feet, spreading towards the west Zhou. A tempestuous brilliance of lightning filled a space of over 20 meters surrounding him. Electric serpents danced wildly, while the air crackled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. My heavens! What is that? Thousands of survivors gazed in awe at the suddenly manifested thunderous domain, their worldviews brutally shattered once more. If the preceding battles could be tenuously attributed to supernatural abilities, the spectacle Lu Zhong now unveiled could only be described as the legendary powers of an immortal. Ning Yuanheng. Witnessing Lu Zhong, who appeared as if the thunder god himself had descended, felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. Master Lu, can he truly prevail? Lu Yuan, within this thunder hell, I am the will of heaven. Lu Zheng's voice echoed throughout the tempestuous realm, imbued with unwavering confidence. He advanced step by step, commanding the entire stormy domain toward Lu Yuan. In response, Lu Yuan deftly formed a hand seal, and a gentle cerulean glow emanated from within him, swiftly materializing into a protective shield of spiritual energy surrounding his body. The azure luminescence flowed and repelled every electric serpent, maintaining tranquility within the 3 feet surrounding Lu Yuan. Despite the tempest's fury, Lu Yuan pressed forward rather than retreating, enveloped in his cerulean shield, charging directly at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng, witnessing this, felt his battle fervor intensify. With a roar, he too stepped forth, the entirety of the thunderous domain propelling him toward Lu Yuan. Boom! The 2 figures, one azure and one blue, collided violently. A tempest of energy erupted instantaneously. The clash of the cerulean spiritual shield and the azure thunderous domain produced a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The survivors below were rocked by the ferocious shockwave. Staggering in disarray, each one instinctively covering their ears. My heavens, is this truly the power of a human? Someone murmured in disbelief, while Ning Yuanheng clenched his fists tightly, fixated on the radiant clash at the center of the confrontation. At the epicenter of the collision between lightning and azure light, an intense melee erupted. Lu Zheng's attacks were grand and powerful, each punch and kick resonating with the roar of dragons and tigers, wielding the might of thunder to obliterate everything in his path. Lu Yuan's movements were ethereal and agile, maneuvering like a specter amidst the flickering flashes of light. Clang! Lu Zheng delivered a fierce whip kick, which Lu Yuan blocked with his arms. The ferocious force carved 2 deep furrows in the sandy ground beneath Lu Yuan's feet. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuan twisted his waist, delivering a close-range elbow strike infused with spiritual energy, forcefully impacting Lu Zheng's side. Lu Zheng let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying slightly. The 2 individuals parted with a mere touch, retreating several steps from one another. Lu Zheng cast a glance at his side, where a bruised mark was evident. Under the flickering light, the sensation of pain gradually surfaced. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Yuan, his eyes reflecting a newfound gravity. What remarkable skill! Such swift reflexes! You surpass my expectations. Lu Zheng smiled broadly, saying, I initially believed that dealing with you would not necessitate this extent of effort. It seems I have underestimated you. Chapter 160. Combat. Who waits for your transformation? Lu Zheng thrust his right hand forcefully against his chest. A faint cracking sound emanated from within him. What was he doing? Inflicting self-harm? A survivor gasped in shock upon witnessing this scene. Lu Zheng let out a muffled groan, his facial muscles contorting, veins bulging at his temples. The onlookers were perplexed, observing Lu Zheng seemingly enduring immense agony, and they cautiously recoiled. However, the nocturnal figure concealed within the crowd recognized the gravity of the situation as he removed his mask. His expression shifted dramatically. He understood better than anyone what Lu Zheng was endeavoring to accomplish. He was forcibly shattering the biological gel within his chest cavity to unleash the most ferocious energy of the spirit crystal. Roar! Lu Zheng unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The forcibly released core energy of the spirit crystal erupted within him. At that moment, the blue lightning field surrounding him swelled explosively. The lightning blazed brilliantly, serpentine currents dancing wildly. The hue of the lightning transitioned swiftly from a deep azure to a blood-red hue. As Lu Zheng reveled in the escalating agony of this newfound power, a figure suddenly tore through the perimeter of the lightning field, closing the distance to him in an instant. It was Lu Yuan. Combat. Who waits for your transformation? Lu Yuan's indifferent voice reached Lu Zheng's ears, denying him any time to acclimate to his new strength. What the? A sneak attack? Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd, many left utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Lu Zheng was gathering strength for a grand move, and Lu Yuan charged at him without hesitation? This was utterly despicable. There was no trace of a true warrior's demeanor here. Know nothing, do you? Ning Yuanheng, overhearing the murmurs beside him, could not restrain his ire. This is a life-and-death struggle, not a martial arts exhibition. Seizing the chance to strike down the enemy is the true way. Before the spectators could fully grasp this astonishing tactic, Lu Yuan had already landed a solid kick directly onto Lu Zheng's chest. Lu Zheng's body was sent flying backward, crashing violently against the metallic hull of the Star River. With a deafening roar, the sturdy structure was brutally punctured, creating a massive human-shaped hole. Fragments of steel scattered in all directions. The abrupt turn of events left everyone on the beach astounded. The nocturnal figure at the back of the crowd was now ashen-faced. His eyes filled with concern as he gazed at the gaping hole. Was that it? Had he won just like that? Impossible, it was Lu Zheng. The survivors whispered amongst themselves, uncertainty palpable in their tones. Moments later, a voice seething with suppressed rage emerged slowly from the depths of the hole. Lu Yuan. You have provoked me. Another thunderous explosion. The hole in the hull of the Star River suddenly erupted. A blood-red figure surged forth with ferocity. Lu Zheng was now a stark contrast to his former self. He was enveloped in blood-red lightning, his eyes consumed by crimson fury. Gazing at Lu Yuan with no trace of admiration, only a chilling intent to kill. He surged forward with astonishing speed, like a blood-red meteor hurtling towards Lu Yuan. Die! His ferocious fists, intertwined with blood-colored thunder, created sharp sonic booms as they sliced through the air. Lu Yuan's gaze finally turned serious. On his right fist, a pale blue aura of spiritual energy also reached its zenith. Boom! The clash of one red and one blue fist resounded under the watchful eyes of thousands. A tempest of air erupted, sand swirling violently around them, as the beach was forcefully upheaved, scattering westward. The survivors below were swept off their feet, scrambling desperately to escape further away. Get down. Run. Don't get caught in the blast. My ears are ringing with silence. When everyone regained their senses, they were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Lu Yuan remained steadfast, not having budged an inch. In stark contrast, Lu Zheng was violently jolted back at the moment of impact, propelled away with even greater speed than before. Bang! He crashed once more into the hull of the Star River, penetrating several layers of steel, embedding himself deeply. Motionless for what felt like an eternity. Another punch. The enhanced Lu Zheng had been sent flying by a single blow. This time, even the night owl's face revealed a look of astonishment. He couldn't fathom how Lu Yuan's power had become so formidable. Cough, cough. Lu Zheng struggled to slide out from the wreckage of the ship, gasping for breath. His gaze towards Lu Yuan transformed. Were you concealing your strength all along? Each word dripped with chilling intent. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan retracted his fist, smiling as he shrugged and replied. Wasn't it you who wanted me to witness the might of a domain master? I was merely complying. It seems. Lu Yuan shook his head, disappointment lacing his tone. It is nothing extraordinary. Lu Zheng forcibly suppressed the tumultuous blood within him, his rationality completely overtaken by madness. The power of lightning is never merely brute strength. Its most terrifying aspect is speed. As the words left his lips, the raging blood-red lightning surrounding him suddenly coalesced, adhering tightly to his form, transforming him into a streak of crimson lightning that vanished in an instant. Where did he go? Lu Zheng has disappeared. A chorus of gasps erupted from the thousands of survivors on the beach. In their untrained eyes, Lu Zheng's figure had completely vanished, leaving only fleeting crimson afterimages that flickered rapidly around Lu Yuan, stirring up fierce winds that whipped the sand into a frenzy. Ning Yuanheng's heart raced to his throat as he anxiously fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuan. He could see nothing, absolutely nothing. Could Master Lu evade the onslaught? Yet, Lu Yuan stood steadfast as a rock. His eyes were gently closed. His consciousness had already locked onto Lu Zheng's trajectory with utmost clarity. In his perspective, Lu Zheng's so-called limit speed was riddled with flaws. Too slow. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. A blood-red fist shadow, crackling with lightning, surged towards Lu Yuan's left side. With a mere subtle shift of his body, the force of the punch brushed past the edge of his garment. A fierce whip kick swept towards the back of his neck from the right rear. However, Lu Yuan seemed as though he possessed eyes at the back of his head. Simply lowering his head allowed the strike to miss its mark. With a failed attack, Lu Zheng's figure once again morphed into an afterimage, reappearing at Lu Yuan's left side in an instant, delivering a knife-hand strike imbued with lightning towards his neck. For the next several seconds, Lu Zheng unleashed a frenzy of over 100 attacks from all directions, yet Lu Yuan remained poised, standing resolutely in place. He swayed left and right, leaned forward and backward, each evasion executed with impeccable timing. As if he were strolling leisurely amidst a tempest, impervious to the chaotic blood-red lightning that raged around him. Not even a corner of his clothing was grazed. At that moment, Lu Zhang finally came to a halt. His chest heaved violently. The blood-red lightning enveloping him began to flicker erratically, clearly indicating that such intense exertion had taken a tremendous toll on his body. The biological gel implanted elsewhere within him had developed numerous fine cracks due to his rapid movements. How could this be? Why can I not land a single hit? Lu Yuan regarded him with a shake of his head, a look of pity gracing his face. Do you wish to continue? If you persist, you need not fear my intervention. Your own body will collapse before I even lift a finger. Chapter 161. The Nine Dragons Cultivators. Lu Yuan coldly proclaimed. Submit to me now, and I may spare your life. Submit to you? Huh? Lu Zhang erupted in a fit of manic laughter. You have no idea what burdens I carry, things beyond your wildest imagination. I have long since burned my bridges. With this roar, various biogels within him emitted a series of shattering sounds. Lu Zhang violently coughed up blood. His skin began to writhe, and his features contorted grotesquely, as if his sanity were rapidly slipping away. Noticing this, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He recognized the signs of the spiritual crystal within Lu Zhang spiraling out of control and beginning to retaliate. He stepped forward, his figure instantly materializing before Lu Zhang. A strand of azure spiritual energy coalesced on the tip of his right index finger. He pressed it firmly onto Lu Zhang's brow. The spiritual energy infused into Lu Zhang's crumbling body, forcibly stabilizing the imminent chaos of the spiritual crystal's energy. The madness in Lu Zhang's eyes faltered the moment this energy made contact. He stood there, dumbfounded, feeling the energy flowing through him, calming the turmoil within. Shock etched across his face. You can control spiritual energy with such finesse? Lu Zhang's voice trembled. Lu Yuan continued his actions, but his heart stirred at the mention of spiritual energy. He glanced at Lu Zhang, masking his curiosity, and asked, "How do you know of such a thing?" Acknowledging his fate, Lu Zhang let out a bitter laugh. At this point, it matters little to divulge. I hail from an organization known as the Nine Dragons Cultivators. It is a group that has been clandestinely researching mysterious powers since before the Great Calamity. We refer to this enigmatic force as spiritual energy. The Nine Dragons Cultivators. Lu Yuan felt a jolt of surprise, instantly recalling the 9 dragon tattoos adorning Lu Zhang's body. His thoughts drifted to his past life, where, during his struggle for survival, he had never encountered the name of the 9 Dragons Cultivators. The knowledge he possessed was limited to the survival laws on a deserted island and the rudiments of evolution. Such an esoteric organization, existing prior to the Great Calamity, wielded secrets and powers far beyond his comprehension. Indeed, perspective and strength determined the heights of truth one could grasp. Lu Yuan silently lamented, increasingly aware that this rebirth was fraught with challenges and opportunities unknown in his previous life. Lu Zhang, as if ensnared in reminiscence, continued. The organization's history stretches back centuries. We believe there exists a primordial energy in the universe, and spiritual energy is merely a term we have coined. However, in recent centuries, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air has dwindled, compelling us to study artifacts imbued with faint spiritual energy from ancient ruins. We ultimately obtained a crucial ancient manuscript, and by integrating modern technological methods, we were able to estimate the approximate time when the magnetic poles of the blue planet will reverse, heralding a comprehensive eruption of dormant spiritual energy. A flicker of self-mockery passed through Lu Zhang's eyes as he mentioned that we had pinpointed several unique geographical coordinates, believing that these locations would be the epicenters of the spiritual energy tides. After defecting from the Nine Dragons Society due to ideological differences, I was relentlessly pursued by them. Boarding the Star River was initially intended to bring me closer to one of those coordinate points. However, the tsunami triggered by the magnetic pole reversal inadvertently delivered me here. Lu Yuan listened quietly, a cold smile curling his lips internally. Ideological differences? What a convenient fade. He recalled Lu Zhang's cruel experimental methods, and it was likely this ruthless, expedient approach, treating human lives as mere fodder, that led to his being hunted. Maintaining an impassive expression, Lu Yuan observed as Lu Zhang continued his performance. Lu Zhang glanced at Lu Yuan. All the experiments I conduct here are based on the research foundations related to the Nine Dragons Society that I possess. Unfortunately, I encountered you. As Lu Yuan processed this vast amount of information, he suddenly inquired, The ship's positioning system has long been rendered obsolete. How did you ascertain the coordinates here? This seemingly casual question was, in fact, a probe from Lu Yuan. He understood that the mental state of a person facing imminent demise is often the most fragile. Any slight lapse in memory could expose the veracity of his earlier elaborate discourse. How difficult could it be? Lu Zheng replied with a bitter smile. His gaze tinged with disdain as he regarded Lu Yuan. It was merely a matter of gathering materials to construct a simple sextant. By observing the altitude of the Southern Cross and the North Star at night, one can naturally estimate our latitude. As for longitude, while it is somewhat more complicated, as long as there is a functioning wristwatch, one can estimate the approximate location by combining it with the shortest shadow at noon. These are the oldest navigational techniques. Thus it is, Lu Yuan nodded, though his gaze deepened with intrigue. He coldly retorted, given your temperament, you would not so easily divulge all your secrets when cornered. You have said so much merely to divert my attention, have you not? What are you trying to conceal? The despair on Lu Zheng's face slightly faltered, and he gradually composed himself, lifting his head to reassess Lu Yuan. Suddenly, he erupted in a low, ominous laugh. People like you must not be allowed to live. This was his final conclusion and the ultimate realization of a formidable figure. In the instant his words fell, the energy within him, suppressed by Lu Yuan's spiritual force, spiraled completely out of control. This was his last desperate gamble. He forcefully flung away Lu Yuan's hand that was pressed against his brow and lunged fiercely toward Lu Yuan's heart, seeking death. Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold as he casually lifted his foot, preemptively striking Lu Zheng's abdomen with tremendous force. Thud! Lu Zheng's body flew backward like a tattered burlap sack, crashing heavily onto the ground. This kick shattered the fragile balance within him, absent the stabilizing influence of Lu Yuan's spiritual energy. The uncontrollable energy within him erupted in full force. Blood-red lightning surged from his being, engulfing him entirely. His flesh began to disintegrate and reconstitute amidst the tempest of lightning, his form swiftly transforming and ascending. A vague humanoid shape composed of crimson thunder coalesced slowly on the beach, its indifferent gaze surveying all present upon the sands. Chapter 162, The Fall of the Tyrant. Thousands of survivors stood frozen in place, the sea breeze lifting grains of sand that stung their faces, yet no one blinked. A startled cry pierced the air, "Monster!" In the next instant, the pent-up panic erupted with deafening force. "Run! Quick, run! It's not human!" Amidst the chaotic throng, Ning Yuanhing too was swept away in the tide of fleeing bodies, jostled this way and that. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the crimson figure towering between heaven and earth. What is that? He frantically searched his mind for something that could make sense of it. An absurd image surfaced. Lu Zheng resembled a red Dr. Manhattan. In the frenzied crowd, a slender young man also fled among them. A hint of fear was evident on his face as he stumbled along, indistinguishable from the other survivors. He was none other than the night owl in disguise. Is this the power that the boss seeks, the strength that surpasses all? Night Owl murmured, his voice drowned out by the surrounding cries, rendered insignificant. The indifferent posture overlooking the masses, the horrifying pressure that could make one's soul tremble, stirred a surge of excitement within Night Owl. He succeeded, the boss truly succeeded. But he quickly sensed something amiss. In those eyes composed of lightning, not a trace of human rationality remained, only the most primal instinct for destruction. He was no longer Lu Zheng. The aberration of Lu Zheng, since the one remaining figure brave enough to stand, Lu Yuan. It slowly raised its colossal hand made of lightning, summoning the tempest above, a terrifying aura crashing down upon Lu Yuan. Faced with this overwhelming might, Lu Yuan merely stood his ground, shaking his head slowly. His expression revealed disappointment. A creature reduced to mere instinct for destruction, no matter how powerful, remains ultimately a hollow beast. Compared to Lu Zheng, who could still be considered a worthy opponent, this aberration was far easier to deal with. Is this your answer? Lu Zheng. Lu Yuan sighed gently. A monster born of uncontrolled power, you truly know nothing of real strength. The aberration of Lu Zheng seemed unable to comprehend the meaning of these words, yet it sensed a threat emanating from Lu Yuan, an instinct that provoked its fury. Its giant hand clenched tightly, forming a destructive sphere over a meter in diameter in its palm, emitting a piercing shriek as it hurtled toward Lu Yuan. The momentum was overwhelming, a sense of oppression so profound it seemed to threaten to erase both the beach and Lu Yuan from existence. Lu Yuan did not evade. With his left hand resting behind him, he raised his right palm, fingers splayed, steadily approaching the thunderous sphere bearing down upon him. Has he lost his mind? To catch it with his bare hands. This was the singular thought flashing through the minds of all present. The night owl among the crowd stared wide-eyed at Lu Yuan's actions, unable to comprehend why Lu Yuan would undertake such a self-destructive maneuver in the face of a cataclysmic strike. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. As Lu Yuan's palm made contact with the ferocious lightning sphere, it was as though the entire world had been muted. There was no deafening roar, no shockwave. The crimson lightning sphere, upon touching Lu Yuan's palm, swiftly diminished and collapsed, its chaotic energy contained within the confines of his hand, ultimately transforming into a swirling crimson energy orb, which Lu Yuan casually pinched between two fingers. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the orb, harboring terrifying energy, shattered like fragile glass, dispersing into a myriad of tiny red light particles, reminiscent of fireflies in the night, dancing through the air before vanishing into the void. No, this was impossible. The expression on the night owl's face was one of sheer disbelief. Such a tremendous energy had been so effortlessly neutralized. At that moment, his worldview crumbled entirely. He had believed that Lu Zheng was on the sole path to divinity, only to realize that it was merely a misguided journey towards self-destruction. The true deity had been standing before them all along. Lu Yuan moved. With a single step, he appeared before the mutated entity as if teleporting, his palm striking against the creature's chest. A faint cracking sound echoed from the center of Lu Yuan's palm. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread across the form of the blood-colored thunder god. Under that single strike, the colossal figure began to disintegrate inch by inch. Its body transformed into countless fragments of red light, scattering like dandelion seeds in the gentle breeze. There were no gory remains, no anguished cries. Eventually, with a soft gust, the myriad particles of light completely dissipated into the air, as if they had never existed. On the beach, only Lu Yuan remained. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the last place Lu Zheng had vanished, his expression devoid of emotion, finally leaving behind a poignant verdict: to possess power yet become a slave to it. That is your greatest tragedy. Thousands of survivors stood frozen in place. Lu Zheng was gone, erased by Lu Yuan with such nonchalance. No, no. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from a corner of the crowd. Everyone turned to see a robust man, his eyes blazing red, as if driven mad. The leader is not dead. He has merely advanced to the forefront of evolution. His voice ignited the powder keg of emotions simmering within the crowd. Indeed, for the sake of glorious evolution, he is with us. For the leader, for the advent of a new era. Suddenly, a dozen figures rose abruptly from the crowd. They are the most fervent disciples of Lu Zheng, the core loyalists. In their eyes, there is no fear of Lu Yuan, only a fervor akin to that of martyrs. The purification begins. To cleanse the remnants of the old era that cannot keep pace with evolution, they offer their blood as a sacrifice for the leader's rebirth. For evolution. Amidst the frenzied roars, he unhesitatingly struck down at a nearby ordinary survivor. Blood instantly stained the beach crimson. Run, hurry and flee. They have gone mad. These people are insane. In the chaotic tide, Ning Yuanheng's face was etched with terror, and just as he stumbled in his flight, a fire awakened noticed him. The awakened one grinned menacingly, and with a casual wave, a serpent of flame shot towards Ning Yuanheng's back. He cared not for who Ning Yuanheng was, only relishing the thrill of arbitrarily determining another's fate. Ning Yuanheng felt a searing pain in his back, and turned to see the blaze poised to consume him, terror overwhelming him. Yet, Lu Yuan remained indifferent, standing calmly amidst the chaos, his gaze sweeping serenely across the entire beach. He knew that Lu Zheng's hidden hand was about to make its move. Chapter 163. The Will and the Escape. Lu Yuan casually raised his right hand, his fingers dancing in the air with an elegant finesse. With a soft sound, a minute blood hole appeared in the brow of the Flame Awakener, who was poised to incinerate Ning Yuanheng. The cruel smile on his face had yet to fade when he toppled over lifelessly. Subsequently, Lu Yuan's fingers moved gracefully, akin to a maestro playing a grand piano. Each descent of his fingertips was accompanied by the swift demise of a chaotic awakener, each strike meticulously claiming a life. He did not cast a glance at the fallen bodies. His focus remained on the tumultuous scene unfolding around him. Something is amiss, Lu Yuan pondered. Lu Zheng is no fool. If he dares to confront me, he must be prepared for the worst. By inciting these death warriors to launch suicide attacks, he aims to create chaos. His gaze sharpened, scanning the fleeing crowd like a hawk. He recalled Lu Zheng's decision to herd all survivors to this beach, a strategy to conceal his escape from the Star River among the thousands of panicked ordinary people. Quite intriguing, he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. In a few swift motions, Lu Yuan returned to the observation platform of the Star River, towering several dozen meters above. There, Su Ping sat cross-legged, his horrific wounds nearly healed thanks to his innate recovery abilities and the nourishment of spirit crystals, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's return, Su Ping immediately rose, respectfully kneeling on one knee. Young Master Lu. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the fresh scars adorning Su Ping and inquired, "How is your recovery progressing?" Replying to young Master Lu, "I am nearly unscathed." Su Ping flexed his previously interrupted arm. "In half a day's time, I shall be restored to my peak condition." "Excellent." Lu Yuan patted his shoulder. A gentle flow of spiritual energy coursing from his palm, instantly soothing the last remnants of Su Ping's internal injuries and leaving him feeling invigorated. "Follow me." "Yes, young master." Su Ping promptly rose, closely trailing behind Lu Yuan. The two leaped gracefully from the observation platform, merging into the shadows of the jungle as they pursued the direction in which the ordinary people had fled. Ning Yuanheng, who had been saved from certain death, stood in a daze, watching Lu Yuan ascend the platform, then vanish into the forest with Su Ping, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. "Master Lu, have you forgotten me?" Within the dense forest, Lu Yuan and Su Ping were swiftly navigating through the underbrush. Su Ping, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, finally spoke up. "Young master, your aura feels even more unfathomable than before." Lu Yuan smiled gently. "I have made some breakthroughs." He turned his introspective gaze inward, his mind clear with understanding. Having just refined all the spiritual crystals from the cold storage and gained insights from his duel with Lu Zheng, he has fully connected the 12 principal spiritual veins originating from the Kanglan realm within him. His spiritual power surged abundantly, akin to a mighty river flowing ceaselessly. This signifies that he has ascended to the pinnacle of the spiritual vein realm, poised to attempt the condensation of the Qi Sea and challenge the Spirit Sea realm. However, Lu Yuan forcibly suppressed this impulse. He has perfected the 12 spiritual veins of the Kanglan realm. Yet he has merely begun to open the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians of Earth's martial arts. If he could also connect all 8 meridians, then with the robust foundation of 20 spiritual veins, what an immense spirit sea he would achieve. Thus, he is not in haste to break through. The experiences of 2 lifetimes have taught him that a solid foundation leads to a broader future path. He possesses ample patience to seek more suitable cultivation methods, striving to fully excavate the potential of this body. He aims to tread a path previously untraveled, one that perfectly integrates both celestial and martial cultivation. Meanwhile, in the chaotic jungle, Night Owl is sprinting alongside a group of ordinary people, terrified by the indiscriminate attacks on awakened beings. He bears an unremarkable visage, blending inconspicuously within the crowd. Clutching tightly to his chest, he conceals a thick stack of documents. These are Lu Zheng's painstaking efforts, the culmination of all his research on evolution. "If I am defeated, you must take these and seek refuge with Yi Lingxiao." Lu Zheng's final words echo in his mind. "My theory of evolution has ultimately been a journey of trial and error. Yet Yi Lingxiao hails from a martial arts family, and his martial prowess may harmonize with my theories, forging a truly perfect path of evolution. Should I fall, let him kill Lu Yuan to avenge me." Initially, Night Owl thought Lu Zheng overly cautious, yet now this last plan has indeed come into play. No, this is too slow. Observing the ordinary people around him, crying and scrambling, he furrows his brow, running alongside them, but their pace is lethargic and the target is too vast. A thought arises within him. Should he eliminate these burdens effortlessly? Although they do not recognize the unmasked version of himself, they have seen his form. What if? As the intent to kill surged within him, a vivid image flashed in his mind of Lu Yuan effortlessly extinguishing a thunderball and shattering Lu Zheng's mutated form with a single palm strike. A chill shot from his feet to the crown of his head. No, he cannot leave any traces. He cannot gamble. He cannot risk whether Lu Yuan would trace back to this place. Nor can he wager that the bodies he would leave behind would not lead Lu Yuan to deduce his escape route. In the presence of that godlike man, even the slightest oversight could prove fatal. With this thought, he promptly dismissed the notion of silencing witnesses. Spotting a fork in the path, he suddenly stumbled, deliberately falling to the ground. "Ouch!" he exclaimed in feigned pain. "What's wrong?" A nearby survivor inquired. "My foot. It seems I've twisted it." The night owl lamented. "You all should leave. Do not concern yourselves with me. I shall hide and rest for a while." Upon hearing this, the few survivors, realizing their own peril, did not linger. In their desperate state, they could hardly attend to others. They merely cast a hasty remark of caution before fleeing into the distance. Once assured of their departure, the night owl sprang up from the ground, and any trace of anguish vanished from his visage. After discerning the direction, he flickered like a true night owl, silently merging into the shadows of the forest, racing away towards another path. Chapter 164. The night owl beneath the mask in the dense jungle. Lu Yuan and Su Ping'an were navigating swiftly. The air was thick with tension as Su Ping'an, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Lu Xiao, the crowd is chaotic and the direction is unclear. Which path should we pursue?" Without breaking his stride, Lu Yuan offered a faint smile and replied, "Su Ping'an, what do you believe is the purpose of fleeing?" Su Ping'an paused, taken aback. "Naturally, it is to distance ourselves from danger as much as possible." Lu Yuan's voice resonated from ahead. Indeed, but for these ordinary individuals, when panic overwhelms reason, their escape routes become aimless, ultimately forming a series of purposeless paths. He gestured towards a direction slightly to the left. "However, observe that path. Although it too bears traces of hurried footsteps, these marks are coherent and resolute. This indicates that the individual had a clear destination from the outset." Su Ping'an focused intently and soon discerned that in that area, the broken branches and disordered footprints subtly pointed towards a specific location. A slight smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. "That direction signifies the pawn left by Lu Zheng. Let us proceed and uncover his ulterior motives." With no further words exchanged, they quickened their pace, racing towards that route. The night owl, while advancing swiftly, cast furtive glances behind, his senses attuned to any sounds within the forest. This should be sufficiently secure. After approximately half an hour of running, having distanced themselves from the stricken Star River, the night owl came to a halt before a tree. He circled a massive cluster of rocks, meticulously inspecting it several times to ensure no signs of human activity were present. Then, he stripped several pieces of bark from a dead tree and gathered a few vines. With a hint of reluctance in his eyes, he retrieved a stack of documents from his possession. This was Lu Zheng's legacy, and his final hope. The night owl wrapped the documents in the bark and vines, then excavated a deep pit within the crevice of a tree root. He carefully buried the documents, restoring the surface with stones and soil, finally sprinkling a layer of dry leaves atop. To the untrained eye, it appeared as just another random pile of stones. Having completed this task, the night owl let out a long sigh. He had no intention of bringing these documents to Yiling Lingxiu. That would be far too perilous. Yiling Lingxiu, leaning against the rock, the night owl's mind conjured the image of that man. Although he merely acted on orders, he was no fool. He understood the immense value of the documents he possessed, a treasure capable of driving any ambitious individual to madness. To present these documents to Yiling Lingxiu, that was akin to courting disaster. From what he knew of Yiling Lingxiu, while he did not share Lu Zheng's temperament, he too was proud and resolute in his decisions. As Lu Zheng's trusted confidant of yore, how would Yi Lingxiao perceive the opportunity presented before him? Night Owl pondered rapidly within his mind. He needed to devise a strategy to infiltrate Yi Lingxiao's team, demonstrating his worth. Now, as a formidable awakened being of the master class, securing a place within a survivor team should not prove excessively challenging. He aimed to leverage this knowledge to barter for his status and safety. As for vengeance, Night Owl's gaze drifted toward the direction of the Star River, the image of Lu Yuan effortlessly defeating Lu Zheng resurfacing in his mind. Revenge. How easily it is spoken of. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. He doubted that even if Yi Lingxiao were to flawlessly amalgamate martial arts with evolutionary theory, achieving the realm Lu Zheng envisioned, he could truly rival Lu Yuan. Yet, this was the boss's dying wish. Regardless of how bleak the hope, he must endeavor to pursue it. With his plans solidified, Night Owl adjusted his attire to appear more like an ordinary survivor. After discerning the direction, he stealthily made his way toward the vicinity of Yi Lingxiao's camp. However, it was not long before he ventured out that a ferocious howl erupted from the forest behind him. Night Owl's complexion paled, his heart racing. Had he been tracked down? They had caught up so swiftly. The thought sent a chill through him. He recognized that sound. He had seen the werewolf who accompanied Lu Yuan in the surveillance footage aboard the Star River. Night Owl's mind raced. He realized it was too late to hide. The pursuers were clearly targeting him. Yet he remained composed, swiftly scooping up a handful of damp earth, smearing it across his face and body, then tearing a ragged edge from his clothing to enhance his disheveled appearance. Aside from Lu Zhong, no one aboard the Star River had witnessed the face beneath his mask. This was his greatest asset. He steadied his breath, feigning terror, and staggered to his feet, running chaotically in the opposite direction of the sound, embodying the persona of a panicked, ordinary survivor. Before long, two figures descended before him, none other than Lu Yuan and Su Ping'an. Upon seeing them, Night Owl collapsed onto the ground, scrambling backward with his hands and feet, his face a mask of feigned horror. Please don't kill me. I am not a bad person. Lu Yuan loomed over him, his gaze calm and unflinching. Why are you running? Night Owl pointed behind him, his voice trembling. There's a monster. I just heard a monster-esque roar. I'm afraid. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan glanced at Su Ping'an beside him. Oh, so that's the case. Lu Yuan nodded, seemingly convinced by his words. Then it's all right now. Night Owl finally exhaled in relief, rising from the ground and expressing profound gratitude to Lu Yuan. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed sirs. The beach was in disarray earlier, and I was utterly terrified, focused solely on escaping. Fortunately, I encountered two adults. He glanced at Lu Yuan. From a distance, I saw you decisively deal with that villain Lu Zheng and his minions. Night Owl, noticing no sign of impatience from Lu Yuan, mustered his courage to inquire. Have those awakened ones who attacked us been punished by you? Lu Yuan regarded him with a faint, enigmatic smile and replied, all eliminated. Excellent. Truly excellent. Night Owl immediately displayed a look of profound relief, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, those brutes. They deserved death long ago. Lu Zheng too. He treated us like livestock, hurting us for experiments daily. We have endured enough. Lu Yuan, non-committally nodding, remarked, since the rebellious awakened ones are dead, this place is no longer safe. You should return to the beach and stay with the others. At least you will have some support. Ah, very well. I shall return at once. Night Owl responded eagerly, as if granted a reprieve, turning to head towards the Star River. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He feigned a limp, slowly making his way back in the direction he had come. A long sigh of relief escaped him. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Even if he returned to the Star River, he could devise another means of escape. I made it through. He believes me. He dared not look back, merely catching the movement behind him from the corner of his eye. The two individuals seemed not to be pursuing him. Fools. They have fallen for my deception. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, a faint whoosh pierced the air behind him. Night Owl's body stiffened suddenly. Chapter 165. No tigers in the mountain. The Night Owl halted, his body frozen in a forward stride, unable to take another step. He looked down in disbelief, discovering a bloodied hole, the size of a finger joint, in his chest. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Why? With great effort. He turned his head to gaze at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with confusion. He had disguised himself so flawlessly. How was he still seen through? Lu Yuan merely regarded him calmly, his eyes betraying no emotion, offering no response. The light in Night Owl's eyes dimmed swiftly, and in the end, he found no answer to his questions. Overwhelmed by endless confusion and resentment, his body swayed before collapsing heavily onto the fallen leaves, lifeless. Observing Night Owl's corpse, Su Ping'an approached Lu Yuan, a hint of perplexity in his gaze as he inquired, Young Master Lu, forgive my ignorance. Where did this person reveal his flaw? His disguise, in both speech and demeanor, was indistinguishable from that of the genuine, ordinary survivors. Su Ping'an pondered that had he been in the same situation, he might have been deceived as well. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, countering. What should an unarmed, ordinary person do upon suddenly hearing the howl of wolves in the dense forest? Su Ping'an paused, instinctively replying, naturally, one would be terrified. The immediate reaction would be to find a place to hide. At the very least, one would grab a branch for self-defense. A cold smile crept across Lu Yuan's lips. Exactly. But what about him? Though he ran and feigned panic, it was not the reaction of someone truly frightened. Su Pingyan suddenly understood, slapping his forehead. I see. He was overly confident in his disguise, neglecting the most fundamental human instincts. Examine what he has on him, Lu Yuan instructed. Yes. Su Pingyan immediately stepped forward, meticulously searching Night Owl's body, turning every pocket inside out. Moments later, he stood up, disappointment etched on his face as he shook his head at Lu Yuan. Young Master Lu, there's nothing. No valuable items at all. Could it be that we truly have the wrong person? Lu Yuan chuckled lightly at this, glancing at the corpse that was beginning to stiffen. His tone remained unperturbed as he replied, even if we have made a mistake, what loss would there be? Su Pingyan's body jolted suddenly. He comprehended Lu Yuan's meaning in an instant. Better to mistakenly kill than to let slip. Consider me enlightened. Su Pingyan bowed respectfully, his doubts evaporating entirely. Let us return, Lu Yuan said, offering no further words as they retraced their steps toward the Star River. Yet, within Lu Yuan's heart flickered a secret known only to him. In his previous life, Night Owl had no habit of wearing a mask. The moment the Night Owl came into view, Lu Yuan immediately recognized him. What he believed to be an impeccable disguise was merely a one-man show before Lu Yuan. The Night Owl could never have imagined that his betrayal would not stem from any oversight of this life, but rather from his unmasked self in another dimension. On the beach where the Star River had run aground, the downfall of Lu Zheng and his subordinates did not usher in peace. Instead, it resembled the opening of Pandora's box, unleashing all suppressed desires. The power system of the cold storage had completely ceased due to lack of maintenance. And the once solidified beef, lamb chops, and king crabs now lay exposed to the air, thawing at a visible pace. It was unclear who let out the first roar, but it ignited a frenzy among the masses. The first groups to react rushed madly into the ship's hull, barbarously dragging supplies onto the open beach for easier guarding. In the absence of a formidable leader, the monkeys crowned themselves kings. A man, previously tasked with menial chores in the canteen, now wielded an iron pipe, rallying a dozen equally fierce men behind him. They monopolized the entrance of the cold storage, claiming box after box of thawing steaks, mercilessly knocking down anyone daring to approach. This is mine, a bespectacled man growled, resembling a beast as he clutched a still-dripping piece of frozen meat, gnawing at it furiously. The icy chunk ached his teeth, yet he remained oblivious, greedily swallowing, his mouth smeared with grease and blood. This is mine. No one dares to take it. Another person, clutching a blood-soaked beef rib, bared his teeth menacingly at those around him. A frail woman, having finally seized a bag of frozen shrimp, was soon kicked down by a few men nearby. The bag snatched away in an instant. She lay on the ground, weeping in despair. Different factions quickly formed, cooperating with former neighbors or acquaintances to seize more supplies while vigilantly guarding against other groups. Amidst this chaos, two figures silently appeared on the observation deck of the Star River. Their presence did not immediately draw the attention of the frenzied crowd below. Yet, an invisible aura compelled some of those engaged in combat to halt and lift their heads. One after another, more and more individuals became aware of the two figures overlooking them. The screams, curses, and sounds of fighting gradually subsided. In a matter of seconds, the once tumultuous beach fell into an eerie silence. Everyone raised their heads, gazing at the two figures, their eyes filled with a complex array of emotions: reverence, fear, confusion, and more. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the viewing platform, the sea breeze caressing his garments. His gaze serene as he overlooked the scene below. Just half a step behind him, Su Pingyan knelt on one knee, crouched as he surveyed the crowd below that had ceased their struggle. One stood tall, while the other crouched low. One exuded an air of tranquility, while the other emanated a restrained ferocity. This juxtaposition of standing and crouching created a profoundly oppressive tableau. Chapter 166. Face? Just kill it. All combat ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the beach. Among the throng, the only individual undeterred by the oppressive atmosphere was a burly man who had previously seized a heap of steaks in the cafeteria, relying solely on his brute strength. He, along with his dozen or so subordinates, stubbornly clung to several boxes filled with frozen meat, their vigilant gazes darting around, unwilling to let go. The boxes were evidently heavy, causing them to grimace in discomfort, yet their primal instinct for food compelled them to hold on tenaciously. On the observation platform, Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the group of box bearers before he gestured with a wave of his hand. Su Ping'an, standing behind him, instantly grasped his intent. Su Ping'an launched himself from the towering observation platform, carving a dark arc through the air before crashing heavily in front of the group bearing the boxes. A thunderous boom echoed as dust exploded and the ground trembled. The ferocious impact sent the two closest individuals tumbling, while a wooden box crashed to the ground, scattering its frozen contents. Spare us. The bearers of the boxes cried in sheer terror, hastily discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing to Su Ping'an. Only the leader of the group, though his legs trembled and his face turned ashen, managed to hold his ground without kneeling. He glared defiantly at the approaching Su Ping'an, bellowing with all his might, "Stop! We are Yi Lingxiao's men." Su Ping'an's advance abruptly halted, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He turned his head to glance back at Lu Yuan, whose figure had quietly materialized behind him, observing the burly man with keen interest and signaling Su Ping'an to refrain from further aggression. Su Ping'an promptly retreated behind Lu Yuan, suppressing all traces of his ferocity, and stood attentively with his head bowed. He spoke on Lu Yuan's behalf. "Yi Lingxiao's men? How could you possibly arrive here so swiftly?" The burly man, sensing that his adversary recognized his leader's name, felt a surge of confidence. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he steadied himself and replied, "We have all obeyed Boss Ye's orders to blend in with Lu Zheng's camp." This revelation astonished not only Su Ping'an, but also the surrounding survivors, who were taken aback to discover that Lu Zheng's camp had infiltrators from other factions. However, Lu Yuan displayed no signs of surprise. He calmly inquired, "Oh? What duties do you perform within Lu Zheng's camp?" The burly man faltered at the question, his gaze faltering briefly before he refrained from an immediate response. Noting his hesitation, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He ceased his inquiries and merely lifted his right hand, delicately pointing into the air. Whoosh! A blade of azure wind sliced through the air. Puff! With a pained cry, the burly man felt a wind blade pierce through his kneecap, leaving a gaping wound that gushed forth blood. Unable to bear the agony, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured leg and wailing in despair. His subordinates behind him were paralyzed with fear, not daring to make a single move. "My patience is rather limited," came the indifferent voice of Lu Yuan. "I shall ask once more, what is your purpose?" The man trembled, cold sweat trickling down his brow, yet he gritted his teeth and dared to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. A flicker of defiance in his eyes. "We are merely following orders. Your strength is formidable, we concede. But for the sake of young Master Yi, I implore you, spare us." Young Master Yi has faced Lu Zheng and gained the upper hand. He believed that invoking Yi Lingxiao's name would instill some trepidation in Lu Yuan. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Yuan could not suppress a laugh. "What regard do I have for Yi Lingxiao?" He turned to Su Ping'an. "Silence him." At this command, Su Ping'an's eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty glint. He stepped forward, his claws poised to descend upon the man's head. "I will speak. I will divulge everything." Faced with the specter of death, the burly man could no longer maintain his bravado, scrambling to cry out, "We cannot even find enough to eat under Lu's command. Young Master Yi provides us with food regularly, and they assist me in completing Lu Zheng's tasks to exchange for information about him." Su Ping'an's claws halted just inches from his forehead, the force of the wind stinging his cheeks. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. "Indeed, Yi Lingxiao appears to possess a greater aptitude for winning hearts than Lu Zheng, employing minimal costs to secure the most significant intelligence advantage. He is a clever man." He waved his hand, signaling Su Ping'an to withdraw, then regarded the man sprawled on the ground. "Very well, you may leave." The man felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted, but his gaze inevitably drifted toward a nearby box filled with frozen meat. Summoning his courage, he looked up at Lu Yuan and asked, "Sir, might we take a little food with us?" "Just a bit." At this, Lu Yuan's expression turned icy. He despised such oblivious fools. Su Ping'an, yes, a waste incapable of understanding their own situation would scarcely survive a few days with Yi Lingxiao. Lu Yuan's voice was chillingly cold. Sending him on his way would be an act of kindness. Upon hearing this, the leader's face drained of color, and he screamed in terror, "No, my lord, I desire nothing. I shall leave immediately. I beg for your mercy." "It is too late." Su Ping'an grinned, his claws slicing through the air in a fleeting shadow. With a sickening thud, the leader's pleas were abruptly silenced, his body crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. A lingering look of terror etched upon his face. The few subordinates kneeling nearby were struck with terror at the sight, their hearts racing and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Fervently bowing to Lu Yuan, rendered speechless. The survivors, who moments ago had been frantically snatching up food, instinctively drew away from the scattered boxes on the ground. A man with golden-rimmed glasses, who had been ravenously tearing into raw meat, discreetly spat out the undigested morsels into the sand, hurriedly covering them with his foot, while swiftly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Without so much as a glance at the corpses, Lu Yuan waved dismissively at the terrified subordinates. Leave. The sound of his voice was like a celestial decree, prompting them to scramble to their feet and flee into the depths of the jungle, not daring to look back at the lifeless giant. A profound silence enveloped the remaining survivors, none daring to entertain even the slightest thought of contention. Chapter 167. A reunion with an old friend. A promise worth 1,000 gold coins amidst the crowd. Ning Yuanheng stood in a daze, his gaze fixed upon the scene before him. The gruesome fate of the leading man before his death and Lu Yuan's indifferent decision regarding life and death sent a chill down his spine. He sensed that Lu Yuan's propensity for violence was comparable to Lu Zheng's, albeit for different reasons. While Lu Zheng killed for the sake of experimentation, Lu Yuan's actions were driven by caprice. Yet, he recalled the moment not long ago when Lu Yuan had eliminated a flame awakened who had intended to strike him. This act of salvation was undeniably genuine. Fear and gratitude intertwined within his heart, and ultimately, mustering his courage, he limped through the throng, cautiously approaching Lu Yuan. As Ning Yuanheng drew nearer, the attention of everyone around him converged upon him. He softly called out, "Master Lu?" Both Lu Yuan and Su Pingyan turned their heads simultaneously. Su Pingyan's icy gaze locked onto him, enveloping Ning Yuanheng in a suffocating aura of ferocity. However, as Lu Yuan beheld the dirt-streaked figure of Ning Yuanheng, his indifference faded, replaced by a warm smile, akin to that of an old friend reunited after a long separation. "Young Ning, it is good to see you again," he greeted. This simple address shattered the emotional defenses that had grown numb over the past days. In that moment, all of his pent-up emotions surged forth like a deluge, spilling from his eyes in torrents of tears. He could no longer contain himself and let out a heart-wrenching wail. The sudden outburst left the surviving individuals on the beach in stunned silence. What was unfolding before them? Su Pingyan, equally taken aback, observed the man crumbling before him with confusion, then glanced at Lu Yuan, scratching his head in bewilderment. Yet, Lu Yuan exhibited no sign of impatience. He stood quietly, allowing Ning Yuanheng to express his emotions. Ning Yuanheng had played a significant role in securing the Qi Ling Jade Essence, a contribution that had greatly aided him in the early days on the deserted island and laid the foundation for his current strength. Lu Yuan possessed the patience for this moment. As Lu Yuan remained still, the thousands of survivors below dared not move. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the beach. A solitary man stood quietly, flanked by a werewolf behind him, while in front of them, another man wept openly and further away. Thousands of survivors stood in complete silence. After several minutes, Ning Yuanheng's cries gradually subsided into intermittent sobs. He awkwardly wiped his face with his filthy sleeve. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he addressed Lu Yuan, "I apologize, Master Lu. I became a bit emotional." Lu Yuan smiled gently, unperturbed. "Let us go inside the Star River ship to converse. I happen to need something, and you are familiar with this place, so you can guide me." Hearing this, Su Pingyan secretly enlightened, realizing that Lu Yuan exhibited remarkable patience towards an ordinary person. Even a cripple held utilitarian value. His admiration for Lu Yuan's resourcefulness grew even deeper. Hearing Lu Yuan's request for him to act as a guide, Ning Yuanheng cast a troubled glance at his broken leg. "This leg of mine. It's quite manageable." Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on his leg for a moment. "I can assist you with that when I have the time." "Really? Thank you, Master Lu," Ning Yuanheng exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Yuan gestured to Su Pingyan, "Carry him." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuanheng quickly waved his hands. He was well aware of Su Pingyan's formidable reputation. How could a genuine controller be reduced to carrying him, a cripple? No, my lord, I can walk on my own," he insisted nervously. However, Su Pingyan smiled broadly, his tone polite. "Ning, no need for formality. I am Su Pingyan, merely a servant of Master Lu, not a lord by any means." With that, he stepped forward, confidently lifting Ning Yuanheng onto his back. As Ning Yuanheng lay across Su Pingyan's back, a tempest of emotions surged within him. A servant, a being of such power, willingly referred to himself as Lu Yuan's servant? Even Lu Zhang's most trusted night owl would never stoop to such humility. The questions he longed to ask, such as how Lu Yuan foresaw the impending cataclysm and discerned his own blood disaster, were firmly suppressed within him. He understood that some matters were beyond his purview. He believed in fortune-telling regarding his own misfortune, yet to predict such monumental changes in the world required an extraordinary entity. He dared not contemplate further. The harrowing experiences aboard the Star River had made him considerably more astute. He refrained from recounting his recent string of misfortunes, knowing they bore no significance to Lu Yuan. The tormenting bodyguard, Ah Bao, had already turned to ashes when Lu Yuan dealt with the rebellious awakeners. His vengeance had been fulfilled. Now, his sole focus was to demonstrate his worth. Master Lu, what are you searching for? Please command me. I am intimately familiar with the structure of this ship and may be of assistance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan recognized that Ning Yuanheng had undergone a profound transformation. He nodded and inquired, "Where is the gold on this ship?" Gold. Both Su Pingyan and Ning Yuanheng were taken aback. What purpose could that serve on this desolate island? Lu Yuan offered no explanation, yet he was deep in thought. The tang knife wielded by Chu Xiaoyue had already sustained a chip while he had been hacking at the safe. It was no longer fit for use. It was time to forge a suitable weapon. Although suitable or was lacking here, he recalled the secret arts of the Kanglan realm, which allowed for the repeated refining of gold through spiritual energy, ultimately crafting a special metal known as 100 forgings flowing gold. It would take 100 portions of gold to yield a single portion of this refined material, which was indeed a fine substance, capable of withstanding his current spiritual energy and allowing him to forge a commendable weapon. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's intention to seek gold, Ning Yuanheng's mind raced. This was the perfect opportunity for him to demonstrate his value. He quickly organized all the information he possessed. "Master Lu, if you were to inquire about other matters, I might not possess the necessary knowledge, but when it comes to gold..." Ning Yuanheng let out a bitter chuckle, his tone laced with a hint of nostalgia. On the Star River, there are 3 locations abundant in gold. The first is the jewelry store located on the commercial level, where one can find everything from gold bars and coins to various styles of gold adornments. However, in the initial days of the Great Catastrophe, this store was the first to be completely looted. At that time, people still believed these items held value, willing to engage in brutal scuffles over a mere gold chain. Lu Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth of human nature, as the allure of precious metals runs deep within us. Ning Yuanheng continued, "The second location is the private vaults for VIP clients, where affluent individuals store their valuable possessions, including numerous gold bars and antique gold artifacts. However, the security level in that area is the highest. The marauders struggled for a long time, but were unable to breach it. Eventually, Lu Jing took control of the situation and dispatched awakened individuals to forcibly break into the vault. All the looted gold adornments were confiscated and piled in his captain's quarters. During that time, he contemplated using this gold as leverage to establish a new monetary system. But what happened next? Lu Yuan inquired with keen interest. Subsequently, everyone realized that this currency could barely exchange for a wild fruit. Lu Jing's monetary system went bankrupt before it even took effect, and later, he became engrossed in his evolutionary experiments, losing all interest in these glittering objects. The gold in his captain's quarters simply sat there, neglected and forgotten. And what of the third location? Chapter 168. Seclusion and Artifact Refinement. A complex array of emotions flickered in Ning Yuanheng's eyes as he recalled some unpleasant memories. The third location lay within the cluttered compartment of the ship where the experimental subjects were confined. Every individual sent for experimentation was mandated to undergo a thorough body inspection, prohibiting any metallic possessions. Consequently, the gold rings, necklaces, earrings, and even dental gold of the subjects were forcibly removed and discarded into several large chests, heaped in a corner of the storeroom, untouched by anyone due to their ominous nature. As the trio conversed, they ventured deeper into the Star River vessel, with Lu Yuan gesturing for Su Pingyan to proceed to the captain's cabin. Along their path, they were met with more harrowing sights. The walls of the corridor were marred with dried blood and scratch marks. Under Ning Yuanheng's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the former captain's quarters. The door was violently flung open, revealing disarrayed furniture strewn across the floor, accompanied by a scattering of various documents and debris. In one corner, they indeed discovered several half-open chests, their golden contents shimmering dazzlingly. Gold bars, coins, and various crumpled pieces of jewelry lay haphazardly, resembling refuse. Lu Yuan stepped forward, and with a mere wave of his hand, the towering heap of gold vanished without a trace, entirely absorbed into his storage ring. This, Ning Yuanheng was left speechless in astonishment. Lu Yuan, however, offered no explanation, instead turning to say, "Let us proceed to the next location." They soon arrived at the area designated for the confinement of the experimental subjects, which bore an even more sinister atmosphere than the outer corridors. Su Pingyan forcefully kicked open the rusted door of the storeroom. In the corner, they discovered several large, dust-laden wooden chests exuding a musty odor. These chests were filled with an assortment of fragmented gold ornaments, stained with blood. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a chilling resentment lingering over the gold. His mind stirred as he quietly attuned to the atmosphere. He mused that although these treasures bore the grievances of nearly 100 souls, the malevolence was ultimately too faint, far from coalescing into a tangible form. He recalled a material mentioned in the records of the Kanglan realm, known as 1,000 Souls Grievance Gold. This required the collection of 1,000 souls who had perished in hatred, which were then subjected to repeated smelting with gold for a duration of 37 days to forge. Artifacts crafted from this gold were not only exceptionally sharp, but could unleash piercing wails upon attack, striking at the opponent's spirit and rendering them vulnerable and defenseless. A truly insidious and formidable treasure of the dark arts. If he could gather more or discover a place steeped in extreme negativity for nurturing, he might indeed concoct something remarkable. For now, however, Lu Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not press the matter. He waved his hand once more, absorbing the gold tainted with resentment into his storage ring. Although the crafting of the 1,000-soul resentment gold is beyond reach, the accumulated resentment may infuse a touch of chilling attributes into the refinement of the 100-forged flowing gold, serving as an unexpected enhancement. Having completed this endeavor, he assessed that the total quantity of gold collected from the two excursions, though eclectic, was already quite substantial, likely sufficient for his purposes. He turned to Su Pingyan and Ning Yuanheng, stating, "All right, I shall now enter seclusion." On the top level of the Star River's open-air swimming pool, the water had long since evaporated. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the empty pool, where the expansive view ensured that no movement could escape notice. Su Pingyan stood vigil beside him, safeguarding Lu Yuan's practice. In his mind, a secret technique from the Forging Heaven sect, known as the 10,000 June gold condensation method, emerged vividly. This technique is a hallmark of the Forging Heaven sect, centered on producing a special spiritual flame known as the true flame of spiritual pressure. This flame not only possesses an extraordinary temperature capable of incinerating precious stones, but also exerts a weighty pressure akin to that of a mountain, capable of refining impurities from materials and extracting their essence. However, this technique is informally restricted within the Forging Heaven sect, accessible only to cultivators at the spiritual sea realm. The reason lies in the terrifying demands it places on spiritual energy consumption and control. Infusing spiritual power into the flame and maintaining its stability requires an exquisite mastery. Any slight misstep could lead to uncontrollable explosions, inflicting harm upon oneself. Such precision is beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators at the spiritual vein realm. Moreover, sustaining the continuous burn of the true flame of spiritual pressure demands an immense flow of spiritual energy, akin to a river bursting its banks. Should one's spiritual foundation not be robust enough, one may be drained of vitality before the materials can be refined. Only those who have condensed their spiritual sea can hope to wield such power. Yet, Lu Yuan is a complete anomaly. In terms of control, having lived 2 lives, his mastery over spiritual energy has reached an unparalleled level, far exceeding that of typical cultivators at the spiritual sea realm. In terms of quantity, the 361 spiritual orifices within him shimmer brilliantly, with the 12 main meridians of the Kanglan realm and the 8 extraordinary meridians of Earth seamlessly connecting, forming a harmonious network of 16 spiritual channels. The profundity of his spiritual energy has long surpassed the confines of the spiritual vein realm, rivaling and even surpassing some newly initiated cultivators in the spiritual sea realm. Thus, what appears insurmountable to others, the 10,000 June gold condensation method, is merely a natural progression for him. With hands clasped before his chest, Lu Yuan began to silently chant the foundational principles, focus the mind on the spiritual platform, and circulate energy throughout the cosmos. With his eyes gently closed, the 16 spiritual veins within him commenced their synchronized operation, allowing spiritual energy to flow rapidly through his meridians. In the next moment, he slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward, bring forth fire as the furnace, transform energy into mountains. A pale azure spiritual flame ignited in his palm, initially no larger than a fist, casting a soft glow. Subsequently, Lu Yuan poured an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy into the flame, fervently feeding it as he compressed and condensed his immense spiritual power into a mountain-like essence, forcefully merging it into the heart of that small flame. The originally light and dancing flames suddenly sank, as if burdened by an unimaginable weight. The radiance became more substantial, the essence of spiritual fire taking shape for the first time. Even with Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, maintaining this flame for a mere moment drained him significantly. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a thought, several large chests of gold flew from his storage ring, hovering midair. Upon contact with the spiritual fire, the gold was forcefully compressed and deformed. Soon after, the terrifying heat began to take effect, rapidly melting the gold into droplets of liquid gold. Standing at the edge of the pool, Su Pingyan and Ning Yuanheng felt the temperature around them rise sharply, the air becoming scorching. As if they were beside a colossal furnace. They were compelled to step back repeatedly, barely able to endure the scorching wave that rushed toward them. They gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Ning Yuanheng had witnessed metal melting in a professional factory, where enormous furnaces, intricate machinery, and vast energy were required. Yet now, Lu Yuan was simply seated cross-legged, one hand cradling a flame, melting an amount of gold that could form a small mountain into liquid gold in midair. Was this Lu Yuan's extraordinary ability? Ning Yuanheng couldn't help but speculate. The molten gold coalesced into a vortex, from which tendrils of black smoke were constantly expelled, representing the impurities contained within. This process was tedious and prolonged, demanding immense spiritual energy and mental focus. A day passed. Chapter 169. Thousands bow in reverence before Lu Yuan. A golden vortex of liquid gold hovered in the center of the pool, visibly shrinking at an astonishing pace. From its initial basin-like size, it diminished to the volume of a bowl, and then to a mirror. All the gold had been thoroughly refined, leaving only a sphere of metallic liquid the size of an egg suspended before him. It floated silently, yet it seemed to harbor the weight of mountains. The process of forging had reached its zenith. Is this all that remains? Ning Yuanheng stammered, gazing at the egg-sized golden liquid, unable to articulate his disbelief. That was a fortune worth several large crates of gold. How could it culminate in such a diminutive golden egg? If measured by the gram, how much would this little orb be worth? Lu Yuan withdrew his spiritual pressure and exhaled a long sigh. Though weariness graced his features, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He extended his hand, and the golden liquid gracefully settled into his palm. Transform, Lu Yuan willed with a thought. Instantly, the liquid began to stretch and morph, transforming in his grasp into an exquisitely sharp longsword, its blade glinting with a frosty brilliance. Again, the longsword melted, reshaping itself into a small yet sturdy shield, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. At one moment it became a sword, at another a knife, endlessly shifting, as if at his beck and call. Ultimately, Lu Yuan commanded it to envelop his entire being. The golden liquid rapidly spread across his skin, forming a delicate layer of armor. Alas, the total amount of refined gold was still insufficient, only allowing for a thin coating akin to gilding. Though it appeared majestic and resplendent, its defensive capabilities were quite limited. Ah, still too little, Lu Yuan lamented, shaking his head with a hint of regret as he retracted the liquid gold. Nevertheless, it would suffice. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, swiftly restoring his stamina. Casting a glance at Su Pingyan and Ning Yuanheng, he declared, "Let us depart." As they exited the Star River once more, both Ning Yuanheng and Su Pingyan were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. The food crates that had previously scattered across the ground were now slowly thawing, drops of icy water mixed with blood trickling down through the crevices. Nearly 1,000 survivors gathered nearby, neither departing nor daring to approach, forming small groups or standing alone, maintaining a safe distance while yearning for the food, yet fearing Lu Yuan's wrath. Unperturbed by their reactions, Lu Yuan approached the wooden crates filled with food. With a swift motion, the crates that had caused the survivors such distress vanished without a trace, absorbed entirely into his storage ring. A chorus of disappointed sighs echoed from the crowd, mourning the food that was visible yet unattainable. Having concluded his actions, Lu Yuan prepared to leave with Su Pingyan and Ning Yuanheng. Amidst the throng, an elderly man, trembling, staggered forth from the crowd, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed onto the sandy ground. "My lord, I beseech you, grant us a chance at life," pleaded he. "Indeed, my lord, we do not wish to perish. We implore you." 1, 2, 10, 100. An ever-growing multitude knelt down, as if swept away by an overwhelming tide that engulfed the entire beach. Ultimately, aside from Lu Yuan and his companions, every survivor, regardless of age or gender, had succumbed to the ground, burying their heads deep within the sand. Lu Yuan halted his steps, his mind racing with calculations about another matter. The abundance of spiritual crystals gathered by Lu Zheng could not possibly be the result of his own efforts. Thus, the source of these crystals was evident, likely amassed by these very people. Rather than discarding them as expendable, it would be far more advantageous to employ them judiciously. With this thought, Lu surveyed the prostrate crowd beneath him and gestured once more. The food boxes that had just vanished reappeared in the center of the beach. Lu Yuan's spiritual energy surged slightly as his voice resonated across the shore. "Today's meal is on me. Now everyone rise. Form yourselves into 20 groups with utmost swiftness. Elect a leader for each group." His gaze swept over the assembly, his tone suddenly chilling. "Remember, the last group to finish shall only consume the leftovers of others." The once cowering survivors sprang to their feet in an instant. "Quick, form groups. Hurry. We know each other well. Let's be a team. Don't push me. Count me in. Who will be the leader? Can you coordinate? How about you, leader? Who will take the lead? You. Yes, you. Hurry." In their despair, upon glimpsing a sliver of hope for survival, the energy unleashed by the people was astonishing. After a brief tumult, they efficiently and spontaneously began to organize and delegate roles. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 survivors had indeed been hastily divided into 20 groups. One group, however, lagged behind, becoming the last to form. As they elected a man to stand as their leader, the other 19 groups had already lined up swiftly. The countenance of those in the delayed group turned ashen. Lu Yuan said little, addressing the leaders chosen from the 19 groups. "You 19. Proceed to the kitchen of the Star River and retrieve all usable pots, pans, stoves, and utensils for me." "Yes, my lord." The 19 appointed leaders bowed in acknowledgement and, accompanied by several members of their groups, rushed toward the entrance of the Star River, eager to avoid incurring Lu Yuan's displeasure by delaying their actions. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted once more to the remaining individuals, his voice resonating with authority. "All of you remaining are tasked with clearing every last body from this beach. I expect to see a pristine shore when it is time to dine." Yes. Although the crowd felt a shiver at the sight of the corpses, the anticipation of a warm meal spurred them into action, and they began to transport the bodies, casting them into the waves. The beach soon buzzed with fervor. Yet, the lagging members of the 20th group stood dejectedly in place. "Sigh, we'll have to settle for scraps," an elderly man lamented. "It's all your fault. You're so slow." A young man vented his frustration at a middle-aged woman beside him. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be the last." The woman's eyes reddened at his words, but she dared not retort. After venting a few more curses, the young man, seeing no one willing to engage him, lost interest and glanced at the others laboring away. With a sly thought, he plopped down onto the sand. "It's all leftovers anyway. Whether I work or not makes no difference," he muttered, resigning himself to inaction. His behavior quickly inspired a few others from his group to follow suit, as they too found a spot to sit, embodying a spirit of resignation. This scene did not escape Su Pingyan's notice. He turned to Lu Yuan, awaiting further instructions. Lu Yuan merely inclined his chin slightly. In an instant, Su Pingyan understood. He strode purposefully towards the lagging group, saying nothing, and approached the man who had first suggested conserving energy. Smack! A resounding slap sent the man spinning, a bloodied tooth flying from his mouth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Just then, Lu Yuan's calm voice drifted over. "When did I ever say that the last group could avoid work? Your group is hereby disqualified from this meal. Should you still be the last tomorrow, there will be no food for you then either." At that moment, The expressions of those who had been scheming turned ashen. Chapter 170. The compliance test. What are you still dawdling for? Su Pingyan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Did you not hear what young Master Lu said? He reached out his hand, lifting the young man off the ground as if he were a mere chick, and tossed him aside with a roar. Now, immediately clean up all the corpses on the beach. If you dawdle, I shall twist off your head. The other members of the group, witnessing this, were struck with terror. Their spirits shattered, and they dared not linger any longer. They scrambled to join the body-clearing effort, exerting themselves even more vigorously than the others, fearful that tomorrow's meals might be in jeopardy. Under the watchful eye of Su Pingyan, the embodiment of menace, the cleanup of the beach proceeded with remarkable efficiency. He paced back and forth among the crowd, and wherever his gaze fell, everyone hastened their movements involuntarily. Occasionally, if someone lagged behind or exhibited signs of laziness, Su Pingyan needed not utter a word. A mere smile from him was sufficient to send shivers down their spines, compelling them to bury their heads and work diligently. Before long, the beach was scrubbed clean, save for a few stubborn stains of darkened blood that could not be erased. Meanwhile, the 19 squad leaders had already scavenged every usable item from the kitchen of the Star River. Massive stainless steel soup pots and frying pans were arranged in the center of the beach. The kitchen of the Star River had been stripped bare. The cooking commenced. Though their techniques were exceedingly crude, lacking refined knife skills, a few men initially wielded fire axes to chop the recently thawed steaks into uneven chunks. Without suitable stoves, they dug several pits in the sand, propping up iron frames salvaged from the ship, stacking them with firewood to create makeshift grilling stations. Yet even so, when the fat began to seep from the meat, releasing a tantalizing aroma, the very air of the beach seemed to ignite. Nearly 1,000 survivors, whether laboring or resting after completing their tasks, halted their actions. Unanimously, they turned their heads to gaze at the sizzling meat over the flames, their Adam's apples bobbing uncontrollably. The sounds of swallowing echoed one after another. The fragrance was overpowering. It was aggressively enticing. These morsels, which they might have scorned before the cataclysm, now had the power to obliterate their rationality after enduring days of hunger. They recalled the days under Lu Zheng's rule, when they could only subsist on seaweed mush, while those lofty researchers indulged in the finest stored provisions. Now, those once unattainable delicacies were being prepared right before their eyes, soon to be savored by them. This ignited a wave of restlessness among the crowd. They began to stir in an uncontrollable frenzy. How delightful it smelled! My heavens! I feel I could devour an entire cow. How much longer until it's ready? When will we eat? As the crowd began to unconsciously inch forward, necks craned and eyes gleamed with a ravenous green light, reminiscent of a pack of famished wolves confined in a cage, the voice of Lu Yuan resonated once more, penetrating the ears of all present. Everyone, remain where you are. The signs of unrest evaporated in an instant. The people froze in place, too fearful to stir an inch. From this moment until I grant permission to eat, absolute silence is required from all. No talking, no coughing, and certainly no movement. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly. One transgression, and no one shall partake in the meal. An eerie stillness enveloped the venue. How could nearly 1,000 individuals maintain utter silence? Yet, none dared to question. Ning Yuanheng stood aside, perplexed by the scene. He could not fathom why Lu Yuan, having decided to provide food to win the hearts of these people, would impose such harsh and inhumane regulations. Was this not a deliberate torment? Beside him, Su Pingyan felt a chill run through him as he recalled Lu Yuan's earlier dissection of Lu Zheng's methods for winning loyalty. The first step was to instill hope, offering them a taste of sweetness. The second, to establish authority, making it clear who dictated the rules. And the third, to employ both grace and severity, rendering them utterly subdued. He glanced at the immobile survivors, contemplating how, by this comparison, Lu Yuan's treatment of those in the sea fishing camp was indeed remarkably lenient. On the beach, apart from the sound of crashing waves, silence reigned. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each passing moment felt like a torturous ordeal for those with ravenous appetites. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air repeatedly, tantalizing their senses and testing their resolve. Finally, all the food was prepared, neatly arranged upon long tables that had been transported from the cafeteria. Grilled steaks, pan-fried lamb, and seafood chowder. Lu Yuan issued another command. All groups, line up and approach in an orderly manner to receive your portion. But remember, Without my express permission, no one is to eat. Return to your original positions and await my command. Otherwise, all shall face punishment." Upon hearing this, a tightness gripped the hearts of the crowd. Yet they stifled their inner exultation and began to queue orderly. The food lay before them, visible and fragrant, yet tantalizingly out of reach. This torment was far more excruciating than mere hunger. Many, upon receiving their food, felt their hands tremble slightly as they gazed longingly at the grilled meat on their plates, wishing to consume it immediately. However, Lu Yuan's rules rendered them motionless, and the line slowly advanced. Do Cheng, an inconspicuous man within the queue, was just in his early 30s. Once an ordinary warehouse manager, he had dependents above and below. This voyage was a company-provided holiday. He was honest and straightforward. Among the lowest tier in Lu Zheng's camp, surviving on meager seaweed paste for far too long without tasting meat. The pangs of hunger gnawed frantically at his stomach. And finally, it was his turn in line. With trembling hands, he accepted an iron plate, upon which lay a chunk of steak the size of a fist, accompanied by several golden roasted potatoes. "Not yet," he chanted repeatedly in his mind, as he noticed Lu Yuan and the others standing not far away, their gazes sweeping across the crowd. He stifled his hunger, clutching the plate as he returned to his position, standing still as commanded. The food lay tantalizingly close upon his lap. He was ravenous, so much so that his vision began to blur. Stealthily, he lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at Shizhou. The people beside him, much like himself, averted their gazes, fixated on their own meals, as if willing them to vanish with mere stares. He discreetly looked towards the distance. Lu Yuan had his back turned to them, engaged in conversation with Ning Yuaneng, oblivious to their plight. The terrifying werewolf continued to patrol the area, yet at this moment, it was moving toward the opposite end of the line, still some distance away from him. An opportunity. A devilish voice screamed within him. Just a small bite. Just a morsel of meat. Slip it into his mouth without chewing. No one would notice. In a swift motion, he pinched off a small piece of meat from the plate and hastily stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 171. Yiling Xiao Do Cheng dared not chew, fearing the sound it would make. He held the meat in his mouth, tightly pursing his lips, desperately savoring the succulent juices that seeped forth. A burst of exquisite flavor exploded on his tongue. Ah! He could not help but emit a sigh of satisfaction in his heart, his eyes blissfully closed. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the civilized world, seated in a fine dining restaurant, relishing a steak. All negative emotions were dispelled by this delightful taste. However, this heavenly indulgence lasted for less than a second. In the next moment, a furry hand clutched his throat with a vice-like grip. He opened his eyes wide, only to behold a wolfish face, twisted in a grotesque grin, mere inches away. Cough. Su Pingyan offered him no chance to react, lifting him effortlessly off the ground with one hand and dragging him to the front of the crowd. He then tightened his grip on Do Cheng's neck and slammed him onto the sandy ground. With a thud, Do Cheng felt his insides jolt, his head spinning. The sensation of suffocation suddenly eased as fresh air flooded his lungs, prompting a violent bout of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. He found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to control the unchewed morsel of meat and saliva that erupted from his mouth. The entire beach fell into a profound silence. Everyone ceased their movements. Fear etched on their faces as they beheld this sudden turn of events. Lu Yuan approached slowly, looking down from his elevated stance at the trembling figure of Do Cheng, his expression devoid of any emotion. What did I just say? Do Cheng, utterly terrified, knelt on the ground, fervently bowing to Lu Yuan. I was wrong. I was wrong. My lord, I was just too hungry and couldn't resist. I beg you to spare me. I shall never dare again. Lu Yuan did not spare him another glance. Instead, he turned to the hundreds of survivors who had already received their food and issued a new command. Everyone, put down your food and step back 30 meters. Upon hearing this, despair instantly filled their eyes. Was everyone truly to be punished for one person's folly? What? Do my words need to be repeated? Lu Yuan's countenance grew cold, though resentment bubbled within them, blaming Do Cheng for their impending loss of delicious food. Lu Yuan's icy gaze and the murderous aura radiating from Su Pingyan left them no choice but to comply. Clatter, clang. One by one, the plates and containers filled with food were placed on the sandy ground. Under Su Pingyan's watchful glare, everyone retreated step by step, distancing themselves from the delectable dishes, reassembling in a line upon the beach. At that moment, Lu Yuan raised his foot and kicked a large pot nearby. The cauldron was violently kicked over, toppling a row of cooking utensils behind it, spilling fish and shrimp all over the ground, where they mingled with the sand, instantly becoming a filthy mess. Lu Yuan struck again, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent the neatly arranged dishes on the long tables crashing to the ground. Barbecued meat and lamb chops tumbled through the air, ultimately scattering across the earth, coated in dust. People instinctively shut their eyes, while several female survivors covered their mouths to suppress any sound, tears streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. Observing the despair etched on their faces, Lu Yuan coldly declared, "Due to one person's disregard for the rules, all of you have forfeited the right to enjoy this meal. Now, everyone sit cross-legged and wait for tonight's dinner." On the western side of the deserted island, traversing a grove of black stones, one could hear the roaring sound of water. This was the island's sole waterfall, gushing forth from the middle of a cliff that soared over 10 meters high. The waterfall's origin was quite peculiar. It stemmed from a subterranean stream that had seeped through cracks in the cliff face, with years of rainwater percolating into the porous volcanic rock at the island's center, converging into an underground river that was ultimately interrupted by geological fault lines, finding its outlet here. Consequently, the waterfall's flow was abundant year-round, its force fierce, resembling a white dragon relentlessly cascading into the deep pool below, creating a mist that enveloped the surroundings. Beneath the thunderous curtain of water stood a figure. This was a young man in his early 20s, his torso bare, revealing well-defined muscles. His feet firmly planted on the slippery rocks as torrents of water crashed down upon him. Yet, he stood resolute, unmoving as a mountain. To the ordinary observer, such a sight would evoke shock, for this individual could withstand the deluge with nothing but flesh and blood, his physical prowess far exceeding the limits of human imagination. Even more astonishing was that as the torrential water approached his body, it seemed to be diverted by an invisible force, flowing around him as if guided by a gentle hand, leaving not a single corner of his clothing or a strand of hair dampened. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a subtle layer of energy swirling around his body, enveloping him entirely, forming a flawless protective barrier. Had Chu Xiaoyue been present to witness this scene, she might have recognized the stages of martial arts. The initial practice of physical strength could be termed asmingjin, mastery over the bones, with the ability to control and release force, could be called anjin, and the capacity to project force at will, harming from a distance, referred to as huajin. Beyond huajin lies the ultimate mastery, cultivating inner strength to its zenith, manifesting as a tangible protective aura, known as gongjing. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth, deftly navigating the slippery cliff and steep tree trunks with remarkable agility, as if traversing flat ground. In mere breaths, he covered a distance of 100 meters. Emerging outside the waterfall, this newcomer was a middle-aged man in his 50s, robust in stature and exuding an extraordinary presence. Yet, upon seeing the young man beneath the waterfall, an expression of profound reverence crossed his face. He strode purposefully to the edge of the waterfall pool, adjusted his attire, and then knelt on one knee, clasping his fists as he spoke in a solemn tone. "Young Master Yi." Beneath the waterfall, the young man seemed oblivious to the address, his eyes firmly shut, remaining statuesque. The middle-aged man dared not rise, instead humbly kneeling at the mist-laden pool's edge, patiently awaiting a response. In his gaze towards the young man lay a profound reverence, stemming from the depths of his heart. The realm of Gang. This was a state documented in the scriptures of his sect. Yet, young master, ye had already grazed the threshold of this level. Such talent was indeed formidable. Time passed, and eventually, the young man beneath the waterfall slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, two beams of piercing brilliance shot from his gaze, seemingly capable of penetrating the dense curtain of water, striking directly at the heart. He was Yi Lingxiao, hailed as the foremost martial arts prodigy in Jiangnan province. As noted by Jiang Huairan, Uncle Kuan, Yi Lingxiao spoke, his voice reaching the middle-aged man's ears. "Rise, what troubles you so?" Only then did the man known as Uncle Kuan stand, clasping his fists in response, reporting to young Master Yi. "The surveillance we dispatched to the Xinghe ship has encountered an incident." Chapter 172. The first whisper of your name, something has gone awry? Yi Lingxiao stood beneath the torrential waterfall, his invisible protective aura steadfastly shielding him from the cascading waters. Yi Zongquan, known as Uncle Kuan, maintained a kneeling position as he replied in a gravely tone, Indeed, the base of the Xinghe has descended into chaos. Yi Lingxiao's brows slightly furrowed. Has that madman Lu Zheng finally lost his composure and taken action against the piece I placed beside him? Young Master Yi, it is not Lu Zheng. Yi Zhongquan's voice was strained. Lu Zheng and his entire team have been annihilated. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the heart of the waterfall. Yi Zhongquan abruptly raised his head, horrified to witness the relentless torrent being abruptly severed by an immense force. Above the curtain of water surged the still violent source. Below it, a brief vacuum of disrupted flow appeared. In that instant of rupture, a figure soared from behind the curtain of water, with arms outstretched and aura swirling around him. He forcefully parted the entire waterfall, sending droplets cascading into a mist, through which sunlight pierced, casting a resplendent rainbow. Moments later, he descended like a hawk upon its prey, landing upon the rocky surface before Yi Zhongquan, his toes barely touching, causing not a single splash. As the waterfall's flow rejoined, the sound of rushing water resumed. Yi Lingxiao's eyes finally reflected astonishment. Annihilated? What transpired? He gazed at the respectfully kneeling Yi Zhongquan, demanding clarity. Yi Zhongquan, coming back to his senses from the shock of the recent event, promptly stood and clasped his hands in salute. The information has been relayed back by another group of our infiltrators. It is undoubtedly reliable. Not long ago, a young man named Lu Yuan single-handedly infiltrated the base of the Xinghe. Lu Yuan? Yi Lingxiao pondered this unfamiliar name, his brow knitting in contemplation. What is his background? Have we investigated his origins? We have uncovered some details, which are quite peculiar, Yi Zhongquan responded quickly. After Lu Yuan breached Lu Zheng's camp, chaos ensued within the Xinghe, allowing our people to retrieve a batch of experimental subjects held by Lu Zheng, among whom were several classmates of Lu Yuan. According to their accounts, Lu Yuan's rise is shrouded in mystery. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Lingxiao's eyes. Pray, elaborate. Certainly, Yi Zhongquan continued. According to those classmates, they were aboard a fishing vessel on the day of the catastrophe, which led them to the opposite side of a deserted island, causing them to become separated from the main force of the Xinghe. Their camp initially consisted of only a few dozen individuals. Fascinating. It is remarkable that such a figure could emerge from such a small contingent, Yi Lingxiao mused thoughtfully. Indeed, Yi Zhongquan affirmed. Yi Zhongquan nodded, saying that it was rumored that evolved beings had also appeared in their camp, but their strength was incomparably inferior to that of Lu Yuan, who easily defeated and subdued them, earning their unwavering loyalty. However, regarding the reason behind Lu Yuan's remarkable power, those classmates were entirely at a loss, only knowing that he seemed to have undergone a transformation overnight, exhibiting an array of extraordinary abilities. He added, according to intelligence reports, that Jiang Huiran, a master of martial arts from Jiangnan province, was also present in Lu Yuan's camp. It was said that he treated Lu Yuan with great respect, seemingly willing to be at his beck and call. Jiang Huiran? Yi Lingxiao expressed surprise once more. Although the old man was stubborn, he was quite skilled and held considerable prestige in the Jiangnan martial arts community. It was indeed astonishing that he would submit to a young man in his early 20s. Yi Zhongquan further elaborated, Young Master Yi, apart from the information gathered from these individuals, our informants, amidst the chaos aboard the Xinghe, also retrieved some of the experimental data left behind by Lu Zheng from his laboratory. Oh, Yi Lingxiao's interest was piqued. Is it the experimental data regarding spirit crystals and evolutionary theories? Not quite, Yi Zhongquan replied, a hint of regret on his face. The most crucial experimental data and detailed theoretical texts seem to have been taken away by someone else beforehand. Our team only found some scattered drafts and notes. He produced a stack of drafts from his pocket and handed them to Yi Lingxiao. Yi Lingxiao accepted the papers, his gaze swiftly scanning the contents. A smirk of derision tugged at the corners of his mouth as he observed the notes. Lu Zheng, after all, has a limited perspective. He believed that by rounding up several thousand survivors, he could rest easy, oblivious to the fact that with so many people come diverse thoughts, complicating management and exposing numerous flaws. His camp may appear to be a formidable collective, yet it is, in reality, akin to a sieve, easily infiltrated by a few well-placed spies. Yi Zhongquan nodded in agreement. Yi Lingxiao continued, his eyes glinting with insight as he regarded the contents of the drafts. This is a rather unorthodox approach, yet it offers a fresh perspective. The wisdom of others can indeed be a stepping stone. Lu Zheng's methods have certainly saved us a considerable amount of time in our explorations. His interest in Lu Yuan deepened as he pondered. Since the most critical materials have been taken, it stands to reason that it was orchestrated by Lu Yuan himself. He was capable of dismantling Lu Zheng's influence, and naturally, he would be the first to seize these spoils. At this point, Yi Zhongquan retrieved a phone wrapped in an oilcloth from his pocket and presented it to Yi Lingxiao. Young Master Yi, seeing is believing, please take a look. The phone's exterior was marred with cracks, and a corner of the screen was shattered. Yet when Yi Zhongquan illuminated the screen, it surprisingly displayed a glimmer of light. This was secretly charged by our personnel, while Lu Zheng's subordinate, an electrical ability user, was supplying power to the laboratory. The scene captured was taken from a distant hillside, fraught with peril. Although the image was somewhat indistinct, it conveyed an undeniable intensity. Yi Lingxiao seized the phone and pressed the play button. The screen illuminated with a shaky video, revealing a beach backdrop. Within the frame, one could discern the formation of awakened individuals under Lu Zheng, unleashing a cataclysmic barrage of supernatural abilities. Then, they witnessed Lu Yuan effortlessly neutralizing all assaults and, with a force akin to thunder, countering with a single strike that obliterated the entire formation into mere ashes. The latter portion of the video documented a brief yet exhilarating clash between Lu Yuan and Lu Zheng in his ultimate form. As they observed Lu Yuan extinguishing Lu Zheng's world-destroying thunderball with a mere flick and ultimately dispersing him into a celestial cloud of light and dust, even Yi Lingxiao, known for her composure, could not help but feel her pupils constrict slightly. Yi Zhongquan spoke in a hushed tone. Young Master Yi, there is one more matter. Speak, Yi Lingxiao replied. A flicker of anger crossed Yi Zhongquan's face. Our informant sent to Lu Zheng's camp to monitor and relay intelligence was captured by Lu Yuan following Lu Zheng's demise. In a moment of desperation, he invoked your name, hoping to secure his own safety. Yi Lingxiao's gaze sharpened instantaneously. What did he do? He still executed him. Yi Zhongquan's voice grew hoarse. According to reports from the surviving brothers, Lu Yuan uttered a phrase before the killing. What did he say? Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhongquan mimicked the tone of the message relayed back. He said, "What face does Yi Lingxiao have here with me?" Crack. The rock beneath Yi Lingxiao's feet shattered in response. Chapter 173. The Dragon in the Palm. The player in the game Yi Zhongquan felt a shiver run through him. Hastily bowing his head. In Yi Lingxiao's realm, no one had ever dared to underestimate him so brazenly. Yet, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent dissipated in an instant, replaced by a smile on Yi Lingxiao's face. He turned to Yi Zhongquan and suddenly inquired, "Uncle Kuan, how credible do you find the words of his classmates?" Yi Zhongquan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Xiao to pose such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously replied, in response to Yi Xiao, "Those classmates are merely ordinary individuals who have been imprisoned for a long time, their spirits already fragile. What they say should be heartfelt, and the likelihood of deceit is minimal." Minimal likelihood? A cold smirk curled on Yi Lingxiao's lips, implying that there remained a possibility, did it not? This. Yi Zhongquan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead and promptly bowed, affirming, "Indeed." Yi Lingxiao nodded. It is always prudent to exercise caution. The downfall of Lu Zheng serves as a warning. Without fully understanding Lu Yuan's background, any uncertain information could pose a fatal risk. He gazed at Yi Zhongquan and commanded, "For the safety of our camp, it would be wise to thoroughly interrogate Lu Yuan's classmates." "At your command, Yi Xiao." Yi Zhongquan bowed and accepted the order. Fully comprehending Yi Lingxiao's intent, the so-called thorough interrogation would undoubtedly not involve gentle questioning. He silently mourned for those unfortunate students, who could scarcely fathom that Lu Yuan's utterances would lead to such unwarranted calamities. After accepting the order, Yi Zhongquan hesitated before adding, "Yi Xiao, there is one more matter. Our informants, on their way back from withdrawal, encountered something peculiar while passing through a valley. Oh, they reported seeing an ancient tree, upon which hung numerous corpses, drained of flesh and blood. Strangely enough, one informant felt that the tree seemed alive. My subordinates are concerned that with the changes in this world, it is not only animals that are transforming, but perhaps even plants are undergoing inexplicable changes. This is a serious matter. Should we dispatch personnel to address it?" Yi Lingxiao pondered for a brief moment before shaking his head. "It is merely a tree, no matter how bizarre. it is ultimately an inanimate object. It is bound to that valley, and as long as our people do not provoke it, it cannot harm us. His gaze drifted toward the direction of the Star River. Uncle Kuan, remember that on this island, the greatest danger is never the beasts or these peculiar plants, but rather, it is humanity. On the sandbank where the Star River lay stranded, the sky gradually darkened. The last rays of the setting sun vanished beneath the horizon, shrouding the beach in night. The sea breeze blew sharply against each person's face. Nearly 1,000 survivors sat cross-legged upon the sandy ground, resembling silent statues, utterly motionless. Mere hours prior, the scattered food represented their sole glimmer of hope, enough to drive them to the brink of madness. Yet now, the remnants lying on the ground incessantly reminded them that hunger was not the most terrifying foe. Far more dreadful than hunger itself was the imposing figure of Lu Yuan. The grumbling of countless empty stomachs echoed in silent protest. However, despite the gnawing hunger akin to an army of ants devouring their insides, none dared to utter a sound. On the observation platform, the sea breeze howled, while Lu Yuan gazed downwards. At the tip of his right finger, a small dragon, entirely crafted of shimmering gold, danced and spiraled gracefully. This dragon, merely half a foot in length, possessed flowing whiskers and glistening scales, deftly weaving through his fingers, leaving trails of golden afterimages. At times, it would abruptly raise its head, exuding an air of majesty. This was the refined product of 1,000 hammerings, the 100 forged golden dragon. Under Lu Yuan's command, it transformed into a lively little dragon, each spiral a practice in the mastery of his own spiritual energy. He was gradually reintegrating the control techniques he had once mastered in the Kanglan realm into this new form. His gaze shifted from the golden dragon back to the silent throng below. He understood all too well that these individuals had long since been tempered by Lu Zhang. Their sharp edges smoothed away, the naive and unadaptable eliminated. For a herd of sheep already conditioned, all that was necessary was a stronger, more decisive master to swiftly bring them under control. Sensing that the moment was nigh, Lu Yuan felt a stirring within, and the golden dragon at his fingertips melted away, reverting to a pool of resplendent golden liquid, which he stored within his storage ring. All group leaders, please step forward with 2 members each. The rest remain on standby. The summoned group leaders, as if granted a reprieve, promptly rose from the ground, swiftly selecting their 2 members and hastening to the designated spot indicated by Lu Yuan. Clean all the overturned pots and plates. Retrieve the food from the ground, wash away the sand, and prepare to cook again. Yes, my lord. The leaders immediately set their subordinates into motion. They rushed to the shoreline, repeatedly rinsing the pots and pans. The pieces of meat, though covered in sand, were carefully collected, still viewed as a supreme delicacy in their eyes. Soon, tendrils of smoke began to rise once more from the beach, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. The other survivors within the camp observed the bustling figures, and hope flickered back to life within their eyes. There would be food, at last. There would be food. They dared not cheer, nor whisper among themselves. But the slight lifting of their heads and the glimmers of anticipation in their eyes spoke volumes. Finally, all the food had been cooked anew. Nearly 1,000 survivors formed orderly lines, each group quietly awaiting their turn. There was no pushing, no cutting in line, and even whispers were absent. One by one, the survivors approached to claim their rightful share. Once everyone had received their sustenance, the assembly of nearly 1,000 sat cross-legged, each in front of a steaming dinner. The aroma wafted through the air, yet none dared to make a move. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Yuan. He was thoroughly satisfied. This was his way of instilling discipline into the very essence of each individual present. Eat, he commanded. At the sound of his voice, there was neither cheer nor chatter. Only the simultaneous rustle of nearly 1,000 people seizing their food, accompanied by the fervent sounds of tearing and swallowing. Chapter 174. A sole concern born of insufficient sustenance. A gaunt man, having devoured a few morsels of beef, proceeded to gnaw at a sinewy bone with fervor, scraping off the last vestiges of meat and fat. Meanwhile, a seemingly demure girl, after savoring her share of roasted chicken wings, shockingly stuffed the bones into her mouth, crunching them with abandon as if they were mere beans, ultimately swallowing them whole. To add to the spectacle, some, having finished their meals, extended their tongues to lick the remnants of grease from the bottom of their plates, leaving them gleaming under the firelight, reluctant to cease their indulgence. Ning Yuanhing stood beside Lu Yuan, observing the scene below, where the famished individuals pounced on their food like ravenous wolves, his heart a tumult of emotions. He too had received a portion. However, after merely 2 bites of his steak, he found himself unable to consume more, not due to its unpalatability, but rather because the sight before him incited a wave of nausea, providing him with a stark realization of how hunger could ravage one's humanity. His discomfort stemmed from the awareness that he was not as starved as these others. Lu Zheng had ensured that the bodily functions and survival rates of the experimental subjects were never compromised through a lack of nourishment. In Lu Zheng's camp, this was a desperate bargain: to survive the trials and emerge as an awakened being, enjoying the privilege of special provisions, or to become a failed specimen, facing death or transformation into a monstrous entity. Thus, as a valuable reserve material in Lu Zheng's eyes, he was at least afforded enough sustenance, unlike the ordinary survivors outside, who were willing to barter everything for mere morsels of seaweed porridge. Soon, every plate was stripped bare. All had finished their meals, yet none were satisfied, and no one dared to voice their grievances. They merely lowered their heads, gazing at their empty plates, their eyes shimmering with a yearning for food. After a moment of internal conflict, Ning Yuanheng hesitated before mustering the courage to approach Lu Yuan, respectfully inquiring, "Master Lu, it seems they are still hungry. Might this foster resentment and complicate management?" Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, chuckled softly without turning, his gaze fixed on the unsated crowd. "Of course they are still hungry. I intentionally allowed them to remain so." Ning Yuanheng was taken aback, further perplexed. "But why?" Lu Yuan then turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered Ning Yuanheng and Su Pinggan. "The resources I possess, combined with the stockpiles scavenged from the Star River, may appear substantial. But the daily consumption required to feed nearly 1,000 mouths amounts to astronomical figures. I do not intend to squander all reserves on their appetites." Ning Yuanheng and Su Pinggan nodded in understanding. Lu Yuan continued, "These individuals have been starved for so long that their stomachs have already shrunk. If I were to allow them to gorge themselves at once, do you believe that tonight, at least dozens would not succumb to overeating? At that moment, I would still have to concern myself with dealing with their corpses." This statement caused a subtle change in Ning Yuanheng's expression, as he recalled the ravenous manner in which these individuals devoured their food, making it indeed a plausible scenario. What about the third point? Su Pingyan could no longer contain his curiosity, sensing that this final aspect was likely the most crucial reason. Lu Yuan gazed at the two, a playful smile gracing his lips. "The third point pertains to human nature. A hungry person ultimately harbors but one concern: how to satiate their hunger. However, what transpires when an individual is no longer famished? They are beset by countless new worries. They begin to covet more beautiful women, yearn for positions of greater power, and envy others for possessing more resources than they do. Desire, jealousy, suspicion, these emotions proliferate within them like wild weeds. Thus, a state of half-satiation is the ideal condition. It perpetuates their craving for food, binding them firmly to this set of rules." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's discourse, Ning Yuanheng could not help but compare this theory to the intricate strategies his father employed in the business realm, only to be horrified to discover that his father's cunning in commercial warfare seemed childlike in comparison to this primal law of survival. Lu Yuan rose slowly and walked to the center of the camp, his energy surging as his voice resonated in the ears of all present. "To speak candidly, I had no intention of entangling myself with you lot. These nearly 1,000 mouths are, to me, merely 1,000 troubles. Allowing you to fend for yourselves might very well be the most effortless course of action." His words fell like a bucket of ice water upon the survivors who had just tasted the flavor of meat. They had assumed that after Lu Yuan's victory over Lu Zheng, he would lead them toward a new dawn like a hero from a tale. Yet now, Lu Yuan had unequivocally informed them, "You are a nuisance. To be subjugated by the strong is humiliating, yet it at least offers the possibility of survival. To be completely ignored and utterly abandoned by the powerful, that is the true despair." An older-looking man stepped forth from the crowd. "Sir, we are willing to do anything, as long as we can have a meal. We implore you, we do not wish to perish here. We will heed your words." Ning Yuanheng stood behind Lu Yuan, observing the dense throng of people below, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He recalled his own state just days ago. Had it not been for Master Lu's appearance, he too would likely have been among this kneeling, desperate multitude, perhaps facing an even grimmer fate. Lu Yuan turned his head to glance at Su Pingyan behind him. In an instant, Su Pingyan grasped the unspoken understanding. He stepped forward to the forefront of the crowd, an aura of dominance enveloping the area, silencing all cries for mercy. Do you wish for food? Very well. Su Pingyan grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. But from this day forth, there shall be no free lunches here. He extended his finger, pointing towards the distant jungle and mountains. We require a luminous stone for young Master Lu. Your leader, Lu Zheng, previously tasked you with this search, so you should be familiar with it. I do not care whether you previously referred to it as an energy stone, a spiritual stone, or any other nonsensical term. From now on, it shall bear but one name, Spirit Crystal. Remember, spirit as in soul, and crystal as in gem. Starting tomorrow, the sole mission of every team will be to venture into the mountains and retrieve the spirit crystal for young Master Lu. Upon hearing yet another quest for stones, many faces revealed expressions of disappointment. Lu, their leader, had previously sent them on a similar errand, but what did they gain from it? Merely an additional serving of seaweed gruel. Su Pingyan seemed to perceive their thoughts and let out a cold laugh. Do not equate young Master Lu's rules with those of others. He deliberately turned to glance in Lu Yuan's direction and, upon receiving a nod of affirmation, resumed his speech. Listen carefully. Any team that submits a standard-sized crystal will earn 3 meals for the entire group. Each meal will include meat. What? 3 meals a day? And each with meat? Is this true? My heavens, I must be hearing things. This was no exploitation. It was an immense blessing. As the commotion began to subside, Su Pingyan continued. Of course, those who fail to find anything shall not starve to death. Every 2 days, you may receive 1 serving of seaweed gruel. You won't die, but do not expect to live like a human. Did you comprehend that? He thundered in conclusion. Understood. Nearly 1,000 voices roared in unison, their tones brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 175, The Graveyard of the Star River, the fields of vegetables with the allocation of food concluded. The focus shifted to accommodations. You are free to establish your dwelling wherever you desire. Lu Yuan's voice resonated across the decks and cabins of the Star River, as well as the beach. You may form groups and choose any location. Upon hearing these words, a moment of astonishment swept over the crowd, quickly replaced by expressions of delight. The freedom to choose one's lodgings? This was infinitely preferable to being crammed into a communal space, like sardines. Despite the severe damage to the Star River, many rooms were likely still intact. Even the areas that once housed luxurious suites had become unclaimed territory. Whoever arrived first would lay claim. Wonderful. Can we search for a nicer room now? A girl whispered to her companion. Indeed. I recall the sea view rooms in District D were splendid. If only we could find one that remains undamaged. Don't get your hopes up. Prime locations won't be ours. Let's just find somewhere sheltered for now. As the crowd buzzed with excitement and strategized their next moves, Lu Yuan's voice echoed once more. All disputes within the camp, regardless of size, must be negotiated through the group leader you elect. Should negotiations fail, escalate to a ruling. No one is permitted to resort to violence to resolve conflicts. Should I discover any group leveraging their numbers or newfound powers to bully or seize from others, whether for food, shelter, or women, the consequence will be death. Do you all understand? Understood. Nearly 1,000 voices responded in unison, their collective affirmation resounding through the air. Good, Lu Yuan nodded. Now disperse. At his command, the throng of survivors surged toward the broken entrance of the Star River like a flood unleashed. Each heart burned with a singular desire, to claim a desirable room. Lu Zheng and his followers had occupied the finest luxury suites on the ship. Now that they had been vanquished by Lu Yuan, those once unattainable quarters were ripe for the taking. Who would not yearn for a soft, comfortable bed to rest upon? Quick, to the upper levels. Lu Zheng's group must have the best rooms. Exactly. They have all been eliminated by Lord Lu Yuan. Those splendid suites are surely vacant now. Let us hurry and seize a room with a balcony. The interior of the Star River had suffered extensive damage during the preceding battles, revealing a landscape of ruins. As the survivors ventured deeper, they discovered the reality was far more complicated than they had anticipated. My heavens, these corpses are beginning to stink. Quickly, drag these corpses out. It is utterly revolting. A group at the forefront, in a state of excitement, kicked open a door only to be startled into retreat by the horrific sight before them. The room was piled with several corpses of Lu Zheng's subordinates, all slain by Lu Yuan during the preceding chaos. The putrid stench nearly induced them to vomit on the spot. However, they soon realized that this was merely the beginning. They continued to kick open several doors. And without exception, nearly every room that had been occupied by Lu Zheng's men bore the remnants of battle. Some rooms had vast patches of dried blood on the floor. Others had fragments of bone clinging to the walls, and some even contained the remains of survivors, reduced to mere experimental subjects. The medical center was even more terrifying. I just took a glance, and the bodies were piled like a small mountain. Blood was everywhere. Another boy said, his voice trembling. This is no room. It is a veritable slaughterhouse. I can't take it anymore. This is no different from sleeping in a graveyard. A girl could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as she rushed out of the cabin and retched on the beach. Sleep here? I would rather sleep on the beach. Me too. We would surely have nightmares every night. They finally understood why Lu Yuan had previously suggested they could opt to reside on the beach. What a futile joy. A group leader emerged from the cabin, his face marked with despair, declaring that this ship was no place for humans. A stench of death pervaded the air. More and more groups, after touring the opulent graveyard within the ship, retreated with trepidation. Perhaps it is better to set up a shelter outside, at least it is clean. Indeed, who knows which room harbors a corpse? What if something crawls out from under the bed in the middle of the night? This thought sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ultimately, nearly all groups abandoned the idea of staying aboard the Star River. Let us set up camp outside. A group leader spoke to his team. Indeed, although it may be colder outside, at least we can sleep soundly. We can dismantle the items on the ship for our use. Those mattresses, blankets, curtains, and tables can all be moved outside. A resourceful boy proposed. This suggestion instantly awakened everyone. Quickly, let us move out the usable mattresses. And those wooden furniture. We can disassemble them for firewood. Don't forget the pots and pans from the kitchen. All right, once our camp is set up, we can look out for each other at night. Go dismantle. Take apart everything on the ship that can be used. They worked together, dragging mattress after mattress from the rooms, dismantling wooden panels, and carrying them to the beach. Even carpets and sofa cushions became construction materials. In an instant, the entire beach was abuzz with excitement, resonating with the sounds of clattering and lively shouts. Lu Yuan refrained from further intervention, opting instead to observe quietly. A stable order is never established solely through the hands-on efforts of a ruler. It requires rules and motivation, allowing those within the framework to discover their own means of survival. His role was merely to appear occasionally, wielding his power to prune away the weeds that threatened the established order, and then to collect the yield of this camp, ensuring that this patch of land would continually nourish him. Chapter 176. Everyone is a tool at the central beach camp of the Star River. The sand table crafted by Lu Zheng was collaboratively lifted out of the cabin by several survivors and placed in a conspicuous position. The sand table meticulously illustrated the treacherous terrain they had explored, featuring the ominous black stone forest, thundering waterfalls, murky swamps, and certain areas distinctly marked with red stones. 20 group leaders were gathered around this enormous sand table, passionately debating and gesturing with their fingers to delineate their respective territories. Our 12th group will venture to the rocky forest in the west tomorrow. The terrain is complex and surely conceals many treasures, bellowed a sturdy man. Another group leader pointed to a different area on the sand table. The west has already caught the eye of our 7th group. Lu Zheng's team has been there before and reported good yields. You should try your luck in the southern sand dunes instead. As the crowd became embroiled in a heated argument over the regions where they might discover spirit crystals, one voice rose with particular fervor. Stop arguing. This area must belong to our 20th group. The speaker was Sun Tianhai, the leader of the 20th group, whose team had suffered from the sluggishness of some members, leaving them with mere scraps to eat. The other group leaders cast scornful glances in his direction. Sun Tianhai, have you lost your mind? That place has the highest yield, but also the greatest loss of manpower. Do you think your ragtag crew can handle it? Indeed, if you don't find any crystals, you'll end up as a meal for the beasts. Unperturbed by the derision, Sun Tianhai glanced back at his team of dozens, their faces devoid of color, lips cracked, and eyes gleaming with hunger. We can barely find food. Going to those desolate places is no different than waiting for death. He bellowed. Only by going there do we have a chance to trade for meat. Tomorrow, we either perish in that area or return with spirit crystals to barter for food. Anyone who dares to challenge us must first step over our corpses. His words, imbued with a reckless determination, silenced the other 19 group leaders, none daring to provoke a band of desperate souls on the brink of starvation. At this moment, Lu Yuan quietly observed the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing Sun Tianhai's resolute gamble, a glimmer of approval shone in his eyes. He realized that under his rules, the camp had begun to operate in a self-sustaining manner. The catfish had been introduced into the pond, and the gears of competition had begun to turn. It was time for him to depart. Lu Yuan's figure silently descended beside the sand table, and as he appeared, all disputes abruptly ceased. He turned to the fierce-looking Sun Tianhai and spoke. Sun Tianhai. Present. My lord. Sun Tianhai's body trembled in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Yuan would be the first to call his name, and he promptly bowed in acknowledgement. For the upcoming period, I shall be absent from this place. During my absence, any matters of significance within the camp that you cannot resolve among yourselves shall be entrusted to Sun Tianhai. His decisions will temporarily reflect my own wishes. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Sun Tianhai was utterly bewildered. He pointed incredulously at himself. Me? My lord. The other 19 group leaders seethed with jealousy, their eyes turning crimson. None had expected that this individual, who had previously languished at the bottom and struggled for sustenance, would suddenly ascend to become Lu Yuan's representative here. Lu Yuan approached Sun Tianhai, placing a comforting hand upon his shoulder, a gentle flow of spiritual energy coursing through him, instantly revitalizing his somewhat feeble form. Do not disappoint me, Lu Yuan stated, gazing intently at Sun Tianhai. Work diligently for me, and I shall not overlook the contributions of anyone who adds value to my endeavors. Feeling the transformation within him, Sun Tianhai knelt heavily on one knee, bowing his head deeply. I, Sun Tianhai, vow to serve young Master Lu unto death. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to the others. You too. He surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating through the camp. Manage the camp well and gather the spirit crystals. We will faithfully adhere to young Master Lu's command. We bid farewell to young Master Lu. Under the leadership of Sun Tianhai and the other group leaders, all survivors, regardless of their inner sentiments, bowed in unison, creating a strikingly grand spectacle. Let us depart and return. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, addressing Su Pingyan and Ning Yuanheng behind him. Su Pingyan securely carried Ning Yuanheng on his back, and with a few flickers of movement, the trio melded back into the dense foliage. Unable to contain himself, Su Pingyan inquired, Young Master Lu, are we returning now? The Xinghe camp is currently devoid of any military strength. Should any danger arise or internal discord erupt, he tentatively suggested, should I remain here to guard it for you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Guard. That is unnecessary. Just remember to visit this place every 2 days to provide them with some meat, ensuring they do not perish from hunger. Lu Yuan's tone was casual. After all, these provisions bear little cost to us. Su Pingyan's body jolted at this revelation. Indeed, what was considered a treasure by ordinary survivors was merely a readily available resource for them now. With these cost-free provisions, Lu Yuan could effectively control the lives of nearly 1,000 individuals. This camp, housing close to 1,000 souls, required no effort on his part to manage. Periodic feeding would suffice, and it would function like a cultivated garden, continuously yielding the only thing he truly needed, spirit crystals. And what of the small fishing camp on the other side? It was no different. In an instant, an absurd thought surged within Su Pingyan's mind. This vast deserted island, with its 2 distant survivor camps, one large and one small, seemed to Lu Yuan merely as his 2 plots of farmland. He could decide which plot would flourish and which would languish. The fate of all lives lay suspended on the whim of his thoughts. Lu Yuan paid no heed to the turmoil within Su Pingyan's heart, merely gesturing with his hand. Let us return to the sea fishing boat camp and see how many spirit crystals have been found these past few days. Understood, young master. Su Pingyan immediately complied, shouldering Ning Yuanheng and hastening after Lu Yuan towards the direction of the fishing boat camp. Ning Yuanheng, resting on Su Pingyan's back, had absorbed every word from earlier, his heart roiling with tumult, fixated solely on one thought, to cling tightly to Lu Yuan's leg, vowing never to let go. Chapter 177, Strange Noises. An uninvited guest. The sea breeze gently caresses the fishing boat campsite, which stands in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Starry River, where thousands gather. Here, tranquility and order reign supreme. A dozen tents are arranged neatly upon the sandy beach, encircling the lifeboat situated at the center of the camp. The outer fence of the campsite has been recently reinforced, rising high and dense, adorned with rudimentary alarms fashioned from empty cans that emit a soft clinking in the wind. At the heart of the camp, a roaring bonfire crackles as several students roast the fish they have caught, the rich aroma wafting through the air, drawing hopeful glances from those nearby. On one side of the camp, a training ground has been established where shouts and cheers resonate. Huh. Hey, Li Shuewei and Guan Yaxiong, bare-chested, engage in a spirited sparring match. Their movements have transformed from the previous lackadaisical display to a fierce exchange, each strike accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. Guan Yaxiong, your technique still lacks refinement. Power must rise from the ground, not be exerted through sheer brute strength. Li Shuewei evades Guan Yaxiong's attacks while admonishing him loudly, his fist striking with the force of cannonballs, exuding the authority of an experienced instructor. With a thud, their fists collide, producing a dull sound as they each stagger back a step. Damn it, your strength has increased. Guan Yaxiong shakes his numbed arm, cursing yet visibly exhilarated. Of course. With meat at every meal these past few days and the formidable techniques taught by Brother Yuan, I feel as if I could fell a bear with a single punch. Li Shuewei boasts proudly. Not far from them, Zhang Huairan's disciples are engaged in practical sparring with other students. Initially, leveraging their profound martial arts foundation, Zhang's disciples could effortlessly take on 2, even 3 opponents, overpowering their less experienced counterparts with ease. However, merely a few days later, the tables have astonishingly turned. Although Zhang's disciples execute their techniques with considerable precision and stability, they often find themselves flustered and overwhelmed by the crude yet effective assaults from Li Shuewei and his companions, ultimately being forced back with a resounding punch. Come again. Wei Beichun, having been repelled, bellows defiantly, charging forward once more, his eyes ablaze with the desire for victory. Zhang Huairan stands to the side, observing the unfolding scene with a complex expression, his heart tumultuous. He raises his hand, feeling the surge of internal energy coursing within him. Alas, my internal energy is indeed complete. Yet, I still lack that final step. Following Lu Yuan's guidance, he has found that practicing anew on this spiritually rich island has shattered the bottleneck that has plagued him for decades, advancing his realm at an astonishing pace. However, he distinctly sensed the depletion of vital energy caused by decades of forcibly pushing his cultivation, which firmly locked away his potential to ascend to a higher realm. He could touch the threshold of transformation, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not cross it. It felt akin to a water bottle with a clear inlet but a base riddled with cracks, regardless of how much water was poured in. It could never truly be filled. Nevertheless, a profound shock resonated within him. He gazed at his disciples, who had made rapid advancements, each having reached the stage of internal mastery. Before the great catastrophe, any one of them would have been capable of opening a school and becoming a renowned master in their own right. Yet, this group of disciples found themselves utterly powerless against the likes of Li Shuewei and Guan Yaxiong, mere novices who had only practiced the flesh-grinding technique for a short while. Zhang Huairan could discern that Li Shuewei's fist techniques were exceedingly crude, devoid of any finesse. Yet their strength, speed, and resilience far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Mr. Lu's techniques indeed embody the methods of the immortal. Zhang Huairan felt a myriad of emotions surge within him, recognizing the dominating approach of refining flesh and transforming the essence of heaven and earth into one's own brute force. In stark contrast to the progressive breathing techniques emphasized by his own sect, it was a chasm of difference. A fervent desire welled up within him. If only his disciples could practice Mr. Lu's divine skills. But this thought was fleeting, quickly suppressed by his resolve. The path should not be carelessly divulged. He understood this principle well. Lu Yuan had already bestowed upon him the grace of enlightenment and provided refuge. To greedily seek the untransmitted secrets would be to overstep his bounds. His gaze shifted to the center of the camp, where the lifeboat resided. Inside were 2 girls, Su Mingyao and Zhao Xiaoming. They were the most exceptional figures in the camp, regarded by all as Lu Yuan's women, thus enjoying certain privileges. For instance, they were never required to partake in the perilous and arduous tasks of exploration and resource collection, although they had once expressed a desire to assist in gathering fruits. Li Shuewei had earnestly persuaded them to remain behind. You two should stay safe in the camp. If you were to handle such trivial matters, Yuenga would surely have my skin for it, were his exact words. Jiang Huairan's gaze then fell upon his granddaughter, Jiang Linger. The trials of recent times had tempered her once spoiled demeanor, yet when compared to the two girls in the lifeboat, Jiang Huairan sighed softly. Alas, this girl has been indulged by me since childhood. A thought arose within him. If only he had provided better guidance to her in her formative years, instilling a bit less arrogance and a bit more gentility. With her beauty, she truly did not fall short when compared to Su and Zhao. Mr. Lu, a heroic figure, naturally attracts several beautiful confidants around him. His somewhat traditional feudal mindset is beginning to awaken. In his view, it is only fitting for someone of Lu Yuan's stature to have numerous wives and concubines. If his granddaughter were to capture his favor, it would be an immense opportunity for the Jiang family lineage. Alas, it is regrettable that the prime moment has been missed. Jiang Huairan shook his head, temporarily suppressing this unrealistic thought. The sparring session on the training field had come to an end. Guan Yaxiong, massaging his shoulder which was sore from Li Shuowei's strikes, approached with a hint of concern on his face. Li Shuowei, it has been several days since Brother Lu left. Why has he not yet returned? I can't shake this feeling of unease. Ba. Do you even know how to speak? Li Shuowei shot him a glare, with your ominous words. I tell you, not only on this shabby island, but even if the entire earth were turned upside down, I doubt anyone could best Brother Yuan. We should simply keep watch over our home and await his return. At Li Shuowei's words, Guan Yaxiong nodded in agreement, his worries dissipating considerably. Just as he was about to suggest continuing their practice, a series of metallic clinks interrupted the sounds of exertion on the training field. Clang, clang. It was the empty kin alarm hanging on the fence, producing its usual sound under the caress of the sea breeze. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to it, and paid it no mind. However, the sound did not cease. Clang, 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 clang. The alarm's clattering grew increasingly urgent, its rhythm accelerating. What on earth is happening? Chapter 178. Return and Trials. Captain Yu, who was diligently repairing the fence, was the first to sense something amiss. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the jungle and murmured, "The wind has picked up." The sea breeze had transformed into a tumultuous gale, carrying with it the foreboding essence of an impending storm. Suddenly, a fierce gust erupted from the forest, sweeping across the entire camp. The alarm of empty cans hanging on the fence clanged chaotically, swaying wildly in the tempest, creating a cacophony of sound. Something is coming. Quickly, prepare yourselves. Captain Yu and Jiang Huairan shouted in unison. The camp erupted into a frenzy as all survivors grasped their makeshift weapons, their hearts racing with terror as they cast fearful glances towards the shadowy woods, their hearts lodged in their throats. Nightmarish images of monstrous beasts flooded their minds. The wind howled, and branches danced wildly. The tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The frantic clamor of the alarms ceased abruptly as the wind dissipated, leaving only a few cans still trembling slightly. It was as if the world had been muted in that moment. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the dim entrance of the forest. In the midst of this heart-stopping silence, two figures emerged slowly from the shadows of the woods, one following closely behind the other. Leading the way was Lu Yuan, who, after several days, had undergone a remarkable transformation in demeanor. He walked with a solemn grace, his gaze deep and profound. Su Pinggan cautiously stepped forward, carefully lowering Ning Yuanheng from his back. Ning Yuanheng, still limping, stumbled slightly but managed to steady himself against Su Pinggan, his eyes wide with astonishment. This place is simply paradise. In stark contrast to the hellish scene aboard the Star River, with its rotting corpses and squalid living conditions steeped in despair, the camp before them boasted a pristine beach, orderly tents, and a bright bonfire. Even the air was infused with the aroma of food. The juxtaposition was like a passage through time. It's Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan has returned. Li Shuowei was the first to react, the tension on his face melting into pure joy as he sprinted towards the edge of the woods. Lu Yuan. It's Lu Yuan who has come back. Wonderful. He has returned. I knew he would be all right. A wave of heartfelt cheers erupted from the camp. Captain Yu and Jiang Huairan hurried forward, their expressions equally relieved. Mr. Lu, it is truly wonderful to see you return safely. Jiang Huairan clasped his fists in greeting, his tone filled with elation. The camp has remained stable these past few days, Captain Yu interjected, succinctly reporting, we have reinforced the fence and developed a water source. The exploration team has made daily discoveries, albeit few, but enough to ensure that we do not go hungry. We ventured further east and discovered 3 ravines that might harbor crystals. However, due to the presence of peculiar plants, we refrained from delving deeper. We have marked the locations for your return to determine the next steps. Listening to their reports, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. The sea fishing camp had already entered a virtuous cycle, which pleased him greatly. At that moment, a figure pushed through the crowd. It was Guan Yaxiong. He approached Lu Yuan, carrying a metal box. With a respectful nod, Guan Yaxiong opened the box and said, "Brother Lu, this contains all the spiritual crystals that the group has found in the days since your departure. There are a total of 23 pieces for your review." The box revealed an array of spiritual crystals, varying in size and color, shimmering with a faint glow. Li Shuawei, brimming with excitement, reported, "Brother Yuan, several people in the camp have gathered 2 spiritual crystals each. They are all waiting for you to bestow upon them the techniques." The survivors who had collected 2 crystals looked eager, their faces flushed, gazing anxiously at Lu Yuan. "I will no longer personally impart the teachings," Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head as his gaze swept over Li Shuawei and the others. "You 5 have already mastered the first layer of the blood and flesh grinding technique. From today onward, you shall instruct the newcomers." "Brother Yuan, is that feasible?" Li Shuawei stammered, uncertainty clouding his mind. "We are still rather inexperienced ourselves. What if we mislead the newcomers?" A smile played on Lu Yuan's lips as he replied, "What? Are you afraid of teaching ineffectively? Let me be clear. If your students progress faster than you, it will reflect your lack of diligence. At that point, do not blame me for administering a small punishment." Li Shuawei and his companions felt a chill at Lu Yuan's words. They had no doubt that his punishments would be far more intense than the rigors of practicing the blood and flesh grinding technique. "Rest assured, Brother Yuan, we will not allow ourselves any slack," Li Shuawei vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Guan Yaxiong and the others nodded vigorously, inwardly lamenting that their days of leisurely practice were now over. They would have to train with utmost dedication. "Words alone are insufficient," Lu Yuan remarked, surveying the 5. "I wish to see the fruits of your labor over the past few days. Allow me to personally assess your progress." At this announcement, the camp erupted in excitement. "What? Brother Yuan will personally demonstrate." The thrill surged through the survivors, who instantly set aside their tasks. Those grilling fish momentarily forgot about their cooking. Those reinforcing the barricades dropped their hammers. Even those resting in tents poked their heads out. They spontaneously gathered around the training ground, forming a large circle that turned Lu Yuan and the 5 into the focal point of the camp. Such an opportunity was rare. They were determined to observe closely and learn diligently. Perhaps one might grasp a technique or 2, which could prove invaluable during our future practice. Hurry, press forward. This is a unique opportunity to receive instruction directly from Master Lu. Jiang Huairan spoke gravely to the disciples beside him. "Pay close attention. Master Lu's prowess is beyond our comprehension. How much you can comprehend from his direct instruction depends solely on your own talents." The Jiang disciples, upon hearing this, promptly focused their minds, daring not to be distracted in the slightest. Master Lu calmly stepped into the center of the training ground and addressed Li Shuawei and the other 4. "You 5, come at me together. Let us see how well you have trained." The 5 exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of tension and excitement. "Yes, Brother Yuan," Li Shuawei shouted, the first to charge forward. Guan Yaxiong and the other Westerners quickly adjusted their mindset, forming a pentagonal assault formation, advancing from 5 directions toward Master Lu. Their fists whistled through the air, exuding an impressive momentum. At this moment, the collective force of the 5 bore a resemblance to the tumult of wind and thunder, drawing gasps of astonishment from the surrounding onlookers. In the face of this encirclement, however, Master Lu adopted a defensive stance, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. His footsteps were light, never straying beyond a span of 3 steps. Whether blocking, sidestepping, or crouching, each movement was executed with remarkable simplicity, yet always succeeded in neutralizing the fervent assaults of the 5 with minimal effort. Master Lu's movement range remained consistently within 3 steps. Exchanging glances, Li Shuawei and his companions altered their strategy. 2 would launch a frontal assault, while 2 others harassed from the flanks, with Guan Yaxiong maneuvering behind Master Lu, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack. Their offensive grew increasingly dense, creating a web of strikes that enveloped Master Lu completely. Chapter 179. The essence of Xingyi Liuhe Gong. The disciple beside Jiang Huairan wore an expression of disbelief, unable to refrain from whispering to him, Master, Mr. Lu's footwork is remarkably intricate. Intricate is an understatement, Jiang Huairan replied gravely. You are all mistaken. The murmurs of the crowd abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards Jiang Huairan. Mr. Lu had been accommodating them from the very beginning. He had completely suppressed his own strength to match that of Li Shuowei and the others, never once unleashing his true prowess. Otherwise, those five would likely have been unable to withstand even a single strike from him. At these words, an uproar erupted throughout the arena. What? He suppressed his strength? Good heavens, just how terrifying is Mr. Lu's true capability? Are we to understand that what we perceived as evenly matched was merely Mr. Lu toying with them? Meanwhile, Li Shuowei and Guan Yaxiong, who were deeply engaged in their bout, faltered upon hearing Jiang Huairan's pronouncement. They exchanged glances, realizing that Mr. Lu had been guiding them all along. They had been so self-satisfied, believing their coordination to be exquisite. A glint of determination flashed in Li Shuowei's eyes as he shared a knowing look with his fellow practitioners. They were prepared to unleash the combined techniques they had honed over the past few days. Be careful, Brother Yuan. Mr. Lu laughed heartily. Now this is more like it. Bring it on. With his consent, Li Shuowei bellowed and launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Mr. Lu's chest. Simultaneously, the other practitioners attacked from their respective angles, unleashing their most formidable strikes. Fists, palms, legs, and elbows converged from 5 directions, effectively sealing off all of Mr. Lu's avenues for evasion. This strike was inescapable. The hearts of all onlookers raced in anticipation. Yet, at the moment their fists made contact, Lu Yuan deftly adjusted his wrist, employing a technique of releasing force. In an instant, Li Shuowei's momentum was completely nullified. What? Li Shuowei felt as though he had struck a mass of cotton. Not only did he fail to inflict any harm on his opponent, but his own full-force punch was redirected, causing him to lurch uncontrollably to the side. In alarm, he widened his eyes, attempting to regain control, but it was already beyond his grasp. Bang! Li Shuowei collided solidly with Guan Yaxiong, who was launching his own attack from the flank. Ouch! Guan Yaxiong was sent sprawling to the ground by the unexpected impact. The seemingly seamless synergy of the 5 practitioners disintegrated in an instant, their formation thrown into disarray. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Yuan moved like a specter amid the chaos, employing the foundational techniques of the 100 Refinements body-forging fist. A seemingly casual shoulder charge landed precisely at the moment one of his classmates exerted their force, causing their strength to dissipate as they staggered backward. A deft strike landed squarely upon another's wrist tendon, rendering him momentarily incapacitated, and thus, his offensive crumbled. Within mere breaths, Guan Yaxiong and his 4 companions lay sprawled upon the ground, grimacing as they rubbed their injured spots. In the blink of an eye, the victor had emerged. Not bad, Lu Yuan remarked, retracting his hand and standing tall. Your strength has notably increased, and there is a semblance of strategy in your coordination. At least you seem to be employing your intellect rather than relying solely on brute force. This affirmation brought smiles to the faces of the fallen. However, Lu Yuan's tone shifted, yet mere strength is far from sufficient. His voice deepened. You lack one crucial element, ferocity. Be ruthless towards your enemies, and even more so towards yourselves. Though your fists may have hardened, your hearts remain soft. You perceive this as mere practice, but on this island, every strike must be a matter of life and death. Remember, your adversaries will not grant you a second chance. This admonition caused the smiles on Li Shuowei and his companions' faces to instantly fade. Li Shuowei scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile as he said, Brother Yuan, you speak the truth. However, it is quite difficult for us to strike you with true ferocity. His words echoed the sentiments of the others. They would much prefer to wrestle with a bear than to unleash their full strength upon Lu Yuan. Against me. There is no need for such restraint, Lu Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. The wilderness surrounding the camp teemed with unpredictable beasts, and they would not entertain notions of restraint. Starting tomorrow, your task is to actively hunt these creatures. Only when you can fight without a shred of fear in your hearts will you truly have entered the fold. Yes, Brother Yuan. Li Shuowei and the others responded in unison. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you are dismissed. He glanced at the eager newcomers awaiting instruction and directed Li Shuowei and his companions. Go on. It is time for you senior brothers to impart your knowledge to your junior brothers. Yes. The five bowed respectfully before turning to approach the expectant new students. As Lu Yuan observed this vibrant scene, his mind wandered to another matter. The 23 newly acquired spirit crystals, combined with the remnants from before, were sufficient to fully channel the remaining meridians within him and advance to the spirit sea realm. Yet, he now faced a bottleneck. He had already connected the 12 principal meridians of the Kanglan realm, but he had only mastered the cultivation methods of the former Western meridians within the Earth's martial arts system, leaving the path ahead obscured. His gaze shifted towards Jiang Huairan, who was instructing the disciples nearby. He approached him slowly. Mr. Lu, Jiang Huairan acknowledged his arrival and quickly rose to greet him. Master Jiang, no need for such formalities, Lu Yuan stated directly. I have some inquiries regarding martial arts that I wish to discuss with you. You flatter me. Please, ask away. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess. Jiang Huairan replied earnestly. Jiang Huairan was taken aback and hastily bowed, for in his view, any inquiry from Lu Yuan, given his realm, should be regarded as an examination rather than a request for guidance. Lu Yuan slowly began to speak. You previously mentioned Yi Lingxiao and alluded to his family's profound heritage. I am curious to learn about the martial arts transmitted by the Yi family. Upon hearing the name Yi family, a look of reverence appeared in Jiang Huairan's eyes. The Yi family in the Jiangnan martial arts realm is truly a venerable lineage, with a depth that is unfathomable. Unlike our Jiang family, which is a latecomer in this domain, the Yi family's martial traditions have remained unbroken since ancient times. It is said that their ancestors once produced figures akin to terrestrial immortals, and the art they have inherited is none other than the illustrious Xingyi Liu Gong. Chapter 180. The century-old Yi family, old friends in the forest. As Lu Yuan pondered the name Xingyi Liu Gong, a flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. Jiang Huairan's face initially displayed a look of nostalgia. To be frank, individuals like myself, who still roam the world and maintain the title of a master amidst the mundane, are ultimately those who have merely touched the surface of martial arts, yet have not truly transcended the entanglements of fame and fortune. A yearning glimmer appeared in Jiang Huairan's gaze. Those venerable families with a legacy spanning centuries possess unfathomable depth, long liberated from the shackles of worldly wealth and status. They are the true titans devoted to the transmission of martial arts. The old man recalled with fondness, in my youth, I was fortunate enough to witness the prowess of the previous generation of the Yi family, and even now, the memory still captivates my heart. Seemingly invigorated, he began to elaborate to Lu Yuan. Many believe martial arts to be solely about combat. However, this is a misconception. True superior martial arts emphasize the harmony of internal and external cultivation, the unity of body and mind. Take Xingyi Liu Gong for instance. It is divided into internal and external aspects, referred to in the martial arts community as the external and internal triads. The external triad focuses on the harmony of hand and foot, elbow and knee, shoulder and hip. Mastering this external triad allows one to achieve a fluidity of movement and the ability to exert tremendous force, enabling one to effortlessly shatter stone and become a genuine master of external strength. Beyond the external triad lies the more profound internal triad, which harmonizes the heart with intention, intention with breath, and breath with strength. This is the pathway to cultivating true internal power, emphasizing the guidance of intention to channel energy and the use of energy to enhance strength. Once the internal triad is fully integrated, one steps into the realm of internal strength mastery, where every gesture possesses immense power. Jiang Huairan gazed at Lu Yuan, his voice tinged with emotion. It is said that if one can fully integrate the internal and external harmonies, achieving unity of body and spirit, one ascends to new heights, entering the realm of the Grand Master. Lu Yuan listened attentively, then inquired, Master Jiang, if that is indeed the case, then the Yi family's methods for penetrating the 8 extraordinary meridians must surely surpass what you possess? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Huairan's face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. He smiled wryly and shook his head, sighing, Mr. Lu, your insight is truly remarkable. I am humbled. To speak candidly, my Jiang family's ancestors were also latecomers to the path, having fortuitously acquired an incomplete martial art. The method for penetrating the front western meridian has only been shaped through generations of exploration and improvement within my family. Compared to the Yi family, a genuine century-old lineage, We are indeed worlds apart. They must possess a complete method for traversing the 8 meridians. Perhaps for them, the realm of the 8 meridians returning to origin is not merely an unreachable legend. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The 8 meridians returning to origin. A complete method for passage. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. Jiang Huairan, perceptive as he was, instantly sensed the change in Lu Yuan. A pang of concern struck his heart, prompting him to hastily advise, before the great calamity. There were rumors in the martial world that Yi Lingxiao had already touched the threshold of mastery. Now, with the upheaval of the world and the resurgence of spiritual energy, he must surely have made tremendous strides in power. His true capabilities are unfathomable. I am aware of your exceptional strength, but the Yi family's legacy is formidable, and Yi Lingxiao is no ordinary practitioner. Unless absolutely necessary, I believe it prudent for us to avoid conflict and allow each other to progress independently. Lu Yuan, recognizing the goodwill in Jiang Huairan's words and understanding his concerns, merely smiled faintly, offering no explanations nor admonishing Jiang for potentially inflating the reputation of others at the expense of his own. Some disparities need not be articulated. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he shifted the conversation, casually inquiring, Master Jiang, apart from the Yi family, are there any notable families with the surname Chu in the martial world today? Chu. Jiang Huairan pondered for a moment before slowly responding. There are indeed a couple of martial families with that surname, their lineage quite ancient. However, in terms of depth and strength, they pale in comparison to the Yi family. May I ask why you suddenly inquire about them, Mr. Lu? A smile graced Lu Yuan's face. Oh, it's nothing of great importance. Merely a friend of mine with the surname Chu is eavesdropping nearby. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Huairan's expression turned to one of alarm as he immediately scanned the surroundings, but saw no sign of anyone. Observing the bewilderment on Jiang Huairan's face, Lu Yuan turned his gaze to the woods behind him. Come out. Since you are here, there is no need for you to hide. Jiang Huairan also turned to look behind him, but the forest remained silent, as though Lu Yuan were speaking to the air. Heh. It seems I must invite you out. With a cold smirk, Lu Yuan ceased his idle talk and abruptly unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom. What was that sound? My heavens. What is happening? Li Shuiwei and others, who were instructing the newcomers, turned in unison toward the source of the noise. The other survivors in the camp were equally startled by the tremendous sound, glancing around in confusion. The stout tree, which required 2 people to embrace, shattered under the force of Lu Yuan's strike, sending wood splinters and broken branches flying like a verdant storm. Amidst the swirling debris of wood and leaves, a shadowy figure leaped gracefully from behind the splintered trunk. She executed an elegant somersault in the air, landing steadily several meters away, her figure poised and hair flowing elegantly. Jiang Huairan's pupils constricted further as he realized that Lu Yuan's claim of someone eavesdropping was indeed true. The intruder's methods of concealment were so skillful that he had not sensed her presence at all until Lu Yuan acted. The newcomer was none other than Chu Xiaoyue. Lu Yuan gazed at Chu Xiaoyue, a teasing smile gracing his face. Miss Chu, it seems you have a particular fondness for trees, he remarked, stretching out his hands. Why is it that every time I see you, you prefer to conceal yourself behind a tree to eavesdrop? Chu Xiaoyue's charming face momentarily stiffened, but she swiftly regained her icy composure. She refrained from answering Lu Yuan's inquiry and instead cut straight to the point, her voice frigid. Where's my knife? Knife? Lu Yuan feigned confusion, raising an eyebrow. What knife? You. A flicker of anger finally ignited in Chu Xiaoyue's eyes. She had suspected this man was no good. He had brazenly taken her knife and now acted ignorant. Suppressing the urge to strike, she coldly retorted, Do not play games with me. You know precisely what I am referring to. Return my Jingzhi to me. Oh. So it is that one, Lu Yuan replied, feigning enlightenment. A thought crossed his mind, and the Tang sword materialized in his hand, as if conjured from thin air. He lightly flicked his fingers against the blade, nodding in appreciation. Jingzhi. Indeed. A splendid name. The sword was undeniably exceptional, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, and remarkably sharp. Thank you, Miss Chu, for your generous loan. It has served me well during this time. You. Chu Xiaoyue was infuriated by his nonchalant demeanor, her teeth clenched in frustration. What did he mean by loan? It had been forcibly taken from her. Chapter 181. The act of forceful seizure. Lu Yuan chuckled. Miss Chu, I believe you may have misunderstood. On that day when we clashed, you abandoned your weapon and fled. Thus, this Jingzhe should logically be considered my spoils of war. Spoils of war. Chu Xiaoyue's face turned icy with indignation at his words. You despicable man. Had it not been for your underhanded tactics, using that monster to gain the upper hand, I would not have. All is fair in war, Lu Yuan interjected, his smile unwavering. Since it is my spoil, there is no reason for me to return it without recompense. What do you offer in exchange for its retrieval? My heavens! Is Brother Yuan attempting extortion? Li Shuewei whispered excitedly to those gathered around. This woman looks like a force to be reckoned with. Another classmate murmured softly. Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Chu Xiaoyue's eyes. She understood that if she did not take decisive action today, reclaiming her possession from Lu Yuan would be futile. Raising her right hand, she rummaged through her waist pocket. With a deft motion of her wrist, 5 spirit crystals appeared in the palm of her hand. With a swift flick of her wrist, she sent the 5 spirit crystals slicing through the air towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan merely raised a hand and effortlessly caught all 5 spirit crystals. He opened his palm, revealing the crystals of varying sizes emanating alluring waves of energy. Observing the ease with which he received her attack, Chu Xiaoyue was taken aback, though she had not exerted her full strength. It should have been enough to fluster an ordinary inner strength master. Yet, Lu Yuan handled it with such nonchalance. She spoke coldly. If you possess any discernment, you should recognize what these are and their worth. Surely, these 5 are sufficient to reclaim my blade. Decent quality, Lu Yuan remarked, lifting his gaze to Chu Xiaoyue, shaking his head. Regrettably, they are merely enough to cover a few days' storage fees. You. Chu Xiaoyue was utterly incensed. Such brazen audacity. She had never encountered someone so shameless. What exactly do you want? She clenched her fists in frustration. Lu Yuan did not respond immediately, his gaze brazenly appraising Chu Xiaoyue from head to toe, from her exquisite features to her graceful neck, and the way her black attire accentuated her slender form. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Chu Xiaoyue took a step back. At last, Lu Yuan leisurely spoke. I desire your martial arts techniques. Absolutely not. Chu Xiaoyue blurted out instinctively. The techniques were her family's legacy. There was no way they could be divulged. Haha. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly at her response. Miss Chu, it appears you still do not comprehend the situation. A terrifying aura erupted from Lu Yuan, instantly enveloping Chu Xiaoyue. As Chu Xiaoyue's expression shifted dramatically, she swiftly retrieved a black metallic sphere from her bosom and hurled it to the ground with all her might. Lu Yuan, I shall remember you. With a resounding crash, a thick, inky mist erupted, enveloping the surroundings within a radius of several dozen meters. The air was tainted with a pungent aroma, causing the nearby survivors to recoil and cough incessantly. Jiang Huairan was struck with fear. He had not anticipated that this young girl possessed such formidable means. Once again, the black mist echoed with Lu Yuan's maniacal laughter. Thinking of fleeing? Did you consult me first? In the span of a single breath, Lu Yuan burst forth from the shroud of darkness, his gaze falling upon the fleeing silhouette of Chu Xiaoyue. Rather than attacking immediately, he trailed her like a shadow. A heaviness settled in Chu Xiaoyue's heart as she gritted her silver teeth, navigating the intricate terrain with remarkable agility, sometimes leveraging the sturdy trunks of trees, other times darting through the interwoven vines, her speed astonishing. She sought to exploit the convoluted environment to elude Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan followed her unhurriedly, his pace seemingly leisurely, yet maintaining a comfortable distance from the exerting Chu Xiaoyue. No matter how she twisted and accelerated, or how she used obstacles to conceal her form, Lu Yuan remained an unwavering specter, calm and collected. He refrained from attacking or closing in, akin to a hunter toying with prey caught in a trap, relishing the sight of her desperate struggles. This sensation weighed heavily on Chu Xiaoyue's heart. She could sense that Lu Yuan was not exerting his full strength. While she had already pushed her own capabilities to their limits, her inner energy rapidly depleting. A quick glance behind revealed nothing but the rustling leaves disturbed by her escape. Yet the oppressive sensation of being pursued remained undiminished. Desperation surged within her. If she continued running, she would soon exhaust her energy and become an easy target. With her silver teeth clenched, a determination crystallized in her mind. Her gaze sharpened. She had noted that only Lu Yuan was in pursuit. The werewolves he commanded had not followed. Was this a flaw in his strategy, Or was he so confident that he felt no need for assistance? Regardless of the reasoning, it was her only opportunity. Instead of depleting her last vestige of strength in flight, she would turn and fight valiantly for her dignity as a warrior. To the very last moment, abruptly halting, she pivoted around, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with resolve, her aura surging powerfully. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. It was Lu Yuan, still wearing a smile, seemingly unfazed by her readiness to engage. Finally decided to stop running? Then let us battle. Chu Xiaoyue wasted no words. With a fierce cry, she launched an offensive. Her form flickered like a black lightning bolt, closing in on Lu Yuan in an instant. Without a blade, her fists and feet became her weapons. Yet, Lu Yuan merely stood his ground, casually blocking her tempestuous onslaught with his arms. Bang, bang, bang. With each clash of fists, Chu Xiaoyue felt surges of formidable strength emanating from her opponent's arms, leaving her own limbs numb and forcing her to retreat step by step with each encounter. Lu Yuan did not unleash his full power, as he understood that if he were to truly harm Chu Xiaoyue, he would be unable to extract any information regarding the martial arts techniques. He could not help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the stringent conditions required to wield the slave seal. Chu Xiaoyue had witnessed the process by which he had enslaved Su Pingyan, and thus, her mind was undoubtedly on guard, making it exceedingly difficult for him to achieve a successful strike. Otherwise, it would have spared him considerable trouble. A dull thud reverberated through the air. A fierce backlash of force surged back, causing Chu Xiaoyue's blood to churn as she staggered several steps backward, her right arm tingling with fatigue. Regret welled up within her. She had initially believed that her recent strides in martial arts, coupled with her thorough preparations, would allow her to retreat unscathed, even if Lu Yuan and Su Pingyan collaborated against her. Hence, she had confidently presented 5 spirit crystals as bargaining chips. Little did she expect that in the brief days apart, Lu Yuan's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. The mere aura he exuded after revealing the spirit crystals made it abundantly clear to her that her prospects today were grim indeed. Chapter 182. The Golden Dragon and the Phoenix Bound. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyue finally comprehended that while her own strength had surged remarkably, Lu Yuan had ascended to an even loftier height. Regret washed over her as she wished she had fled at the first opportunity. Yet, the situation had progressed to this point, and lamentation was futile. Gritting her silver teeth, determination flickered in her eyes as she abruptly withdrew, creating distance between herself and Lu Yuan. She concentrated all her vitality into her right hand, and her entire demeanor shifted. Although she wielded no blade, it was as if the Tang Dao had reappeared in her grasp. With a fierce resolve, she struck downward with her hand, unleashing a powerful blow that sliced through the air, creating a sound of shattering space. The very atmosphere seemed to tear apart under the influence of her intent. This was her most formidable strike, the pinnacle of her current capabilities. Oh, the intent of the blade. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, intrigued yet dismissive. Alas, your sword intent remains too immature. Without a blade, you cannot unleash its true might. In response to Chu Xiaoyue's all-or-nothing assault, Lu Yuan extended his right hand. His fingers positioned like a sword, the index and middle fingers aligned as he effortlessly met her attack. Their fingers and palm collided in midair, and time appeared to freeze in that instant. Chu Xiaoyue felt an overwhelming force emanating from Lu Yuan's fingertips, as if a torrent had burst its banks, effortlessly dismantling her concentrated inner strength. Her hand met an immovable mountain, and all her power dissipated into nothingness. A terrifying recoil surged back through her arm, rendering her blade intent as fragile as paper before his fingertip. Not only did this force easily neutralize her assault, but it also penetrated her being, causing her blood to surge uncontrollably. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it upon the ground as she staggered backward, her delicate face paling to a ghostly white, devoid of color. How could this be? With horror, she raised her gaze to Lu Yuan, whose attire bore but a hint of dirt. It seems Miss Chu has done her utmost, Lu Yuan remarked, advancing toward her with measured steps. A flurry of thoughts raced through Chu Xiaoyue's mind. To fight again? There was no hope for victory. To flee? She had already witnessed Lu Yuan's agility, and that was but a foolish dream. Her hand stealthily reached into her bosom, where the last smoke bomb remained. This motion did not escape Lu Yuan's keen observation. Do you intend to employ that little trick again? Lu Yuan mused, shaking his head with a smirk that brimmed with disdain. To use the same tactic for the third time in my presence is rather disrespectful. Before his words faded, a flicker of thought ignited in his mind. The tempered gold instantaneously transformed into a streak of golden lightning that tore through the air. Chu Xiaoyue's pupils constricted in alarm. She pressed her toes against the ground, launching herself sideways in a desperate attempt to evade using her agility. Yet, the golden lightning deftly twisted in midair, resembling a relentless parasite pursuing her ankle. Chu Xiaoyue had no choice but to forcibly turn her body, narrowly evading this deadly entanglement. However, before she could exhale a sigh of relief, the golden streak of lightning unexpectedly split into two, transforming into two slender golden ribbons that, like venomous serpents, crossed to seal off all her escape routes, constricting towards her arms. Panic surged within Chu Xiaoyue. She could no longer maintain her composure. Her hands flailed desperately as she attempted to dispel the two golden ribbons using her inner strength. Yet, the moment her palm met the ribbons, her power vanished as if a bull had plunged into the sea, leaving no trace. What was this? In that instant of astonishment, one of the golden ribbons seized the opportunity, swiftly coiling around her right wrist. The other ribbon followed suit, binding her left arm securely. And it did not end there. With her arms restrained, Chu Xiaoyue could only watch helplessly as more golden ribbons sprouted from the main stem, rapidly ascending along her calves, thighs, and waist. Ultimately, one golden ribbon encircled her slender neck, resembling a delicate collar that completely ensnared her. The tightly woven gold constricted, binding her into a humiliating posture, accentuating her exquisite figure like a meticulously wrapped work of art awaiting its owner's admiration. Lu Yuan's fingers beckoned in the air, and the ribbons pulled Chu Xiaoyue's body, drawing her towards a tree where she was suspended from the trunk. You! Chu Xiaoyue trembled violently, a mix of shame and anger flooding her being as she attempted to struggle, but the golden ribbons, instead of yielding, tightened further, leaving crimson marks upon her fair skin. Lu Yuan knelt before her, aligning his gaze with her fiery eyes. He gently brushed aside her disheveled hair, tucking a strand behind her ear. Miss Chu, why must you be so distressed? Lu Yuan whispered, your earlier strike was quite forceful. However, it bore too much murderous intent and lacked a touch of femininity. Shameless. Let me go? Chu Xiaoyue froze at his frivolous words, her cheeks flushing instantly, her phoenix eyes blazing with fury. She abruptly turned her head away, avoiding his light-hearted touch. Had her gaze the power to kill, Lu Yuan would have been reduced to 1,000 pieces by now. Let you go? Certainly, Lu Yuan chuckled, his fingers trailing down her cheek until they lingered on her tightly pressed lips. Tell me the techniques you possess, and I shall not only release you. He slowly retracted his hand, a flash of light emanating from his palm. The Tang Dao Jingxia appeared out of thin air. The cold gleam of the blade reflected Chu Xiaoyue's humiliated visage. This Jingxia shall also return to its rightful owner. Witnessing her beloved weapon in Lu Yuan's grasp, Chu Xiaoyue's struggle intensified as she noticed several minuscule chips on the glimmering blade. Though exceedingly slight, they were still unmistakably evident. Her prized weapon, the Jingxia, was forged over several years by the finest artisans of her family using cold iron, capable of severing hair with a mere breath and slicing through steel as if it were clay. She cherished it dearly and had never allowed it to suffer even the slightest blemish. Yet now it lay damaged. That scoundrel! What had he dared to do with her Jingxia? Lu Yuan sensed the shift in her gaze and gently pressed the blade's tip against Chu Xiaoyue's face, the frigid touch causing her body to shudder involuntarily. His voice deepened ominously. Tell me, if I were to carve a few lines across your beautiful visage with this knife, would it not possess a certain artistic flair? Chu Xiaoyue might fear not death, but she could not abide such humiliation, being toyed with as if she were a mere plaything. She recalled her family's admonitions about the secrecy of their martial arts. Yet in this isolated, desolate island, did the centuries-old traditions still hold any significance? The family's honor? The secrets of their lineage? Were they still of any importance in the face of her own life and dignity? She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling gently in the moonlight, as if engaged in a final struggle. When she opened them again, a glimmer of cunning flickered within her once furious gaze. Very well. I shall tell you. Her voice quivered yet feigned composure as she began to recite a segment of their martial arts incantation, enunciating each word deliberately. What she provided was a completely erroneous technique. Although it contained genuine pathways for internal energy manipulation, several critical points had been altered. Any martial artist who practiced this incantation would suffer, at best, chaotic internal energy, and, at worst, shattered meridians leading to madness. Lu Yuan listened intently, and after she finished reciting, he closed his eyes, as though genuinely contemplating and deducing in his mind. His expression still inscrutable, with an enigmatic smile. Chu Xiaoyue's heart raced to her throat as she anxiously studied Lu Yuan's face, searching for any hint of his intentions. Chapter 183. The correct posture for cultivation. Chu Xiaoyue held an unwavering confidence in the fabricated martial arts technique she had devised, a blend of truth and deception, with 9 parts falsehood and 1 part reality. Unless one possessed profound knowledge in this domain, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the pitfalls within a short span of time. After a brief moment, Lu Yuan seemed to have completed his deductions. He opened his eyes and nodded in approval, stating, "It sounds quite intriguing." Chu Xiaoyue felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that although this man was immensely powerful, he still lacked insight into martial arts. As long as she could deceive him, there was a glimmer of hope for her. However, Lu Yuan's subsequent words plunged her into a chilling abyss. Yet, mere theory ultimately amounts to naught but empty rhetoric. He gazed at Chu Xiaoyue, his smile taking on a profound significance. To ascertain Miss Chu's sincerity, it seems we must engage in a deeper exchange. Deeper exchange? Alarm bells rang in Chu Xiaoyue's mind as Lu Yuan's hand, without warning, clasped around her neck, rendering her immobile, while his other hand pressed firmly against her lower abdomen. At the dantian, you. Chu Xiaoyue trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. A searing heat radiated from his palm, imprinting itself upon her skin, causing her entire being to freeze in place. Never had she encountered such an invasive examination, not even from her own master. Her mind went blank. A torrent of thoughts surged forth. What did he intend to do? To cripple her cultivation? Or to humiliate her in an even more degrading manner? In that moment of mental disarray, a vast and pure energy surged from Lu Yuan's palm, forcefully invading her body. The potency of that energy was so immense that, when compared to her own cultivated inner strength, it was akin to a mighty river against a mere stream, or a bright moon overshadowing a flickering glow. Her inner strength, in the face of such spiritual force, stirred not a single ripple before being effortlessly dispersed, as if rivers returning to the sea, or subjects bowing before their emperor. In an instant, she lost all semblance of control. What kind of power is this? Chu Xiaoyue's heart screamed in terror. Then, an even more frightening event unfolded. The energy from Lu Yuan began to forcibly expel her inner strength, following the very path laid out in the false technique she had just presented, operating with wild abandon. The energy veered off course, reversing the flow of yin and yang, nurturing evil with evil, breaking and then reconstructing. The incantations she had fabricated echoed relentlessly in her mind. No, stop. She could acutely feel her inner strength being manipulated by Lu Yuan, hurtling toward one erroneous fork in the road after another, like a wild stallion on the verge of plunging off a cliff. A piercing pain coursed through her meridians, her dantian roiling with tumultuous agony. Each cycle of energy brought her closer to the brink of madness. She foresaw the imminent fate of her meridians shattering, her powers obliterated. As Lu Yuan's palm pressed against her lower abdomen, an unusual warmth coursed through her body, evoking a profound sense of shame and indignation. Just as this uncontrollable internal energy threatened to inflict irreversible damage, Chu Xiaoyue's psychological defenses finally crumbled. Stop. I concede. She could no longer maintain her pride, exclaiming, "Do not continue. I will tell you everything." At that, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. With a mere thought, he gently redirected the impending chaos of energy, restoring calm. Yet, his hand remained steadfast against her abdomen. Under Lu Yuan's coercion, Chu Xiaoyue had no choice but to reveal every detail without reservation. The complete and accurate incantations, mental techniques, and diagrams of her family's inherited 9-yin condensation technique. With every word, her face flushed deeper, her voice grew softer, laced with a sense of defeat. Our family's martial arts, known as the 9-yin condensation technique, harnessed the energies of the 9-yin from the heavens, gathering the malevolent force of countless battles for one's own use. She explained that the 9-yin energy referred to the moonlight, the chill of the earth's veins, and the moisture from deep pools, elements of cold and shadow. The malevolent force of countless battles stemmed from the slaughter, fear, and resentments crystallized in ancient battlegrounds and execution sites. For ordinary warriors, these energies were akin to poison. A moment's carelessness could harm their vital essence and disturb their minds. Chu Xiaoyue continued to elaborate on the levels of the technique. The first level is named Nurturing Breath with Yin. This stage must be practiced at the height of Yin energy during the Hour of the Rat. By the icy banks of a deep valley pool, using our family's unique breathing technique to enter a state of deep meditation. By lowering the heart rate and breath to their minimum, one achieves a state akin to suspended animation. Over time, one can hear the movements of ants and see 100 steps ahead, merging their breath with the environment, becoming nearly imperceptible. This is why you were able to detect me when others could not. She anticipated that Lu Yuan would question her like one deciphering an enigmatic text. But instead, he merely chuckled softly, interrupting her. Breath control to cultivate the spirit is merely a rudimentary method of honing one's consciousness. If you are indeed channeling the nine yin energy, why limit it to nourishing the spirit? Rather than guiding it into the meridians to refine the body and cleanse the marrow? Is there a flaw in this method, or is it born of fear? Chu Xiaoyue jolted, her eyes widening in shock. How could he possibly know? This had been a topic of heated debate among the elders of her family for many years. The conclusion drawn was that the nine yin energy was far too cold and sinister for the mortal body to endure. To forcibly channel it into the meridians would only lead to an invasion of yin energy, freezing the channels, ultimately resulting in a state worse than death. Because the nine yin energy is too tyrannical, beyond human capacity to refine, she explained, her voice lacking conviction. Proceed to the second level. Lu Yuan's tone remained unchanged. The second level is known as condensing malevolence to arm. Chu Zhiyue's gaze instinctively flickered to the Jing Zhe in Lu Yuan's hand. When one's senses are honed to their utmost, one can attempt to draw malevolence. The Jing Zhe I wield is forged from cold iron. I must take the blade to a place rich in malevolent energy, resonating with my spirit to attract and attach the surrounding malevolence to the blade. In the face of adversaries, the murderous intent emanating from the blade can exert a psychological pressure upon opponents, instilling fear before the battle even commences and revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Lu Yuan weighed the Jinzhou in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at her, as if observing a squanderer. To harness malevolent energy through a weapon is, after all, a path of the external. The cold iron material was somewhat acceptable, yet it remains an inanimate object. If one seeks to embody martial prowess, why attach it to this mere iron implement? Is not the human body the most exquisite weapon in the realm? He extended his hand and tapped his own arm. Why not forge one's own bones into a blade, with the marrow as a sheath, allowing that malevolence to be refined into one's very essence? Let each bone become an indomitable divine weapon. Let every strike carry the corrosive aura of malevolence. At that moment, would you still be diminished in combat prowess due to the loss of a mere external object? To refine malevolence into one's bones. Chu Xiaoyue was left pale and shaken by Lu Yuan's words. Chapter 184. Divergent Paths of Immortal Martial Arts. What constitutes longevity? This notion is utterly preposterous. The idea proposed by Jin Shou is an unheard of heresy of the demonic path. To refine one's own bones as weapons? Is this still humanity? Her gaze towards Lu Yuan gradually shifted. His thoughts had transcended the boundaries of her comprehension. Let us speak of the third realm. Lu Yuan's voice resonated once more, drawing her back from her astonishment. Chu Xiaoyue inhaled deeply and articulated. The third realm is named nine in returning to origin. It chronicles the method of gradually drawing the malevolent energy from weapons into the body, ultimately cultivating the unparalleled nine in profound malevolence. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret surfaced on Lu Yuan's face. This is utterly erroneous, he remarked with a shake of his head. What? Chu Xiaoyue could no longer maintain her composure. This was impossible. This was a technique validated by the Chu family over centuries. Lu Yuan's voice drifted calmly. I ask you, has any of your ancestors from the Chu family lived beyond 200 years? Chu Xiaoyue paused, perplexed by his sudden inquiry. Lu Yuan continued. Has anyone walked upon air, standing upon the winds? Has anyone uttered a spell that summoned thunder and lightning? Chu Xiaoyue found herself at a loss for words. Such feats existed solely in myths and legends, entirely divergent from the martial path they pursued. Lu Yuan then fixed his gaze upon her once more. Lonely yin cannot endure. Lonely yang cannot thrive. All things in the universe reside between yin and yang. Your technique may appear to yield swift results, yet it has long strayed from the true path. Lu Yuan elaborated. If one can achieve the harmony of yin and yang, the fusion of water and fire, tempering the malevolence of nine yin with the essence of pure yang, transforming malevolence into the original essence, only then will your technique truly ascend, capable of transcending the mundane realms of martial arts. Transcending the realms of martial arts? Chu Jiahua murmured, instinctively pressing for more. Then, what is that technique? At her words, Lu Yuan's gaze became distant, as if traversing through the eons, recalling his experiences in the Kanglan realm. After a moment, he slowly uttered a single phrase that reverberated in Chu Jiaoyue's ears, the path of longevity. Longevity. Chu Jiaoyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Yuan, akin to gazing upon a madman. How could this be possible? How could true longevity exist in this world? Longevity. It is merely an ethereal concept found in myth and legend. Countless emperors and nobles throughout history have devoted their lives to the pursuit of longevity, only to end up as mere dust. How dare Lu Yuan utter such absurd words? Lu Yuan explained with calm detachment. What I refer to as longevity is not eternal immortality. In the context you can currently comprehend, it is the extension of life, breaking free from the shackles of a mortal lifespan, allowing the body's functions to remain at their peak for an extended duration. Would this not be considered a form of longevity? Extension of life, shackles of lifespan. These phrases continued to send her heart racing. She could scarcely fathom the existence of such a wondrous technique in this world. However, being a person of resilient character, after a brief moment of astonishment, rationality swiftly reclaimed its dominance. Improving a martial art? How could that be so simple? The techniques of the Chu family have been meticulously refined over centuries by our ancestors, forged through countless battles and experiences. The more she spoke, the more her doubts burgeoned. Achieving a balance of yin and yang is no trivial feat. Even a prodigious talent cannot surpass the accumulated wisdom of my family over hundreds of years. I refuse to believe that someone could simply alter it at will. Lu Yuan observed her expression, a mixture of intrigue and skepticism, yet he remained unperturbed. Your belief or disbelief is of no concern to me. He chose not to engage her in a discussion about martial arts theory and instead inquired, now, please tell me the methods your family employs to channel the 8 extraordinary meridians. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiaoyu displayed an even more perplexed expression. The method for channeling meridians? What purpose do you seek in that? Although the core techniques of various sects differ significantly, they often converge towards the same principles. The structure of human meridians is largely similar, primarily involving the 8 extraordinary meridians. Given your profound mastery, you must possess superior techniques for channeling. Why then do you seek my insights? Your curiosity is excessive. Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy, sending a shiver down Chu Jiaoyu's spine. It dawned on her that she was merely a captive in his grasp, her life and death resting at his whim, leaving her with no right to question anything. With a sense of urgency, she promptly recited the complete method of the Chu family's technique for channeling the 8 extraordinary meridians, beginning from the first meridian, word for word, drawing energy from the dantian, concentrating the spirit, guiding the internal force along the meridians, breaking through the zhong point, passing through the tian point. While Lu Yuan had previously dismissed her core techniques as inconsequential, he now listened intently as she elucidated the meridian channeling method, occasionally closing his eyes as if contemplating the intricacies of internal energy circulating within the meridians, a look of appreciation gracing his features. This stark contrast in behavior left Chu Jiaoyu utterly bewildered. To her, the unique core techniques of each sect represented the essence and closely guarded secrets of their practices, while the method of channeling meridians was merely foundational, important, yet far less precious than the core techniques. Lu Yuan's apparent fascination with what she deemed basic was utterly incomprehensible, akin to a connoisseur of treasures dismissing an entire chest of invaluable gems while lavishing praise upon the wooden box that contained them. After Chu Jiaoyu concluded her recitation, Lu Yuan proceeded to ask a few straightforward questions regarding the details of channeling, queries that seemed characteristic of a novice, yet he posed them with utmost seriousness. Though perplexed in her heart, Chu Jiaoyu could only patiently respond to each inquiry under the eaves. After confirming all the details, Lu Yuan posed another question that left her utterly bewildered. Miss Chu, have you ever heard of a method of channeling that transcends the 8 meridians? What? Chu Xiaoyue was taken aback. She found Lu Yuan's inquiry somewhat ludicrous. Do you truly comprehend martial arts? The 8 extraordinary meridians, Ren, Du, Chong, Dai, Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei, are the foundation of the human body. Since ancient times, every martial arts classic and every sex lineage has aimed to unify these 8 meridians, achieving the return to the essence of the 8. The return to the essence of the 8 is the unyielding principle of all channeling methods. How could there possibly be a 9th or 10th meridian? That is as absurd as asking whether the sun might rise in the west. Upon finishing her statement, she noticed Lu Yuan gazing at her with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down her spine. The terrifying memories of being tormented by him surged back into her mind. Could he possibly think I am deceiving him? The thought made her tremble involuntarily. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, I speak the truth. I have never heard of any higher channeling methods beyond the 8 meridians. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Yuan remained silent, his gaze pressing down upon her like an imposing mountain, nearly suffocating her. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with any martial artist. The return to the essence of the 8 is undeniably the culmination of channeling. I assure you, I am not lying. Chapter 185. You protect me. Observing the brink of tears in her eyes, Lu Yuan finally spoke slowly. What is your family's standing in the martial arts world? Our family. Chu Xiaoyue replied hastily. Though my Chu family may not be considered a titan in the martial arts realm, we have a legacy spanning several centuries and would never be so ignorant as to not understand how many meridians one can open. Lu Yuan continued to gaze into her eyes for an extended period, making Chu Xiaoyue feel a chill run down her spine. Uncomfortably, she averted her gaze, no longer daring to meet his eyes. After a long pause, Lu Yuan said coolly, For now, I shall take your word for it. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, exhaling deeply. However, Lu Yuan's next words made her heart, which had just settled, leap back into her throat. But whether what you say is true or false, it remains to be seen. Chu Xiaoyue's heart sank heavily, and she met Lu Yuan's gaze. Test. How will he test me? A dreadful thought began to surface in her mind. You intend to. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Lu Yuan remarked with an approving smile. If you know what is wise, do not resist. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Chu Xiaoyue's body stiffened as she looked into Lu Yuan's indifferent eyes, realizing that any resistance or plea would be futile. She could only bite her lip and say, I understand. Lu Yuan's lips curled upward slightly. With a mere thought, the golden satin ribbon, forged from 100 temperings, swiftly unraveled from her form, retracting entirely and transforming back into a stream of red gold light, vanishing into Lu Yuan's palm. The sudden freedom left Chu Xiaoyue momentarily stunned. She moved her numb wrists and looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes brimming with caution. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Lu Yuan, however, responded nonchalantly, Run? You are certainly free to do so. His voice echoed leisurely. If I can catch you once, I can catch you countless times. But I must warn you, should I capture you again, I shall not be so accommodating. In an instant, Chu Xiaoyue comprehended Lu Yuan's implication. He was utterly unconcerned about her escape. In his eyes, as long as he wished, he could seize her at any moment. The flicker of escape that had ignited in her heart was extinguished by this chilling realization. Lu Yuan no longer looked at her, turning to find a smooth rock upon which he sat cross-legged. Come, he said blandly to Chu Xiaoyue, sit opposite me. Chu Xiaoyue clenched her teeth in silent humiliation, yet ultimately suppressed all her emotions, taking a step forward to sit across from Lu Yuan, mimicking his posture. The distance between them was not more than half a foot, their gazes locked, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Lu Yuan disregarded the fury reflected in her eyes and extended his hands. Place your hands here, he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Chu Xiaoyue recognized her lack of authority to refuse. As their palms met, hers felt cool and soft, while Lu Yuan's was warm as jade. The moment they touched, Chu Xiaoyue instinctively recoiled, but Lu Yuan's grip held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. Calm your mind and think of nothing, he instructed. Chu Xiaoyue closed her eyes, forcing herself to focus. An overwhelming surge of energy flowed from Lu Yuan's palm into her body. Once again, her form trembled violently. This energy was unlike her own cultivated inner strength. Her internal force resembled a gentle stream. while the spiritual power Lu Yuan imparted surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, vast and unstoppable. This is Chu Xiaoyue was utterly astonished. The sensation was entirely different from anything she had experienced during her rigorous training. It was as if a long-blocked river had suddenly been cleared by a torrential flood, effortlessly washing away all obstructions and smoothing her meridians without a hint of stagnation. Her inner strength flowed ceaselessly within her, a vibrant vitality she had never encountered in over a decade of practice. Lu Yuan quietly sensed the trajectory of the spiritual energy within Chu Xiaoyue, verifying the authenticity of the meridian-clearing technique she described. Indeed, it was genuine. After confirming the method was effective and devoid of hidden traps, Lu Yuan gradually withdrew his spiritual power. The vast tide of energy receded, their palms separating, and Chu Xiaoyue slowly opened her eyes. She felt a profound emptiness in her palms, a tinge of reluctance washing over her. If only that power could linger a moment longer. Circulating through her for a few more cycles, she might have felt the barriers of her cultivation begin to loosen. This was nothing short of miraculous. Your dagger. Lu Yuan's voice pulled her from her tumultuous thoughts. Casually tossing it, the Tang dagger known as Awakening Thunder sliced through the air, landing before her. Chu Xiaoyue instinctively reached out to catch it, staring at Lu Yuan in disbelief, utterly astonished that he would truly return her weapon. Grasping the familiar hilt restored a semblance of security within her. Yet, Lu Yuan's next words stirred her emotions once more. I must enter seclusion. You will guard me. What? Chu Xiaoyue could hardly believe her ears. She looked up abruptly, flames of fury reigniting in her gaze. The absurdity of the situation nearly made her laugh and rage. Had this man lost his mind? He had just seized her family's secret technique, and now he expected her to willingly protect him while he cultivated? What gave him the audacity to assume she wouldn't plunge a fatal strike into his back during such a critical moment of his training? Yet, the moment she recalled the exhilarating sensation that surged through her like a mighty river, a remarkable experience brought forth by the elevation of her realm. An uncharacteristic feeling welled up within her. Her grip on the blade tightened slightly, but ultimately, she allowed it to slowly descend. She gazed at Lu Yuan, observing that he had already closed his eyes, seemingly completely immersed in his own world, utterly defenseless. This extreme confidence, or perhaps an utter disdain, left her feeling powerless. Perhaps, in his eyes, even if she were to launch a surprise attack, she would pose no threat whatsoever. With a cold snort in her heart, Chu Xiaoyue finally tightened her grip on the blade, moved several meters away, and commenced fulfilling her duty as a protector. She was also quite curious about what actions this man would take next. Chapter 185. That man, more fierce than Yi Shao? On the other end of the deserted island, a majestic waterfall cascades down a sheer cliff, its thunderous roar reverberating through the valley. The mist it generates envelopes the surrounding area, refracting a vibrant rainbow in the sunlight. In front of the waterfall lies a vast clearing, meticulously carved out by human hands, where a dozen figures are drenched in sweat. This is the training ground of Yi Lingxiao. The ground is solidly compacted, adorned with numerous wooden stakes crafted from resilient hardwood. Several bare-chested men surround these wooden dummies, repeatedly practicing their martial arts. Their punches strike like the wind, accompanied by a series of sharp whistling sounds. Each blow resonates with a thunderous impact. A man bellows, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch that lands squarely on the wooden stake. Boom. A resounding crash echoes as the hardwood stake instantly becomes riddled with cracks, ultimately shattering into a multitude of splinters under the force of a subsequent heavy blow. Excellent technique. The nearby combatants cheer in admiration. The young man stands with his fist withdrawn, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. At the edge of the training ground, several ordinary survivors promptly step forward, adeptly clearing away the shattered remnants of the wooden stake. They then hoist a brand new wooden dummy from the side, laboriously re-establishing it in its original position. Throughout the entire process, they keep their heads bowed, not daring to exhibit any sign of negligence. Not far from the training area, upon a massive slab of stone near the waterfall, several disciples of the Yi family are seated in meditation. Each one holds a spirit crystal, their eyes gently closed as they slowly absorb the energy contained within, following the principles of the Yi family's Xingyi Liuhagong. Wisps of radiant energy seep from the crystals, drawn into their mouths and noses, each face betraying a hint of anguish. clearly indicating that this refining process is no easy feat given the nature of their martial arts. The amount of energy they can absorb from the spirit crystals daily is exceedingly limited. A moment's inattention could lead to painful meridian disruptions and surges of qi and blood. Thus, although Yi Lingxiao has instructed his subordinates to gather a substantial quantity of spirit crystals, the vast majority must remain as reserves. In the outer regions, a number of rudimentary huts constructed from branches and thatch stand. Ordinary survivors are busily engaged in various tasks. Some weave nets from vines for fishing. Others dry edible wild vegetables and mushrooms they have gathered, while yet others mend torn clothing. Although the camp is modest, it exhibits a clear hierarchy and organized order, with martial practitioners occupying the core, while ordinary survivors are distributed around the periphery. At the very center of the encampment, a small hut made of green bamboo quietly stands, appearing incongruous amidst its surroundings. This is the residence of Yi Lingxiao. Inside, the furnishings are sparse, a bamboo bed and a stone table. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the surface of the stone table is covered with a myriad of fingerprints, evidently shaped by the inner strength of a martial arts master. Such exquisite control of inner energy is a skill that only a grandmaster can achieve. On a stone table, a fine set of tea utensils brought from the Star River ship lay elegantly, its sky blue glaze smooth and lustrous like jade, harmoniously complementing the simplicity of the bamboo dwelling and reflecting the owner's exquisite taste. Beyond this, the room contained no other items. "Hey, old Yen, the catch today is quite impressive," shouted a man sharpening a stone axe, addressing a survivor who had just returned from the creek. The survivor, known as Old Yen, beamed with joy, lifting the wicker basket in his hand, where several sea fish were still wriggling energetically. "Indeed, today was fortunate. I stumbled upon a fish nest in the shallows. With so many fish, it should yield a fair number of contribution points, right?" The man sharpening the axe gazed on enviously, his movements slowing as he spoke, his eyes drifting. Back in the day at home, I wouldn't blink an eye at treating others to a feast of exotic fish like the eastern star and ratfish. Now, having a meal is already a blessing. Old Yin sighed deeply. Who could disagree? In the past, after work, my wife would make pork rib soup, and my son would crave a grand meal. Now, I don't even know if they are alive or dead. Sometimes, I wish I could just plunge into the water and forget everything. As the two lamented their plight, a young man responsible for fetching water couldn't help but interject. "Have you heard? It seems something significant has occurred at the Star River." Upon hearing this, the nearby laborers immediately perked up, inching closer with curiosity. "What happened?" Old Yin asked in a hushed tone, intrigued. The young man spoke mysteriously. "When I went to deliver water to a few martial artists, I overheard them discussing that Lu Zheng's stronghold has been completely taken down. Even Lu Zheng himself has perished." "What? Lu Zheng is dead? Who did this?" The news erupted among the ordinary survivors like wildfire. They had all heard of Lu Zheng's notorious reputation. Most among them had separated from him early in the cataclysm, unable to endure his tyranny, and had followed Yi Lingxiao instead. It was said that a young man named Lu Yuan, a formidable superpowered individual, single-handedly annihilated Lu Zheng and his over 100 followers. The young man spoke animatedly, his words flying forth. One person defeating over 100? Surely, that's a jest? Someone immediately voiced skepticism. "Isn't that even more impressive than our young master Yi?" "That's hard to say," said the stone axe man, lowering his voice. "I witnessed the battle between Yi Lingxiao and Lu Zheng firsthand. When young master Yi led us away from the Star River, Lu Zheng came to confront us. The spectacle was quite something. Lu Zheng indeed suffered significant losses that day, which allowed us to take away a considerable amount of supplies. But to say he was utterly vanquished, I'm afraid even young Master Yi couldn't achieve that." This topic immediately piqued the interest of the crowd. "It must have been young Master Yi." Old Yin quickly countered. "That Lu Yuan sounds like a powerful ability user. But with his wild background, how could he possibly compare to a genuine martial arts master like young Master Yi?" The young water-bearer, however, held a different perspective. "Not necessarily. Those with extraordinary abilities can be quite formidable, perhaps even more so than young Master Yi." "Hush, keep your voice down." Old Yin quickly gestured for silence, casting a sidelong glance at the Yi family disciples who were practicing not far away. "We cannot afford to speak so recklessly. If a few members of the Yi family were to overhear us, we would surely be in dire straits. Indeed, what does it have to do with us humble laborers? Whoever it may be, They are certainly more impressive than we are. Let us focus on our work. Ensuring we have enough to eat is what truly matters. The man sharpening his axe sighed and resumed his toil. Nevertheless, their hushed conversation was overheard by an attentive disciple of the Yi family. With a swift motion, the disciple appeared before them, his expression stern as he barked, "You lot. Have you completed your tasks? Do you have the leisure to gossip here? Thinking today's work is too easy?" Old Yin and the others were so startled that their souls seemed to leave their bodies, and they quickly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Please spare us, my lord. We shall get to work immediately." The Yi family disciple snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the group before finally resting on the young water-bearer. "You just claimed that this fellow named Lu Yuan single-handedly annihilated over 100 of Lu Zheng's men." Chapter 186. Hearing of Lu Yuan's renown. Observing the prisoner at the steps, it is what I have heard from others. The young water-carrier trembled as he replied. "Umph, utter nonsense," scoffed the disciple of the Yi family. "Though Lu Zheng may be a practitioner of the dark arts, his strength is undeniably within the realm of the controllers. For Lu Yuan to surpass him is already a formidable feat. To claim that he could single-handedly annihilate an entire camp is sheer folly." He cast a glance at the elegant bamboo house behind the waterfall. "On this island, in terms of one-on-one combat, who among us besides Yi Shao would dare to assert their superiority? That Lu Yuan is merely a fortunate anomaly among the supernatural. What do you ignorant commoners know? Speak no more. If you continue to chatter idly here and delay the camp's duties, be wary of your skins. Yes, yes, we will not dare again." Old Yin and the others bowed repeatedly, terrified to even breathe. Once the outer sect disciple had departed, Old Yin exhaled deeply, his face etched with bitterness as he stared blankly at the empty ground, finally sighing softly. "Ah, in that fleeting moment, I suddenly recalled that around this time last year, I should have just finished work, ordering a plate of cucumber salad at the little restaurant downstairs, opening a cold beer, and watching a football match on my phone." The man with the grinding stone axe also set down his tools. "Do not speak of it, Old Yin. If you do, I might just shed a tear. Even in my dreams, I long for a can of cold cola, a hot shower, and to collapse onto a soft bed. Damn it, I once thought that the 996 work schedule was a blessing. Only now do I realize that having a stable job with timely pay is akin to paradise." The young water carrier, overwhelmed, dropped his bucket to the ground and sat down. "I was planning to save enough for a new graphics card. And now, look at this. Not only is a graphics card a distant dream, but my phone has turned into a brick. I do not wish for anything now but to lie in bed, order takeout, and play games all night. Let no one disturb me. Here, even the thought of a little laziness fills me with trepidation. In the company, if I faced adversity, I could merely argue with the boss and, at worst, quit for another job. But now, did you see that little brat's demeanor? A single misstep in our words could lead to broken legs and being fed to wolves. What kind of life is this? Is it not obvious? Look at those warriors in the training ground. Are any of them not of the Yi surname? They are all relatives of Yi Shao. We outsiders, even if we awaken our supernatural abilities, are merely puppets. They feast on meat, while we cannot even sip the broth. This camp is simply uninhabitable." The man with the grinding stone axe expressed his indignation. "It is entirely a family enterprise of the Yi clan. Observe the warriors in the training ground. How many are not surnamed Yi? They are all of Yi Shao's bloodline. No matter how well we perform, we remain as mere outer sect disciples at their beck and call. They enjoy the feast while we cannot even partake in the soup." In the midst of the conversation, the young man tasked with fetching water felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. "That is precisely why I believe the tales I heard about the Liyuan camp might indeed hold some truth," he remarked. "I have listened to the remaining souls from the Xinghe camp speak of Liyuan, where anyone can exchange spirit crystals for meat, a true representation of labor being rewarded fairly. Unlike here, where after toiling all day, we scarcely catch a glimpse of even minced meat." Old Yin sighed, encapsulating the sentiment. "Ultimately, our situation is one where nepotism reigns supreme. They only trust their own. For us outsiders, despite our relentless efforts, we are treated merely as servants, with our very survival dependent on their whims." His words resonated with the others, casting a pall over the atmosphere once more. Just as Old Yin and the others lamented their grim prospects, the curtain of a heavily guarded thatched hut was drawn aside. Emerging from within was Yi Zhongquan, his countenance grave and hands stained with still fresh blood, infusing the air with a faint metallic tang. Upon seeing this, Old Yin and the others fell silent, hastily resuming their tasks, too intimidated to raise their heads lest they draw Yi Zhongquan's attention. Yi Zhongquan paid them no mind, standing at the threshold of the hut, inhaling deeply as if to cleanse himself of the foulness that clung to him. "Come here," he commanded in a calm yet authoritative tone. Old Yin, the man sharpening the stone axe, and the young water-bearer reacted instinctively, abandoning their work and hurriedly making their way over. The young man, nimble in his movements, carefully poured hot water from a small clay pot, kept warm over a gentle flame, into a clean wooden basin, in a place where firewood must be tirelessly gathered. The luxury of hot water was indeed a rare privilege. He presented the basin with reverence to Yi Zhongquan. "Master Kuan," he addressed respectfully. Yi Zhongquan, with a stoic expression, extended his hand to meticulously cleanse the blood from his fingers in the warm water. Meanwhile, the man sharpening the axe swiftly retrieved a pristine, soft towel emblazoned with the Xinghe insignia, evidently brought from the ship. He soaked it in another basin of prepared hot water, wrung it out, and presented it with both hands in deference. Yi Zhongquan accepted the steaming towel, leisurely drying his hands and face, exhaling a long, contented sigh. The biting sea breeze swept past, causing the ragged survivors to shiver, while he luxuriated in the warmth of personal service with hot water and a white towel. This stark contrast stirred within him a sense of exhilaration, a feeling of mastery over his surroundings. "Ensure the place is tidied up," he instructed, tossing the used towel back to the man sharpening the axe, his voice cold and detached as he made his way toward the elegant bamboo hut. "Yes, Master Kuan," the three men responded in unison. They lifted the curtain of the thatched hut, and a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses, causing them to frown involuntarily. Peering inside, they caught sight of three figures, bloodied and barely alive, bound to wooden stakes. It was Su Jiaoyang, Lu Feifei, and Shen Manqi, who had been brought from Lu Zhang's camp. The man wielding the stone axe inhaled sharply, leaning closer to Lao Yan's ear. "Look quickly, Lao Yan. The brutality of Master Kuan is truly alarming. These three have been tortured to the brink of losing their humanity." The young man who had been fetching water murmured softly, "Is it merely brutality?" I heard clearly from outside. The two women were crying their hearts out. Their pleas for mercy never ceased. Master Kuan subjected them to 3 full rounds of interrogation, fearing they might collude to fabricate their testimonies. Lao Yan's gaze settled on Lu Feifei and Shen Manqi, shaking his head. Although their garments were thoroughly soaked with cold sweat and blood, rendering them tattered and forlorn, upon closer inspection, there were no signs of torn fabric. With a sigh, Lao Yan remarked, "I've heard others say that these two women possess a degree of beauty, and I was initially concerned about their fate in Master Kuan's hands. However, it seems that he has no such inclinations." The man with the stone axe scoffed. "Inclinations? How could Master Kuan possibly waste time on such matters? His sole focus is on the task assigned by young Master Yi. I doubt he even regards these two women as human beings." Chapter 187. Prisoner at the Foot of the Stairs. Blood-red inquiry. All that has transpired in recent days diverged dramatically from Lu Feifei's expectations. When Luo Tianhao decided to lead them to the grand forces of the Star River, she was filled with visions of a promising future, convinced that following him to the Star River would be a sagacious choice. Surely, the Star River would be well stocked with ample provisions. Moreover, Luo Tianhao's prestigious lineage would come into play, allowing her, as a classmate, to bask in its glow and enjoy a more comfortable life than she had in the meager camp at Liyuan. She began to envision herself under the protection of the Star River, feeling like a cherished star, while Liyuan and Su Mingyao would be left to endure the harshness of the shabby camp, scheming for mere morsels of roasted meat. Reality delivered a resounding slap to her face when they finally beheld the Star River after enduring countless hardships. Her initial excitement was swiftly overshadowed by the shocking scene before her. A man, distinctly remembered from the restaurant area of the cruise ship, who had previously exuded the air of an affluent socialite in his tailored suit, was now kneeling on the deck with a tattered rag, numbly scrubbing away the bloodstains on the floor. In that moment, Lu Feifei understood that she might have come to the wrong place. Shortly thereafter, when Lu Zhang's subordinates learned that they were survivors from the missing fishing boat, a peculiar smile spread across their faces, and they welcomed them with exaggerated politeness. They stated that they would first report to their superiors before arranging accommodations. They were courteously escorted to a lounge, only to find that the personnel who arrived were not from the management of the Star River, but rather a group of doctors clad in white coats. Without so much as an explanation, they employed some modified instruments to conduct what they termed a medical examination on all of them. Following the examination, Luo Tianhao was the first to be taken away alone, under the pretext of having a unique constitution that required further observation. At that moment, Lu Feifei felt a glimmer of hope, believing that Luo Tianhao might receive preferential treatment due to his special constitution, thereby allowing them to benefit as well. However, they were rudely shoved into a storage room, confined completely. Darkness descended upon them. In the initial days of their imprisonment, they huddled together for warmth, occasionally discussing Luo Tianhao's whereabouts, hoping that he might leverage his family's influence to turn the tide and rescue them from their dire predicament. Days passed without anyone acknowledging their existence. Every couple of days, a bowl of seaweed paste would be shoved through a small window in the door, and their initial revulsion gave way to ravenous consumption, as their dignity was gradually eroded by hunger. Eventually, no one even mentioned Luo Tianhao's name anymore. As time wore on, the stench permeating the entire cabin became unbearable, as the few of them, dizzy from hunger, even resorted to fighting for a morsel. Lu Feifei felt as though she were being marinated in despair, as the guards, who occasionally brought her food, pinched their noses in disgust upon seeing her. This naturally extinguished any lingering thoughts she had of bartering her beauty for sustenance. Su Jiaoyang shouted vehemently that he would report them to their superiors, only to be met with a resounding slap from a guard, leaving one of his ears completely deafened. During those dizzying days of starvation, the figure of Lu Yuan would intrusively invade Lu Feifei's mind. Initially, she would curse him repeatedly, imagining how different things might have been had she not left. Yet, as her hunger intensified, that resentment began to take on a different flavor. She started to reminisce about that twilight on the beach, when Luo Tianhao spiritedly led them away, while Lu Yuan stood alone, a solitary figure watching them depart. In his gaze, there was none of the anger or resentment she had anticipated. Instead, it was filled with a profound pity. Did he already know of the dire circumstances aboard the Star River? Was that why he looked upon a group of jubilant sheep and pigs heading to the slaughterhouse with such eyes? No, how could that be? It was his first visit to this island. How could he possibly know? A chill surged within Lu Feifei, as she felt as if she had been ensnared in a colossal chessboard crafted by Lu Yuan, with each of her steps predetermined by his design. Time became an indistinct blur, and just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness from hunger, a cacophony erupted from outside the cabin. Thunderous roars reverberated, leading her to believe that some internal mechanism of the ship had exploded. Following this were chaotic shouts and the sound of frantic escape. As a group burst through their cabin door, these were not rescuers. They began to frantically ransack the remnants of experimental data, driving the surviving figures, treated as mere spare materials, from the Star River. When she finally set foot back on the beach and inhaled the fresh air, she instinctively turned to look back. What she beheld would be etched into her memory forever. On the top deck of the Star River, two figures were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. One was enveloped in crimson lightning, resembling a deity of wrath. The other, whose face remained obscured, exuded a sense of ethereal independence that felt hauntingly familiar. Lu Yuan. A furious roar erupted from the figure wreathed in lightning. It was indeed Lu Yuan. Lu Feifei's mind went blank. The one who had attacked the entire Star River camp and could contend so fiercely with the being of thunder was truly Lu Yuan. Subsequently, they were led away by individuals claiming to be operatives from another camp. Along the way, as she overheard them mentioning that the assailant was named Lu Yuan and had a werewolf subordinate, Lu Feifei felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. She hurriedly explained to them that she was Lu Yuan's classmate, emphasizing their close relationship. Chen Manchi immediately chimed in, and although Su Jiaoyang was a beat slow due to his ear, he too shouted that they knew Lu Yuan. They were met with the same peculiar smiles that had greeted them at the Star River camp. The smile sent a chill down Lu Feifei's spine. She, along with Su Jiaoyang and Lu Manchi, was swiftly ushered to the front of a thatched cottage, where they were roughly shoved inside. Master Kuan will be here shortly. You would do well to behave, remarked one of the guards as he turned to stand watch by the door. Master Kuan. Lu Feifei pondered the significance of this name and the authority it implied. Just as she was about to speak to Chen Manchi, the door curtain was lifted, revealing a robust middle-aged man who entered with an air of authority. A mere glance from him sent a shiver through the three occupants, as though they had been completely exposed. The newcomer was Yi Zhongkuan. Chapter 188. Interrogation. Lu Yuan's intelligence. Yi Zhongquan uttered not a single superfluous word as he deftly unfastened a sleek, dark whip from his waist. Crack! The whip sliced through the air with a sharp report, reminiscent of a venomous serpent striking, startling Chen Manchi into a shrill scream. Reveal everything you know about Lu Yuan. Yi Zhongquan's voice was devoid of warmth. I expect nothing but the truth. We are his classmates. Su Jiaoyang interjected hastily. We bear no deep-seated enmity towards you. It is all a misunderstanding. Classmates? A cold smirk played on Yi Zhongquan's lips as he wielded the whip anew. Crack! The whip lashed against Su Jiaoyang's back, tearing through his clothing, and a crimson line blossomed on his skin. Su Jiaoyang let out a heart-wrenching wail, curling in on himself. I have no interest in your relationships. Yi Zhongquan's voice remained icy. What I need to know is everything about him. What abilities does he possess? What is his character like? What are his weaknesses? What is the nature of the werewolf by his side? How did he transform from an ordinary student into the person he is now? I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Chen Manchi, utterly terrified, shouted in a disjointed frenzy, recounting tales from the tumultuous casino on the cruise ship to the Neptune banquet, and the brutal slaying of the bear on the deserted island, defeating Su Ping'an. Yi Zhongquan listened intently, his expression unchanged, save for the occasional crack of the whip during the pauses in their narration. Crack. Continue. Pleas for mercy were futile. Cries for help fell on deaf ears. Their sole value lay in the intelligence they could provide. Lu Feifei could not recall how many times she had been questioned, nor how many tears she had shed. She only remembered that each time she thought the torture was nearing its end, Yi Zhongquan would pose another question, and the whip would descend once more. From fierce resistance to numbed endurance, she eventually began to wish for the whip to strike harder, hoping to lose consciousness sooner and escape the unending torment. It seemed she had escaped one hell only to plunge into a deeper one. As darkness enveloped the night, Yi Lingxiao's camp shone brightly. The surrounding ordinary survivors had long retreated to their shelters under the patrol's admonitions, with only a few campfires flickering, warding off the beasts lurking in the shadows. The disciples of the Yi family had concluded their day as training in the martial arena, gathering in small groups to quietly share their insights from the day's practice. With a solemn expression, Yi Zhongquan emerged from the thatched hut where he had been interrogating the prisoners. He disregarded the curious glances from the Yi family disciples and strode purposefully across the training ground. When passing a young man collecting herbs, he paused momentarily and instructed coolly, "Fetch some healing ointment for the three inside to treat their wounds. Keep them alive, do not let them die." The young man was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words, quickly bowing and responding, "Yes, Master Kuan." A glimmer of insight flickered in Yi Zhongquan's eyes as he pondered that Lu Yuan was merely a recent graduate. These three individuals had once been his classmates. Sparing their lives might prove advantageous, as they could potentially serve as unexpected pawns to manipulate Lu Yuan when the time was ripe. Naturally, this line of thought was not something he would share with anyone. After making this minor arrangement, he resumed his stride towards Yi Lingxiao's modest dwelling. Two disciples of the Yi family, clad in black attire and exuding a steady demeanor, stood guard outside the house. Upon noticing Yi Zhongquan's approach, they refrained from questioning him as they would others. Instead, they slightly shifted their bodies, clearing the path, and respectfully clasped their fists, bowing solemnly, "Master Kuan." Yi Zhongquan merely nodded slightly. To him, although these disciples possessed commendable strength, they were ultimately juniors in his presence. He took a moment to regulate his breath and then respectfully announced at the door, "Young Master Yi. Yi Zhongquan requests an audience." "Come in," came a cool voice from within. Only then did Yi Zhongquan dare to straighten his posture, gently pushing open the bamboo door and stepping inside with utmost caution. Fearful that even the slightest noise might disturb those within, he beheld Yi Lingxiao seated cross-legged at a stone table, delicately holding a translucent spirit crystal, his eyes half-closed as if sensing something. "Have you completed the interrogation?" Yi Lingxiao inquired without opening his eyes, his tone indifferent. "Yes," Yi Zhongquan replied, bowing. The three individuals were interrogated 3 times, and their testimonies corroborated each other. There should be no significant discrepancies. Their spirits have long been shattered by torment, leaving them with neither the courage nor the will to deceive us. Yi Lingxiao then slowly opened his eyes, casually placing the spirit crystal on the table. "Pray, enlighten me regarding this individual named Lu Yuan. What manner of person is he?" In response to young master, "He is quite ordinary. Yi Zhongquan carefully selected his words. According to the accounts of those three, prior to the tsunami, Lu Yuan was perceived as an average university student from a modest background, somewhat reclusive. Somewhat reclusive. In what regard? Yi Lingxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. It appears he possesses an exceptionally formidable aptitude for learning. Yi Zhongquan's expression grew grave. It is said that aboard the cruise ship, he transformed a mere few hundred into millions at the casino within a remarkably short span, and afterward, the casino made no inquiries regarding the matter, which is rather unusual. Oh, a flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Lingxiao's eyes. A master of gambling? Are there any other skills we are unaware of? The three could not provide further clarity. Moreover, this individual is remarkably adept with a bow. They stated that upon first handling a compound bow, he progressed from missing the target entirely to hitting the bullseye with every shot within mere minutes, even executing a series of stacked arrows that left all present in awe. Fascinating. Yi Lingxiao smiled. To master a skill to such an extent in a short time? Such talent, if applied to martial arts, could indeed yield a promising prospect. Yi Zhongquan nodded and continued his report. After the tsunami, their transformations began to manifest astonishingly. According to the accounts of those three individuals, during the initial stages of the animal mutations, he audaciously ventured alone to hunt the humanoid bear. Moreover, on that occasion, it appears he required the aid of a composite bow to successfully strike it down. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxiao's eyes reflected a contemplative expression. To hunt a humanoid bear, one must resort to a bow, he murmured, indicating that although he had already surpassed ordinary strength at that time, he had yet to reach a level where he could contend with mutated creatures unarmed. Indeed, young Master Yi Zhongquan's demeanor grew increasingly solemn, yet thereafter, his power began to surge in ways that were beyond comprehension. According to the woman named Lu Feifei, there had once been an evolved individual named Su Pingyan in their camp, who could withstand bullets after his transformation but was easily vanquished by Lu Yuan with a single punch. Yi Lingxiao's gaze sharpened. Unarmed, a single punch? Precisely, Yi Zhongquan affirmed. Even more alarmingly, Su Pingyan later became Lu Yuan's servant and could transform into a formidable werewolf, obeying his every command. Then came the fierce battle aboard the Star River. Even in mere recounting, one could still sense the heart-pounding tension. With his solitary strength, he effortlessly annihilated a formation composed of nearly 100 awakened individuals under Lu Zhong, enduring a barrage of all supernatural assaults without sustaining a scratch. Ultimately, he confronted Lu Zhong, who had evolved to the domain level, and with a single palm, utterly erased him from existence. Once Yi Zhongquan had conveyed the final piece of intelligence, a brief silence enveloped the bamboo hut. Chapter 181. The Force Devours the Spirit Crystal. After a considerable time, Yi Lingxiao finally spoke. Uncle Kuan, in your opinion, how should we deal with this Lu Yuan? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongquan's heart tightened. He pondered for a moment, then raised his head and clasped his fists, saying, in response to young Master Yi, this individual poses a significant threat. His rate of advancement is astonishing, far beyond our understanding of the evolutionist's growth. From barely managing to hunt the human bear with the assistance of a bow and arrow during the early days of the maritime disaster, to now being capable of effortlessly eliminating domain-level beings like Lu Zhong. Such a rapid transformation within such a brief period. If we allow his development to continue unchecked, it is likely that no one on the island will be able to contain him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yi Zhongquan's eyes. I believe that when dealing with such individuals, we cannot afford to show the slightest mercy. The urgent matter at hand is to either expend all our efforts to completely eradicate him while he is still in his fledgling stage, thus eliminating any future threats, or to lower our stance and proactively engage with him, extending our utmost sincerity to forge an alliance. We must not allow him to become our enemy. Haha. Uncle Kuan, you remain overly cautious, Yi Lingxiao remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Contrary to Yi Zhongquan's expectations, after listening to his analysis, Yi Lingxiao merely smiled faintly. He casually placed the spirit crystal on the stone table, rose, and approached the window of the bamboo cottage. Speaking with an air of arrogance, I have thoroughly perused all of Lu Zhang's scattered drafts. Although the most critical data was taken by Lu Yuan, I have completely grasped the core concepts. Lu Yuan's rapid progress indicates a shaky foundation. We possess a martial arts heritage and systematic cultivation methods. Time is on our side. Yi Zhongquan, hearing this, felt a slight alleviation of his worries. However, young Master Yi, the specific formula for the slow-release biological gel that Lu Zheng used to implant into his body is now lost. Without a reliable method, it may be difficult for us. Yi Lingxiao disdainfully interrupted him. Lu Zheng's approach is flawed, but his thinking is not. He lacks martial prowess, thus relying on external means. The key lies in the controlled release. As long as we can manage the instantaneous explosion of the spirit crystal's energy, allowing it to release gradually for our use. What difficulty could that pose? This, Yi Zhongquan faltered. Young master, while we are somewhat versed in martial arts, we are utterly ignorant when it comes to such intricate scientific research. Uncle Cohen, have you forgotten what our greatest advantage is? Yi Lingxiao's gaze sharpened. Our greatest advantage. Yi Zhongquan was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, it is our family's century-old Xingyi 6 Harmonies Gong. This is a superior martial art that cultivates both internal and external strength. Yet, while our technique is exquisite, the speed at which it absorbs spirit crystals is rather slow. It can only be held in hand and refined gradually through breathing techniques. Far inferior to Lu Zheng's rapid implantation method. Is that so? Yi Lingxiao chuckled lightly upon hearing this. In the next moment, an invisible force erupted explosively from within him. The air within the bamboo cottage momentarily stilled. He stood surrounded by a swirling aura of energy, enveloping his entire being as his garments fluttered without any breeze. The formidable internal power formed a tangible barrier upon the surface of his body. Young Master Yi, have you truly mastered the essence of the formidable energy? Yi Zhongquan exclaimed in astonishment. This transformation is truly a gift from the upheaval of the heavens and earth. In the laughter of Yi Lingxiao, one could sense an exhilarating joy. For ordinary individuals, this was an apocalypse, yet for martial artists like ourselves, it was akin to a fish returning to the sea, a dragon diving into the abyss. He reached out to grasp several spirit crystals from the stone table. Under Yi Zhongquan's watchful gaze, Yi Lingxiao tilted his head back and, akin to consuming a medicinal pill, swallowed the spirit crystals whole. You mustn't do this, young master. Yi Zhongquan's complexion turned as pale as death, as a horrifying memory flooded his mind. In the early days of being stranded on a deserted island, a disciple had attempted to consume spirit crystals in such a manner, only to be overwhelmed by the violent energy and explode in a gruesome spectacle, leaving nothing but blood and bones. However, the anticipated carnage did not unfold. Yi Lingxiao merely stood there, calm and composed, his eyes gently closed, a look of rapture gracing his countenance. Yi Zhongquan stared at him in disbelief, stammering, "Young master, have you truly mastered the technique of consuming spirit crystals?" Yi Lingxiao slowly opened his eyes, revealing a smile that spoke of mastery. It is actually quite simple. Once the internal force coalesces into a formidable energy, a martial artist's control and intensity over their inner strength reach an entirely new echelon. At the moment the spirit crystal enters my abdomen, I merely envelop it with my resplendent energy, layer upon layer, allowing its power to be released slowly, like a gentle stream nourishing my very essence. He stretched his neck, producing a satisfying crack, his face alight with ecstasy. Moreover, at this level, my physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary martial artists, granting me a superior resilience to the energy's impact. Yi Zhongquan listened, utterly astounded, and sincerely remarked, "I see now. It is evident that young master possesses an extraordinary gift, a rarity in a century. To achieve such mastery at a young age is a feat that others could scarcely dream of. For you, it is but a natural progression." Laughter erupted from Yi Lingxiao, filled with the pride and confidence of one who looks down upon the world. "I have now combined martial arts with evolution, forging an entirely new path." He exuded an air of assured composure. "Lu Yuan is of little concern." Yi Zhongquan quickly assented, "Indeed. Young master, you have attained unparalleled skills. How could Lu Yuan possibly be your rival?" Yet, Yi Lingxiao remained grounded, not allowing the joy to cloud his judgment. He turned to gaze at the respectfully standing Yi Zhongquan, his exuberance gradually giving way to a cool demeanor. That being said, even when confronting a rabbit, one must exert their utmost strength. His voice was steady. "Lu Yuan's ascension to this level surely conceals secrets we have yet to uncover. Until we thoroughly understand his background, we must remain vigilant." After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "Uncle Kuan, you shall personally visit Lu Yuan's camp tomorrow." Personally? Yi Zhongquan was momentarily taken aback. and then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Are you implying, young Master Yi? No. Yi Lingxiao waved his hand, indicating that now was not the time for rash aggression. He spoke calmly. Given Lu Yuan's astonishing progress, there must be something unique about him. Your mission is to assess his strength. Remember to project enough presence and maintain an imposing demeanor, making it clear that we are not a ragtag group like Lu Zhang's. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongquan immediately grasped the implication. He clasped his fists and declared, Young Master Yi is astute. I understand. He continued, coincidentally. The 3 students who came from Lu Yuan's camp, although they have already been interrogated, are still hanging on, their lives sustained by herbs each day. A glimmer of malice crossed his gaze. These 3 are ultimately Lu Yuan's classmates. His rapid rise in strength may not be accompanied by an equal maturation of character. Perhaps he still harbors some semblance of camaraderie for his so-called classmates. My visit can serve as an opportunity to leverage these 3 as a means of coercion. Fool. To Yi Zhongquan's surprise, Yi Lingxiao rebuked him in a low voice. Yi Zhongquan's heart sank, and he quickly bowed. Please forgive me, young master. It was a lapse in my judgment. Uncle Kuan, remember, the greatest value of intelligence lies in what I know, and you do not. Yi Lingxiao's gaze deepened. Through these 3 individuals, we have acquired nearly all of Lu Yuan's past and methods. This represents our most significant informational advantage at present. If you reveal this trump card now, and let him know that I am fully aware of his background, what purpose does it serve other than to immediately instill caution in him? Chapter 182, A Midnight Knock. An invitation from Lord Kuan. Yi Lingxiao paced for a moment before continuing. To deal with such individuals, one must allow them to dwell in the false sense of security they have constructed. He must believe that we are entirely ignorant of his true nature, convinced that we are merely an ordinary adversary. Only then will he persist in his own manner, continuing to unveil his vulnerabilities and secrets. He turned to Yi Zhongquan and said slowly, Therefore, the matter concerning these 3 classmates in our possession must not only remain unspoken, but must be kept utterly confidential. Yi Zhongquan, enlightened, felt a chill run down his spine. He finally grasped the vast disparity in cunning between himself and Yi Lingxiao. I am instructed. Yi Zhongquan bowed sincerely. Yi Lingxiao nodded with satisfaction. It is good that you understand. Yi Zhongquan then inquired, Young Master Yi, what about the spies who brought these 3 students back? Yi Lingxiao's gaze turned frosty, and without directly answering, he retorted, Uncle Kuan, must you seek my permission for such trivial matters? His words sealed the fate of those spies. Yi Zhongquan immediately bowed and said, I understand. I will ensure that not a whisper escapes. Bring me writing materials. Yi Lingxiao commanded. Yi Zhongquan, not daring to delay, promptly turned and issued a command to those outside. Soon, a disciple of the Yi family entered, bearing an antique wooden box. Inside lay a complete set of writing implements, including ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones, all meticulously arranged. Yi Lingxiao personally ground the ink, picked up a brush, dipped it in the ink, and began to write fervently on the rice paper. His strokes flowed with the grace of a dragon and serpent, completed in one breath. Moments later, he carefully folded the written note, placed it in an envelope, and handed it to Yi Zhongquan. If you fail to establish your authority and instead find yourself at his mercy, present this note to Lu Yuan. Yi Lingxiao's tone was imbued with confidence. He will comprehend the implications and will not dare to trouble you further. Yi Zhongquan received the envelope, still carrying the fragrance of ink, and was deeply shaken. This was a lifeline granted by young Master Yi. Regardless of the outcome, he could retreat unscathed. Yi Zhongquan carefully tucked the note into his bosom. Kneeling on one knee in gratitude, Thank you, young Master Yi, for granting me a path to survival. I am willing to face fire and water for you, without hesitation. Go tomorrow morning. Yi Lingxiao waved his hand. You may withdraw. Yi Zhongquan's figure silently traversed the training ground, heading towards the makeshift shelter area where the ordinary survivors resided. During the day, the old yin who had served him outside the thatched hut, the man sharpening a stone axe, and the young lad fetching water were huddled together in a dilapidated shelter, shivering uncontrollably. Damn it, why is the wind so fierce tonight? It's freezing to death. The man with the stone axe tightened his tattered clothing, his teeth chattering. Old Yin sighed, acknowledging that having food to eat and a place to sleep was already a blessing, and he refrained from further complaints. Yet he pondered the fate of the individuals interrogated by Lord Kuan, uncertain if they would need to return to handle matters the following day. The young man tasked with fetching water lowered his voice. Do not mention it. When I delivered water earlier, I caught a glimpse of the three. They were beaten to a pulp, looking like bloodied gourds. The two women, who were rather attractive, now bear scars from lashes. It is truly tragic. As they whispered amongst themselves, a gust of wind abruptly lifted the curtain of their makeshift shelter. Yi Zhongquan's silhouette appeared at the entrance, backlit, rendering his expression indistinguishable. Yet his eyes glinted with an icy glimmer in the darkness. Kuan, Lord Kuan. The trio was struck with terror, collapsing to the ground in a frantic scramble, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Why? Why have you come? Old Yan's voice quavered. Yi Zhongquan remained silent, merely observing them. The trio felt a chill run down their spines under his scrutiny. The young water-bearer was the first to regain his composure, fearing that their previous conversation had been overheard, and he hastily bowed his head, begging for mercy. Lord Kuan, spare us. We said nothing. Truly, we spoke not a word. I am aware that you have said nothing, he replied, slowly stepping into the cramped shelter, an unexpectedly gentle smile gracing his face. Please rise. There is no need to kneel. It is cold on the ground at this late hour. Upon hearing this, rather than feeling any relief, the three grew even more apprehensive, exchanging fearful glances without daring to stand. Noticing their hesitation, Yi Zhongquan's smile remained unchanged. What? Do you require me to invite you to stand? Finally feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, they scrambled to their feet, heads bowed, avoiding his gaze. Yi Zhongquan surveyed the humble abode and, as if engaging in casual conversation, inquired, Are you settling in well? Are you resting adequately? Quite. Thank you for your concern, Lord Kuan. Old Yin stammered in response. That is good to hear. Yi Zhongquan nodded. Since you are resting well, come with me. There are tasks to attend to. Tasks. The man with the stone axe was taken aback. Bring your shovels and spades for digging. Yi Zhongquan's tone remained calm. Though the three were engulfed in confusion and dread, they dared not utter a single word of inquiry. They hurriedly retrieved several worn tools from the corner of the shelter and followed Yi Zhongquan, trembling with trepidation as they stepped outside. The night wind howled, causing the campfire to flicker, casting their shadows on the ground, elongated and ghostly. Yi Zhongquan led them to another secluded shelter, home to the spies responsible for bringing back Lu Feifei and others. He did not enter, but stood at the threshold, coldly commanding, Come out and follow me. The curtain was swiftly lifted, revealing a robust man who emerged. Upon seeing Yi Zhongquan and glancing at the three individuals bearing tools behind him, a hint of confusion crossed their faces, yet they respectfully clasped their fists and greeted. Lord Kuan, let us proceed. There is a laborious task that requires your assistance. With these words, Yi Zhongquan ceased further conversation and led the way into the encroaching darkness. Distancing himself from the camp, the Western scout exchanged a glance with his companion. Although the nature of the task was unknown to them, they understood that since it was a directive from Master Kuan himself, they could not afford to be negligent and promptly followed suit. The three from the old guard dared not utter a single breath, keeping their heads bowed as they trailed behind. Thus, the group of 8 ventured deeper into the desolate island, enveloped by the stillness of the night. Chapter 183. Buried beneath the moonlight, Yi Zhongquan led them along a winding path, ultimately arriving at a desolate clearing. The remote terrain was cloaked in an eerie silence, with only the moonlight filtering through the branches, casting a ghostly glow. Yi Zhongquan turned, the silvery light illuminating half of his face. Here, he gestured to a patch of ground beneath their feet. Old Yin and the others looked at him in confusion. Dig a pit. Yi Zhongquan's command was succinct and clear. Dig a pit? The young water carrier stared in disbelief. Master Kuan, what purpose does digging a pit serve at this late hour? A mere glance from Yi Zhongquan silenced the youth instantly. However, the leader of the foreign scouts seemed to grasp the underlying implication and stepped forward, whispering, Master Kuan, have the three of them passed? Yi Zhongquan nodded, a hint of sorrow etched on his face as he sighed. Alas, their injuries were too severe. They could not endure. We cannot leave their bodies to decay in the wilderness. They deserve a proper burial. Upon hearing this, Old Yin and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. The 3 individuals were dead? They had seemed so alive moments before. Meanwhile, the foreign scout felt a sense of relief. It was merely those 3 burdensome souls who had perished, necessitating the digging of a pit. The leader of the scouts quickly professed loyalty. Master Kuan, your compassion is commendable. Such grim labor should fall upon us. There is no need for you to exert yourself. He promptly rallied his 3 companions, taking tools from Old Yin and the others. The foreign scouts swung their hoes and shovels with fervor, working at an impressive pace. Meanwhile, Old Yin, the burly man, and the young water carrier were ordered to stand aside, watching in silence as the others toiled vigorously. As they observed the scouts' fervent labor, an unsettling feeling grew stronger within them. Old Yin, the young water carrier, leaned closer, whispering as softly as a mosquito, "Do you sense something amiss?" Old Yan's complexion paled slightly as he nodded without uttering a word. The burly man with the stone axe also sensed something was off, stammering, "If, as Master Cohen said, we are to bury those 3, why are we not bringing the bodies here? Surely, we wouldn't dig a pit only to go back and carry the corpses afterward?" They exchanged glances, each finding in the other's eyes the same troubling thought. This was not a pit for burying others. It was a pit for burying themselves. Perhaps not for the 3, but certainly not for the purpose of interring the deceased students. Before long, the deep pit had taken shape. The leader of the scouts wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Yi Zhongquan with a flattering smile. "Master Cohen, the pit is ready. What do you think?" "Yes, it is well dug, quite deep." Yi Zhongquan nodded, a smile gracing his features. He walked slowly to the edge of the pit, as if inspecting a project, scrutinizing it carefully before turning to the Western spy and saying, "My brothers, you have worked hard." The Western spy quickly turned around, a smile spreading across his face. "Not at all, not at all. It's all for young Master Yi." "Indeed," Yi Zhongquan chuckled, acknowledging that some tasks inevitably required a willing hand for young Master Yi. However, his tone suddenly turned cold. For instance, his voice trailed off ominously, keeping secrets. Before his words had fully dissipated, he moved, swift as a specter. The Western spy had yet to comprehend what had transpired when he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Thud, 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 thud. The muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Yi Zhongquan's palm mercilessly struck the backs of their hearts. The internal force surged through them, shattering their vital points in an instant. The expression of shock remained on the Western spy's face, yet the light in his eyes quickly dimmed as he toppled forward, perfectly landing in the very pit they had dug with their own hands. Lao Yin and the other 2 were paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. They stared blankly at the still warm corpse, then at Yi Zhongquan, who stood calmly beside it, their minds blank. In that moment, they finally grasped the true purpose of Yi Zhongquan's invitation. Escape. They had to flee immediately. Without considering the consequences, they turned in 3 different directions, summoning every ounce of strength to run for their lives. Their only desire was to distance themselves from this merciless demon. Yi Zhongquan slowly withdrew his hand and turned. Observing the 3 figures fleeing desperately into the darkness, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Thinking of running? He shook his head, muttering to himself, "Why bother?" With a casual lift of his right hand, he waved it towards the fleeing figures, as if brushing away dust from his sleeve. 3 dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously. The 3 figures, already dozens of meters away, appeared to be struck by an invisible giant hand. Their bodies halted midair before they fell forward, kicking up a cloud of dust, silencing them forever. Their positions varied upon falling, yet each bore a distinct palm print on their backs, their garments shredded, flesh mangled. The external force had been unleashed, striking from a distance. This was undoubtedly the technique of a master in the art of transformation. Having completed this grim task, Yi Zhongquan leisurely dusted off his sleeves, casting a glance at the 3 lifeless bodies in the distance, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He produced a bamboo whistle-like object from his bosom, placed it to his lips, and blew softly. The sound vanished into the night breeze. After this action, he stood still, patiently awaiting what would come next. Moments later, in the shadows of the forest, several figures clad in black attire emerged silently, moving with an ethereal grace akin to true phantoms. They approached Yi Zhongquan and knelt on one knee, intoning in unison, "Master Cohen." Without turning, Yi Zhongquan gestured with his chin towards the location of the 3 corpses in the distance. "Dispose of them thoroughly," he commanded, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. "Understood." The disciples of the Yi family exhibited no hesitation. They swiftly rose and vanished into the darkness, evidently well acquainted with such grim tasks. Only then did Yi Zhongquan turn his gaze, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Alas, what a waste of effort," he sighed softly, shaking his head. "Ultimately, it is the children of my own family that I can trust and rely on." as he observed the busy figures of his subordinates. His thoughts drifted back to the 3 desperate souls who had fled moments earlier, stirring within him a twisted sentiment. To be targeted by Yi Zhongquan is indeed a privilege. To not bow and surrender, yet still dare to escape? Truly, these outsiders are dogs that cannot be tamed. Chapter 184, Subversion. The Realm Beyond the 8 Meridians. Deep within the dense forest, Chu Xiaoyue leaned against a grand tree, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings of the western Zhou. In her firm grip was a tang knife, its blade glinting with a frosty sheen. Not far away, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on a flat expanse of ground. With a casual wave of his hand, a dazzling array of multicolored crystals materialized before him, densely carpeting the rocky surface, over 30 in total. This included the 5 she had previously produced, augmented by the additional 20 or so that Lu Yuan had mysteriously acquired. The overwhelming surge of energy instantly transformed the atmosphere, rendering the air thick and viscous. Each breath invigorated her spirit. What was he planning? Chu Xiaoyue's eyes narrowed slightly, her grip on the hilt of her knife tightening as she observed Lu Yuan with keen curiosity. Could it be that he intended to absorb such an abundance of spirit crystals all at once? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head in self-deprecation. Impossible. She had once endeavored to use spirit crystals to aid in her cultivation, and even the simultaneous absorption of 2 was her utmost limit. The energy contained within these nearly 30 crystals was immense. Should he attempt to harness them all at once, even her family's elders would likely succumb to catastrophic failure. What a farce! Chu Xiaoyue scoffed inwardly, eager to discern the nature of his ruse. Lu Yuan formed an ancient seal with his hands before his chest. In the instant he closed his eyes, Chu Xiaoyue remained oblivious to the crimson-golden glow subtly coursing beneath his casual black attire, rapidly extending into a gossamer layer of golden inner armor, enveloping his vital points. This was the 100 forged flowing gold, his ultimate line of defense. Should Chu Xiaoyue exhibit any signs of treachery, or should other unknown dangers emerge, this armor would expand instantaneously, providing him with perfect protection and precious time to counterattack. He would not allow himself to be betrayed from behind by a woman again. However, to Chu Xiaoyue, the sight before her was of a man on the brink of entering a meditative state, seemingly devoid of any defenses against her. This only heightened her curiosity and confusion. With a shift in his thoughts, the myriad phenomena furnace sutra roared to life. Buzz! The more than 30 spirit crystals before him seemed to respond to an unseen call, resonating with a harmonious hum as their brilliance intensified. Streams of pure energy, as if imbued with life, rose from each crystal, intertwining in the air above. The 30 luminous strands, akin to a cascade of colorful streams, ultimately converged into Lu Yuan's body. This, Chu Xiaoyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She could distinctly perceive the energy contained within each radiant beam, potent enough to effortlessly forge a martial artist of profound inner strength. And now, over 30 such torrents of energy were being devoured by Lu Yuan, as if he were a ravenous beast, completely absorbing them into himself. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth from Lu Yuan, compelling Chu Xiaoyue to instinctively take a step back, fearful of being swept away by the overflow of energy. Lu Yuan's entire being shimmered with brilliance, spiritual energy radiating outward, forming a vortex of power. Chu Xiaoyue felt that as Lu Yuan drew in the surrounding celestial energy, it became extraordinarily abundant. She was even overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to sit cross-legged and cultivate alongside him. To her astonishment, she discovered that the long-standing internal injuries she had sustained from her practice of the 9-yin condensation technique were gradually mending under the nourishing aura within mere breaths. She could only suppress her urge to cultivate while vigilantly keeping watch over Lu Yuan, all the while unable to resist observing him, speculating on the level he had attained. But that was not all. An even more astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. On the ground beside Lu Yuan, several withered blades of grass astonishingly revived at a visibly rapid pace, sprouting tender green shoots. Soon, more verdant vines broke through the earth, wildly stretching upward as if intent on transforming this patch of land into a lush, green paradise. What kind of technique was this? In that moment, Chu Xiaoyue's worldview was utterly shattered. At that instant, Lu Yuan, seated in meditation, began to levitate slowly, transitioning from a seated posture to standing in midair. his feet no longer touching the ground, his eyes closed and expression solemn. His long black hair danced without wind, enveloped in a halo of colorful energy, as if a deity had descended. Then, it seemed as though something within him had been ignited. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 radiant pathways illuminated within him, akin to a galaxy of stars, resonating with the meridians he had already connected. Chu Xiaoyue was even more astonished at this spectacle. This scene resembled the moment a martial artist broke through their meridians, yet the magnitude of Lu Yuan's transformation surpassed any such event. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Yuan was undoubtedly practicing an extraordinary martial art. What kind of profound technique, what terrifying legacy lay behind him? Was he truly on the verge of achieving the 8 meridians unification right here and now? A master of essence energy at such a young age? However, before she could fully process her shock, Lu Yuan's transformation continued unabated. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th. All 8 meridians ignited simultaneously, intertwining within him to form an enigmatic web of light. A magnificent aura erupted from him, causing the very air around to tremble. 8 meridians unification. He had indeed achieved the realm of 8 meridians unification at such a young age. In Chu Zhiyue's heart, a tempest of emotions surged, swiftly followed by a profound bewilderment. Something was amiss. If he had already mastered the 8 meridians, why then did he press me for the techniques of my family's Chong meridian? Could it be that, before this thought could fully take shape in her mind, the subsequent scene rendered her utterly incapable of thought? As all 8 meridians illuminated, the overwhelming energy did not wane. Rather, it surged more fiercely towards the 9th gateway. The 9th spiritual meridian ignited. What? Chu Xiaoyue staggered backward a step, her delicate visage turning as pale as parchment. The 10th, the 11th, the 15th, the 16th, as the brilliance of a full 16 meridians intertwined within him. Forming a tapestry she had never before witnessed, Chu Xiaoyue felt her entire world collapse. The question posed by Lu Yuan echoed in her ears once more. Miss Chu, have you ever heard of a technique that surpasses the 8 meridians? Chu Xiaoyue found her legs unsteady beneath her. She had assumed Lu Yuan was merely an ignorant fool, unaware of the common knowledge of martial arts, to ask such a foolish question. Yet at this moment, she comprehended that it was not Lu Yuan who was foolish, but rather her own ignorance that had blinded her. She gazed in a daze at the figure suspended in the air, feeling as though the martial understanding she had built was utterly shattered, rendered non-existent. It turned out, I was the proverbial frog at the bottom of the well, oblivious to the vastness of the sky above. Chapter 185, 30 Years in the East. 30 years in the West, the training ground of the sea fishing boat camp was buzzing with fervor. Hold your ground. Have you not eaten? Li Shuawei, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, stood with his hands on his hips, sternly admonishing the newcomers before him, who were grimacing in pain, embodying the demeanor of a strict teacher. These newcomers were the latest batch of survivors who had amassed 2 spirit crystals, and now they were experiencing the first level of the flesh-grinding technique firsthand. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Brotherly, I feel like my bones are about to shatter. One newcomer could no longer withstand the agony and collapsed to the ground. Shattered? That's exactly what should happen. Guan Yaxiong approached, also bare-chested, his muscular physique markedly defined. He stood over the fallen newcomer, snorting disdainfully, a hint of superiority evident on his face. When we first practiced, it was Brother Yuan. No, it was young Master Lu himself overseeing us, and we didn't utter a single complaint. What is this minor suffering compared to the path to strength? If you're useless, get up and stop wasting everyone's time. Immediately, Li Shuawei echoed. You pampered ones can't even endure this little hardship and still wish to become extraordinary like Brother Yuan? Dream on. Sit up and cultivate. Anyone who dares to whimper again will find their portion of meat soup revoked. Upon hearing this, the newcomers, on the verge of despair, managed to stifle their cries. They gritted their teeth, faces contorted, and painstakingly attempted to adopt the posture that Li Shuawei had demonstrated, beginning to guide the rampant energy within them. Soon, they too began to exude a foul, viscous black substance from their pores, much like Li Shuawei and the others had initially. Good, just like that. Hold on. Li Shuawei nodded in satisfaction. Observing the newcomers getting back on track under his astute guidance, he felt a rush of exhilaration, finding this even more gratifying than his own power enhancement. All right, let them practice on their own. They won't die. He waved his hand and winked at Guan Yaxiong. Let's go fish for a bit and listen to young Master Ning recount tales from the Star River. Absolutely. Guan Yaxiong promptly nodded and followed suit. The two made their way to the other side of the camp, where a considerable gathering had formed. Jiang Huairan was meditating with his eyes closed, while several of his disciples were engaged in hushed discussions. Not far away, Ning Yuanheng reclined on a folding chair salvaged from a lifeboat, his legs propped up with a makeshift splint. He appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. In recent days, with ample meat and soup, coupled with the fragment of spiritual energy that Lu Yuan had previously infused into him, his complexion had improved significantly. Brother Guan, you've both worked hard. Ning Yuanheng immediately straightened his posture, a warm smile gracing his face as he reached for a coconut beside him and offered it. Here, quench your thirst, it's freshly opened. Li Shuowei chuckled, unceremoniously accepting the coconut and taking a sip. As he gazed at Ning Yuanheng, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In truth, Li Shuowei and Ning Yuanheng had crossed paths before, at the Neptune banquet aboard the Star River. Ning Yuanheng had extravagantly spent millions to acquire the flowing cloud warm jade for Lu Yuan, with Li Shuowei serving as the errand boy to fetch the jade pendant. Back then, in the presence of a wealthy second generation like Ning Yuanheng, Li Shuowei felt utterly insignificant, not daring to even breathe freely. While Ning Yuanheng showed deference to Lu Yuan, he barely acknowledged Li Shuowei, treating him as an inconsequential lackey. However, time has a way of shifting fortunes. Now, Li Shuowei stood as Lu Yuan's most trusted confidant, a respected elder among the warriors of the camp, his status soaring. In contrast, Ning Yuanheng relied entirely on Lu Yuan's protection to survive. This transformation in their social standings subtly altered Li Shuowei's perspective. Yet, his nature remained uncomplicated. He did not seek to bully Ning Yuanheng because of his elevated status. Instead, he found Ning to be quite amiable, lacking the haughty temperament often associated with the affluent, and he appreciated his polite demeanor. Compared to Luo Tianhao, Ning was far more agreeable. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Yuanheng had long since had his sharp edges smoothed out within Lu Zheng's camp. The amiable facade he now presented was merely a mask donned for the sake of survival. Ning, please refrain from calling me Li Guo. It feels rather awkward. Li Shuowei remarked, scratching his head after taking another sip of coconut juice. You are a few years my senior. I should address you as Ning Guo. Ning Yuanheng's smile broadened at this. Ah, Li Guo, you are being too formal. Respect is due to those who have achieved greatness. You are now a favored figure beside Lu Xiao, while I am merely an ordinary individual under his protection. How could I possibly claim brotherhood with you? Just call me by my name. Haha, Ning, you are far too gracious. Li Shuowei felt elated by the flattery, his fondness for Ning Yuanheng growing. Meanwhile, Guan Yaxiong chimed in, observing Ning Yuanheng's polished demeanor. He thought to himself, this fellow is quite astute. It seems he has endured considerable hardships aboard the Star River. Yet, outwardly, he feigned curiosity. Ning, would you kindly recount how Lu Gu managed to defeat Lu Zheng on the Star River? We have only heard the outcome, but the specifics remain unclear. This inquiry instantly piqued the interest of those around. Even Jiang Huairan, who was nearby, perked up his ears. Certainly. Ning Yuanheng cleared his throat and began to narrate vividly. That Lu Zheng fellow, self-proclaimed as a domain master, unleashed a tempest of blood-colored lightning. Within a radius of several dozen meters, it became his realm of thunder. Even from a distance, I could feel my hair stand on end, and my skin prickled painfully. A collective gasp echoed among the listeners. And then, what happened next? How did Brother Yuan overcome him? Li Shuowei pressed eagerly. Overcome? Ning Yuanheng's face displayed an expression of admiration. Master Lu had completely disregarded the so-called realm of lightning. With a mere step forward, a glimmer of azure light emanated from him, allowing the relentless bolts to strike without even grazing the hem of his garment. In a singular motion, he sent Lu Zheng crashing into the hull of the Star River vessel, obliterating an entire wall in the process. Goodness! A single punch! Guan Yaxiong exclaimed in astonishment. The disciples of Jiang Huairan stood in utter disbelief, casting glances at their master, who bore a grave expression. Subsequently, Lu Zheng unleashed a desperate onslaught, moving with a speed akin to a wraith, rendering him nearly invisible. But guess what? Ning Yuanheng paused for effect. What happened? The crowd queried in unison. Master Lu remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Lu Zheng's 100 attacks failed to even graze a single strand of his hair. Ultimately, Lu Zheng lost all composure. transforming into a crimson lightning monstrosity. With a mere raise of his hand, he summoned a colossal thunderball to strike down. In that moment, I thought the world was coming to an end. Yet what did Master Lu do? He extended a hand, gently cradling and extinguishing it. Ning Yuanheng imitated Lu Yuan's actions, snuffing out the thunderball as one would extinguish a cigarette. This vivid depiction left all present in a state of stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts for a long while. Li Shuowei exhaled deeply, unable to suppress his lament. Alas, what a pity. Such a spectacular scene. And I could not witness it with my own eyes. Chapter 186. The youth declares supremacy. The strong dragon crosses the river. Guan Yaxiong wore an expression of regret, remarking, "Who could argue otherwise? It is quite unfortunate that young Master Lu did not involve us in such a monumental event, at the very least. We could have cheered him on from the sidelines." "Come on now," Li Shuowei retorted with a dismissive glance. "With your meager skills, you would only be a burden. Who knows, perhaps Brother Yuan would have to divert his attention to protect you." As the group engaged in their light banter, Ning Yuanheng lowered his voice to explain. "Li Gu, you seem unaware. That fellow, Su Pingyan, has gone out to attend to important matters." "Oh, what kind of important matters?" Li Shuowei inquired with curiosity. "He was dispatched by young Master Lu to the Star River vessel to deliver provisions. Master Lu mentioned that the crew needs regular feeds. Otherwise, those fellows would starve and become immobile. Who would then fetch them spiritual crystals?" At that moment, Wei Taizhan, the eldest disciple of Zhang Huairan, could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a question to his master. "Master, what level of prowess does Mr. Lu truly possess?" Zhang Huairan's eyes shimmered with a complex array of emotions as he shook his head and replied, "Alas, I believe Mr. Lu has attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. When it comes to cultivation, not only in the Jiangnan martial arts community, but across the entire realm, Mr. Lu undoubtedly stands as a paragon among the younger generation. We are truly unable to catch up." Zhang Huairan gazed skyward, his eyes distant, and his voice took on a more ethereal quality. "The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the new generation, and the world is continuously renewed. This tremendous upheaval in the world may signify an end for us old bones, but for a prodigy like Mr. Lu, it is an eternal opportunity akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. In this era, with the abundance of spiritual energy, a single day of training might equate to the efforts of over half a month in the past. I have aged, ultimately. I cannot keep pace with the changes of the times. The future world will undoubtedly belong to the likes of Mr. Lu and his contemporaries." Just as he finished speaking, a voice resonated from a distance. Short-sightedness. In this vast world, exceptional individuals abound. If we are to speak of the elite among the younger generation, Lu Yuan does not even rank among them. The crowd was taken aback, their gazes swiftly directed toward the source of the voice. "Who?" Li Shuowei leapt to his feet, eyes sharp with vigilance, while Guan Yaxiong and the others immediately adopted defensive stances. Emerging from the shadows were several figures. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s. Clad in a black training outfit, his features resolute and his gaze piercing like that of an eagle. Behind him trailed several young men, also dressed in black martial attire, each exuding a dense aura, their eyes like lightning, clearly masters of profound inner strength. The presence of these individuals surpassed even that of Zhang Huairan's most esteemed disciple, Wei Taizhan. The leading middle-aged man surveyed the camp with undisguised disdain in his eyes. At last, his gaze settled upon Zhang Huairan. "You are indeed correct," he mocked. "Zhang Huairan, you have aged and can no longer keep pace with this era. How dare you? Who are you to treat my master with such disrespect?" Zhang Huairan's second disciple, Wei Beichun, could no longer contain his anger and shouted as he stepped forward to argue. Several other disciples from the Zhang family also advanced, their faces filled with fury, ready to engage in battle. Zhang Linger, equally infuriated, exclaimed, "Where did you all come from? You are utterly lacking in respect. Apologize to my grandfather at once. Enough. Stand down." In the midst of this tense standoff, Zhang Huairan surprisingly intervened, blocking his disciples and granddaughter. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the imposing middle-aged man, and in a deep voice inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name and the nature of your association?" "I am Zhang Huairan, and if I have offended you, I humbly seek your forgiveness." Zhang Huairan sensed the aura of the middle-aged man before him, though restrained. It was as profound as an abyss, indicating that his strength likely surpassed Zhang's own by a considerable measure. The man coldly replied, Yi Zongquan of the Yi family from Jiangnan. The Yi family of Jiangnan? Li Shuowei scratched his head, looking perplexed as he murmured to Ning Yuanhing beside him. What is their significance? Are they formidable? Ning Yuanhing appeared equally bewildered. Yet, upon hearing the name of the Yi family, Jiang Huairan and his disciples all paled, fully aware of the terrifying weight that name carried within the martial world. Jiang Huairan forced himself to suppress the turmoil within and once more clasped his hands in greeting, saying, So it is a fellow from the Yi family. I am Jiang Huairan. May I inquire if you are acquainted with the esteemed young master Yi Lingxiao? Only then did Yi Zongquan lift his gaze, responding with arrogance, Indeed, he is my young master. I did not expect that someone like you, who flaunts himself in the mundane world and relies on superficial skills for fame, would have heard of my young master's name. Yi Zongquan's words were devoid of any courtesy. The disciples behind him erupted in derisive laughter, their eyes filled with disdain. Even with Jiang Huairan's decades of cultivated composure, being so openly humiliated made it difficult for him to maintain his dignity. He slowly straightened up, withdrawing his clasped hands, and stated, The Yi family is a century-old lineage, esteemed in the Jiangnan martial community. I had presumed that members of such a family would exhibit a certain grandeur. Yet, today's encounter reveals nothing but arrogance, akin to that of mere hillbillies. Though my skills are modest, I understand the principle of hospitality. You have traveled far, surely. You did not come solely to insult an old man such as myself. If there is a matter at hand, please feel free to speak. How dare you show disrespect to young Master Kuan? A disciple from the Yi family immediately shouted in outrage from behind Wei Beiqin, ready to take action. Yet Yi Zongquan raised his hand to halt them, displaying a measure of resolve. He nodded slightly, seemingly unperturbed, and remarked, You are correct. My Yi family need not stoop to the level of individuals such as yourselves. His gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke coldly. I am here to seek out Lu Yuan. Have him come forth to meet me. Unfortunately, Jiang Huairan's tone turned equally frosty as he replied, Mr. Lu is unfortunately not present at the camp. If you are searching for him, it seems you will have made this journey in vain. Not present? Yi Zongquan raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of disappointment within, though he chose not to reveal it. That is of little consequence. He cast a significant glance at Jiang Huairan and declared, I shall await his return here. Chapter 187, The Master of the Yi Family. Sword pointing at Lu Yuan. Yi Zongquan, observing Jiang Huairan's silence, assumed that his imposing aura had intimidated him, and he felt an even greater sense of disdain. With a cold snort, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode forward, intent on forcefully breaching the encampment. Behind him, the disciples of the Yi family followed closely, their invisible pressure making the air within the camp feel heavy and still. Li Shuowei, witnessing this, felt a surge of blood rush to